Shrouding the Heavens chapter 1531 to chapter 1576. What happened in the past? Yi Fan was in a daze. The scene he saw just now was very strange and shocking. After a long time, the scene just now was replayed in his mind. He felt that it was strange and there were many things he couldn't understand. In the end, he sighed softly and thought about the last words of that Saint Physique. A few words shocked him. Establish the celestial court again. More than one person wanted to do this. What was the special meaning behind it? There was no need to elaborate on Dizun. As for the undying heavenly emperor, he was worshipped by all races and ruled the myriad realms. Although he didn't say it explicitly, it was probably this path. In addition, some powerful paragons also had such a wish when they were alive. For example, Emperor Qin wanted to establish the celestial court, but in the end, he failed to succeed. And now, this Saint Physique also said the same thing. He felt that great Emperor Wuxia would establish the celestial court again. Other than the love and hope for his child, this was enough to explain some problems in itself. It seems that the re-establishment of the celestial court is of great importance. Dizun naturally chose to do this back then for a great reason. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He thought of the Yuhua God dynasty. They wanted to ascend. Based on this, wouldn't the ancient heaven be even more terrifying and majestic? The mythological era was too long ago and confusing. It was said that Dizun was the founder of the ancient heaven, but it was hard to say in recent times. The fog was rising. 100,000 years had passed, but Wuxia didn't re-establish the celestial court. Could it be that he chose the former and truly became an immortal? After calming down, Yi Fan thought of this problem again. Wuxia's father was so confident. Not only did he dote on and recognize his child's potential, but he also saw some of the future. 80,000 years ago, a vast fluctuation erupted from the Purple Mountain. Did Wuxia become an immortal, or did he turn into ashes? Until now, it was hard to say. This great emperor's name shook ancient history. He was worshipped by the entire world. His combat strength looked down on the past, present, and future. He looked down on the ancient heavens. His whereabouts were the most eye-catching. Unfortunately, no one could see it, and no one could explain it clearly. There was only one sentence left in the world: who is the peak at the end of the immortal path? Wuxia's Tao becomes empty. If I can't achieve immortality, then I'll re-establish the celestial court. Yi Fan said to himself. This really was a great boldness that made one sigh with admiration. The ripples calmed down. He once again formed a connection with the scarlet blood, and the scene appeared again. He saw a peerless beauty with white clothes fluttering in the wind. She had a mournful expression on her face as she carried a corpse. She crossed millions and millions of stellar streams, and then she slammed her palm forward. Then, everything was destroyed. Yi Fan finally witnessed the attack of a great emperor. It was so direct and destroyed everything. Nothing could be seen anymore. What entered his eyes were scenes of heaven and earth splitting apart. Everything was destroyed. Finally, he saw a huge bronze plaque at the edge of the universe that had been split in half. Nothing could be heard, and nothing could be seen. Emperor Shi shattered everything, as if he wanted to destroy the rules of heaven and earth and re-establish the hope of immortality. The divine chains of heaven and earth's order broke, and then there was eternal darkness. Yi Fan was endlessly bewildered. He didn't understand the final result, and he had endless thoughts. His mood was complicated as he silently stood there. After who knew how much time had passed, peace was restored to this world. Emperor Shi held a child's hand, leaving behind a gentle and graceful figure. She carried loneliness and sorrow as she left into the distance. That child was extremely quiet, not crying or making a fuss as he followed. Inadvertently, he turned around to take a look. With a hurried glance, one could see the true appearance of the young Wuxia. He looked like he was 2 or 3 years old. His black hair fell over his shoulders, and his eyes were bright. He looked like he was carved from jade. Even though he was young, there was a type of wisdom that didn't match his age. This is the great Emperor Wuxia when he was young. Yi Fan revealed a look of shock. This was the first time he saw his true appearance. Even though he was a child, it still left him deeply shocked. Without a doubt, Emperor Shi sealed Wuxia. Only many tens of thousands of years later, when this world needed him to come into being, did he reappear. From then on, there was a supreme being legend. I want to beat him up. Within the immortal source, the little fatty said. Yi Fan was astonished. He didn't expect him to also see these scenes. You're jealous, right? You noticed that he looks more heroic than you and isn't as chubby as you, right? I'm not fat at all. The little fatty was extremely angry. Yi Fan would always use this to talk about things, and it made him feel extremely unresigned. Then why do you want to beat him up? Is it because you feel a bit guilty? Is it because you feel like he's stronger than you? Yi Fan said with a smile. Nonsense, I just have a feeling that I really want to beat him up. The divine child muttered. Was this the natural hostility between a divine child and an immortal seed? Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. They had never met before, yet he was already like this just from seeing a scene. Not long after, the copper cauldron floated above Yi Fan's head. He held the emperor sword in his hand, and he tried his best to get closer. He wanted to see everything thoroughly. There were no longer any abnormalities with the great completion Saint physique and Western emperor. Only that kind of emperor-level aura made one's body feel like it was going to shatter, and one couldn't truly get close. The fluctuations spread in all directions. There were divine patterns engraved here, and it was actually personally carved by Wu Shi. There were also jade pool inscriptions that proved Western emperor's identity. The jade pool moved in the last 20 to 30,000 years. Something must have happened during these tens of thousands of years. Yi Fan couldn't get any closer. He stared at the primal chaos mist and other things, wanting to see everything clearly. He discovered that there was nothing abnormal. Wanting to live his parents? He looked at the words left behind by great Emperor Wu Shi, and his heart was shaken. This was truly heaven-defying. Western Emperor himself was a great emperor, but even he couldn't do anything. Did Wu Shi want to do this? This should only be his hope. Yi Fan shook his head. He didn't believe that he could do it. Otherwise, after so many tens of thousands of years had passed, there wouldn't be just two corpses. Moreover, in this era, if Wu Shi hadn't become an immortal, he himself would have already passed away in meditation. Finally, Yi Fan's mind moved, and he saw a corner of copper material. It was a fragment of some kind of artifact, and it couldn't enter the light screen. There was still some distance between it and the two corpses. What is that? Yi Fan was astonished, and he felt a strange fluctuation. This place was extremely quiet, and the area around that piece of copper material was very gloomy. It was as if there were streaks of black shadows streaking past, and it was extremely eerie. It was as if that place was connected to the netherworld. It was unknown how much effort Yi Fan used to see through it with his heavenly eye, but after dispersing strands of black mist, he stared at that corner weapon remnant. In a daze, it was as if he heard the cries of tens of thousands of malicious spirits. Moreover, in that instant, it was as if he had arrived at another space-time. Blood rain poured down, and yellow whirlwinds blew wildly between heaven and earth. Ghost! Divine Child shouted. Little fatty, be a bit more obedient. Don't act so rashly, you'll scare people to death. Yi Fan knocked on the immortal source to warn him. Yi Fan used the army symbol formula to bring over that piece of remnant material. It was extremely difficult, and his entire body felt like it was going to split apart. It was because there were emperor corpses in front of them, and it really was too difficult for them to move closer. The green copper cauldron shone, protecting his body from collapsing. The immortal sword trembled, the dark red sword body dripping with blood. However, it wasn't to kill, but rather for self-protection. What kind of thing was this? Yi Fan brought it closer, but he didn't touch it. He felt a bone-chilling sensation. This piece that was black and carried a bit of bronze green was extremely sinister. It's as if it's connected to a 10,000-year-old ice house, bone-chilling cold. The little fatty shivered even through the immortal source, all of the fine hairs on his body standing on end. Yi Fan also felt like it was connected to the 9 netherworlds, sinister and terrifying. The murderous energy seeped into one's bones. This is an emperor artifact fragment. After carefully inspecting it, he couldn't help but be shocked. He carefully observed it, and then he thought of the scene where Western Emperor's final palm smashed down, splitting heaven and earth, only leaving behind a broken horizontal board. It seemed like the material was similar. Someone didn't give up, coming here and opening the Emperor's coffin. In the end, it self-destructed, and the originally broken Emperor artifact even more so shattered? Yi Fan was astonished, but he wasn't sure if this was the truth. Of course, it could also be that a corner of the great sage's injured body's wound was forced out. After all, he didn't see it, so he couldn't say for sure. Was the great completion divine body cursed? At the final moment, even Western Emperor was helpless, unable to cure it. It truly is terrifying. As a divine body, Yi Fan naturally cared a lot about this. In the end, he left, not obtaining any more benefits. This Horn Emperor artifact fragment was extremely strange. The Tao patterns inside had all been erased, and there was no divine power left. There was only a deep coldness left. Yi Fan wanted to activate it, but he discovered that apart from its sturdiness, there wasn't much special power. In the end, he threw it here. That was because he felt that bringing this piece of copper material might bring about great trouble. It might attract some special things, so it was better to be cautious before reaching the great completion. Wusher's father had already died with a grievance. After leaving the Jade Lake and arriving on the surface, the scorching sun was overhead. The eerie and sinister feeling immediately disappeared, allowing the little fatty to heave a sigh of relief. The curse came from the underworld, or is it related to the natural order of the world? Yi Fan took one last look at the Jade Lake and then left with large strides. The divine sun shone brightly in the clear sky. Patches of scarlet land that spanned millions of miles quickly receded under Yi Fan's feet. He returned to the divine city, but he didn't stop and went to the central region. According to the agreed location, Yi Fan saw Xianxia and Li Tian. The two of them clicked their tongues in wonder and threatened him, saying that they wanted to cut him out and see what race he was. The fair little fatty's body was smooth and smooth. After being criticized and threatened like this, he immediately gritted his teeth and looked like he was going to risk his life. There's news. We spent a lot of effort this time and we finally got something, Li Tian said. Really? Yi Fan was pleasantly surprised. Yes, someone from the Ziwei segmentum came. We found out. Xianxia smiled. What bad things do you want to do? The little fatty in the celestial source asked cautiously. He looked as if he had been sold. We're going there to sell and kidnap children, Li Tian said with a chuckle. Yi Fan really wanted to go to the Ziwei segmentum to look for the little girl. From the message left behind by Yin Tianda, the little girl might have been lost there. He hadn't seen Yin Tianda on the ancient road, so he wanted to go to the Ziwei segmentum to take a look. After so many years, the disappearance of the little girl had always been a knot in his heart. He had used all kinds of methods and searched all over the Northern Dipper, but he couldn't find her. Now that he had a new idea, he naturally had to investigate thoroughly. In the past, he had ridden the nine-dragon coffin from the forbidden area of the ancient desolate era. He had experienced all kinds of unforeseen events before arriving at that starfield. Now, he naturally couldn't replicate it. If he went to the forbidden zone of life again, he would most likely die. I've confirmed it. It's an old saint. If we go and ask him, we can show our sincerity. We should be able to find him. Yi Fan and the others set out, and nothing unexpected happened. They found the old saint, and everything went smoothly. They obtained the coordinates of the Ziwei starfield. I hope the little girl is there. We can find her, said Yi Fan. After dealing with some matters, he could move out. Who is she? Shenhua asked. Someone who specializes in taking care of you. Li Tian laughed. Before leaving Big Dipper, Yi Fan naturally had many things to do. He had to inform the people from Heaven Village that he was going to visit Ji family. When he went to Ji family, he made a fool of himself. He gave a baby as a gift, causing everyone to look at one another. Ji family made it clear that if it was because of Ji Ziyue, what was the point of giving a baby? Father. The fatty was really bad and shouted on the spot. In the end, a row of tables were flipped. The main culprit just blinked his eyes innocently and didn't say a word. In the future, I will cook you and feed you to the Black Emperor. After leaving Ji family, Yifan really wanted to cut him out. I didn't call you. I won't take such a loss. My divine sense has a blurry impression. The fatty was really stubborn. Yifan didn't say a word and searched his celestial platform. In the end, he didn't find anything. This fatty was doing this on purpose. Yifan wanted to give the Ji family a future quasi-emperor, which could protect the Ji family for a lifetime of glory. However, when he thought of the words of the god of misfortune, Hunchuo, he did not insist. Of course, it was mainly because of the little fatty who caused trouble and called out randomly. He left half of the source of the Tao and then crossed Jishui River. Master, I want to go back. When Yitong heard that Yifan wanted to cross to Ziwei Starfield, his eyes turned red and tears flowed down. The hatred of the extermination of his family, the blood feud, his childhood was filled with sorrow. His parents, his elder brother, his little sister who died in front of him, and the loyal old servant who protected him while he was fleeing. Whenever he thought of them, his eyes would sting and his heart would ache. Yifan nodded. It was time to bring Yitong to Ziwei Starfield. It was time to settle the past. After being away for so many years, it's about time for us to return home in glory. After so many years, the goddesses and saintesses of Ziwei have almost forgotten about the supreme glory of me, great Emperor Li Tian. The two of them came from Ziwei, they definitely had to go back to take a look. Back then, the ancestors of their bloodline had been wiped out by the sections. The reason why the two of them left was because they wanted to break free from the swamp. If not, there would always be trouble. Right now, as Saint Kings, they could naturally return, not fearing the other sections. I feel that the path to immortality is really about to open. The footsteps are getting closer and closer. We have to make our preparations. We cannot put ourselves in danger, Yifan said. What are you afraid of? Let's fight our way in, the little fatty shouted. In the end, Yifan lifted him up and slapped his little buttocks. The force naturally entered his immortal origin, causing him to cry out loudly, his little buttocks completely red. You dare to hit this celestial emperor? I'll fight it out with you. The little fatty howled. However, he was still far from being able to shake the holy body. This little fatty is a talent. He was born to be a saint. Leave him here and let me train him well. Qi Luo and the others were excited. After nurturing Yitong, little Ke-er, Hua Hua, and the others in the heavenly village, they were especially interested in this kind of heaven-defying genius. Yifan shook his head and said, forget it. Let him stay by my side for now. This is a world-destroying disaster. He even scared Hunchuo so much that he ran like an old rabbit. Maybe there will really be some changes in the future. Let's just focus everything on me. It's good that you know, the little fatty mumbled. In the end, he was slapped again and cried out continuously. Little fatty, I heard that your background is not small. I'll give you an arhat position. Come with big brother. Hua Hua returned and teased him. Baldy, don't tempt me. You're not a beauty, the little fatty glared. I have a nun there. I'll bestow you as a bodhisattva. Hua Hua smiled mischievously. In the end, Yifan gave him a light slap on his bald head. The sound was crisp and clear. A group of people from the western desert came, including Kaida. Now known as the Golden for Heavenly King, he was the protector of the western desert branch of the Celestial Court. He ate meat and drank wine with Hua Hua in the temple every day. The old monk Moku had had enough. If it wasn't for the fact that Hua Hua was the proof of a Buddhist reincarnation and a miracle, he would have slapped the two of them into meat paste long ago. One had to know that the old monk was the great sage. Back then, he dared to fight against the victorious fighting Buddha. Now, he was the abbot of the Great Thunderclap Temple. His status was extremely respected. However, he wanted to see through the truth of reincarnation. That was why he agreed to be the protector of the mountain gate for Hua Hua. Everyone discussed and decided that the people of the Celestial Court should gradually leave Big Dipper. Otherwise, once the path of immortality opened, no one could say what would happen. Everyone wanted to become an immortal. However, they had to stay alive. They had come into contact with too many things. The green copper cauldron was in their hands. The more they understood, the more they felt that the hope was slim. Wasn't it better to stay in the outer realm and observe quietly first? Without a doubt, there were many people in the universe who had the same idea. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent their subordinates first and not the giants themselves. Conceited people can't hold back in the end. They will descend sooner or later. At that time, it wouldn't be surprising if a battle of the quasi-emperor appeared. What was surprising was that in the next half a month, just as they were preparing to retreat, people from the outer realm descended to look for them. It's the siblings Gu Fei and Gu Lin. They came out from the heavenly village and actually returned to Big Dipper. Everyone was surprised and delighted. After the disappearance of the unreliable Black Emperor, everyone's contact with the outer realm was cut off. Now that the siblings had descended, it was a piece of extremely good news. Little K-er. Gu Lin and Little K-er had a very good relationship. After being separated for so many years, they quickly rushed over. When they saw Yi Fan, the siblings were even more stunned. They quickly rushed over and paid their respects. After being separated for so many years, the siblings had long since grown up. The younger sister was still very lively, but the older brother was relatively steady. He wore a Taoist robe, and he looked like a heavenly master. He had a long beard. In reality, the others had also been separated from the siblings for more than 10 years, and some had been separated for even longer. After meeting again, they naturally had endless things to talk about. Has the Black Emperor returned? The two Silver Blood Emperors asked, their expressions very awkward. The two of them had been trained by the large black dog to the point that they still shivered when they thought about it. No, ever since he disappeared, he hasn't returned. Gu Fei shook his head. Even with the abilities of the siblings, they couldn't divine the whereabouts of the Black Emperor. It was just like trying to divine for Yi Fan, they would definitely suffer a backlash. In the words of the siblings, the first possibility was that Yi Fan's fate was too tough, and the second was that his future accomplishments were limitless, and it was difficult for external things to interfere. The so-called divination of the future had long since been explained by the ancient sages. Divination was like seeing fallen leaves fluttering in the air, and predicting that they would definitely fall to the ground. It was nothing more than witnessing and predicting a certain trend based on a certain trajectory. Of course, it couldn't be completely taken seriously. For example, those fallen leaves could also fall into the tree hole, and even when they turned into dried mud, they would never fall to the ground. Come, take a look at this little fatty's background, and see if we can see through him. Yi Fan invited the siblings to perform the spell, and he would personally protect them to prevent any accidents from happening to them. Gu Fei and Gu Lin nodded in agreement. They took out various magic tools, set up a tortoiseshell platform, and carved various symbols on it. They sat cross-legged on it, and then carried the little fatty up. What do you guys want to do to me? He kicked with all his might. Everyone laughed loudly. This fair-skinned little fatty was actually behaving like a little wife who had encountered a bad guy, and his eyes were filled with fear. The siblings performed the spell, and the place instantly flickered. The little fatty was very uneasy, and he twisted his body, wanting nothing more than to flee immediately. Crack! The final result was that the tortoiseshell platform exploded, and two indescribable laws interweaved in the void, hacking toward Gu Fei and Gu Lin. Swoosh! In that instant, the two of them disappeared. Yi Fan appeared where he was. This was the life substitution art, and it had long been set up. Once an accident happened, Yi Fan would take the blame for them. Two light sounds rang out, and two bloody marks appeared on Yi Fan's forehead, like cracks extending to his chin. It could be said to be very dangerous, and fresh blood dripped down. At this moment, everyone's expression changed, even the cheeky Hua Hua's expression changed drastically. He stared at the divine child, and then looked at Yi Fan, asking, "Master, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Yi Fan operated his mysterious art, repairing his immortal platform, and the bloody marks disappeared. However, everyone saw the golden blood just now, and it was a ghastly sight. What exactly was this child's background? Performing a divination on him actually caused Yi Fan to be injured. It was simply inconceivable. If Gu Fei and Gu Lin were the ones who were injured earlier, they would definitely have turned into ashes by now. Even the old assassin Qi Luo felt his hair stand on end. It was just a child, yet he was able to deduce his past and origin, and it actually resulted in such a powerful backlash. It was terrifying to the extreme. In this world, ancient emperors couldn't perform divination, and immortals couldn't either. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer a calamity. Naturally, there were some other taboo things as well. They couldn't perform divination, or else a great calamity would befall them. Whose child is this? It can't be that he really fell down from the immortal realms, right? Everyone was bewildered. Right now, Yi Fan was shoulder to shoulder with the great sage. When he performed the divination on behalf of Gu Fei and Gu Lin, he was also injured. This was enough to explain the problem. Only after a long time did everyone calm down. Don't bully me, I'm very powerful. The little fatty said. Pa, Yi Fan gave his little bottom another slap. Of course, he didn't use any force, but as a result, he was so angry that he immediately stomped his feet. Everyone roared with laughter. The tense atmosphere was completely swept away. Gu Fei and Gu Lin laid down formation cores one after another before gradually arriving at the Big Dipper. Moreover, they already calculated the Heavenly Village's coordinates, so they could return along their original path. Everyone retreated from the Big Dipper, advancing all the way until they arrived at the Heavenly Village. It was extremely smooth. We finally returned. Everyone was deeply moved. In the village, a group of children ran over. There were even more elders who appeared at the entrance of the village excitedly. It was extremely lively. We don't know what kind of dangers there will be on this trip. You all must be careful. Killing St. Chi Luo warned repeatedly. Purple Star, that star domain wasn't a simple place. There were many legends about it, and it was believed to be an emperor star. Those who charged into the ancient heaven might have resided there for a long time. Even though Yi Fan and the others were currently extremely powerful, they still had to be careful. It wouldn't be strange if they encountered some people or things from the era of the Celestial Court. After all, this was a great era. The path to immortality was about to open, and any kind of minotaur or monster could appear. When everything was settled, Yi Fan carried the little fatty and Yi Tong. He set off with Li Tian and Xianxia. They stood on the divine light platform and advanced toward the ancient purple star domain. I hope to see little Nan Nan as soon as possible. Yi Fan made up his mind. He definitely had to find her. No matter how great the trouble, he had to carry it out to the end. I hope the ancient heaven is really in the purple star domain. Li Tian was also filled with anticipation. Xianxia, on the other hand, was much calmer. Heavenly Village was flourishing, because Yi Fan left behind too many precious things, almost leaving the village with nothing to show for it, pretty much leaving behind everything he obtained in the past. Not to mention the various divine materials, just the Tao Scripture Sea of Reincarnation and the Celestial Scripture of Sun's Immortal Platform were priceless treasures. Early in the morning, a group of children in the Heavenly Village cultivated seriously. All of them were full of vigor and showed the power of hope for the future. Yi Fan left without Longma and the others. Apart from Shenhua, the others had all left their footprints in Ziwei. Even though it wasn't the first time they had crossed the sky, they still couldn't help but sigh when faced with the vastness of the universe. Humans were dust to a star, and the stars were dust to the universe. Entering from one star region to another was done by the microscopic creatures in the dust. This was a magnificent feat, which was why there was the saying that life was the greatest miracle in the world. The universe was boundless. It was like a huge black curtain, and the stars were dotted on it. They were like diamonds that were twinkling. Passing through the void of the universe, Yi Fan stood under the resplendent starry sky and looked at the purple star in front of him. He felt a majestic pressure. This was a star that had once produced a great emperor. Only then could there be such a powerful fluctuation. According to legend, any star that had produced a great emperor would be hard to destroy because of the Tao marks they had left behind and the protection of the laws they had used to achieve the Tao. Yi Tong's eyes turned red and he couldn't help but cry silently. His parents, sister, and too many of his relatives had died. All of this was because of the Golden Crow race's massacre. There was no eternal inheritance and no immortal emperor or emperor. Even though they were the descendants of the Sun Saint Emperor, too many things had happened and the race had declined. Their formations were destroyed, their emperor weapons were gone, and their immortal scriptures were lost. They were heading towards the end of their decline. Father, mother, sister who blocked the sword for me, I'm back. Yitong couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. Under the persuasion of Yi Fan, Xianxia, and Li Tian, he only calmed down after a long while. The group of people flew forward, approaching this ancient land of life. The divine child blinked his large eyes and said, "It feels a bit familiar, a bit similar to my birthplace." They were finally close, arriving in the skies above this great star. The boundless great earth and vast ocean below could already be seen from outer space. The radiance of natural laws flickered, everything hazy. They're finally back. The two founders of the human desire Tao have returned to their old haunt. Ladies, tremble and welcome the arrival of the greatest monarch. Li Tian shouted loudly with an excited expression. Xianxia also revealed an excited expression. He had left for more than 100 years. Throughout his life, he had spent the majority of his time in Big Dipper. Now that he had returned to his hometown, how could his heart remain calm? It had been so long that even Yi Fan had almost forgotten that Li Tian and Xianxia, who were beside him, were from the Ziwei segmentum. They were not born in the Big Dipper. This was their birthplace. I'm so close to home. Li Tian said, lamenting the fact that he had left for so many years. Now that he had returned, he was happy, but also a bit disappointed. However, his next words destroyed the atmosphere. He said to himself, I wonder if all the beauties I had back then have married. I'm so nervous. I don't think anyone will miss you. Before we left, you were like a rat on the street to the ladies. Everyone wanted to beat you up, Xianxia said with a smile. They descended at an extremely fast speed. Below them was a vast and magnificent stretch of mountains and rivers. The land was boundless and boundless. Majestic mountains towered into the clouds, and surging rivers spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. There were also many immortal lands with spiritual energy rushing into the heavens. Purple mist rose. This was a magnificent world. It was vast yet didn't lose its beauty, majestic yet didn't lose its immortal aura. It was shocking. I, Great Emperor Li Tian, have returned. The human desire Tao's inheritance will not be destroyed. It will shine brilliantly in this era. When they landed on the ground, spiritual energy surged like tides. This place was even more special. Yi Fan felt that it was somewhat familiar. He found that it was coincidentally the Eight Visions Palace of Xuandu Cave. It's this place again, he couldn't help but whisper. When he descended back then, it was because he landed outside this mountain gate that he was forced to form a grudge with Xianxia. The Eight Visions Palace of the Tai Ching Holy Land. This is a good place. Even the eyes of Xianxia, the elegant successor of the human desire Tao, lit up. Xianxia ran to the ancient starry sky path. There's no chance to fight with him anymore. I wonder if he left anything behind. Li Tian also rubbed his palms together. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. The place was empty. Even the so-called Eight Visions Palace had been uprooted. There was nothing left. Xianxia, a guy who already had a divine restriction back then. He dared to snatch the ancient scriptures of the gods from the hands of a king when he just cut his path. He will definitely be a great enemy in the future, Xianxia said. Master, I'm sad and my emotions are fluctuating violently. I'm going to cross the Saint King tribulation now, Yitong said. Great sorrow and great joy surged in his heart, making it difficult for Yitong to suppress these fluctuations. He couldn't help but cross his own Saint King tribulation. Let nature take its course. Don't suppress it. I'll protect you. Yi Fan nodded, feeling very gratified. Boom. Yitong's tribulation attracted all kinds of strange phenomena. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The sea of lightning was boundless. Yi Fan quickly took action. He laid down Great Emperor Wusher's heaven-deceiving formation to protect the nearby land. Otherwise, he was really afraid that it would be destroyed by the lightning. Everything went smoothly. Although it took a long time, Yitong walked out of the lightning and turned into a supreme Saint King. Bolts of lightning coiled around his body. At the same time, the sun shot out a blazing light and merged with him. It baptized his body and nourished his primordial spirit. These kinds of phenomena appeared one after another, alarming the Ziwei segmentum. Many experts moved out and rushed to this region. Unfortunately, when they arrived, Yi Fan and the others had already removed the formation and left. The mountains and rivers were boundless, and the land was vast. This star was divided into several continents, such as the Lu continent, the Divine Prefecture, and the He continent. In the middle, there was a vast ocean. Wanting to find a person in such a vast territory could be said to be like finding a needle in a haystack. It was easier said than done. Master, I want to pay my respects to my mother and the others. I'll leave for a while, Yi Tong said with a trembling voice. The Golden Crow race had killed his entire family. Now, there was not even a blade of grass growing in his family. There was no life left, only bones. He wanted to build a grave. Yi Fan sighed and said, Go. If a strong enemy really appears, don't force yourself. Come find me quickly. Yi Tong nodded, indicating that he understood. He left with tears in his eyes. Who is my mother? The divine child muttered. He rubbed his sparkling eyes and was lost in thought. Think hard. I also want to know what kind of monster could give birth to such a troublemaker like you. Li Tian teased him. You bully me now. Be careful, I'll suppress you for 10,000 years in the future. The little fatty always refused to admit defeat. All right then. Since you're still young, I'll spank you a few more times. I'll leave a beautiful memory for the big shots in the future. Li Tian spanked his little butt. He didn't use much force. Whoever is spanking me, I'll record it in my account book. The little fatty yelled. He was flustered and exasperated. He was really afraid that someone would mention such an embarrassing incident when he ruled the world in the future. What should we do? How do we find them? Yi Fan sighed. In the end, he had no choice but to draw the little girl's appearance. He was prepared to offer a high reward and mobilize all forces to find clues. He even asked the top forces to help him. However, the result was beyond their expectations. In a grand and huge city, he had just taken out the first painting scroll. Someone recognized it as soon as he opened his mouth. Moreover, it was so natural. Do you know him? Yi Fan asked suspiciously. Of course. A rough-looking uncle said. His cultivation level was only at the Holy Ji Palace secret plane. Compared to a saint, it was too low. It made people doubt whether what he said was true or not. Are you sure? Yan Yishi added. Who in the world doesn't know? Big Beard looked at them with disdain as if he was looking at country bumpkins. Li Tian was depressed at that moment. He had returned to his hometown in glory, yet he did not receive the worship of the heroes. Instead, he was looked down upon by a tragic Big Beard. Big Beard looked like he was teaching a junior a lesson. He said to Li Tian, Little brat, you must have just entered the world of cultivation. Otherwise, how could you not know these things? Li Tian was even more depressed. He wanted to vomit blood. He said angrily, I became a Saint King 18 years ago. Boule *T. If you are a Saint King, I am the founder of the Saint King, quasi-emperor. Big Beard looked disdainful. Li Tian was tongue-tied. He was so choked that he could not say anything. It was really not good for him to attack this mortal. He was also too embarrassed to show his saintly might in front of him. It was really annoying. The divine child, who had been hidden by Yi Fan's concealment technique, wanted to hit the ground. He could not stop grinning. Li Tian was so angry that he hit his little butt again. This is strange. Li Tian said angrily. Tell me, why does everyone in the world know about this? Yi Fan also looked surprised. In fact, be it him or Li Tian, they were already shocked. They felt that something had happened. What Big Beard said was most likely true. Who doesn't know that a divine infant descended from the heavens? Over the past 100 years, every cultivator has seen its portrait. Big Beard criticized Li Tian. He said, youngsters nowadays are really impetuous. They are getting worse and worse. They don't know how to respect their masters. They don't even show respect to a senior like me. Thank you, senior expert in the Doctrine Palace realm. I thank you for 3 generations. Li Tian said with a dark expression. He could not stand being treated as a young brat. He grabbed another cultivator beside him and asked about the little girl's origins. However, Big Beard was very enthusiastic. He would occasionally interrupt and tell him about the extraordinary nature of the divine infant. Her tears can regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. It is comparable to the elixir of immortality. A strand of hair that she dropped was obtained by someone and ground into fine powder. After consuming it, the person's great Dao injuries were healed. Where is the Ziwei Divine Dynasty's Imperial Tower? Yi Fan did not want to hear about the little girl's miraculous abilities. He only wanted to see her as soon as possible. That's right. Let's not talk about other things. We are going to the Ziwei Divine Dynasty, Li Tian said loudly. The imperial palace of the Ziwei God Dynasty has been destroyed for more than 100 years, said a cultivator at the side. What? The Ziwei God Dynasty was destroyed? Li Tian cried out in shock. He and Xianxia grew up on this land and knew how terrifying this giant was. It was an undying holy land, but they didn't expect it to be uprooted. Even Yi Fan was stunned. He remembered the prophecy made by the imperial tutor of the Ziwei God Dynasty before he passed away. The divine infant descended from the sky and the dynasty would prosper, but the result was like this. The imperial tutor's prophecy didn't come true. Things developed in the opposite direction. Xianxia was also stupefied. Such a great divine dynasty was wiped out just like that. This was truly unexpected, shocking everyone's minds. It did prosper. It was extremely prosperous for 100 years before it collapsed and was completely destroyed, someone said. So that's how it is. It's a pity that the imperial tutor saw the scene of the Ziwei God Dynasty prospering before he passed away, but in the end, this was the result. As expected. I guessed the beginning, but I couldn't guess the ending. Even Yi Fan was stunned. Who would have thought that the so-called prosperity only lasted for 100 years? Then, everything changed. An undying God dynasty reached its end and turned into dust. Big Beard patted Li Tian's shoulder and said, "Young man, I think highly of you. Your aptitude is not bad. Take me as your master. Now, you don't know anything. As your master, I will teach you well and bring you into the true cultivation world. I will let you experience the supreme glory of a cultivator. Go." Black lines appeared on Li Tian's forehead, but he still endured it in the end. He told himself not to lower himself to the level of a mortal and to train his mind. How did the Ziwei God Dynasty get destroyed? Xianxia mumbled to himself. Only by understanding could he be in awe. The origin of this giant was too great in the past. Someone sighed and said, "Of course, it's because the divine infant descended from the sky and attracted the covetous eyes of all the holy lands. They joined forces to attack them. On top of that, an incomparably terrifying force came from the outer realm and directly attacked the dynasty, turning them into ashes. Success is due to the divine infant, and failure is also due to the divine infant. The source of all problems lies with her." Big Beard concluded. Where did the nascent soul go? Yi Fan asked. Regardless of whether it was the Ziwei divine dynasty or the major powers that descended from the outer realms, he didn't care about them. He only cared about the little girl. Where is she now? Li Tian also asked. Young man, don't let your imagination run wild. The nascent soul isn't something you can pursue. Be obedient and come with me. We'll comprehend that supreme great Tao together. Only then will you have the right to aspire to rule the world, Big Beard said earnestly. Thank you, Master of the Tao Palace Realm. You're out of my league. I'll be pissed to death if I have to be taught by you for even a day. In fact, he was already panting heavily. Little Nan Nan had disappeared. This was the situation that Yi Fan and the others understood after a round of communication. Ziwei prospered for 100 years, but in the end, it was defeated and wiped out. The nascent god ended up wandering outside the divine dynasty during this battle. Over the past few decades, there were people who saw it a few times, and it triggered a great massacre. The whole world fought over it, but in the end, it was to no avail. The reason why every cultivator knew about little Nan Nan was because her portrait had spread throughout the cultivation world over the past few decades. She had been searched for decades. Now that Yi Fan and the others had revealed her portrait to others, it was the behavior of a rookie. It was no wonder that Big Beard looked down on them. Everyone in the world is searching for her. They've entered and exited the great wilderness, and entered various great treasured lands. They've been searching for decades. Even if they found something, do you think they'd tell you? That's an immortal divine herb. In the Ziwei Ancient segment, almost everyone thought that little Nan Nan was a special immortal divine herb. She had broken through the shackles that were impossible to break through in the world, and she had become an immortal divine herb. Who wouldn't care? Everyone in the world had gone crazy. This divine herb had surpassed everything in the past, and it was the first in history. Over the past few decades, the entire cultivation world was in chaos. Heroes rose up together to search for little Nan Nan's whereabouts. They wanted to obtain the great secret that allowed her to obtain immortality. In the eyes of the world, she's the first immortal divine herb in history. When Yi Fan heard this, he frowned deeply. This news was truly not good. Little Nan Nan's situation was worrying. She was simply like the legendary Xuanzang's flesh, attracting all the gods and devils in the world. Everyone wanted a bite of her. It was precisely because of this that the Ziwei divine dynasty was destroyed. It could be said that whoever controlled little Nan Nan would be the enemy of the entire world. They would be attacked by many experts, and it would be difficult for them to gain a foothold. After all, in the eyes of the world, this was a divine herb that had taken on a human form. Its significance was no less than that of a true immortal. In reality, this was also the case. An immortal divine herb could take on a human form and coexist with the world. It would never age. This was immortality, achieving immortality. Other than not having great strength, what was the difference between them and immortals? Everyone wants it. Many people think that as long as they eat her, they would have an endless lifespan and obtain immortality. They might even be able to ascend and enter the immortal world. If their conjecture was true, all the immortal divine herbs added up wouldn't be able to match up to little Nan Nan. How could the world not go crazy? What should we do? Xianxia frowned. I've already made preparations to become the enemy of the entire world. Whoever dares to harm little Nan Nan will have to pass through me first. Yi Fan coldly spoke, his voice containing a towering killing intent. However, he was very worried in his heart because little Nan Nan hadn't appeared for many years. Even if she was found, she definitely wouldn't be made public. This matter was very thorny. He had to find the little girl as soon as possible or there would be countless variables. One must know that all the experts in the world were thinking about her. When they parted, the Dao Palace realm uncle felt a sense of regret. He pulled Li Tian's hand and advised him sincerely, "Child, you will regret it for the rest of your life if you miss out on a great teacher like me. Quasi-Emperor, I'm not worthy of you. Please spare me." Li Tian pinched his nose and bade farewell. He felt that he was extremely unlucky to have met such a person. Sigh, the road of a future quasi-emperor is so lonely. What a pity for my supreme secret technique. Little brat, don't regret it in the future. The bearded man shook his head and disappeared into the vast crowd. Boom, after leaving the city, Li Tian sent a tall mountain flying with a slap. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It's finally quiet." Ha ha ha. The little fatty in the immortal source laughed loudly, rejoicing in Li Tian's misfortune. He was just short of rolling on the ground. Li Tian felt even more depressed. He was mocked by a little brat. He instantly gave the fatty a few slaps. Where are we going? Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to go to the Man-Desire path. Finding little Nan Nan was more important. Let's go to the ruins of the Ziwei divine dynasty first and think of a solution. Yi Fan felt very helpless. This world was too vast. It was easier said than done to find a little brat. The fog was hazy. This was a vast remnant of the Ziwei divine dynasty. Even though tens of years had passed, this place was still bone-chilling and filled with killing intent. In the battle in the past, too many people died here. Almost the entire Ziwei divine dynasty was annihilated. A huge divine sect had become a thing of the past. This place was in ruins. Rubble could be seen everywhere. There wasn't a single intact building that had survived. Not only this place, all the important places that the Ziwei divine dynasty once ruled over were all destroyed, uprooted. There was no chance for the Ziwei divine dynasty to revive, forever erased from the world. There wasn't even a single stalk of wild grass in this area. The ground was blackish red, dyed by blood. Even now, there was still the smell of blood. In fact, there was even saint blood that hadn't dried up yet. In this battle, the performance of the Ziwei divine sect could be said to be extremely powerful. Their ancestors had found divine origin liquid from the primal chaos Pure Land and sealed some extremely powerful saints with it. Sadly, even after using all their trump cards, they were still completely destroyed by others. Their main force was none other than the major powers that descended from the outer realms. In addition to the support of many holy lands, they finally reached the end of their path. Yifan entered the ruins of the imperial city and came to the central area. When he saw a gigantic cave, a strange look appeared on his face. Wisps of black fog filled the air, and the baleful aura was terrifying. This was especially so for this cave. It was as if it was pierced out by a huge weapon. Yifan used the Veda scripture's ancient method, returning to the origin and earnestly deducing it. He wanted to see how this large hole was formed, because even he felt a wave of cold killing intent. The one who did this was clearly extremely terrifying. A set of scenes appeared. A battle spear flew from the outer realms and directly entered the center of the imperial city. There was no powerful divine power that surged out, only a terrifying killing intent. In the end, although the imperial city collapsed, it didn't turn into dust. However, countless living beings exploded and died in the killing intent. On this day, no less than 50,000 cultivators died. If there were still common people in the city, then it would simply be unimaginable. Such a shocking strike was one of the major reasons for the destruction of the Ziwei divine dynasty. A supreme combat force appeared, and with a shocking strike, the fighting spirit of the remaining powerhouses was destroyed. It seems like an extremely powerful character made a move in the past. Even the Yuhua god dynasty couldn't block it with all their trump cards, Xianxia said. It might not necessarily be an extremely powerful character. Maybe that battle spear was too powerful. The divine power fluctuations weren't very intense. The main reason was that a supreme killing intent appeared. Li Tian said. Clang, clang, suddenly, an item started struggling in Yifan's body. His body also emitted rays of black light, and the killing intent was overwhelming. Yifan was surprised. With a move of his divine will, a black spear appeared in his hand, emitting a terrifying light. The black light pierced through the 9 heavens, and all the clouds in the sky were scattered. He didn't activate it. Instead, this weapon shone on its own, emitting killing intent. It was shocking. Clearly, this dark golden spear resonated with the aura in the cave. There was a kind of battle intent that reached the clouds. It was actually at a terrifying level, shocking everyone. I'm afraid this spear isn't in the category of a holy weapon, Xianxia said with a strange expression. This spear came from the Kunlun mountain. Its true origin was unknown. According to Longma, it flew down from the outer realm and stabbed into the immortal Ascension ancient land. And Yifan had also examined this spear many times. He discovered that the gods inside were almost all dead. Only the lower part of the spear was left, and he couldn't pry into any secrets. He didn't expect that it would actually emit light on its own today. This was a kind of instinctive resistance and reaction. Could it be a quasi-emperor weapon? Li Tian said. Yifan didn't say anything. A long time ago, he had some conjectures. In the endless depths of the universe, there was a fierce battle. In the end, the black spear was almost destroyed. It tore through the void and fell on the Kunlun mountain. But now, it seemed that the enemy of this spear might have appeared in the Ziwei ancient star field. After a long time, the black spear slowly calmed down. The black light receded, and the killing intent in the huge cave was also cleansed. It seems that this trip to Ziwei won't be as peaceful as I imagined, Yifan said. At this time, after the killing intent had receded, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura with powerful fluctuations of life. Little Nan Nan's aura. Yifan was shocked. He suddenly turned around and rushed toward a broken wall in the distance. His speed had reached the limit. The wisps of black mist dispersed, revealing a large pitch-black crack that was 7 or 8 zheng wide and over 100 li long. It traversed through the imperial city and was obviously left behind from a great battle. Yi Fan entered the crack in the earth and directly went several hundred zheng underground. He came into contact with a large underground karst cave, and the aura here was even stronger. He was apprehensive. Could it be that he had found the little darling as soon as he arrived here? He shook his head, but this kind of exuberant life energy couldn't be lacking. There was a pond in the underground karst cave. Stalactites were everywhere, like snails and giant bamboo shoots. Water continuously dripped down, and the sound came from the darkness and emptiness, making it all the more quiet. Xianxia and Li Tian also followed, walking behind Yi Fan. They were a bit suspicious because they didn't sense anything special. Here, in a puddle, there was a sparkling and translucent crystal stone. It was like a diamond, flickering with beautiful radiance. Beside it, there was a jade jar that had shattered, and the crystal seemed to have rolled out from within. Yi Fan picked up the sparkling granule. It was extremely translucent and gave off 7-colored light. The aura of life assaulted his senses, and there was the little darling's aura. It's not that little 7-colored stone. Its shape seems to be condensed from a teardrop. He was extremely astonished. Could it be that the little fellow's teardrop could also turn into this kind of crystal? Xianxia and Li Tian were both astonished. They didn't sense anything even when they approached. They really didn't know how Yi Fan could find clues from so far away. Li Tian received it and said, "When I touched it with my finger, I felt an incredible divine might, as if there was immortal energy pouring into my body." Xianxia was also astonished. Why couldn't they sense it from a distance and could only sense it through contact? He was extremely puzzled. It must be because the little darling gave me the little 7-colored stone back then, and I absorbed the 7-colored multicolored light inside, Yi Fan said, giving this kind of explanation. At the same time, he revealed a hint of joy. It was difficult for others to find the little darling, but he could rely on this to sense it. This was not a small advantage. Of course, compared to the vastness of the earth, this kind of advantage made people feel helpless. The vastness of the land was truly a headache, like finding a needle in a haystack. And this was a really big problem. In the following half a month, Yi Fan and the others crossed the straits and appeared on several continents, searching for clues about little Nan Nan. Unfortunately, not even a trace of it could be found. Decades had passed, and the major forces of the Ziwei segmentum had no results. It was unrealistic for them to find him as soon as they arrived. What should we do? The Human King Palace, the Netherage Longevity Monastery, the Moon Palace, and the other major factions have been searching for decades. Perhaps they have found something. I have to pay them a visit, Yi Fan muttered to himself. He had no other choice but to collect the fruits of everyone's labor. Perhaps this would be the only way to break through some of the fog surrounding little Nan Nan's tracks. That's true. After all, they've been searching for dozens of years. They definitely have more valuable information than us. Xianxia nodded. From that day onwards, a mysterious figure appeared in the Divine Prefecture, Luzhou, Anti-Prefecture. He turned to the powerhouses of the major sects and struck them with their clubs, but he did not take their lives. This was naturally Yi Fan. He had secretly taken down dozens of people, and they were all elites of the major sections. He had searched their consciousness for everything related to little Nan Nan. In the end, the more he looked, the uglier his expression became. These people treated little Nan Nan as an immortal medicine. All of them wanted to throw her into the cauldron and refine her into a furnace of immortal pills. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that, from what they knew, no one had succeeded yet. It's time to make a move against the most crucial major faction. After all, they are the masterminds, Li Tian said. Decades ago, the Ziwei divine dynasty had turned into ashes. The main culprit was that major faction that had descended from the outer realms. Now, it could be said that they had replaced it and become the strongest faction on this planet. After so many years, they had expanded rapidly. Many independent cultivators had joined them, and they seemed to be stabilizing the world. They had the domineering aura of swallowing the ancient continents. If this continued, it would not be strange for them to unify the Ziwei segmentum. However, The higher-ups of the Ziwei divine dynasty had always been mysterious and shrouded in a layer of fog. Even powerful factions like the Longevity Temple and Human King Hall didn't know everything. The moonlight was gentle and beautiful, and not a single sound could be heard. A majestic city appeared on the horizon. This was Kuan City, a place that caused all cultivators in the world to stop and feel deep reverence. Decades ago, they were the ones who destroyed the Ziwei divine dynasty, causing an eternal faction that had existed for thousands of years to meet its end. They were a Leviathan, and today, who would dare to provoke them? Once the order was issued, no one dared to disobey. From their expansion, it seemed that they really wanted to control the entire imperial planet. This caused the various major factions to be deeply worried. They regretted joining forces with them to destroy the Ziwei divine dynasty back then. This was equivalent to killing a tiger and attracting an evil dragon. The moonlight was like water. The majestic city stood tall on the ground like an ancient ferocious beast in hibernation. Although its malevolence was restrained, it still exuded a terrifying aura. Yi Fan came alone. He stepped on the moonlight and entered the majestic city. He directly went to the inner part of the imperial city and was obstructed by a heaven-shaking grand formation. He didn't barge in forcefully. After observing for a period of time, he couldn't help but be shocked. There was actually Emperor's might here, and there was a killing formation set up by the quasi-emperor. At this moment, Yi Fan's eyes instantly turned cold. He placed this divine dynasty in the most dangerous category. This wasn't a simple major faction, and its origins weren't simple at all. He carefully sensed it, but he wasn't sure if the quasi-emperor was here. However, he could sense a trace of dark clouds from the formation here. No matter what, the ruler behind it was extremely terrifying. Yi Fan didn't want to alert the enemy. He didn't want to start a war in this place. After waiting for a long time, an expert appeared in the imperial city. As for the guards before him, he felt disdain to act. This person was a half-sage. To him, this person wasn't considered much. But in this mortal world, this person was already considered very strong. Yi Fan transformed into a beam of divine light and swooped down, carrying this person away. It could be said that he didn't waste the slightest effort. No one noticed him at all. In the wilderness, Yi Fan searched his sea of consciousness, observing the origins of this great sect. After a moment, his heart trembled. This sect really had a great background. In the depths of the starry skies, there was a ruler whose cultivation was unknown. He didn't know where he came from, but he sent down a decree and ordered his disciples to move out. He wanted to unify the Ziwei ancient region. They wanted to build a celestial court. In the end, Yi Fan obtained this information. How could he not be shocked? How bold was this person? This wasn't establishing a sect on an ancient planet, but putting it into action. They wanted to conquer one region after another, building such a huge system and recreating the glory of the legendary era. Truly amazing. Li Tian and Xianxia walked out from the mountain ridge. After seeing this person's immortal foundation, they couldn't help but sigh in admiration. To build a celestial court that can rule over 10,000 regions, this person should be quasi-emperor at the very least, right? Who in the current human race can rival him? Perhaps only Old Man Guy can do this, Li Tian said. Just a disciple, but he almost wants to unify the Ziwei ancient region. The leader behind him must be extremely terrifying. Otherwise, why would he dare to do this? Xianxia sighed. After Yi Fan erased the relevant memories from this person's head, he sent it back. He frowned. He had tried all kinds of methods, but it was all to no avail. Maybe it's time to ask some old friends to take action, Xianxia said. To that special sect? Li Tian asked. Yes. Yi Fan naturally also thought of this. Now, he needed to seek help from the Heavenly Secrets sect. Back then, when they left, Ancestor Heavenly Secrets was about to pass away. He saw a corner of the future and sent out 2 prophecies, which could be considered accurate. Li Tian and Xianxia had the Heavenly Secrets command talisman. According to the Ancestors' agreement, Heavenly Secrets Valley had to divine for them 4 times. Now, there were still 2 left. Back then, Ancestor Heavenly Secrets had said that they could come back after 20 years. After Yi Fan and the others left, they were hundreds of millions of miles away from this place. They didn't know the coordinates of the way back, so they never thought they would come back. They had no intention of entering this sect again. Who knew that after more than 100 years, they would have a request again? The affairs of the world were unexpected. Taiyuan was located in the west of the Central Plains. It was a huge deep valley that didn't see the light of day all year round. It was extremely dark. The secluded Heavenly Secrets sect of the ancient secluded path closed its doors here. It was rare to see them in the world. All of this was because they could divine the heavenly secrets and were cursed by the heavens. They had no choice but to hide from the world. This sect was envied by the heavens. Although they had amazing divine arts, it was difficult for them to flourish. Throughout the generations, they only had a few disciples and were a secluded ancient sect. When Yi Fan and the others went deep underground, they were stunned. The Heavenly Secrets sect had been razed to the ground, and there was debris everywhere. It had been completely destroyed. This was like a bucket of cold water being poured on their heads, making them shiver all over. Coming here was the most effective shortcut. They might be able to find some clues about the little girl, but they didn't expect it to be directly destroyed. Who destroyed it? Li Tian gritted his teeth. It was the divine dynasty that descended from the outer realms, Xianxia said. They found a terrifying hole left by a battle spear here, and it was similar to the one in Ziwei Imperial City. Obviously, this powerful force that wanted to build the ancient heaven also wanted to use the prophecy of the Heavenly Secrets sect, but in the end, they destroyed this place. Yi Fan was disappointed and left this place. He felt that it would really take a long time to find the little girl. However, things often exceeded people's expectations. They searched in the Divine Prefecture in the east, and after half a month, they saw a Taoist child who took the initiative to greet them. "Little Taoist, who are you?" "I am from the Heavenly Secrets sect, and I am here to deliver 2 pages of talisman paper to you," the little Taoist child said. The Heavenly Secrets sect avoided that disaster? Li Tian was surprised and at the same time shocked. This branch was really amazing to be able to find them. After avoiding the disaster of the past, we are living in seclusion in the short mountain up ahead. Another patriarch is about to pass away. There is still 1 day left, and I happen to see you here to think about your last matters in the mortal world. The little Taoist child showed a hint of sadness. In the distance, another middle-aged Taoist walked over. His black beard fluttered in the wind, and he looked like an immortal. Upon closer inspection, he looked somewhat familiar. It was the little Taoist child from more than 100 years ago, and now, he had become the successor of the sect. Another patriarch is about to pass away, fulfilling his last wish. Our sect will completely hide from the world until the greatest change in the past 10,000 years is over. The middle-aged Taoist child had a sorrowful expression. Back then, he witnessed a patriarch die because of the jealousy of the heavens, and now, another patriarch. This was a bad luck that they could not escape. My condolences. Yi Fan and the others didn't know how to comfort him, so they bowed silently and gave him some of the divine liquid of the ancient celestial being. The patriarch doesn't dare to calculate what you are looking for. Once he burns it, not to mention him, even the Heavenly Secrets sect's eternal inheritance will be completely annihilated. I only have a vague feeling that if you all head northwest, you will obtain something in this mortal world, the middle-aged Taoist said sorrowfully. In the end, both sides bowed to each other and parted ways. From then on, the Heavenly Secrets sect would no longer exist in this world for tens of thousands of years. In the bitter and cold northwest, a small figure was currently moving forward alone. His small clothes had long since become tattered beyond recognition. Heading northwest, meet in the world of mortals. This was the paper in Yi Fan's hands. It had long turned yellow. This was Heaven's Mysteries Gate's well-known talisman paper. These words were written on it, indicating that another ancestor was about to leave this world. Yi Fan and the others left quite far away. They turned around and bowed towards that short mountain. The various great inheritances and ancient sects entered the great wastelands one after another, entering the places with the densest spiritual essence. It was all because they felt that the little girl was formed from an undying immortal medicine, that she would like places with abundant life spiritual essence. It was to the extent where the Holy Lands didn't hesitate to enter a few forbidden regions. After all these years, they truly paid a bit of a price. That's more like it. In this world of mortals, how could the great sex meet? Yi Fan calmed himself down a bit. On the other side, Li Tian cried out strangely. There was also a talisman paper in his hands, on it a few words that made him excited. The human desire Tao will flourish, me and senior brother will become the ancestors of resurgence. In short, the information they obtained wasn't bad, making them feel much more at ease. Only, whenever he thought of the little girl, Yi Fan's heart would still feel a bit sore. The little fella always suffered, who knew how many cold eyes she had received in the world of mortals. After all these years, why didn't she grow up? This was something he couldn't understand. They headed northwest without any delays, fearing that something unexpected might happen. It was because the prophecy was just a reference and couldn't be completely trusted. The East's divine continent, North's Lu continent, and West's He continent all had great powers that couldn't be provoked. Yi Fan set out from the divine continent in a fixed direction. Even if he encountered an undying inheritance, he still had to charge through it. However, before he left Central Continent, he heard a few strange news. Did you guys hear? The Sun Sacred Emperor's descendant has returned, and he is now extremely powerful. Is that true? Wasn't this bloodline completely wiped out? Even their immortal scriptures have been lost for tens of thousands of years. What kind of formidable figure can they produce now? Did you forget? That youth named Yi Fan saved their clan's only bloodline. During these few days, news of Yi Tong's return already spread, because someone saw him pay respects to his ancestors. It was a ruined land. Mountain ranges had collapsed, palaces had been shattered, rubble covered the ground, countless corpses, and black mist suffused the air. It was a barren land. During the past half a month, every night, there would be someone crying in grief. The cultivators who passed by noticed that something was strange. They stopped to take a look and saw Yi Tong. Another 2 days passed, and shocking news came. Yi Tong shot the golden crow with her bow, killing more than 10 patrollers who had rushed to the ruins of the Solar Divine Court. This naturally caused a huge commotion. Yi Tong's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. She didn't even try to dodge, and she wanted to sweep through the Golden Crow bloodline. There's really going to be a battle. The Golden Crow definitely won't be able to sit still. Wiping out the bloodline of the human race's Saint Emperor will incur the wrath of the heavens. I have a premonition that the Golden Crow clan is too arrogant. Their good days are coming to an end. That young man named Yi Tong hasn't left during these days. He's building a grave there. He's quite confident. The barren mountain range had been cleared out by Yi Tong. His eyes were swollen from crying. He had gone to many places during these days, but he couldn't find his parents' corpses. He had even gone to the Black North Sea, but he couldn't find the remains of his old servant. In the end, he only found a young skeleton among all his relatives. Yi Tong cried his heart out and cowed out on the ground. His body and mind were both trembling. How much older was the little sister from back then? Yet, she continuously comforted him during the crisis and even stood in front of him in the end. Even now, thinking about it made his heart wrench. The thin girl, her frail body, her pale face, and her sad but beautiful smile were fixed in Yi Tong's heart. Every time he thought about it, his heart would shatter. Tears rolled down his cheeks. He was like a wounded lone wolf, and he couldn't help but howl at the sky. Golden Crow clan, I, Yi Tong, am not a bloodthirsty person. I don't want to exterminate you, but those who attacked me back then shouldn't even think about living. Those who destroyed my clan, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces. Yi Tong had never shouted himself hoarse like today. It was the first time he was so ferocious. His murderous aura surged and swept up to the sky. All the clouds were scattered, and in the distance, mountains collapsed. He didn't need to look for the Golden Crow clan. When he was building the grave and burying the countless bones in the ruins, someone from the Golden Crow clan came knocking. Moreover, his background wasn't small. He was a saint, and he led a majestic army. Evildoers of the past, how dare you come back today? Even the heavens want to exterminate your clan. It's a pity that the Sun Saint Emperor's prestige will end here. This old Golden Crow clan leader's words were quite harsh and vicious. He was provoking them. It's just an incarnation. Is your Golden Crow clan afraid? You want to test me, but you don't dare to come with your true body. You're just throwing your life away. Yi Tong roared. The might of the Saint King was displayed without mercy. In an instant, it covered the sky and earth. Light and divine radiance filled the place. He stretched out his hand and smashed the saint in front of him into pieces. As for the so-called army, they were all formed from golden feathers and not real bodies. The Golden Crow clan sent out the saint incarnation to test, but in the end, they were completely annihilated. The news spread throughout the continent. We're just passing by, so let's go and take a look. As a master, it wouldn't be right if I don't put in some effort. Yi Fan and the others received the news and headed northwest. They just happened to pass by the ruins of the Sun God Court. The divine continent was shaken. Everyone realized how powerful Yi Tong was. The Golden Crow clan was in big trouble this time. They would most likely pay the price for the bloody massacre in the past. He even dares to kill the descendants of my human race's Saint Emperor. He's too savage. Naturally, many people hoped that Yi Tong would personally kill the enemy. In the divine continent, violent winds swept about. The Golden Crow clan was furious. He was just a remnant of the past, but only a few years had passed. He had actually grown to such a level. This made them both angry and shocked. He's grown too fast. We have to kill him. Activate the clan's great sage killing formation and do our best to kill him. His constitution is no different from the Sun Saint Emperor. Now that he has returned, he should be even stronger than we imagined. Not only do we have to activate the killing formation, but we also have to use the great sage weapon to kill him thoroughly. We also have to ask for our trump cards to appear. The Golden Crow clan was filled with killing intent. After being powerful for so many years, they were killed today. This made them, who had always been high and mighty and enslaved everyone, feel incomparably uncomfortable. On this day, killing intent surged and the clouds of battle filled the sky. The Golden Crow clan mobilized their weapons and sent out many experts. This time, it wasn't just images, but their true bodies. Ancient war chariots rumbled one after another as they crushed the heavens. Battle intent surged as they drove towards the northwest of the divine continent. They once again arrived at the ancient land they had broken through in the past. It was unknown just how many golden crows had arrived. The sky was filled with golden shadows, and their wings covered the sky. The Golden Crow clan had mobilized so much that wiping out several great clans wouldn't be a problem at all. Evil creature, hand over your life. The Golden Crow clan shouted. It was still in this ancient land. Another crusade took place. Mountains and rivers were shattered. Yi Tong felt as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. In the past, it was precisely this group of people who destroyed his home and killed his loved ones, leaving him with a lifetime of pain. He attacked furiously, fighting against the Saint King realm great beasts. That was the clan's trump card, pairs of golden wings unfolded, and sinister faces appeared one after another. All of them were laughing cruelly. War chariots filled the sky as endless spirit patterns descended. Little bastard, you left for so many years, yet you still dare to return. You are seeking your own death. The clan's powerhouses moved together, activating the Great Array. At the same time, a great sage artifact descended, its pressure covering the sky and earth. It wanted to imprison Yi Tong and take his life in an instant. This kind of attack was enough to break apart an immortal sect, but now, it was concentrated on a single person. It could be said that the Golden Crow clan attached great importance to him. Although Yi Tong was indignant, he didn't lose his calm. He had been taught by Yi Fan and grasped the movement's secret art, so he didn't fall into the trap. With a speed that others couldn't comprehend, he instantly fled several dozen kilometers away and avoided certain death. Little evil creature, where do you think you are going? Even if you are the descendant of the Sun Saint Emperor, you won't be able to live. End this once and for all. The Golden Crow clan's powerhouses roared. They attacked together again, pressing forward. You came just in time. In the distance, Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Yishi arrived. They had heard the news on the way here, so how could they not show up? They rushed over as soon as possible. Their expressions were extremely cold, and their killing intent soared. They were not only Yi Fan's disciples, but also Li Tian and Yan Yishi's disciples. It could even be said that they cared more about Yi Tong than Yi Fan. After all, they were the ones who raised Yi Tong. You guys dare to use force to suppress my disciple? Li Tian roared in anger. Meanwhile, the elegant Yan Yishi's expression also turned ashen. He directly took out the goddess furnace, and the dazzling divine furnace blossomed with boundless auspicious light. Dang! Li Tian slapped the furnace and threw it out. The divine furnace instantly enlarged, becoming incomparably huge. It smashed into the Golden Crow clan's great array, and with a loud boom, it was completely shattered. The Golden Crow clan's great sage artifact also collided with the goddess furnace at this time. The people of the Golden Crow clan were initially filled with hope, but their faces turned pale once again. The Golden Crow clan's great sage artifact couldn't compare to the goddess furnace at all. It was directly smashed into smithereens without any suspense. The sky was filled with miserable cries of the Golden Crows. It was unknown how many people had been buried in this enormous energy storm and turned into a bloody mist. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was also taking action. He protected the originally shattered mountains and rivers below, preventing the solar quartz ruins from suffering the impact and protecting the tomb. The people in the distance were shocked. They knew that the Golden Crow clan was finished. With such a ferocious person taking action, it was useless even if they used all their resources. They were destined to be eliminated. Golden Crow King, where do you think you're going? Yi Tong roared. He remembered that this was a great completion king-level expert from back then, and now, he was already a Saint King. However, he was fearless. The Golden Crow King's face was deathly pale. He recognized Yi Fan and saw the goddess furnace clearly. He had never imagined that those people from back then would be so terrifying now. Most of the Golden Crows were still there. Li Tian and Yan Yishi didn't take action again. They only destroyed the killing formation and the great sage artifact. They were no longer worried about Yi Tong. Since we've already taken action, let's have a conclusion today. After speaking, Yi Fan directly tore apart the void and disappeared from his original location. He arrived at the Golden Crow clan's ancestral grounds. It was obvious that there was a great sage formation here. He drew his bow and nocked an arrow. An arrow tore apart heaven and earth. The mountain gate below directly collapsed and the great formation was torn apart. When the second arrow landed, the entire formation was more or less destroyed. He shouted, "The Sun Saint Emperor had made such great contributions, yet you guys can cold-bloodedly take action and wipe out his entire clan. Those who participated in the past stay behind. Those who didn't take action, leave immediately." In the Golden Crow clan's important land, everyone had long been scared silly. The savagery of the past was nowhere to be seen. They were simply scared out of their wits. The entire clan fled, regardless of whether they had taken action in the past or not. They didn't dare to hold on here. Yi Fan didn't chase after them either. He reached out a large hand and grabbed all of them. Then, he tore apart the void and threw them into the solar quartz ruins. Meanwhile, he himself stayed behind to destroy this ancient land. He was afraid that there was something strange here that would injure his own disciples. Hung Long, Yi Fan's arrow shot out, directly blasting an ancient city into pieces and turning it into flying ashes. Wang, light shone brilliantly. This place was strange after all. The buildings on the ground were all destroyed, but even more complicated formation patterns appeared underground. Younger generation, you dare? 7 or 8 figures rushed into the sky, shattering the divine origin. There was actually a great sage among them, an intense battle ensued. Incomparably terrifying formation patterns revived. Together with these people's attacks, heaven and earth were thrown into chaos. All of the experts in the Ziwei ancient star domain were shaken, rushing into the 9 heavens. In the end, Yi Fan returned. There were specks of blood on his body, all of it belonging to the Golden Crow clan. This clan's ancient land had been razed to the ground by him. I'll leave it for Yi Tong. Yi Fan sighed. The most powerful experts had all been swept away by him. It was because the great sage had already surpassed the scope of what Yi Tong could deal with. Now, he didn't have to worry anymore. With this type of intimidation, it was likely that no one would dare plot against his disciple. Let's go. We'll head northwest. Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Yishi left. Only a crying Yi Tong was left fighting between heaven and earth. The solar quartz ruins became a blood-soaked battlefield. A great gale blew over, causing the leaves to dance wildly in the wind. Thousands of layers of sand were swept up, and many weeds were uprooted. This was the northern Luke continent, a bitter and cold place. Yi Fan and the others crossed the strait, heading northwest to this place. They already didn't care about what happened behind them, but news continuously entered their ears. The Golden Crow race was defeated, many experts flapping their wings and fleeing to the ends of the world. The entire world was shocked. Who would have thought that the child from back then would grow to such an extent? He had returned after so many years of exile, killing the Golden Crow race into a mountain of corpses. Yi Tong had slaughtered his way to fame on the North Star. Everything he did was for the sake of avenging his parents. Those who had taken action in the past were all within his hunting range. The starry skies were stained with blood, and the fiendish earth was filled with the blood of the Golden Crow race. The Divine Continent, He Continent, and Lu Continent were all in an uproar. A grand and powerful race had fallen just like that. Even their ancestral ground had been destroyed. This shocked the entire world. The Golden Crow race was finished. This was the consensus of the people. On this day, many people took action to add insult to injury. The major powers and some powerful rogue cultivators specifically targeted lone Golden Crows, almost wiping out the race. As for the Golden Crow race's inheritance, it was naturally divided up cleanly. This was the reality. When a fierce tiger fell, a pack of wolves would rise up and attack it. A grand and powerful race was annihilated. The Golden Crow King's head was personally beheaded by Yi Tong and placed in front of the solar quartz ruins to be used as a blood sacrifice. On this day, Yi Tong cried loudly. The hatred and sorrow he had suppressed for many years were all vented out. The Divine Continent in the east was in an uproar, and the northern Luke continent was not peaceful either. Many people heard the news and went to fish in troubled waters. All of this had nothing to do with Yi Fan and Li Tian, and no one paid attention to it. The destruction of the Golden Crow race was imminent, so there was no need for them to take action or pay attention. Finding the little girl was the most important thing. However, there were also people who followed their tracks after seeing them display their might. They vaguely felt that there was something wrong with these three and wanted to find out what was going on. In the world, who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching the situation? Do these people have dog noses? They actually want to follow us, Li Tian said. In this world, there naturally weren't many people who could chase after them. They could get rid of them in an instant, but there were still those who persevered. Some of the major powers had secretly investigated and spied on the path they had taken in the past few days. When they discovered that they had been heading northwest, they were all suspicious. The northern wind blew the white grass off the ground. In the northwest, there were some places where snowflakes drifted down all year round. The more Yi Fan walked, the more he frowned. Little Nan Nan's frail body, could it be that she really had to survive in this bitter land? He was a little worried. Presumably, only in the bitterly cold lands can one avoid those sacred sections. The denser the spiritual qi, the more dangerous it is, Yan Yishi said. How did little Nan Nan run to such a faraway place by herself? This made people puzzled, and they probably wouldn't be able to explain it either. The pitiful little girl had a lot of secrets. Is that little girl special? Why are you all so nervous? Godchild curled his lips. Don't talk so much, no one will think you're mute. Li Tian habitually gave him a slap on the butt. Pervert, I'll remember this. This is the 105th slap. You'll regret it in the future. Little Fatty said angrily. Mountain ranges rose and fell. Some regions were covered in white snow, while others were lush green. This was the north, the bitterly cold land. Different places had different appearances. Of course, the peak was definitely silvery white. Only below the mountainside would there be greenery, but occasionally it would be completely covered by snowflakes. Passing by a small town, Yi Fan saw a child begging on the street. He immediately rushed over, but was extremely disappointed. Although their ages were similar, they weren't the same person. He left behind some food and secretly gave her some money before silently retreating. When they reached the north, the resources were barren, and the mortals lived in poverty. It was far from being comparable to the warm south. There were many wanderers, and all of them were heading south. Half a month later, they entered the ice plains. It was even colder here. It was completely the scenery of the north, and the cold wind whistled. Of course, there were also some special places in the bitterly cold land. Spiritual chi flowed, transforming the frigid ice and snow into streams. There were oases where vegetation grew. Here, Yi Fan's brows furrowed even more. Phew! In the distance, there were snow-white ice crows flying about. They were a special type of morning birds. They were similar to crows, but their entire bodies were snow-white, and their cries were also the same. A savage beast died, attracting several hundred morning birds. They pecked at the ice and ate the rotten bones. The scene was drenched in blood. These morning birds have demonic energy, and some of them are almost dead. There are some special savage beasts and demonic birds in the bitterly cold land. Although ordinary people can kill them, it really isn't easy to live in this kind of environment, Xianxia said. Along the way, they saw the hardships of living in the bitter land. Whether a piece of land was fertile or not, it was related to the survival of some races. There are some people who can really act recklessly. Even though they don't know the reason, they still send out so many people. They similarly headed northwest, and quite a few cultivators have appeared in the past few days. It seems there will be some twists and turns in the search for the little girl. These people smelled blood and might have guessed something. Although there were people who had also found their way here, Yi Fan and the others weren't too worried. They only felt disgusted. These people seemed to have grown dog noses. The Reed Continent Immortal Tomb was left behind by my sex ancestors. You all are not allowed to approach. There were people in the northern lands who sharply sensed something and severely reprimanded the foreign powers. Otherwise, if they approached, they would create a story about the Reed Continent Immortal Tomb. However, this naturally didn't have any effect. On the contrary, it made the number of people increase a bit. A few great powers all carried an attitude of giving it a try. They sent out people. If they could find a divine treasury, then this trip wouldn't have been made in vain. Come, come, chase me. This was a very desolate corner of the northwest. There was a stockade village. Ice and snow swirled about, and a few children wearing beast skins ran through the snow, chasing each other. Because these children were born in the bitter land, they were all quite vigorous. None of them were pampered and spoiled. A few of the older children even carried small wooden bows and arrows on their backs, shooting snow rabbits. In the distance, in front of the stockade village, a lonely little figure appeared. She gazed at the children in the stockade village with longing and a bit of fear. Her entire body was dirty, and her little clothes had long been torn. She was a real little beggar. Who knew how many times she had fallen in the world of ice and snow, and her body was covered in ice shards. Her little face was red from the cold, and her clothes were tattered. She looked quite pitiful, and only her pair of large eyes could still be considered bright. They revealed a hopeful expression as she stared impatiently at the children in the stockade village. The little beggar is here again. A child shouted. All the children looked over and looked at the little girl who was about 3 years old. They stared at her for a long time. Don't play with her, a slightly older boy shouted. Little beggar, don't come anymore. We won't give you anything to eat. Hurry up and leave, another person shouted. Hurry up and leave, many people shouted. The little girl who was about 3 years old lowered her head in grievance. She looked at her own tattered little shoes, and with tears in her eyes, she said in a small voice, I didn't come for food. I just want to play with you all. I'm not playing with you. You're a monster, a slightly older girl shouted angrily. Nan Nan is not a monster. I'm a human, the little girl said with grievance. She lowered her head even more, and tears swayed in her eyes. You're still saying you're not a monster? Grandpa Sue and Grandma adopted you, but in the end, you still haven't grown up in almost 10 years. They raised children for old age, but the 2 old people died first. You still haven't changed at all. It was you who killed Grandpa Sue and Grandma, a teenage boy said angrily. It wasn't Nan Nan who killed Grandpa and Grandma. It really wasn't. The little girl shook her head. Tears fell from her eyes as she faced the snowy ground alone. Hurry up and leave. You're a monster. It was you who killed Grandpa Sue and Grandma. Hurry up and leave, many people shouted. Don't be like this. The little beggar is very pitiful. She wandered into our stockade village like this. If we drive her out now, she will freeze or starve to death, a young girl said. Little grass, don't sympathize with her. She's a monster, another child refuted. She often forgets things. I really don't know what kind of monster she is. Nan Nan didn't forget everything. I remember Grandpa Sue and Grandma. Nan Nan also remembers a big brother and a dog, the little girl said softly. Humph, in the past, you often met us and sometimes forgot. We don't want to talk to you anymore. Nan Nan didn't do it on purpose. I don't know what happened. It wasn't like this in the past. Nan Nan might be sick, the little girl said timidly, tears swirling in her eyes. Forget it. She won't leave. Let's go. Don't care about her. Many children ran into the stockade village. The little girl turned around alone and wiped away her tears. Alone, she walked into the wind and snow. Her small figure made people's hearts ache. Little Nan Nan. Someone called from behind. The girl named Little Grass who had sympathized with her ran out and asked softly, Are you hungry? Very hungry, the little girl said softly with her head lowered. Here. Little Grass took out some food and stuffed it into her hands. Little Grass, come back quickly. She's a monster and will eat people. Last time an old Taoist passed by here and took her into the demon pagoda to be refined. In the end, I heard that the old Taoist died instead, a child shouted from behind. Little sister, thank you. Nan Nan has a pearl here. I'll give it to you. The little girl wiped away her tears and handed a diamond-like crystal to Little Grass. She murmured, This thing only appears when I'm the saddest. When Grandpa Sue and Grandma passed away, it appeared beside me. In the end, a little girl in tattered clothes walked into the distance alone against the wind and snow. Her lonely figure was almost drowned in the heavy snow. Her voice was very young and her face was covered in tears. She murmured, Nan Nan still remembers a big brother and a dog, but they're all gone, the wind and snow danced. The lonely little body left a shallow footprint in the snow, leading into the distance. In the world of ice and snow, a small figure chased after them, panting and shouting, Little Nan Nan, don't go ahead. Uncle Lee just said that there's a sinkhole there, and there are people who can fly there. They'll catch monsters. Don't go. Xiao ran over and reminded her. Then, she stuffed a bag of food into her hands and turned to leave. I wonder where Nan Nan is going. The little girl looked at Xiao's back and softly muttered to herself. She wiped away the tears on her face and walked in another direction. The icy plains were vast, and there weren't many places with vitality. As a result, villages and other places were dotted around in the vast world of ice and snow, and it was not easy to see them. Cold winds whistled and snow swirled in the air. There were many figures on an icy river because a sinkhole had appeared here. Some people said that a meteorite had fallen from outer space and created such a scene. But when they got closer, they didn't see any meteorites, nor were there any traces of burning. Some people said that this was an immortal burial ground. It was unknown whether it was the Taiyin ancient emperor or the Sun Saint emperor who had come to this icy plains and left behind a comprehension after achieving the Tao. It could be considered a peerless treasure. In addition, some great sects in the north had announced that an immortal burial had appeared and requested external forces to leave. The appearance of a mysterious sinkhole naturally attracted many people to explore. When a king went deep inside and never appeared again, the news immediately exploded like a pot of boiling water. Whether it was the divine prefecture, which was restless because of the Golden Crow race, or the peaceful spring land in the south, all of them could not remain quiet. People from several provinces moved together. There were even some people who believed that Yifan, Li Tian, and Yan Yishi had come to the northwest because of this. They must have obtained some secret. Many people had arrived long ago. After losing track of them on the way, they directly came to the northwest and then went back in the opposite direction, thinking of ways to find Yifan's party. And now, this group of people happened to be the first to appear at the scene. They were both excited to see that sinkhole. Perhaps this really is the place where the Sun Saint Emperor left his comprehension piece. One must know that Yitong was with them. Even if her clan was destroyed, she might have left behind some clues. That's right, that must be it. A great emperor's Tao realization scripture is truly exciting and shocking. The development of the situation deviated from everyone's expectations. Even Yi Fan was shocked when he arrived at this icy field. Then, he felt that things were not too good. With so many people coming here, it would be truly worrying if they bumped into the little Nan Nan. He could not tolerate anyone capturing the little girl to refine medicine, and he did not want to see her being wronged. He had to find her as soon as possible. Not everyone was clueless in this frozen land. One of the old Taoist priests looked around as he walked, as if he was looking for something. That sinful disciple actually had heaven-defying luck to bump into a human-shaped undying herb. However, he was just too useless. He failed to refine the medicine and was blown to death instead. The old priest muttered to himself. Such a heaven-defying human-shaped immortal medicine. How could the Ziwei divine dynasty be careless? They must have left a forbidden treasure on him. That sinful disciple is truly disappointing. Why didn't they do a thorough check first? The old Taoist used a special ability to understand what happened. In reality, he was not the only one. There was another middle-aged scholar who was fanning himself in the snowy land. Cold lightning shot out from his eyes as he searched for the little Nan Nan. It's said that the divine infant disappeared and can't be seen. That's just misleading people. In these decades, she appeared at least 5 or 6 times and fell into the hands of others. Unfortunately, those lucky ones were too greedy and directly refined the medicine, resulting in a backlash. How could she be immortal with the aura of eternal life? They were all too careless. There was no lack of sharp people in this world. Through the movements of the grass and the wind and many spies, they could obtain the most valuable information through the tiniest traces. There were more than 1 or 2 people who guessed that the divine infant was in the north. Yi Fan appeared on the icy field and approached that area. When he saw so many cultivators, his expression turned cold as he looked at the vast snowy land. What is this place? Could it be that there really is the Sun Saint Emperor's comprehension scripture or the tablet left behind by the human sovereign? Li Tian was surprised. He was from the Ziwei divine realm and had naturally heard of the legends of the north. At this time, saints had already appeared, and even saint kings appeared. They stopped above the heavenly pit and frowned, not daring to go down. Because there were rumors just now that saints had already gone down and hadn't come back up. Moreover, their divine senses would be quickly devoured, and it would be difficult to see anything. The figures of Yi Fan and the other 2 flashed and disappeared from where they were, entering the ground. They had emperor weapons in hand, so they were fearless and wanted to find out what was going on. A war chariot. This was a bronze war chariot, but it was deformed and almost melted. It collided with a special stone, and the bronze and stone fused together. What is this? Why are there blood vessels in the stone? Divine Child muttered. There was an expert in the war chariot who should have come from the outer realm. Unfortunately, he had almost turned into ashes, and only a piece of his Tao bone was left. This stone's material was special, and it was actually so terrifying. When the 2 collided, a Saint King level figure fell. Li Tian and Yan Yishi's eyes immediately went straight. They looked seriously, and then they let out a strange cry. Their faces were pale as if they had encountered the most terrifying thing. They quickly retreated, their faces covered in cold sweat. A portion of the divine senses they had just sent out had been devoured. Yi Fan held the immortal sword and blocked in front. He also felt a terrifying fluctuation devouring his divine sense, but it was stopped in the end. Could this be the legendary Heaven Desire Stone? Yan Yishi said with a trembling voice, as if he was extremely shocked. My human desire Tao's opportunity to rise was because of this? Li Tian was also trembling. What is a Heaven Desire Stone? Yi Fan didn't understand and asked. Yan Yishi said, legend has it that it is a stone formed from the desires of the heavens. It contains boundless desires, making one lose themselves and devour the divine sense of mortals. It is the most terrifying. When exploring the stone, the slightest bit of carelessness could cause one's primordial spirit to be killed. It was because it was like the desire of a world. If a person explored it, their sea of consciousness would instantly explode. Some people speculate that the so-called Heaven Desire Stone is the product of the ancient quasi-emperor's failed Tao corroboration, flesh, and consciousness left behind by a star, Li Tian said. Yi Fan was immediately moved when he heard this. He wanted to become a great emperor, but in the end, he broke apart at the last crucial step and was smelted into this kind of artifact. If this was true, then it would be immeasurably precious. There is another saying that an entire ancient star was destroyed, and the essence blood of countless heroic spirits and resentful souls were smelted together to form this miraculous object, Xianxia added. For the human desire Tao, this was a rare treasure. It complemented their cultivation techniques and could be used to temper their human desires. One day of cultivation would be equivalent to several days of cultivation in the past. Can you guys put it away? Yi Fan asked. No problem. The senior and junior brothers nodded and took out the goddess furnace. This magical artifact was very special and could easily swallow such a heaven-defying object. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. He felt that the goddess furnace was many times stronger than he had imagined. It actually sealed the extremely rare Heaven Desire Stone, not letting any of its aura leak out. Shua, the three of them appeared on the surface in an instant and left. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Then, a brave person entered the sinkhole and shouted, "The thing has been taken away." The group followed Yi Fan's group from afar. Some people recognized it, so they didn't dare to speak. Some didn't, but they didn't dare to act rashly and wanted to see what would happen first. Yi Fan didn't take it to heart and continued forward. Suddenly, he stood in front of a stronghold and sensed a powerful life force. Still, only he could sense it. He disappeared in an instant and brought back a little girl. She cried out, "Where did you get this crystal?" Little Grass was a little scared. Little Nan Nan gave it to me. Little Nan Nan. Hearing this name again, Yi Fan's emotions fluctuated. He was incomparably excited and looked at Little Grass. Where is she? You, don't bully Little Nan Nan. She's actually very pitiful. Don't put her in the demon tower, Little Grass said. Who dares to put Nan Nan in the demon summoning tower? Yi Fan's expression immediately darkened. He instantly understood Little Grass's sea of consciousness, and then a look of shock and anger appeared on his face. He handed Little Grass to Xianxia for him to take care of. Then, he disappeared from this place and rushed to the end of the ice plains. This child's constitution is not bad. What's rare is that she gets along well with little Nan Nan and takes good care of her. I think Yi Fan will give her some benefits. Why don't we put her in my carnal desires path? Li Tian said. Xianxia was startled and shook his head. Our lineage isn't suitable for her. If she's willing and wants to cultivate, she can be sent to the Moon Palace. You aren't bad people? Little Grass was far calmer than other children of the same age. Although she was afraid, she didn't panic to the point of not knowing what to do. Heavy snow swirled at the end of the horizon. A few figures were confronting each other, and among them was a little girl who was shivering. Her tattered clothes were very thin, and she was very small. She was almost buried in the wind and snow. She stood there, unable to move forward or backward. She was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. A few people surrounded her and were determined to obtain her. I discovered the divine infant first, so it naturally belongs to this old man. That's not right. I clearly arrived first. There won't be any results if we continue fighting like this. I think it's better to refine it into medicine and then divide it evenly. When little Nan Nan heard this, she couldn't help but take a step back. Her large eyes were filled with tears, and she said timidly, "Uncles, Nan Nan is very obedient. Don't hurt me." Although the immortal divine medicine is nature-defying and cultivated a human form, it still hasn't refined a great divine ability. Your fate has already been decided. You're born to be a medicine. The middle-aged scholar smiled, but the hidden coldness in his bones made people shiver. Such a great immortal fate has actually been encountered by us. I agree to refine it into medicine first and then divide it evenly, an old Taoist said. Roar, a loud roar came from afar. A figure stood on the peak of a mountain. His eyes were like lightning, and he saw everything here. It was Yifan. He sensed little Nanan's aura from far away. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, it was as if a vast ocean had swept up the sky in his heart. In an instant, it turned into a divine light and rushed over. It was as fast as a sudden clap of thunder, causing the boundless snowy region to tremble and triggering a great avalanche. Let's see who dares to hurt Nan. A loud roar shook the heavens and the earth. The waves rushed towards several figures, but at the center, little Nan was calm and tranquil. Snowflakes didn't dance. Who's there? How dare you steal food from the tiger's mouth and fight for the divine infant with me? Are you tired of living? Roar, Yifan's anger and battle intent shot through the 9 heavens. It was the first time he was so angry in recent years. Golden blood chi surged and surged into the sky. He appeared in the field. Pft, pft, angry shouts and screams came from the field, but none of them were as shocking as the blooming flowers of blood. These people were saints, but they exploded one after another, they were all crushed by Yifan's roar. Their white bones were stained with blood and splattered everywhere. During this process, Yifan had already arrived. He picked up little Nan and covered her eyes so that she wouldn't see this terrifying scene. Is it Big Brother? Nan is dreaming again. The little girl whispered pitifully. Her eyes were filled with tears, and they rolled down when they touched Yifan's finger. When Yifan heard this, his heart was about to break. He felt extremely bitter and said, "It's all Big Brother's fault. It took me so many years to find you. This isn't a dream. Nan won't be wronged anymore." The little girl's body suddenly trembled. She stretched out a pair of ice-cold hands to touch his cheeks and said timidly, "Is it really Big Brother?" Yifan carried her away from this place. The blood and bones disappeared. He stood on a snowy peak before letting go and putting her down. The little girl was too pitiful. Every word she said made his heart tremble. "Big Brother, Nan finally sees you again." The little girl raised her head to look at him. Her eyes were filled with surprise. Tears kept rolling down her cheeks. She tightly grabbed onto the corner of his clothes, afraid that it would disappear if she let go. She said, Nan is sick and has forgotten a lot. No one plays with me. They all ignore me and chase Nan into the snowy plains. I miss Big Brother. These words were like needles that pierced into Yifan's heart. He blamed himself and felt heartache. It took so many years to find him. Little Nan had suffered too much. The little girl's tattered clothes were thin. Her shoes were full of holes and her toes were almost exposed. She was dirty all over. Only her big eyes that were filled with tears were clear and bright. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail that had never changed. A child around 3 years old dressed like this in this world of ice and snow looked especially pitiful. Big Brother is here. He won't let Nan suffer anymore. Yifan picked her up and placed her on his shoulder. Golden rays of light overflowed and enveloped the little girl. In the distance, there was a long hell. Naturally, there were people who noticed the commotion here. The birth of the nascent soul had shocked everyone. The entire polar region was in an uproar. Even the bitter cold could not stop the fire in people's hearts. All the major forces who received the news rushed over with their men. Nan is scared. The little girl sat on Yifan's shoulder. Seeing so many people rushing over, her big clear eyes were filled with unease. This was not the first time she had experienced something like this. It left a shadow in her heart and she was slightly terrified. Even though her memory was blurred, she still reacted instinctively. Don't be afraid, Nan. No one can hurt you anymore. They are nothing. It doesn't matter even if everyone in the world is looking for you. So what if the whole world is your enemy? Kill them all. Yifan said forcefully. His words shook the entire snowy plains. The snowy peak trembled and rumbled as a terrifying avalanche occurred. Groups of cultivators appeared and all of them flew in this direction. There were men and women, old and young, protectors from the #1 divine court in the world, as well as unaffiliated cultivators from the great wilderness. In this place, there were many figures. The experts walked on the snow. Avalanches and shattered mountains couldn't stop them at all. All of them surrounded the little girl. Everyone's eyes were focused on the little girl. No one could shift their eyes away. This was the legendary divine infant that allowed the Ziwei God dynasty to prosper for 100 years. Then, it suddenly disappeared. Its portrait spread all over the world. Now, the entire world knew about it and was searching for it. It appeared, it really appeared. The human-shaped immortal medicine has finally reappeared in the world. I'm so excited that I'm going crazy. One cultivator after another only had the little girl in their eyes. In fact, they almost ignored Yifan. That was the hope of becoming an immortal in the present world. A child that surpassed an undying medicine, a living immortal. This caused everyone's eyes to turn red. Many people didn't recognize Yifan, let alone in such a situation. Even if a god came, everyone wanted to take a bite out of him and obtain some immortal fate. At this moment, Yifan surprisingly calmed down. His blood chi was restrained, but he was incomparably cold as he stared at these crazy people. Some people recognized him and felt fear in their hearts, but they didn't retreat. They waited for someone to challenge this terrifying saint physique. Maybe they could wait for an opportunity to seize the human-shaped immortal medicine. Put down the divine infant and leave. A black mass of people appeared on the icy plains ahead. The leader was riding on a wild beast. He held an ancient halberd in his hand and pointed it at Yifan, surging with killing intent. These are people from the extreme north Ice Demon Hall. For the sake of an undying holy land, they finally appeared. It's not surprising that they mobilized so many troops in their territory. Many people frowned, feeling immense pressure. A virtuous person should obtain the human-shaped immortal medicine. I won't make things difficult for you. Leave the immortal medicine and leave quickly. His mount's body was covered in ice scales that flickered with a cold light. His body was also covered in metal armor. His killing intent was dense, and even his head was covered in armor. It was a terrifying sight. Behind him, everyone else was dressed in the same attire. Their armor shone with a cold metallic luster, and the savage beasts they rode on shook their heads and wagged their tails, neighing continuously. Put down the godly medicine. These people shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and earth. Behind them, many mountain ridges collapsed and were turned into dust under the hooves of many savage beasts. This was an unstoppable flood of steel. It quickly rushed over, shocking everyone. The corner of Yifan's mouth curled up into a cruel smile. He was furious to the extreme. Little Nan Nan made his heart ache, and he felt very uncomfortable. Yet, these people still acted like this in front of him, treating the little girl as medicine. Kill! Yifan roared, and like a wounded beast, he covered little Nan Nan's eyes. He grabbed an iron sword through the air and slashed forward. Even though it wasn't an immortal weapon and was only a fine iron sword, in Yifan's hands, even a withered tree could release immortal radiance. Naturally, it was extraordinarily powerful. This sword illuminated the sky and cut open the dome of heaven. It was as if a huge river of stars was spreading out. With a kacha sound, a huge hole that was several dozen zhang wide appeared on the ground. As for the leader of the halberd-wielding group, he was shattered at the first moment. He wasn't cut in half, but was smashed to death by this kind of power, exploding into several hundred pieces. Even the savage beast he rode on didn't even have the chance to let out a cry before it directly exploded into a bloody mist. Dragons have reverse scales, those who touch them must be killed. Little Nan Nan was Yifan's reverse scale. Just the sight of such a lonely and pitiful little girl who was pitiful and lovable had fallen to such a state made Yifan's nose ache, let alone the fact that so many people were coming to bully her. When the sword landed, dozens of steeds were right in the middle. They disappeared in that terrifying crack, all turning into a bloody mist and being crushed into pieces. As for the other steeds, they were all in chaos. They were thrown off their horses, all of them extremely terrified. Who are you? The people from the Ice Demon Hall roared, unable to believe everything. I'm the one who will kill you. Yifan said through gritted teeth. The iron sword in his hand swept out this time, and sword chi engulfed and spewed out like a waterfall, destroying everything in its path. Ah! Tragic cries rang out one after another. Severed limbs flew up in front of them like waves splashing up one after another. It was extremely terrifying. Those were the waves of flesh formed after human bodies were shattered. This sword strike was unstoppable. Be it the wild beasts or the fierce warrior sitting on them, they were all sliced into pieces. In this boundless sword wave, no one was an exception. All of them turned into a bloody pulp. Amidst the heart-wrenching cries of terror, these steeds fell. The ice plains were drenched in blood, and there were broken bones everywhere. The large bloodstains made this place look ghastly. Who is this person? The other cultivators' hair stood on end, and all of them felt their scalps go numb. This was simply an Azura. He had actually killed all the men sent out by the Ice Demon Hall in the extreme north. 2 swords. Just 2 swords, and he ended the army and made it a thing of the past. Someone trembled and cried out involuntarily. His heart was about to jump out of his throat. Of course, there were people who recognized Yi Fan, but they all remained silent at this moment. All of them watched coldly from the sidelines, but their hearts were restless. The temptation of the divine infant was too great. Even though they knew how terrifying Yi Fan was and knew how powerful he was, they were still unwilling to accept it. They hoped that a peerless powerhouse would stand out and gang up on him, killing him and snatching his divine infant. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the end of the horizon, the rumbling of war chariots rang out. Ancient bronze war chariots appeared one after another and drove in this direction. They crushed the sky and shook the firmament. Great flags fluttered one after another like dark clouds pressing down, covering the sky and the sun. The divine infant belongs to the people of the world. No one can monopolize it. A mighty and fierce middle-aged man shouted. This great power arrived rather late, so they naturally had to find a good excuse. They said that the world should share the human-shaped immortal medicine and berated Yi Fan, wanting him to let go immediately. They wanted to use the great power of the people of the world. All of you don't know the difference between life and death. How dare you all hurt little Nan Nan? Yi Fan's expression became even colder. He carried little Nan Nan and covered her eyes as he charged over. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he killed. It was just an iron sword, but it swept across the area. Blood splattered everywhere, and heads flew into the sky one after another with large amounts of blood in them. It was extremely terrifying. This was a scene from hell. Only one person stood alone in a pool of blood. All of the war chariots in the surroundings were destroyed, and all of the experts' heads flew into the air. Corpses were everywhere, covering the sky. As for their primordial spirits, they were crushed by the killing intent that invaded their bodies the moment their heads were chopped off. Not a single one of them survived. Yi Fan landed on the ground expressionlessly and looked at everyone. Even though he killed the troops of 2 great sects, more and more people gathered and didn't decrease at all. The tide of people surged and rushed over from all directions. They occupied the mountain peaks and snowy ridges surrounding this place. And at this time, Li Tian and Yan Yishi also arrived. They brought little grass and stood beside Yi Fan. Little Nan Nan, it's good that you're fine. The little girl patted her chest and let out a long sigh. Little sister, thank you. Little Nan Nan couldn't see with her eyes, but she could sense the auras of the people around her. The pitiful little thing was much better than before. Her frozen red little face slowly returned to normal after being enveloped by Yi Fan's golden light. Fellow Daoist, can you listen to this old man? An old Daoist appeared in front of him. Speak. Yi Fan looked at him calmly. A humanoid celestial medicine is very important. Even if you can temporarily suppress everyone, do you have the confidence to walk out of the Z-Way segmentum? Everyone in the world will stop you. Why don't we discuss the method of longevity together? What do you think? There's no room for discussion. Yi Fan replied coldly. Fellow Daoist, you're too much. Do you really think you're invincible? You should know that there's always someone better than you out there. If you can concoct a path of celestial pills, you'll definitely be able to choose first. I guarantee that everyone will be happy, another old man said. They each had a great power behind them, and they were all giants with extraordinary identities. However, when Yi Fan heard about concocting pills, his expression immediately turned ugly. His killing intent was revealed as he shouted, I can tell you that little Nan Nan isn't a divine medicine. She's my family. If you want to have any ideas about her, you'll have to get past me first. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Fellow Taoist, you're too overbearing. Do you want to take the immortal medicine for yourself? You have to understand that you're making an enemy of all the cultivators in the world. It's not easy for an opportunity to become an immortal to appear, but you want to cut off everyone's path. You're challenging all the heroes of the world. Yi Fan was terrifyingly calm as he looked at everyone. Silently. After a long time, he said, I don't want to kill people. I don't want to kill the innocent, but if you force me, don't blame the earth for being flooded with blood and the Holy Land for being destroyed. Everyone was shocked. This was too arrogant. Did he really think he could destroy all the sects in the Ziwei segmentum? Yi Fan didn't say anything. He only sent out a few fragments of the brand. There were scenes of him and little Nan Nan in the Northern Dipper segmentum. He clearly told everyone that his relationship with the little girl wasn't because of the immortal medicine. His silence was filled with endless murderous intent. Yi Fan stared coldly at everyone. He tried his best to restrain himself and didn't want to kill too many people. Everything that should be said and explained had been done. If there were still people who didn't know the difference between life and death, then there was no need for him to be lenient. Dao friend, even if you have some relationship with her, it's probably because she is an immortal medicine, right? Do you want her to be your exclusive immortal medicine? I'm afraid this will be very difficult because everyone in the world won't agree to it. Who the hell do you think you are? How can you represent everyone in the world? Yi Fan held his sword and slashed down. With a pft, the person was cut in half. His murderous intent became even stronger as he looked at the heroes. What if we add in the divine court that rules the world, someone said coldly. The so-called divine court was a terrifying force that descended from the outer realms after destroying the Ziwei divine dynasty. They wanted to build an ancient heaven and now, they were called the divine court under the starry sky of Ziwei. Yes, what if we add in the longevity temple of the Nether Ridge and the moon palace of the northern lands? Is it enough? If we add in the heavenly demon alliance of the He State, the origin demon cult of the Great Wilderness, the White Tiger Manor of the Divine Prefecture, and the others, is it enough? Can they represent everyone in the world? A group of people shouted. When the others saw this, they all agreed. Everyone's morale was high and they were exceptionally excited. It seemed like all the top forces in the world had expressed their stance. Even if there was someone else among them who was impersonating and making up the numbers, it was enough. At the very least, everyone's emotions were stirred up, and they roared in unison. With the pressure of the entire world, no matter how strong they were, they had to bow their heads. Saint Fiziki Fan, what do you think? Someone shouted. I think it's very funny. If you think you can represent the entire world, then I'll kill all of you. Yi Fan exploded, and the last bit of restraint disappeared. Boom, he was like a ferocious tiger released from its cage. With a shake of his hand, the iron sword swept out, and fresh blood turned into streaks of bright light that blossomed in this place. He didn't hold back at all and used the army formula. All kinds of artifacts in the crowd turned upside down as if they were being crushed. Corpses were everywhere, and a bloody mud was formed. On this day, this place turned into purgatory. Yi Fan went on a killing spree and killed everyone in the world without mercy. The golden divine treasure was displayed, and the one turning into 3 pure ones was used. Celestial the Archfist was executed. This was a grand event of bloodshed. The entire ice field was dyed red, and blood and broken bones were everywhere. Yi Fan blindfolded little Nanan's eyes and blocked her ears. He turned into a killing god and swept through the northwest polar region. Half a day later, the news spread. The entire world was silent for a moment, and then the clamor soared into the sky. In the northwest polar region, the heroes were lying dead. 80 to 90% of the cultivators were dead. Those who appeared on the ice field and didn't accept Yi Fan's warning were all turned into broken bones and bloody mist. On the icy plains, the wind was still howling and snow was falling, covering the terrifying battlefield. Bloodstains and broken bones were all hidden in the pure white snow. A cluster of flames was burning with a cauldron on top of it. There were all kinds of delicacies inside, emitting bursts of fragrance that were especially alluring in the cold snow. Yi Fan personally made another pile of flames and barbecued skewers of golden and glossy dried meat. The fat dripped down and made sizzling sounds in the fire. There was so much food, all of which were rare treasures. It would be difficult to find them on an ancient planet, such as flying serpent, golden-backed loach, divine blood silver chicken. The little girl obediently sat on a soft cushion and stared at the various delicacies. She couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The little girl was really starving. Her experience made people feel sorry for her. She was freezing and starving alone in a world of ice and snow, and even the snow could drown her small body. "It'll be done in a while. Wait a moment." Yifan smiled at her. She softly grunted and blinked her big eyes, obediently waiting there. Her dirty little face had long been washed clean and she had changed into a clean and warm robe. After dressing up, the little girl was like a porcelain doll, carved from jade. At this time, both Li Tian and Xianxia were telling some interesting stories to make the little girl happy. "Uncle, Nan Nan is fine. Don't worry." The little girl was very sensible. Seeing Xianxia and the others surrounding her, checking and healing her, she said childishly. Xiaoqiao was also at the side and was very happy to see that the little girl was fine. "Okay, come, taste the famous delicacy of the ancient human road, the 5-veined lamb leg." Yifan smiled. He had already roasted a lamb leg until it was golden yellow, but it wasn't old at all. The meat was delicious and fragrant. He used a silver knife to cut off a piece. There was a 5-colored luster flowing within the golden and glossy skin. It was very extraordinary. The little girl raised her little face and happily received it on a small silver plate. But she didn't eat it herself. Instead, she handed it to Xiaoqiao and said, "Little sister, this is for you. Nan Nan, eat first. I'm not hungry yet." Xiaoqiao was a few years older and had long become more sensible. She knew that little Nan Nan had been suffering from hunger and cold these days, so she hurriedly declined. "There's no need to give way. Everyone has a share," Yifan said with a smile. His heart was filled with warmth. He no longer had the killing intent of the battlefield. Seeing such a pure and warm scene, he felt much better. The silver plates jingled as the two children ate with relish. They brandished their silver forks like a windmill, looking very adorable and fun. However, Yifan's heart ached when he saw this. The little guy was really hungry. After so many years of suffering such grievances, Xianxia was very worried that something would happen to Nan Nan. In a low voice, she discussed with Yifan whether they should think of a solution. However, when they probed carefully, they discovered that the little fellow was purely hateful. He would always think of other people's kindness, and had long forgotten about unhappiness and difficulties. There was no hatred in his heart, only light. It was hard to tell if he was a simple-minded or a cute little fellow. Nan Nan always forgets the past. Could it be that she is consciously trying to erase it? Or is there something in the distant past that she needs to forget? Li Tian secretly asked. Yifan frowned. He had thought of many things regarding Nan Nan's symptoms. Moreover, he had already helped Nan Nan improve her condition so that she wouldn't forget the people around her. However, there were still many unsolved mysteries. Is this the secret to her longevity? Yifan's heart was very uneasy. He had a few guesses regarding Nan Nan's background and identity, but it was not convenient for him to say them out loud. Her immortal platform remains the same from start to finish, untainted by dust, undisturbed by the world of mortals, forgetting the past, pure and translucent. Is this one of the reasons for Nan Nan's longevity? Xianxia also asked. He and Li Tian had long since learned about Nan Nan's past from Yifan, as well as her current situation. Naturally, they had many ideas. It was like this several thousand years ago, and it was still the same today. There were even some traces that indicated that there were faint traces of her even earlier in the ancient era. These were the clues that Yifan had found in the eastern barren lands. How heaven-defying was this? Big brother, I'm full. The little fellow was very happy. She sat there obediently and raised the little silver plate high up for him to see. She had finished all the food. The little fellow was very pure and easily satisfied. As long as no one bullied her, she would always be happy. She could influence others and relax with her, feeling warm. Yifan dotingly stroked her head and let her drink some hot soup. Seeing her like this, his heart finally felt a little better. Did we forget about a little brat? Li Tian chuckled. Where's the little rabbit? Nan Nan and Little Grass shouted together. Here. Xianxia smiled and took out the chubby, fair, and chubby divine child. Liar. The two little fellows shouted in unison. Little Grass moved forward curiously and looked at the divine child through the immortal source. She said, "Why is he in the rock? Is this a coffin? Did he die prematurely?" "You're the one who died prematurely." The little fatty woke up from his sleep and saw a little face sticking close to him. He was instantly dissatisfied. "It's a ghost." Xiaoqiao was frightened. She screamed and retreated. "You're the ghost. I'm the greatest miracle in the world," the little fatty said in an old-fashioned manner. Then, he suddenly woke up and said, "This is the little girl you guys are looking for. She's not that great." A heaven-defying freak like him was very likely the only one seen since ancient times. He indeed had the qualifications to say such words. In the eyes of others, Little Grass could already be said to be a rare talent and beauty. "Silly child, you're talking nonsense again. Your butt is itching again, right?" Li Tian laughed weirdly and then rewarded him with a slap. 113, I remember it. The divine child was furious. "Big brother, who is he?" Little Nan Nan stuck her little head out from behind Yi Fan and looked curiously at the little fatty in the immortal source. "This is a stubborn and mischievous wild child. Even the heavens don't like him and sealed him." Li Tian rushed to answer first. The divine child looked at him with slanted eyes and gnashed his teeth. Then, his face was filled with disdain as he provoked them. Little Nan Nan also moved closer and looked curiously. She even used her hand to touch the immortal source, and immortal multicolored light immediately flew into her body. "Ghost!" This time, it was the little fatty's turn to cry out. His face was full of shock as he stared at the little girl. Little Nan Nan hurriedly retreated and grabbed onto the corner of Yi Fan's clothes. She hid behind him and only stuck out half her little head to watch. Xianxia and Li Tian clicked their tongues in wonder. Although they had long heard of the little Nanan's miraculous abilities, they still couldn't help but be astonished after seeing it for themselves. "She? Who is she? How can she steal my origin energy?" The little fatty seemed to be frightened badly. He widened his eyes and stared at the little girl without blinking. "Nan Nan didn't do it on purpose," the little guy said in a small voice and took a step forward to apologize. "Ayaya, the source leaked out again. The immortal energy hibernating within my body has leaked out." The divine child cried out loudly and revealed a fearful expression. He was truly afraid of the little Nan Nan. Yi Fan revealed an astonished expression. He discovered that there were symbols flickering within the little fatty's body. His blood contained mysterious law fragments, and this was truly moving. It was extremely profound and difficult to see through. Moreover, the so-called immortal energy was seeping out from his blood, and it made the little fatty's face turn white from fright. The little Nan Nan had a puzzled expression on her face as she retreated. She didn't have any abnormalities from beginning to end, and her body was calm and peaceful. The multicolored light seeping out from the little fatty entered her body without producing the slightest change. Li Tian and Xianxia were both moved. The little grass didn't understand and only stood to the side, looking left and right. She didn't understand anything. "Save me!" The little fatty was truly scared now. He loudly shouted and was so scared that he was about to cry. "Who told you to talk back? Are you scared now?" Li Tian laughed and moved him away a bit. Meanwhile, the little Nan Nan didn't come any closer either. Only after a moment did the little fatty within the immortal source return to normal. However, his heart was filled with fear, and he wouldn't come closer even if he was beaten to death. He even wanted to escape, but unfortunately, he couldn't fly out of Yi Fan's palm. "Who is she? Why is she so terrifying and mysterious? She's so small, and she might not even be as big as me." The divine child's eyes were wide open as he continuously pondered. He was unconvinced. "Nan Nan, come here." After thinking for a bit, Yi Fan carried the little Nan Nan in front of the immortal source. He didn't want to investigate the little Nan, but rather wanted to confirm the divine child's origins. No. The little fatty miserably cried out like a pig being slaughtered. His arms and legs flailed about as he shook the immortal source. This time, as soon as the little Nan approached, strand after strand of immortal energy flew out from within the divine child's body. In addition, his body rumbled, and the great Tao fragments within his blood increased by several times. This chubby little fatty's origins are really frightening. How old is he, and he already has such a supreme Tao law fragment within his body? Li Tian was speechless. However, at this moment, the divine child was in a very sorry state. He was filled with fear, and this was an instinctive fear. This was the first time in his life that he was so afraid of someone. Within his body, more and more runes appeared, and in the end, his entire body lit up. At the same time, the green copper cauldron within Yifan's body actually trembled and emitted a clear sound. His expression instantly changed, and he quickly took it out. Yifan held the little Nan and paid attention to protecting her. Then, he directly stuffed the divine child into the green cauldron and observed him closely. Murder. I don't want to die. You can't do this to me. Hurry up and take that little girl away. The divine child howled dryly. Weng, the green copper cauldron trembled again, and this caused the expressions of Yifan, Li Tian, and Xianxia to be greatly shocked. They revealed expressions of disbelief. This little fatty's origins were too shocking. Yifan shook the cauldron, wanting to make more discoveries. In the end, he discovered that the little fatty was in a state of confusion and was almost foaming at the mouth. Nan, help big brother again. Yifan had the little Nan stretch a snow-white hand into the cauldron, and he stared unblinkingly at the little fatty. I'm scared, I'm convinced. You guys hit my butt, and those debts will be erased. I won't keep accounts. The little fatty cried out in compromise. The blood within his body boiled, and under the little Nan's suppression, even more immortal energy seeped out. Although it couldn't harm his body, there was an instinctive fear. Weng, the green copper cauldron swayed, and this time, it blossomed with even more resplendent light. Moreover, it emitted a few ancient syllables that were exceptionally mysterious. Inside the green copper cauldron, the ancient syllables were extremely strange, as if they were the sounds of an ancient sacrificial ceremony. They traveled through time and space, but also sounded like cries and howls. It was extremely strange. The broken cauldron shone brilliantly like a blazing sun. Its entire body was translucent, all types of flowers, birds, fish, bugs, as well as the sun, moon, and stars all appeared. The sea of primal chaos surged within the cauldron. What happened? Li Tian and Xianxia were both stunned. Yifan pulled the little girl and couldn't help but take a few steps back to protect the little fellow to prevent anything unexpected from happening. Meanwhile, inside the broken cauldron, the divine child was crying and shouting loudly, bobbing up and down in the sea of primal chaos. God damn it, you can't do this to me. Streak after streak of dazzling symbols suddenly appeared on his body. They immediately rushed into the heavens like raging waves beating against the shore, engulfing the heavens. Pung, the little fatty's body seemed to have exploded, actually rushing out with a special multicolored light. Several symbols exploded, and then he stopped moving. The divine child died? The others were shocked, and Yifan was even more stunned. It was because he felt that the little fatty didn't have the slightest trace of life. The symbols that exploded were extremely special, actually as large as his height. 8 or 9 of them appeared one after another, and in the end, they were all obliterated. It was shocking. Don't tell me this little fellow really suffered a disaster? Li Tian tried to poke him, but there was no reaction. The cauldron was misty, and the little fatty was sealed in the immortal source without the slightest trace of life. No one had expected this kind of result. At this moment, the broken cauldron's luster was restrained, and the green multicolored light gradually disappeared. It recovered its calm, becoming rusty again. No one would have noticed it even if it was thrown into a pile of scrap metal. Yifan fished up the immortal source. The little fatty's eyes were tightly closed, but his skin was sparkling and translucent. It didn't seem like he was injured at all. Half a quarter of an hour later, he suddenly had life fluctuations. He then opened his eyes and shouted loudly, "So comfortable! Everyone! acting all mysterious, I thought you were dead. A moment later, Li Tian naturally rewarded him with a slap. It's as if I obtained a new life, I feel much more agile than before. He shouted excitedly, but when he saw the blinking little girl, he immediately became listless. Can you keep her away from me? He carried a sobbing tone, because there was immortal energy flying out from his body, continuously entering the little Nan's body, naturally suppressing him. What happened to your body? Xianxia probed, but found nothing. Yifan lifted little Fatty up to reflect the sun. He turned him over and over, as if he was examining a rare treasure. His eyes were bursting with divine light. Hey, what are you doing? I am the future supreme being, if you offend me, your future days won't be good. Divine Child was furious, threatening fiercely. Unfortunately, Yifan ignored him, but in the end, he didn't find anything special and put him down again. The place regained its peace. Yifan, Li Tian, and Xianxia looked at each other, and then stared at the little fatty. They all had similar guesses. It's related to the green copper cauldron. Could he be the son of Venerable Sovereign? That's right. The sacrificial chant from the little fatty's immortal platform is too grand. Who can match it? I guess it was created when Dizun was buried. Not necessarily, maybe it was the Kunlun Divine Child. Kunlun Mountain was very strange, giving birth to an immortal bell and a green cauldron. It surpassed the understanding of the world. In the end, Li Tian didn't give up and made a further decision. He stuffed little Fatty into the cauldron again, and then had the little girl directly block the immortal source. This place was like slaughtering chickens and ducks. Little Fatty cried out miserably, and immortal light shone in all directions. The loss was severe, but there were no more strange signs. Moreover, the green cauldron was like an ancient well without any luster, mottled with rust. There were actually no changes this time. This was shocking. All of the strange signs had disappeared, and there seemed to be no connection between Divine Child and the green cauldron. It was puzzling. All signs had disappeared, as if the connection had been completely severed. In the end, Yifan put away the green cauldron, finally freeing Divine Child. Now, because of the little girl, he was well-behaved and obedient. The Ziwei Star region was in an uproar. Yifan had killed so many experts, shocking the world. The icy plains were bleeding, and the wilderness was covered in white. This was a heaven-piercing event, and the great sects suffered heavy losses. What affected everyone the most was still the humanoid immortal medicine, but it had fallen into Yifan's hands. Who could remain calm? It's just one person. No matter how strong he is, can he fight against everyone in the world? The whole world is his enemy, and he is going against the will of the masses. It's hard for him to have a good ending. Some people were furious. Their sect elders had died, and they couldn't help but shout and curse. This was a wave of anger, and everyone was unwilling. Not to mention those relatives and friends who had died, just the humanoid immortal medicine was enough to make the whole world go crazy. In the extreme north, the Ice Demon Palace was furious. The people they had sent out were all dead, and so many cavalry had been killed. It made them so angry that their teeth were about to shatter. However, they had no choice but to endure. The power of the human race's sacred physique was terrifying, and no one dared to fight against it. But they were unwilling. Since he dares to be so arrogant, let's make him the enemy of the whole world, and let everyone in the world kill him, a Tao protector of the Ice Demon Palace said coldly, his voice filled with coldness. In reality, it's already like this. He has killed so many people, and he has formed enmity with the Divine Court and the Netherworld Ridge Longevity Temple. He has already offended the whole world. He just needs a little push, and from then on, he will be the #1 demon in the world. Another deputy sect master's tone was indescribably cold, but his expression was very calm. The Ice Demon Palace naturally had great resentment, and on this day, they added fuel to the fire and made a ruckus, secretly exaggerating the cruelty of Yifan's killings and many other negative news. They added oil and vinegar, making things up, taking things out of context, and constantly slandering him. They made up many stories and slandered him. He is the human race's sacred physique, and he feels that he is invincible. He wants to command the world and kill in all directions. Yifan is an impressive person. Now that he has obtained the human-shaped immortal medicine, he has the opportunity to become an immortal, but that was discovered by all the great sects together. Yet, he cruelly slaughtered them all in the northern plains and monopolized the precious medicine. He once declared that, so what if he is the enemy of the whole world? He wants to kill everyone in the world. He is truly a demon. The Divine Court, Longevity Temple, Sky Demon Alliance, and Origin Demon Sect are the leaders of the world. How can they tolerate him being so impudent? The Ice Demon Palace made a ruckus, pushing Yi Fan to the opposite side of the human race. They secretly spread all kinds of rumors, wanting to stir up the emotions of everyone in the world and suppress him together to seize the immortal medicine. Yi Fan sneered. These great sects were very strong, but they were not enough to represent the whole world. How could he be afraid of a single one of them? His wondrous arts shocked the world. The first target he used his great divine arts in the extreme north was the Ice Demon Palace. As expected, he received confirmation that this great sect was adding fuel to the fire. There were people in the Ice Demon Palace who objected, but the deputy sect master and the protector insisted on using the world's great power to suppress Yi Fan, drawing the other great powers over to kill him together. Therefore, the clamor and all kinds of slander and rumors spread. Human race's sacred physique, what right do you have to bully fellow Taoists in the world just because your bloodline is powerful? We were the ones who discovered the human-shaped divine medicine first, but you killed all the heroes of the icy plains for your own selfishness and snatched it. You are cold-blooded and inhumane. The immortal medicine naturally belongs to all the great sections. We were the ones who discovered it first and refined it into an immortal pill. The world will share it. How can it fall into the hands of this demon? In order to take the immortal medicine, he even made up a story saying that the little girl was his younger sister. What an ironic joke. The human heart is insatiably greedy. The Ice Demon Palace was in an uproar, and the world was in an uproar. Many powerful itinerant cultivators came out of seclusion, not for anything else but just for the immortal medicine. I can't stand the loneliness. Yi Fan only had this to say. He took little Nan Nan, Li Tian, and Yan Yishi and headed toward the deepest part of the north. Their target was naturally the Ice Demon Palace. Xiaoqiao accompanied them. She had already bade farewell to her family and was willing to become a cultivator who could fly. Although she left in tears, she was still a child after all. She recovered a lot after half a day. She and little Nan Nan were together, and the two little girls ran and jumped around, looking very loving. Divine Child didn't want to be sealed in the artifact, but he also didn't want to collide with little Nan Nan. It was very contradictory, so he could only compromise and beg Yi Fan and Li Tian to take care of him. What? Yi Fan is here? When everyone in the Ice Demon Palace received the news, there was a moment of dead silence. Then, they were horrified. The news was leaked too quickly. They only used a few key figures to instigate, but Yi Fan found out so quickly. All the sects have come to the north and entered the icy plains. A peerless powerhouse has appeared. Could it be that he still wants to risk universal condemnation? Some people were scared, but they didn't want to show their fear. Boom, suddenly, there was a loud sound, and the palace collapsed. A huge bronze plaque fell from the sky and smashed onto the palace, causing it to collapse. How hateful. How audacious. Some older figures were furious. This was the plaque hanging in front of the mountain gate, but it was sent flying with a slap and smashed into their conference hall. How many years had it been since something like this happened? They almost didn't dare to believe this result. This was really unbridled. Naturally, Yi Fan and the others had arrived. They arrived in front of an ice palace. This place was grand and majestic, located in the polar region. It stood majestically in the boundless ice and snow, existing since ancient times. After they arrived, they didn't stop at all. They directly barged into the mountain gate and slapped the bronze plaque away. They were here to denounce them. No one could stop them at all. This was a holy land. Quasi-Emperor had once appeared more than 100,000 years ago, but the formation patterns had long been obliterated. As for the layers of the Great Sage Formation, they couldn't stop Yi Fan. Stop, someone shouted. Who? Yi Fan flicked his sleeves, and this person was immediately sent flying dozens of kilometers away. This is the ancestral land of our ice demon palace. Fellow Taoist, don't be impudent. If you want to see our sect master, stop for the time being. We will go and report, said an older person, trying to stall for time. The protectors and supremacies of the mountain gate all appeared, blocking a large row in front. However, Yifan opened his mouth and blew out a gust of wind, sweeping these people up and blowing them 100 kilometers away. You're going too far. Do you really think no one in the world can restrain you? Someone roared in the highest hall of the Ice Demon Palace. Being forced into the mountain gate and overturned the conference hall was like being slapped in the face in front of everyone in the world. It was a great humiliation. Bang! Suddenly, an iron sword slashed down from the sky. A huge sword beam smashed into the highest hall, causing the great sage formation patterns here to dim. The entire ancient hall was cut in half. The highest hall was sliced open, and a giant sword was stabbed into the ground, towering into the sky. The hilt of the sword shook continuously, and killing intent rushed into the 9 heavens. Everyone's expression changed. Yifan was unstoppable as he charged right in front of him. It was horrifying. Going too far? You guys made up so much, and you still have the cheek to say that. Yifan's eyes flashed with cold lightning. He didn't give him a chance to explain and punched out with his celestial large fist, shattering that protector on the spot. A bloody mist spread out in the hall, and bone fragments flew everywhere. Fresh blood dyed the hall red. The great sage's formation patterns became even dimmer. Everyone was petrified and forgot to cry out. This was one of their sect's powerhouses, an extremely powerful figure, yet he was killed just like that without being able to resist at all. You. The deputy sect master's face turned red and then white. He was also an advocate, so he turned around and left, not wanting to say anything more. That was because Yifan was too ferocious. With such a performance right from the start, he definitely couldn't withstand it. If he didn't leave, he wouldn't have a chance of survival. Wang, Yifan's glabella shone brightly, and a ray of light rushed out, turning into a small cauldron that chased after the figure that was about to escape. The deputy sect master of the Ice Demon Hall was shattered on the spot, and a bloody mist scattered. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they felt a chill from head to toe. This was too terrifying. The 2 powerhouses of the sect didn't even have a chance at all, and their bodies and souls were destroyed just like that. This was terrifying. Yifan's eyes were cold as he looked at everyone. Then, he walked step by step towards the throne at the highest point. In the end, he sat on it and looked down at everyone in a dignified manner. The Ice Demon Hall sect master wasn't around, and 2 powerhouses died in the hall. The other leaders kept quiet out of fear, and none of them made a sound. The atmosphere was extremely cold. Next, you guys know what to do, right? Yifan asked with an indifferent expression. He sat on the throne in the center of the highest hall, looking down at everyone. This scene made everyone feel both angry and cold. This was a sacred ground of Tang Tang, but now it had become like this. Even though it had declined, it was still an undying inheritance, yet it was broken through just like that, looking down on them. All of them were shocked and fearful, anger surging within them. But in the end, everyone restrained themselves. No one was unafraid of death. We will immediately clarify and take back those words. We will tell the world the truth and apologize to you. An elder braced himself and said. Right now, they had no choice but to express their stance. This demon was sitting right above them. If they were even the slightest bit careless and couldn't satisfy him, then there might be a great calamity today. In reality, there was a group of people within the sect that didn't agree with the clamor from before. If they were to find out, it would definitely bring about great trouble. But the Tao Protector and the Deputy Sect Master believed that with the power of the world, the Divine Court, the Netherage Longevity Monastery, and the other great sects attacking together, Yifan would be turned to dust before he could understand what was going on. But the truth wasn't like that. The demon came and killed the 2 of them, slicing their weak spots. Majestic ice palaces were everywhere. Yifan didn't stop and went far away. He met up with Li Tian, Yan Ishi, and the others outside the mountain gate. They left the vast ice plains and headed south in search of Yitong. Yi, let me tell you something. Now that you're done in the Z-Way segmentum, don't you want to go back? But we don't want to leave. This is the place where we were born and raised. We want to stay and return to our roots here, Li Tian said. Yi Fan sighed softly. This day had finally come. Friends had their own paths and choices. They would be separated on the two sides of the starry sky. The joys and sorrows of separation and reunion were unavoidable. However, he had the divine light platform. Now that he knew Ziwei's coordinates, it wasn't like he wouldn't have a chance to meet her. Perhaps, compared to the Big Dipper segmentum where the path to immortalhood was about to open, this place was safer. The other place was destined to be at war or even destroy the world. They headed south and heard a lot of news along the way. From the polar region to the south, there was a lot of arguing along the way. No one expected the Ice Demon Hall to change their tune. This time, they weren't making a ruckus in secret. Instead, they stood out and said some truths. We're both cultivators. You and I both know that we shouldn't be blinded by our desires. The human sacred physique is here to search for his kin. The truth is right before our eyes. There's news from the Big Dipper segmentum. Someone crossed the starry sky and received conclusive news. That little girl really came from that segmentum and is seen by Yi Fan as a daughter or sister. Desires are endless, but don't put on a bright coat for greed. The world was in an uproar. This change of heart was too fast and so thorough. They directly cleared Yi Fan's name. It was completely different from the previous slandering and clamoring. What was the Ice Demon Hall trying to do? This was the question on everyone's mind. At the same time, their words also angered many large sections. They shouldn't have done this. The general trend of the world was here. Fighting Yi Fan together had already become a trend. It was really displeasing to have such comments appear. There's nothing to say. The human sacred physique bullied the weak. He forcefully took the immortal medicine and wanted to monopolize it. Now, he even bullied the Ice Demon Hall, making them angry but not dare to speak the truth. Everything was forced. This demon must be eliminated. The whole world must fight him together. Of course, only the people who said such things were the Divine Court, Sky Demon Alliance, Origin Demon Cult, White Tiger Manor, and other major forces that could dominate a region. They thought they could represent the whole world. As for the common people, they were all buried in daily necessities and didn't know how to cultivate. Yi, let's take down a few large sects together, Li Tian suggested. Yi Fan shook his head and said, let me kill all the evildoers. Don't get involved. After all, we still have to take root here and rebuild the human desires path. The two wanted to help, but Yi Fan wouldn't agree no matter what. On the first day Yi Fan went south, the head of Sky Demon Alliance's ancient demon, Shrouding, shot 3,000 feet into the sky. It was dripping with blood as its headless body fell on a large mountain. This battle lasted for a short time, but it caused a huge commotion. What? Shrouding is dead? This is a mysterious expert. He crossed over from the outer region 50 years ago and became a hero of the demon race. How many people could fight against him, but he died just like that. This was naturally shocking. Many experts felt as if there was a cold breeze blowing over. One of the top experts in their eyes had fallen. On the second day, Yi Fan killed the 4 supreme protectors of the Origin Demon Cult. He didn't let any of them go. All of them died. Blood splattered everywhere, causing people to feel a chill up their spines. A few more experts died. Kill him and the whole world will punish him. The crowd was stirred up. Of course, there was a certain number of people in this group. They were all people who wanted to obtain a humanoid immortal medicine. The others watched coldly from the sidelines and naturally wouldn't participate. The world was in an uproar. Voices of suppression rang out incessantly. Many great armies gathered and ancient killing formations appeared one after another. They were controlled by the great sects and searched for Yi Fan to suppress him. However, the great powers that were shouting the loudest suffered a bitter counterattack on the third day. Yi Fan descended upon the divine continent and charged into the White Tiger Manor. He killed both their Manor Lord and Supreme Manor Lord. He split this ancestral land that had been revered since ancient times into 2 halves. The world was in an uproar. Even though he only killed 2 people, it was still so shocking. 2 generations of sect masters couldn't escape this fate and were all killed. On the 4th day, Yifan arrived in front of the Longevity Temple. This was a strange mountain ridge. Mists fluttered about. The ancient temple was located on top like a Dao gate in the underworld. In the distance, all types of great peaks stood side by side, making this place seem more and more special. There was a type of restrained and terrifying aura. Yifan looked at it for a long time. He didn't forcefully barge in, nor did he try to break through. He sensed a powerful aura. Quasi-Emperor's natural laws were swirling about. There were Quasi-Emperor's formation patterns here. It's completely intact. Rashly barging in will undoubtedly result in death. He couldn't help but sigh lightly. This place's reputation was not in vain. No wonder there was half a page of divine ancient scripture stored in it back then. It was on equal footing with the human King Hall. It made sense after all. Daoist Sankei left. He was no longer in Ziwei Star Domain and stepped onto the star path. This made Yifan feel a bit regretful. It was because he had a vague feeling that this was an extremely formidable person. Daoist Sankei cultivated a special method. 3 souls were separately nurtured in other people's bodies. Few people in the world knew about this, and this was where Sank's name came from. In this type of state, Daoist Sankei was already extremely terrifying. As Yin Tianda's sworn brother, if his soul was complete, then how terrifying would that be? Anyone who understood the secret would not underestimate him. Yin Tianda is also formidable. Back then, in order to fight for the divine ancient scriptures, he directly killed Daoist Sank's father and almost caused the divine soul nurtured in his father's body to disappear. Yin Tianda is ruthless enough. In order to achieve his goal, his decisiveness and ruthlessness are chilling. Yan Yishi and Li Tian said. If no one jumps out from the Moon Palace, then send Xiaoqiao there, Yifan said. Darling, you have to visit me in the future. Xiaoqiao was reluctant to leave. Her eyes were filled with tears. The 2 little radishes had long developed feelings for each other after playing together. It's not time to part yet. Don't cry yet, Li Tian said with a smile, diluting the reluctance and melancholy between children. Yi Tong has gone out to sea in search of the Tang Valley. He wants to take a look at the Sun Saint Emperor's coffin. He wants to obtain the Saint Emperor's weapon. This was the news Yan Yishi received. Yifan was startled. During the battle in the North Sea, he saw that the Sun Saint Emperor's coffin was only left with a piece of human skin. This made him feel somewhat unnatural even now. He muttered in his heart. This was the same as the undying Heavenly Emperor's performance. His corpse was also gone, only leaving behind a piece of skin. Only their divine wills were left. It could be considered a small miracle that they hadn't been completely obliterated even in this world. Of course, there was a solution to this. Living beings wouldn't forget and would always talk about it. Evil thoughts would be born from the ashes. In the following days, Yifan battled all over the world. He didn't retreat and didn't fear the so-called people of the world. This was just the alliance of the great sections. They were pressuring him with their power, but it was impossible to make him feel fear. Several days later, another great battle took place. A total of 7 battle saints took action. They were all peerless figures in the field of battle. They were the trump cards that had been sealed since ancient times. They came from the Origin Demon Sect, the Sky Demon Union, the White Tiger Manor, and so on, but in the end, they were all wiped out. The great formations they carried were all destroyed, and these people died a violent death. Blood splashed into the sky. Killing the people of the world, Yifan vaguely formed an unrivaled great momentum. It was difficult to find opponents, of course, the real people of the world wouldn't feel any sorrow. This was because the great powers that were aiming for the immortal medicine and believed that they could represent the entire world had suffered a heavy blow. All of them were badly battered and terrified. In this world, perhaps only the Kuan-Ping ancestor can suppress and kill him. Rumor has it that he is no longer in the North Sea and has left the Ziwei Star region. That was an old Kuan-Ping, a peerless figure from the ancient times. Yifan had heard of him when he first came to the Ziwei Star region. He lived in seclusion in the North Sea, but his fame hadn't waned even after so many years. The Divine Court still hasn't taken action. Isn't everything led by them? What are they still waiting for? Someone was angry. Yi Fan also knew that the divine court was powerful and had the support of a supreme from the outer realms. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to establish such a great sect and build an ancient heaven. It's time to end this. The God dynasty finally made their move. Their army was vast and boundless as they surrounded Yi Fan. The one at the lead was a young man who gave off an extremely dangerous aura. Great sage. He looked young, but this person was at least over 800 years old. His eyes were deep and cold, and behind him, a great banner fluttered. Endless barbarian cavalry came like 100,000 celestial soldiers. You think you're so great, but you're really nothing. In front of true power, your so-called strength and power is nothing but a joke. The great sage of the divine court said coldly. Although his words were full of contempt, when he really moved, he was going to kill. A spear appeared in his hand, and it emitted the power of the quasi-emperor as it pressed forward. As soon as the spear appeared, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Ghosts wept and gods howled, causing the dark golden spear in Yi Fan's body to tremble violently as if it had received a great stimulation. He dared to say this because he was indeed terrifying. His own strength was strong enough. As a great sage, he used a quasi-emperor weapon right from the start. This could be said to be a fatal blow. Under normal circumstances, the enemy would undoubtedly die without a doubt. A terrifying emperor's might erupted, shaking people's hearts. It engulfed the heavens like a boundless mountain and sea pressing down, shocking people's hearts to the point of collapse. This was a great and incomparable power. The distant spectators couldn't bear it and almost knelt down. A great sage wielding a flawless quasi-emperor weapon released a great part of its power. This was almost equivalent to a quasi-emperor descending with half of his body to kill Yi Fan. Naturally, it was terrifying to the extreme. However, the anticipated bloody scene didn't appear. The green cauldron in Yi Fan's body emitted a brilliant immortal light. In his left hand was an immortal sword with even more terrifying killing intent, and in his right hand was a black spear. He attacked forward. What? Why do you have the Xianxia clan's immortal spear? How did it fall into your hands? The great sage cried out in alarm. Of course, he felt even more deeply afterwards. The green cauldron and the killing sword appeared at the same time. His face immediately became pale, and the spear in his hand trembled uncontrollably. With a wing sound, the green spear in his hand tore apart the void and broke free from his hand. It flew away on its own, entering the depths of the cosmos. This result was shocking. Meanwhile, a great pressure was emitted from Yi Fan's body. This was a true emperor weapon emitting a dignified aura that made all living beings tremble. The countless soldiers of the divine court all knelt on the ground. You aren't the only one with trump cards. Don't be too arrogant before others reveal their trump cards. Yi Fan said coldly. He then stared at him and shouted, Speak, what kind of conflict does the owner of this immortal spear have with you all? The green copper cauldron shone, intimidating one's primordial spirit. The immortal sword erupted, its surface dripping with blood, the killing immortal diagram shocking the world. Yi Fan pointed the sword at the great sage, asking about the Xianxia clan's whereabouts. The great sage who came from outside this region was a true supreme being's disciple. This left everyone horrified. Someone at the level of the great sage was an ancestor in a region, yet now, he still had a master in this world. Who wouldn't be shocked? Before life and death, no one could remain calm. Only, some could persist in their beliefs, while others would directly collapse. I don't know. The seemingly young great sage's tone was resolute, not willing to reveal too much. Who is your master, and where is he now? Yi Fan interrogated again. The supreme being is nameless, at the center of the star domain, only waiting for the ultimate transformation to ascend to immortality. The great sage was proud, but he was also unyielding. Yi Fan's brows furrowed slightly. It seemed like this so-called supreme being really was terrifying to a certain degree. If he became an emperor at the ultimate stage, crossing that trial, the name of the divine court might truly be called the celestial court, and now, his disciple had already set out, about to unify a star domain, starting to lay out his plans. It was clear that he was full of confidence in him, believing that he would definitely succeed. However, Yi Fan didn't have much to be scared of now. Once there were too many lice on his head, he wouldn't be scared of being bitten. Having one more supreme being wouldn't matter much, having one less supreme being wouldn't matter much. This wasn't the only terrifying karma. Xiao, a streak of sword radiance flickered. The killing sword erupted, the energy radiance reaching over 100 li, directly cutting apart the space below the great sage. The shockwaves shook his body, making his consciousness unstable. Then, Yifan carried the immortal sword on his back, holding the black spear in his hand as he rushed over, fearing that the emperor weapon would directly destroy the great sage's primordial spirit, preventing him from prying into the great secrets. This was a violent collision. Under this strike, the 5 elements were reversed, and the universe seemed to be overturned. Earth, fire, wind, and water rotated as if the world was being split apart. In a true head-on clash, the green cauldron was put away by Yifan. Right now, he wasn't worried that he wasn't strong enough. Rather, he was afraid that if he was too strong, he wouldn't be able to leave any survivors. Thus, he only held on to the useless spear and used his own origin energy to fight. Pooh! The great sage's primordial spirit was unstable just now, and now he was being attacked like this. Their bodies were almost in contact with each other, so he was naturally at a disadvantage. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His arm that was struck by the black spear felt like it was cut by a heavenly blade. His arm was cut in half, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Boom! Yifan engaged in close combat with him. He held the spear in his left hand and the celestial arch fist in his right. They attacked ferociously together with unstoppable momentum and divine strength. Pooh! The great sage flew outwards, his body breaking into pieces. This broken spear actually revived at this crucial moment, erupting with strand after strand of quasi-emperor might. This was a type of unwillingness and resentment. This spear had great karma with this bloodline. Now, the remnant consciousness was furious, starting to devour it. The lower half of the great sage's body exploded, and then it broke apart inch by inch, turning into strand after strand of bloody mist. He was about to die miserably. Yifan felt a headache. There had never been a day when he felt as strange as today. He hoped that the power of the weapon in his hand would be a bit weaker so that the enemy wouldn't die. However, this didn't change according to his will. The great sage didn't want to die either. His primordial spirit rushed into the sky, but there was still quasi-emperor energy that spread over. His primordial spirit was about to decay, cracks appearing one after another. "Ah, I don't want to die." The great sage cried out miserably, but there was nothing he could do to change the result. Most of the primordial spirit collapsed, and only a portion broke free from the quasi-emperor's energy. Yifan pulled it over and held it in his palm. He opened his heavenly eye and looked into his sea of consciousness. Yifan saw group after group of chaotic scenes. There was too much information, and among them, there were a few terrifying scenes that left a deep impression. A green spear and a black spear collided, and 2 imposing figures fought intensely. That was the battle of the quasi-emperor. It was like the end of the world, and it happened in the past. At the same time, he discovered a few memories in this remnant consciousness. The great sage's master fought a great battle against the Xianxia clan. Both sides suffered, and the spear and spear were almost shattered. However, the green spear was brought away, and the black divine spear pierced through the cosmos, disappearing into the void. It was clear that it ultimately fell on Earth. That's a huge planet with powerful life waves. Yifan stared at the blurry figures of the 2 experts. Behind them, there was the vitality and vigor of the ancient life realm. He thought of a person, the insufferably arrogant Saint Physique nemesis on the ancient road of the human race, the tyrant. This person's might was monstrous, and he had 9 divine forms. If Yifan didn't have divine restrictions, it would be a bitter battle against him. The tyrant was born under the ginseng fruit tree, and he had an extraordinary origin. The ginseng fruit tree used to belong to the Xianxia clan, and he came from Earth. Connecting all of this together, one could make many conjectures. Could it be that the earth-shattering battle between the 2 quasi-emperor took place in the star field where the tyrant physique was? The fate of the Xianxia clan was unknown, and the immortal tree was lost there. As for the supreme being who had fought against the Xianxia clan, he might have come from there, passed by, obtained the ginseng fruit tree, or was an ancient tyrant physique that broke out of the divine origin, or, there were too many possibilities, making it hard to be sure. It was a pity that the great sage was already dead, and the fragments of his primordial spirit were limited, so it was impossible to find out everything. This battle happened at least 1 or 2,000 years ago, and it was hard to tell whether the Xianxia clan was dead or alive. However, the other supreme being was even more powerful, and he had established the divine court. This made people uneasy. In this world, the quasi-emperor doesn't just have Gai Jiuyo and the one from the Golden Crow clan. Now, there's another one, and he's bound to be terrifying in the future. This was a bad feeling. The ginseng fruit tree had been lost on the Tyrant Physique star, and a mysterious and powerful supreme being had killed the Xianxia clan. This made Yi Fan frown. With the death of the great sage of the divine court, there was no way this battle could continue. The great army collapsed in an instant, and they rushed in all directions like a flood, all of them fleeing for their lives. Who could stop the sword of an emperor? On this day, the capital of the divine court was deserted. Almost everyone had fled, and those who stayed behind were as if they were facing a great enemy. They were very afraid of Yi Fan's arrival. In the end, Yi Fan went, but he didn't enter the city. The divine court's power was already lost, and he didn't need to do anything. 10 days later, Yi Tong returned, but he didn't get his wish. He didn't take out the Holy Sun Emperor's weapon, and he was still in the North Sea. After the matter at Ziwei Star, Yi Fan didn't go back. Instead, he found a cliff and secluded himself, trying to figure out his own path and method. This was the critical moment of his life. 2 months later, Yi Tong took the little girl away, taking care of her like a father or brother. After a few more days, Yi Fan ascended to the sky alone and arrived outside Ziwei region. Li Tian, Yan Yishi, and the others saw him off. Yi Fan was about to pass the tribulation and attack the great sage's checkpoint. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, and the accumulation and waiting would finally erupt on this day. This place was called the Emperor Star, and there were many mysteries and secrets. Many great emperors had come here and left behind immortal imprints. It was a suitable place for him to break through. Of course, this place was destined to become a bloodstained land. It wouldn't be easy to charge through, and it would be extremely difficult. The great sage's tribulation, Yi Fan would be surrounded and attacked by many great emperors. Although they were at the same realm as him, they were all the most powerful throughout the ages, and they could easily kill him. Big brother, you have to be careful. The little girl waved her hand and watched him go into the distance, disappearing into the universe. This was naturally a major matter, and it would be the greatest danger Yi Fan would face in his life. From severing the Tao to becoming a saint, and then to becoming a saint king, it was getting more and more difficult. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan was risking his life. The further he went, the more dangerous it would be. The slightest bit of carelessness could completely turn him into smoke and dust. After accumulating to this day, he felt that he was ready and could take that step. However, Yi Tong, Li Tian, and the others were all very nervous and watched closely. The entire Ziwei Star region felt an oppressive aura that made people's hearts heavy. Everyone couldn't help but look up into the sky, but it was too far and they couldn't see anything. Does it have to do with the divine body? Someone saw him leave the place of seclusion and rush into outer space. Is he going to leave? This god of calamity is finally going to leave. Sigh, what a pity that the emperor weapons of my Ziwei Star region have been lost, and the ancient great sage has also left. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Boom, suddenly, a clap of thunder shook the world. Lightning flashed in outer space, and even the sun was covered. It was so terrifying that it seemed like the end of the world. Everyone trembled. What happened? This was everyone's question. They felt terror in their hearts, as if the end of the world had arrived. They felt suffocated. At this moment, light radiated in all directions, covering the world. Endless laws interweaved in outer space. Lightning was like a sea, surging violently. There were even roars as if ancient emperors had come back to life. The ancient gods and devils have come back to life. What's going on in this world? There are beams of light everywhere. The formations left by the ancient emperors are all recovering. Why? On this day, all kinds of strange phenomena occurred in the Ziwei Star region. All of them were like raging waves, shocking people's hearts. Yi Fan was undergoing a tribulation. The cold and dark universe was filled with boundless lightning and completely changed. He was far enough away from the ancient life star, but the lightning still covered the sky of Ziwei. In outer space, all kinds of meteorites turned to dust, and some of the nearby small stars directly exploded. In this violent lightning, nothing existed anymore. Moon, Great Yang, Eternal Universe, Void, Amiba, Shuiyu, Great Emperors appeared one after another, and ancient supreme beings appeared one after another, turning into the body of the great sage. They fully displayed the imprints of this realm in the past as they attacked. Yi Fan was almost beaten to death. Although he had the passing self and the Tao self to share the burden, and his true body escaped at the crucial moment, facing so many great emperors in succession, his body and spirit were almost destroyed. This was even more dangerous than the last Saint King tribulation. It was simply a road to death. It was hard for outsiders to imagine how Yi Fan had persevered in this battle. His physical body had long been smashed to pieces. At the most dangerous moment, all his bones were shattered, and his flesh was evaporated. Only his last drop of blood flowed from his body. And his primordial spirit was on the verge of being extinguished several times, like a candle in a violent wind, about to fall into eternal darkness at any time. His flame of life was about to dry up, and his life had reached its end. In front of such an incomparably great tribulation, everything was useless. The will and beliefs that allowed him to survive were almost disintegrated. It was too bitter. Yi Fan could almost be considered dead. He operated the secret character of swordsman with great difficulty. He was reborn from a drop of blood, and he used that drop of blood to summon the shattered bones and reconstruct them. He walked on the edge of death, fought against the great emperors, and then charged into the imperial palaces. The killing drove him crazy, and he was about to collapse. He had experienced too many battles in this life, but Yi Fan had never been in such danger as today. Saying that it was 9 deaths and 1 life was an understatement. It was really seeking a slim chance of survival in the midst of 10,000 deaths. The cauldron was broken and reconstructed. It was branded with primal chaos runes, and filled with its own laws and divine chains of order. It was unknown how many times this cauldron had been broken. The god inside was like Yi Fan, almost consigned to eternal damnation and falling into eternal darkness. On this day, ghosts cried and gods howled in the Ziwei galaxy. Gods and demons appeared together. Those were the laws and order of the primordial era, and the remnant thoughts left behind by many experts. The whole world was shocked. Later on, the saints soared into the sky and saw the scene of Yi Fan's last struggle. They were all shocked. Boom, the river of stars dimmed, and the sea of thunder exploded. Everything disappeared, and only a pool of blood was left on the battlefield. Someone was undergoing a tribulation just now, and it was actually such a powerful lightning. Could it be that someone is about to attain the Tao? It's simply unimaginable. Unfortunately, he failed, leaving behind an eternal hatred. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many outstanding people had died at the most crucial stage of their lives. Just half a step was the difference between hell and heaven. Between heaven and earth, only a pool of blood was left. The cauldron was also shattered, turning into fragments that scattered everywhere. Master! Yi Tong let out a heart-wrenching cry. Li Tian and Xianxia were also greatly shaken. That blood did not seem to have any divinity. It was dim and lightless, as if its spirituality had been completely extinguished. Big brother. Little Nan Nan's eyes were filled with tears. Died? Only a divine child could not care less. He muttered in a low voice, but in the end, he received a solid beating. Even with the immortal source between them, his buttocks almost blossomed. Big brother is fine. Although little Nan Nan's eyes were filled with tears, she still muttered. The pool of blood rustled, and then it began to slowly shine. Especially between the fragments of the cauldron, there was even a drop of bright red blood essence. It was dazzling and emitted an ocean-like essence energy. Kill. Suddenly, a terrifying divine will attacked. Someone took out the great sage weapon and slashed towards Yi Fan's drop of true blood, wanting to kill him when he was in danger. Boom. Fortunately, Li Tian and Xianxia were always on guard. Even though they had a bad feeling just now, thinking that something had happened to Yi Fan, they did not let down their guard. The goddess furnace shot out and blocked that weapon, emitting a dazzling misty rain that destroyed it. A drop of bright red blood fell into the golden bloodstain and began to roll, constructing the skeleton and reconstructing the true body. A human figure quickly appeared, and the disappeared Yifan reappeared in this world. At the same time, the cauldron trembled, turning into a dazzling rain of light that rushed together. With a clang, it was like a divine drum from ancient times that resounded throughout the starry sky. The cauldron also reconstructed. Strands of source energy pervaded the air, and divine laws flowed like liquid. After thousands of tempering, the myriad origin cauldron took shape, displaying its supreme elegance. Then, after a moment of extreme brilliance, it returned to its original simplicity and hung above Yifan's head, becoming the true great sage's weapon. On the cauldron walls, the symbols became even more complex. These were patterns produced from primal chaos, naturally formed. There was a type of perfect Tao feeling. Yifan's true body finally solidified completely. However, his face was pale and his body trembled, almost collapsing. "Brother!" Little Nan Nan opened her little hands and wanted to rush forward. Yi Tong hurriedly brought her forward, and Li Tian and the rest quickly came over. "I'm fine, don't worry." Yifan rubbed little Nan Nan's head and wiped away the tears on her face. He then looked at Yi Tong and the others and revealed a reassuring smile. Then, he suddenly reached out a large hand, covering the heavens, directly grabbing forward. With a pu sound, several figures were turned into dust, the great sage's might completely displayed. Just now, only one of the people who had ambushed him had been killed by the goddess furnace. These people had been secretly activating the great sage's weapon, and Yifan had clearly sensed it. Now, it had exploded in an instant. He became the great sage. The people of the Ziwei star field were all dumbfounded. Every one of them felt cold from head to toe. He was already so terrifying when he was still in the Saint King realm. Now that he had reached such a level, who could be a match for him? Yifan sat in the starry sky and began to adjust his breathing. This time, he had been too heavily injured. His body had been smashed to pieces, and everything was reconstructing. He had almost died completely. Essence chi from all directions was drawn over. Yi Tong hurriedly pulled little Nan Nan and retreated. Li Tian and Yan Ishi did the same. They couldn't stay here any longer. In the end, a huge beam of light shot out from the sun and shone directly on Yifan's body. All kinds of essence chi from the universe's 8 desolates surged. The replenishment of a great sage's vitality was extremely terrifying, especially for someone with a physique like Yifan's. It was like a bottomless pit. The heavens and earth rumbled as the ocean-like essence chi entered his body, causing him to start glowing. Gradually, he floated in the sky like a divine wheel. Yifan's appearance was solemn and dignified. He did not move at all as he reconstructed his body and baptized his organs and bones. He was like a god. The sound of blood flowing was like a surging river. It was deafening. One could see that within the golden blood, a bright red color had begun to appear again, emitting a lustrous light. Those with the heavens eye could clearly see the changes in Yifan's flesh. All of them were stunned. Every time his flesh and bones moved, it was like a Tao weapon was humming. Just how powerful was his physique? It was actually this terrifying. It could be assumed that a single spurt of blood was enough to destroy a holy weapon. A single punch would be enough to destroy any great sage weapon. For an entire 7 days and 7 nights, Yifan did not move at all. He was transforming, recovering his injured body, and reconstructing the great sage's body. Rumbling sounds could be heard from within his body. That was the remnant lightning tribulation, tempering his body and meridians. Meanwhile, his primordial spirit also flew out and hugged the small cauldron. It similarly rumbled and shook, becoming more and more compatible. Tao laws flourished. In the end, everything came to an end. Yifan had passed the great sage's tribulation and was now a true ancestor-level figure. He could overlook an entire star domain. Great sage! Li Tian cried out strangely. A 200-something-year-old great sage, no matter which era he was in, was considered quite young. Compared to a lifespan of 6,000 to 7,000 years, he was currently in the infancy stage. This was just the beginning. Coupled with the extraordinary blood energy of the human race's saint physique, He would live for an even longer time. His future path was even more brilliant. There was bound to be a great storm along the way. Yifan restrained his blood energy and recovered his calmness. However, every movement of his had a Tao rhythm that made all beings revere him. As long as one reached this realm, there would naturally be traces of pressure. Of course, it was not impossible to completely transform into an ordinary person and make others unable to see through it. It's really time to leave, Yifan said softly. This also meant that they were going to part. On this day, they drank who knew how much wine. The wine jars had almost piled up into a small mountain. Little Nan Nan propped up her chin and sat obediently at the side, watching them drink heartily. Good brothers for a lifetime. The starry sky cannot separate our brotherhood. When we meet again, we will meet again and fight shoulder to shoulder. Li Tian, Xianxia, and Yifan drank until the smell of alcohol filled the air, but they could not get drunk. The time to part had finally arrived. Yifan took Yutong, little Nan Nan, and divine child with him. He took one last look and rushed to the outer realm. Nan Nan, we are good friends, friends for a lifetime. Remember to come and see me. When I grow up, I will go and find you. Little Grass cried. Little sister, I will remember you. I will never forget you. I will come and find you. Little Nanan's childish voice came from the sky and gradually disappeared. I Qinggu was no longer in Ziwei segmentum. She had stepped onto the ancient starry sky path. Even so, Li Tian and Xianxia could still use their connections to send Little Grass into the sect. When they reached the outer realm, Yifan's body trembled. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. There was a hint of red in the golden color. Yutong was shocked and cried out, Master, what's wrong? Little Nan Nan was already pulling on the corner of Yifan's clothes nervously. Her face was full of fear and even terror. It's nothing. It's just a small Tao injury. I didn't expect it to be so effective. It followed me from the Saint King realm to the Great Sage realm, but it doesn't affect my combat ability much, Yifan said calmly. Really? Little Nan Nan was worried and asked with her head tilted. Yifan scratched her cute little nose and said, Of course it's true. Don't worry. Master, do you have any way? Yitong asked with some worry. Don't worry. I will cure it completely, Yifan said casually. Big brother will be fine. Nan Nan will cure Big Brother's injury, the little fellow said seriously. In the starry sky, Yitong was a little hesitant. Seeing this, Yifan asked, What's wrong? Master, I want to step onto the ancient trial path of the strongest to temper myself, Yitong said. Yifan nodded, and said, It's good that you have this thought. He naturally supported his disciple's decision. Although it was a difficult and dangerous path, it was indeed very tempering. She had experienced too much in Big Dipper, and it was time for Yutong to try some different paths. I'll send you there, Yifan said. On the way, Yifan had asked little Nan Nan how she had come to the Ziwei galaxy. Unfortunately, little Nan Nan was very confused, and she couldn't remember even after thinking for a long time. Doggy almost died, and Nan Nan was very sad. Afterward, she seemed to have flown away, and she got further and further away. I don't remember what happened after that. Little Nan Nan said in a soft voice. Yifan had heard this from a large black dog before. At that time, little Nan Nan was like a celestial who had ascended to heaven. She flew into the sky, and it was difficult to track her down. There were many new faces waiting in front of the first stage of the human race. They were all full of hope and confidence. Just like Yifan's group in the past, they had hope, ambition, boldness, and killing intent. However, it was unknown how many of them would survive. Let's do it here. Yifan had sent his disciple here, and he wouldn't give him any more help. He would have to walk his own path in the future. Yutong bowed deeply, bid farewell to his master, and said, I want to use the ancient road of the human race to go to another battlefield. He didn't want to repeat Yifan's path. Instead, he wanted to fight his way to another ancient road, open up a world that belonged to him, and forge his own path. Yifan naturally wouldn't interfere, and he allowed him to do as he pleased. A young eagle had to have the courage to reach the heavens. Only then would it be able to spread its wings and soar into the clouds. Huh? Who's that? Why did he come with a little girl, and then leave? Someone asked in a low voice. Meanwhile, in front of the city gate, some soldiers looked confused, and said, "He looks slightly familiar." "It's him. Saint Physique." "What?" This place was immediately shaken. The name of the human race's Saint Physique shook the ancient road, and his slaughter caused everyone to tremble. Naturally, he would attract attention. He had left behind too many legends. Unfortunately, with a flash of light, Yifan directly disappeared. He stood on the divine light platform, and brought the little girl across the starry sky, leaving behind a mysterious silhouette. "Big brother, where are we going?" the little girl asked. "Let's return to the heavenly village first. Many people miss you." Yifan smiled. "The little girl is sick. She doesn't remember some people, but there are a lot of reluctance in her heart. She should be missing them," the little girl said softly. Yifan took action to treat her. He pointed at the space between her brows, making it dazzling. The little girl's body flickered with sparkling light, and she looked like a jade doll. Not long after, they returned to the Big Dipper star region. As soon as they approached, they heard shocking news. "The immortal path has opened. The day we've been waiting for has finally arrived. The immortal path has appeared." Everyone went crazy. The path of immortality had opened. Yifan was stupefied. After returning, he actually heard this type of shocking news. In the cosmos, specks of silver radiance flickered about. The starry skies were extremely brilliant. Saints moved about, moving unhindered in all directions. Now, the Big Dipper was completely stirred up. Endless cultivators went crazy. The greatest change since the ancient times is about to begin. A new era is about to arrive. Everyone's minds burned with passion. This was everyone's desire. They had waited for who knew how many years already. This was the greatest immortal opportunity since the ancient times, and because of this, many unforeseen events were about to happen. Where was the immortal path? After Yifan descended onto the great earth, he didn't even need to look around. He already deduced the direction from the cultivators' trajectories. It really was related to the ancient desolate forbidden land. It was in the barren mountains several hundred li out. There were figures everywhere in the heavens above and earth below. Countless saints arrived here, and then they quickly withdrew, heading into outer space to report to the sect ancestors of various clans. Yifan arrived. He sensed a type of immortal opportunity from the distance. A type of special aura assaulted his face, making his entire body feel incomparably comfortable. "Big brother, is there really someone who is going to achieve immortality?" The little girl raised her head and asked. Her large eyes were extremely pure. "Perhaps. The most terrifying chaos is about to begin," Yifan said softly. This mountain range wasn't unfamiliar to Yifan. Back then, he had come here when he was still a small cultivator. When he gazed into the ancient desolate forbidden land, it was surrounded by clouds and mist, becoming many times more mysterious than before. Outside the forbidden land, ancient trees towered into the heavens, great mountains stretching across. Normally, apes cried and tigers roared. All types of mysterious savage beasts roamed about, as well as many divine birds spreading their wings and taking to the skies. Today, however, all of the desolate beasts were replaced by humans. There were experts everywhere, cultivators everywhere, all for the sake of seeing that immortal domain's light. Above a majestic mountain peak, a terrifying crack appeared. From time to time, strands of immortal energy seeped out, leaving one indescribably shocked. That crack was incomparably brilliant, like a streak of magma in the dark night, like a streak of lightning that streaked across the hazy skies. It was especially striking and dazzling. Immortal domain's crack. This was a world-shocking crack, several dozen zhang in length, resplendent and intimidating. Everyone speculated that the true immortal domain was going to be opened here. Is it true? Who can verify it? Could it be a trap set up by some big shot? I remember something similar happened many years ago. 2 Saint Kings of Slaughter were trapped. It's true, it has already been verified. There is a different aura there. Just now, immortal light flew out and was obtained by someone, immediately breaking through a bottleneck, entering an even higher domain. As soon as Yifan arrived, he heard the discussions of the crowd. He held the little girl's hand and stood on top of a crouching ox rock, gazing into the distance. His brows were tightly furrowed. He saw everything clearly, and it didn't seem to be fake. Another immortal light is flying out. Right at this time, someone cried out in alarm. A streak of light rushed out from that mysterious crack. It was extremely special, turning into a true dragon one moment, and then into a vermilion bird the next. It was accompanied by waves of chaotic energy. Another immortal light has appeared. Everyone frantically fought over it, all of them rushing forward. Immediately, a bloody conflict erupted. Everyone fought fiercely because of this. It was extremely intense and cruel. Yifan was greatly shaken. That was the northern immortal light. When he went to look for Tu Fei, he had seen this kind of thing in the Path of Immortalization wasteland under the ice cave. Now that he saw it here, he was stunned. Great waves surged in his heart. The Path of Immortalization was about to open. It wasn't fake, it actually became real. After a bloody battle, the immortal light was seized by a mysterious expert, disappearing into the limits of the boundless sky to comprehend in isolation. This was an incredible opportunity. Why didn't anyone enter? This was Yifan's doubt. Since a crack had already appeared, why didn't everyone rush in? There were many people who had the same question as him, and they had just arrived. When they asked here, there were immediately people who sneered. Even the great ancient emperor failed. Do you think we can fight our way in? Even if a crack appeared, the power of the mortal world wouldn't be able to open it. Before these words were finished, there were people who couldn't restrain themselves. They took out their holy weapons and attacked, wanting to tear open an even larger crack and rush into the immortal domain. Boom, this was equivalent to adding fuel to the fire. The blazing crevice released a terrifying expanse of light that surged and engulfed everything. Ah, the person who attacked cried out miserably. His holy weapon exploded inch by inch, and he himself turned into a rain of blood. He turned into ashes within the blazing light, turning into rotting dust. Just a saint, yet he wants to charge in. In these 2 days, we've already lost 4 great sage, and all of them turned into ashes within the crack without any suspense. The bloody truth was displayed before their eyes. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Others might not believe it, but personally witnessing it and experiencing it was the most realistic, and even more terrifying. The path of immortalization was extremely cruel. This was only the beginning. The appearance of a crack had already triggered a bloody calamity. Clearly, this wasn't the end. The blood calamity had only just begun. In reality, this was the case. Yifan stopped here for half a day and discovered that some of the latecomers didn't believe it. They used all kinds of methods to probe, but all of them were defeated. Sparkling white bones were stained with blood, flying everywhere. This place was filled with endless death. Everyone drew in a cold breath. Only half a day had passed, let alone those saints, another great sage had fallen. The heaven-measuring ruler in his hand broke into 8 pieces, and his entire body suffered from the backlash of immortal light, turning into ashes. What kind of place was this exactly? Why was the immortal domain so terrifying? Even the great sage was as weak as a scarecrow. As long as one charged in, their blood would definitely dry up, and not even their bones would remain. Yifan frowned as he watched. This place was too terrifying, not something a human could barge in at all. Even if they used their emperor weapons, they might not be able to succeed. There might be great troubles ahead. What are the movements of the various forbidden regions? He asked someone because this was the root of the problem. The supreme existences of the forbidden regions, for the sake of becoming immortals, for the sake of survival, paid a heavy price. No one was more anxious than them. If these people didn't show themselves, then this place didn't have any meaning. The 7 great life forbidden regions all have heaven-reaching beams of light that tore apart the sky. Origin, Ancient Mine and Undying Mountain even more so have terrifying mists that pervade this place. Someone said with a trembling voice, as if they saw the most terrifying thing. Yifan turned around and left, not staying here for even a minute longer. He had the green copper cauldron on him, and this type of thing would most likely draw the interest of ancient supreme beings. Far from that mountain range, Yifan stood on a mountain peak, silently enjoying the scenery and thinking to himself. The opening of the immortal path really was too sudden. Even though it was still just a crack, not a true immortal gate, it still made one feel like it wasn't real. There was no forward movement, no irregular scenes. It just suddenly broke apart in a single night, appearing in this world. It's coming again. A streak of immortal mist is surging over. In the distance, someone cried out in alarm. Yifan suddenly raised his head. To the north, there was an expanse of mysterious mist that could be said to move at the speed of light, arriving from the north. It was incomparably vast, as if a sea covered the skies, filling heaven and earth, descending onto immortal domain's crack. A boundless wide expanse stretched from north to south, connecting heaven and earth, as if a true silver river was falling. It was too terrifying and boundless, making even the great sage tremble endlessly. It came from the divine ruins direction, the boundless white mist suppressing everything, engulfing the boundless sky dome, making everyone's hearts tremble endlessly. It wasn't a human figure, but rather a type of aura. A powerful divine will awakened, searching this place, sensing the reality of this crack. These were archaic supreme beings, every single one of them possessing magical force that surpassed the past and present. Just their awakening alone produced such a great disturbance, leaving everyone indescribably shaken. The mist was boundless. After lingering about this place for a long time, no one dared to even breathe loudly. They already experienced this before, Origin Ancient Mine and other places also producing irregular scenes. Reverence and not moving was the best choice. Listening to my own funeral song, I finally saw hope at the end of the road, only this sentence was left behind, and then not a sound could be heard. A few minutes later, the boundless primal chaos mist withdrew like a tide, the oppressive atmosphere immediately disappearing. Everyone couldn't help but release a long breath of relief. It's real, the path of immortality has appeared, immortal domain is about to completely open. Everyone was now finally sure that this crack was real, not some trap. Who could deceive the existence in the restricted region? That was someone tired of living. That day, the world was in an uproar, the entire world shaken. There wasn't a single person who wasn't trembling. This was the dream of cultivators since the ancient times, and now, it was going to be fulfilled in this era. How many heroes fought on the path of immortality, their bones buried in foreign lands? Not even the supreme emperors of a generation could achieve immortality. After they died, the celestial court collapsed, deities and deities of all regions fell into chaos. Now, this type of heavenly fate actually appeared. It was rumored that in this era, immortal domain's gates were opened. There would be people who could truly achieve immortality. This wasn't the result of a single person's divination. The archaic emperor and human race's great emperor both carried out a divination, both of them believing that in this era, there would be unprecedented changes. Big brother, are you also going to achieve immortality? Will you leave me? On the mountain peak, the little girl raised her head, looking at him anxiously, as if she was extremely nervous. Yifan laughed. He squatted down, stroking her tender little face, saying, I am going to achieve immortality, so I will bring you with me into immortal domain. The little fellow immediately smiled happily. Just one sentence was enough to satisfy her. Yifan seriously thought for a long time. This really was too sudden, making him feel uneasy even now. Why was there no prelude at all? Why did a crack directly appear? When are we going to achieve immortality? The little girl asked innocently, extremely naturally without the slightest bit of misgivings. Yifan felt a bit of a headache. This was just too difficult. Right now, even the supreme beings of the 7 great restricted regions didn't make any movements, not taking action. It was clear that the timing was still unknown. After waiting for endless ages, the great emperor-level existences wouldn't easily take action. They would definitely wait for the most precise moment to attack, enter immortal domain in that instant. At this time, no one rashly took action, but that earth-shattering strike wasn't far off. The most terrifying thing since time immemorial is about to happen, Yifan said to himself. This level of battle had never been seen in this world before, but today, it was about to change. When this day arrived, all of the rules would be broken. The legendary era was about to appear. On the path of immortality, heroes and failures would be decided, whoever could achieve immortality would all emerge from a great calamity that would engulf the entire cosmos. The mountain peak was extremely tall. Yifan gazed into the distance, seeing the ancient desolate forbidden land. Mists curled about that place. There seemed to be a figure above the abyss, and there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring in this direction. Yifan's mind trembled. Was that Huang? That older sister is so pretty, the little girl said. She blinked her large eyes, looking curiously towards the ancient desolate forbidden land. Yifan's mind was shaken. Not even he could see through the mist, yet the little girl could. It really was shocking. Soon after, he calmed down. Back then, it was also like this in Undying Mountain. The little girl could see through emperor patterns, pointing out a path of survival for everyone. That older sister, why did she tie herself up with chains? The little girl revealed a confused expression. She tilted her head and looked into the distance, her large black eyes flickering with brilliance. Yifan felt a bit of a headache. Those were definitely immortal gold chains, made of dragon-marked black gold, phoenix blood scarlet gold, immortal tears green gold, and others. It was incomprehensible and shocking. Let's go, there's no need to look anymore. Yifan held the little girl's hand, and then they turned around, quickly rushing into the horizon. Since they could see Huang, the other party should be able to see through him even more, making him feel uneasy. He wasn't willing to stop. The divine light platform flickered, tearing apart the void. A moment later, they appeared in outer space again, arriving in a place where stars shone brilliantly. There was a small world here named Heavenly Village. Outside the village, golden wheat rose and fell. It was a year of harvest. The village was filled with chickens and dogs, creating a scene of otherworldly prosperity. If one didn't look carefully, they really would have thought that they arrived in a mountain village. It was because this place was isolated from the rest of the world, only peaceful and satisfied. Divine Child has returned. The little sparrow cried out cheerfully, breaking the peace of the village. The peaceful heavenly village immediately became lively. A group of people appeared, young and old, all of them surrounding them. Yifan hadn't left for long, but he still drew everyone's attention. Who is this child? She looks like a porcelain doll. Most of the people in Heavenly Village didn't recognize the little girl. They all began to discuss among themselves. Master, this should be the little girl I've never met before, right? Huahua walked over with a cheeky smile on her face. They had not been apart for a long time, so she did not feel much emotional after seeing Yifan. Yifan knocked him and said, in terms of seniority, she has to call you nephew. Little Nan Nan glanced at the shiny bald head in front of her with her big eyes and said timidly, Nephew Gu. Everyone burst out in laughter, the flowers let out strange cries. This is Nan Nan? One of the killing St. Chi Luo's eyes was resplendent while the other was pitch black. He revealed a shocked expression as he stared at her carefully. Everyone naturally guessed it, but they couldn't help but be shocked. Yifan had left to find the little girl, and they didn't expect that he would actually succeed. However, many people were flabbergasted. So many years had passed, yet little Nan Nan still hadn't grown up. She was still the same as described in the past, making people feel that it was inconceivable. I am Nan Nan. The little fellow said softly. Where is Nan Nan? Where is Nan Nan? Someone shouted in the distance. Li Heishui ran over. The last time he came to Heaven Village, he still hadn't returned. The silver-blood two emperors followed behind and arrived in front of him. You are Big Brother Heishui. Little Nan Nan's big eyes were a bit perplexed, but she couldn't help but say Li Heishui's name. This was a subconscious memory. This is great. Our family's little princess has finally returned safely. Li Heishui shouted in an extremely excited manner. The entire village was alarmed. Regardless of whether they were in seclusion or drinking tea or playing chess, they all appeared at the entrance of the village, surrounding this place tightly. God, where did this little angel come from? It would be great if I had a daughter like her. Kaida cried out in surprise, shouting that he had seen an angel. There are angels on the ancient road. I've seen a few races. Yifan said with a smile. Yi, have you seen God? I've always forgotten to ask you. If you see him on the ancient road, ask him how exactly did I provoke him? I hate him. Kaida said furiously. This is a bit difficult. You can go ask him yourself in the future. The heavenly village was filled with a festive atmosphere. The arrival of little Nan Nan also made the children here very curious. They surrounded her and chattered noisily like a group of happy little sparrows. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. The little fellow would no longer be lonely here. With so many children accompanying her, she should be very happy in the future. Not long after, a sumptuous banquet began. Everyone sat around the bonfire, toasting and exchanging cups on the open air. Every one of them was very forthright. People naturally brought up the matter of the immortalization road. Qi Luo said that he had already given the order that no one was allowed to participate. Otherwise, it would be purely throwing away their lives. This was the truth. Even the great sage had lost a few people. What did they have to compete with? They could only die in vain. 2 days later, Yi Fan invited Ji Ziyue, Dong Fengyi, and some other old friends. After arriving at the heavenly village, it naturally became lively again. Little fellow, do you still recognize me? Ji Ziyue picked up little Nan Nan and asked while giggling. This naturally made things difficult for the little fellow. She did not want to lie, but she was a little embarrassed. In the end, she obediently shook her head and said that she was sick and had forgotten many people and things. Ji family had not made any big moves yet. After seeing the crack in the immortal domain, it was as if they were facing a great enemy. If there are no accidents, my family might have to leave Big Dipper, Ji Ziyue said. She would leave a portion of people to guard here, but the foundation and future of the family would be entrusted to the immortal domain. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Ji family actually made such a decision. An old ancestor broke out from the source of God and personally gave such an order. She did not mention the origin of this old ancestor, but it was likely that his identity was shocking. Otherwise, it was impossible for the entire family to listen to him. Next, Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue, Dong Fengyi, Li Heishui, and the others went to that mysterious crack dozens of times, but it was to no avail. Later on, some people speculated that this was an early crack. The barrier between the immortal domain and this world was too sturdy, but it was still difficult to pass through. There was a terrifying law that could tear everything apart. To be more precise, it still hadn't connected to the immortal domain. That was only a void scar, a sign that the great gates of the immortal ascension road were in a cracked state before it opened. However, many people still didn't give up, using all types of forbidden artifacts to attack, hoping for a miracle to appear. Unfortunately, in the end, the ancestral artifacts of several clans all disappeared after entering, leaving everyone in despair. It most likely isn't the immortal path, just a spatial crack that leads to the immortal domain. Later on, there were even quite a few people who wavered, developing this type of doubt. In the blink of an eye, several months passed. This great crack devoured too many people's lives, stirring up a storm in the entire Big Dipper capital. Meanwhile, on this day, a crazy wave appeared in outer space, suppressing the boundless sky dome. It was boundless and immeasurable, as if a great emperor was born, engulfing everything. Many of the great sages' hearts jumped, having a premonition of something. They looked towards the heavens together. The quasi-emperor descended into this world, and this type of person appeared. This was the judgment everyone made. Great waves surged within their hearts. Everyone's scalps went numb. The legendary quasi-emperor finally descended into this world, arriving for the immortal path. A great battle that shocked endless generations was about to unfold. Everyone believed that there wasn't just a single quasi-emperor in this world. Emperors were coming, fighting in the same world. Even though they all carried the word quasi, there was also the word emperor. The universe would be shaken. Hung. A cold snort sounded, ringing through the world of mortals, shaking up the eastern wastelands. It sounded from the immortal tomb within the 7 great restricted regions, making even the sun, moon, and stars lose color in that instant. In that instant, the boundless might outside the sky dome immediately disappeared, returning to calmness, as if nothing had happened. Everyone became even more terrified. The more powerful the cultivator, the colder they felt. The entire world became quiet, losing all sound for a long time. The same day, auspicious light danced about under the jade pool immortal peach tree, brilliant radiance shooting in all directions. The 9-aperture divine stone trembled slightly, strand after strand of cracks appearing on its surface, absorbing heaven and earth's spiritual essence even faster. Strange things happened in this world every day. More and more experts descended from the outer realms, and they became more and more unfathomable. Even now, it was unknown just what kind of existences had arrived. Yi Fan sighed softly. The Quasi-Emperor has arrived. This immortal path is not fake. There will definitely be a great battle that will shake the heavens and rend the earth. In the past, they were always looking forward to it, but now that the deadline was right before their eyes, everyone's hearts felt heavy. Who dared to say that they were prepared? In the following days, there seemed to be a change every day. The huge crack that was several dozen zhang long already extended to over 100 zhang long, and that place became a land dyed in blood. Just the bones of saints piled up on the ground, and it was unknown just how many people died. Experts fought over the immortal light that flew out. Every once in a while, there would be immortal karma descending. Of course, there were also quite a few people who didn't fear death, because their lifespans were up, and they wanted to carry out one last struggle. There had never been a place that was as miserable as the mountain ridges outside the ancient desolate forbidden land. Every day, many old cultivators died like moths flying into a flame. This was the charm of becoming an immortal. It was unstoppable, all for the sake of obtaining the word immortal. There were too many people from all the regions, and every region had people like this who had reached the end of their lives. If they fought their way through, they would become immortals, but if they couldn't, they would become a pile of bones along the way. No one expected this to continue for a full 8 years. The splattering of blood and bones was still happening. The time span was very long, and many people doubted whether this crack was real or not. The immortal light was real, and it allowed many people to break through bottlenecks and undergo shocking transformations. And in these 8 years, the crack in the celestial domain had also extended to 2,000 zhang long. Although the speed had slowed down, this trend didn't change. It was the final preview for the opening of the immortal gate. In these 8 years, Yi Fan had always been comprehending the Tao and cultivating. He walked between the mountains and rivers, comprehending all kinds of techniques, developing his own secret technique, and creating another secret realm scripture in the human body. My little ancestor is back. Xianxia brought a piece of news that stunned Yi Fan. Why was the way she addressed him so strange? It's little ancestor Xianxia. Xianxia smiled. What? Yi Fan was overjoyed. Xianxia was back, and when they met again, he was also the great sage. His cultivation speed was terrifying, and he was even more silent and didn't speak much. Almost on the same day, another piece of news came. The sacred prince had returned and appeared in the eastern wasteland. Brother Ji, let's go receive the sacred prince together. Yi Fan smiled. Okay. Xianxia only said one word, but there was a shocking look in his eyes. That year, the 3 of them worked together to fight against the 8 generals and killed the sacred prince. The wind and clouds were vast, and their aura swallowed tens of thousands of miles. It seemed like it was just yesterday. Now, maybe the 3 of them had to work together again. In the eastern wasteland, the vegetation was lush and the mountains were majestic. A monkey that seemed to be forged from gold roamed about, overlooking the mountains and rivers, recalling the past and feeling deeply moved. His body wasn't very tall, but there was a type of dignity to it. He was like a war god with a powerful aura. There were traces of blood that hadn't dried yet in his golden hair. It was clear that he had experienced a great battle. He walked through the barren mountains and great lakes like this, causing many vicious birds and ferocious beasts to flee in panic. He was like an unrivaled ruler patrolling, causing all living beings to tremble in fear. This was the sacred prince. He had also returned and didn't hide his whereabouts. As soon as he returned to the eastern wasteland, many people discovered him, causing quite a commotion. Sacred prince! In the sky, someone shouted loudly. The mist surged and colorful light surged. A group of people rode on clouds and shouted his name. The monkey's eyes were fiery. Even though there were traces of blood all over his body, it still couldn't hide his extraordinary appearance. He looked up and immediately laughed loudly, rushing into the sky. It was precisely Yi Fan, Xianxia, Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, Xianxia and the others. They appeared here together to welcome him. Yi Fan frowned slightly. There were footprints left on the mountains and rivers, and there were traces of blood. The monkey was injured. He was drawing in the great Earth's draconic energy to heal his origin. No one expected that the sacred prince would actually be injured, and it wasn't light at that. It was truly shocking. Brother Monkey, what happened? Why are you injured? Li Heishui asked. Martial uncle, who injured you? Tell this Buddha, I'll take care of them all and help you vent your anger. Huahua also cried out exaggeratedly, moving over. Pa. In the end, the monkey unceremoniously slapped his bald head, telling him to go away. Monkey, what kind of trouble did you encounter? Otherwise, you wouldn't have suffered like this. Dong Fengyi laughed loudly, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He had always been very rough, and his bronze upper body was very strong. I did indeed encounter a fierce character, but it's not a big problem. I'll take care of him sooner or later. The monkey said fiercely. Brother Monkey, don't force yourself. We're not outsiders. As long as you say it, we'll kill our way over together. Li Heishui pursed his lips and smiled. Light flowed in his large eyes. I guess Brother Monkey was bullied badly and wanted to get back at them alone. However, he couldn't do anything in a short period of time and came back in anger. Everyone laughed. What's going on? Let's take action together. Jizi said, his words short. Yi Fan also asked. He and the monkey were not outsiders, so they could naturally say anything. If they really met with great trouble, they would definitely help him and risk their lives. The monkey revealed a sorrowful expression, and its golden fur fluttered even though there was no wind. Its eyes were filled with killing intent as it said, I made a few friends in outer space, but they were all killed. Everyone was shocked. They must have encountered a powerful enemy. Even the monkey had such a sorrowful expression. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. They died very miserably. Their physical bodies were hacked into pieces, and their primordial spirits were refined by the extreme fire essence for 100 days, slowly refining them to death. The monkey was extremely furious. He's not Quasi-Emperor, but he almost has the power of the Quasi-Emperor. The monkey was extremely angry. He's not the Quasi-Emperor, but he almost has the power of the Quasi-Emperor. It's hard to defend against him. At that time, my friends and I went on our separate ways, but we didn't expect them to be killed one after another. The monkey clenched his fists, and the golden fur on his body became even more resplendent. A wound opened up, and blood flowed out. Jizi took out a jar of ancient celestial being divine spring liquid and poured some on his wound. Then, she made him drink the rest. Did you encounter a powerful enemy on the ancient road? Yi Fan asked. You've heard of him before, and he has a grudge against you. The monkey gritted his teeth and revealed the background of that person. The supreme expert of the flying serpent bloodline, a peerless expert who almost became the Quasi-Emperor. He was incomparably powerful and tyrannical. He swept through the star field, causing people to tremble in fear. Yi Fan killed 4 Langjuns of the Golden Serpent race and sowed great enmity with this bloodline. The monkey even saw the race eat a mountainous divine ape, so he fought for justice. He accidentally disturbed the old flying serpent who was in seclusion, causing him to fail at the last step when attacking the Quasi-Emperor. These were all death grudges. And now, this supreme expert of the flying serpent had recovered from his injuries. Although he wasn't the Quasi-Emperor, he almost had the power of that realm. He was boundlessly terrifying. Any great sage in front of him would be as vulnerable as a child. Moreover, he had 2 half-emperor weapons in his hands, as well as an unmatched formation that was passed down from his ancestors. When they were combined together, their divine might was matchless. He came and went without a trace, so there was no way to hide him at all. Who knew when he would come looking for you, and then kill you until your blood splashed through the skies? He actually survived. Yi Fan was astonished. He was attacking the Quasi-Emperor checkpoint at such a crucial moment, yet he was interrupted by an emperor weapon. An ordinary person would have definitely turned into ashes. Not only did the supreme expert of the flying serpent race not die, but he had also recovered from his injuries and was full of vigor. He was chasing after the monkey in the starry skies. This was truly shocking. He was definitely a great enemy. Once one possessed the power of the quasi-emperor, the situation would be completely different. He would be someone from another world, and no matter how stunning one was, they wouldn't be able to resist him. If the monkey didn't have the immortal iron rod left behind by the emperor fighting, he would have definitely died in the outer realms. Such a group of people traveling in the eastern wasteland naturally caused people to be astonished. This was especially so after they recognized Ji Fan, Ji Zi, and the sacred prince. This made people even more astonished. Back then, when they killed the sacred prince, they had already stirred up great waves. Moreover, they were already the great sage now. When the ancient races learned of this, they all became absolutely silent, fearing that they would be punished by these three great sage if they were to provoke the misfortune. The present was different from the past. The three imperial princes of the past had all grown up, and any one of them could sweep through a region. If they truly targeted a race, they would inevitably be exterminated. It's still easy if we can face them head-on. The most troublesome thing is that he will appear at any time and suddenly launch a fatal attack. The monkey frowned. If they were targeted by a quasi-emperor level character, even if they had an ancient imperial weapon, they would still be in danger of dying at any time. It was impossible to guard against it. Otherwise, with the monkey's nature, he definitely wouldn't return. The old soaring serpent was in a special state. Although he hadn't crossed the tribulation yet, he had still barely crossed that threshold back then. He had knelt 99 times and was only lacking that final shiver. However, something unexpected happened. As a result, after recovering to his peak, he was comparable to the quasi-emperor. He couldn't be called the great sage, nor was he the quasi-emperor, but he was almost comparable to the quasi-emperor. It's a headache, but there's no need to be afraid. We'll deal with this disaster together, Ji Zi said. Since they were enemies and couldn't be resolved, then they would attack and settle things once and for all. That's right. After all, he isn't the quasi-emperor. Don't tell me we have to be afraid of him. Dong Fengyi was willing to participate in the battle and was eager to give it a try. He could also use this opportunity to enter the starry skies to gain experience. He dares to bully Brother Monkey. Beat him until even his mother can't recognize him. Li Heishui also shouted. That's right. He dares to bully Martial Uncle. Beat him until his grandmother's house. Hua Hua shouted. His bald head was shining as he spoke with righteous indignation. The monkey's heart was very warm. None of these old friends cowered in the face of a threat on the level of the quasi-emperor. All of them wanted to lend him a helping hand and help him deal with this disaster. Let's go. Let's go. Yi Fan was very direct. This was a death grudge that was difficult to resolve. The sooner they dealt with it, the sooner they could be at ease. If the other party broke through to the quasi-emperor level, their strength might even increase explosively. At that time, even if they had emperor weapons in their hands, they might not be able to do anything. The monkey went to look at the crack in the immortal realm. He was lost in thought. If his father could see a crack like this back then, he could use it to directly fight his way in. Unfortunately, he still missed out on this era. Otherwise, why would he have to defy the heavens and become a war immortal, paying an unimaginable price to die in meditation in the northern region, leaving behind endless hatred? When deciding on the choice of candidates, everyone argued. They all wanted to go and fight, but from a practical point of view, in the end, only Yi Fan, Ji Zi, and the sacred prince went. When they were about to leave, Ji Ziyue came over while panting. Her speed wasn't inferior to Yi Fan's row formula at all. She wiped away the sweat on her sparkling white forehead and pulled the Ji family's little ancestor to the side, handing over the void mirror. Back then, she and Ji Haoyue were highly regarded by the family. When they walked on the ancient trial path, they didn't even have a chance to bring it away. Now that they had reached this realm, they naturally had a chance to control it. She sent it over. The Ji family sent out the sacred prince and also sent out the celestial mirror at the moment when the world was about to change. This was simply too rare. Don't worry, the foundation of the family has been moved away in recent years. Only some seniors who don't have much lifespan left are left. They want to try their luck on the immortal path. Ji Ziyue smiled. The three experts all had emperor weapons. They stepped on the star path together and headed towards the depths of the universe. If news of this got out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. It would definitely shock the world. This was a small star. In the past, there was abundant vegetation and dense spiritual energy. Now, it had become a land of death. There were white bones and black fog everywhere. Everything had been corroded clean. All the living beings on the small star had died, turning it into a land of death. The monkey's eyes were about to split apart. He couldn't help but roar towards the sky. All the golden fur on his body stood up. He wanted nothing more than to swallow the entire universe. This is the homeland of one of my sworn brothers, a powerful race of spiritual monkeys. I never thought that not only did he die, even his home planet was implicated. The monkey was extremely furious. This was a blood feud. Back then, he only acted because he saw a mountain of corpses on the ancestral planet of the flying serpent bloodline. Most of them belonged to the ape race. Now, he saw such a tragedy again. He was extremely furious. Although this was a very small star, there were still tens of millions of living beings. In the end, they were all annihilated. This was an unbearable weight. When they came to a small world of pure land, the monkey even crushed his teeth. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The living beings here were in a terrible situation. There were corpses everywhere. They were all annihilated. It seems like it happened in the next 2 days. We should directly go to the ancient planet of the flying serpent race and directly launch an attack to threaten them. Otherwise, there might be more tragedies. Yi Fan said. The old flying serpent did this just to vent his anger and force the sacred prince to appear. Otherwise, he would slaughter his way through. The divine light platform was activated again. They directly slaughtered their way into an ancient region, entering this place. They immediately sensed a type of boundless life force. The great star flourished, full of life force. As soon as Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince approached, they shivered inwardly. They sensed a type of killing intent pervading the air. This was a dangerous place that was actually not concealed in the slightest. Chi. Killing light rushed into the heavens, striking into outer space. This made everyone's hearts sink. This was the power of the Quasi-Emperor's formation that was operating. He's just too careless, right? He didn't even try to conceal it, thinking that we would automatically enter? On the flying serpent bloodline star, there was clearly an exceptional Quasi-Emperor killing formation laid down, an inescapable net spread out, quietly waiting for them to walk into the trap and become prisoners. Something's wrong, someone fell for it, stepping on the Quasi-Emperor's formation patterns, trapped on this ancient star. The Quasi-Emperor killing formation here has flaws, or else the killing intent would be even greater. Yi Fan had seen the power of a perfect half-emperor formation in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Who was this? To be able to persist even after entering the Quasi-Emperor killing formation, it really was a bit astonishing. They all held Emperor artifacts, carefully approaching, slowly arriving on this ancient star, approaching the formation pattern region. Up ahead, the mountain range was majestic, clouds and mists roiling, Emperor energy boundless. There were unexpectedly dog barks that sounded from within, moreover, every single sentence written in 3 characters, changing patterns, cursing endlessly. Wait, why does it sound a bit familiar? The monkey was shocked. It seems to be the Black Emperor. Yi Fan was a bit stupefied. Not only was Yi Fan at a loss for words, even GZ and the Sacred Prince were the same. They were all in a daze. The Black Emperor had gone berserk here, stepping on a huge pit. It truly left them speechless. This unreliable dog had lost himself in the end, lost in the depths of the universe. He originally thought that he didn't know when he would be able to see him again, but who knew that he would appear here? It had fallen into the Quasi-Emperor formation. There was another type of Tao law that rushed up, its might even more ferocious, its killing intent vast and mighty, Wuxia killing formation. This was no longer a problem of one corner. There were 1 or 2 more corners than before. It was clear that this was a miracle. It was rumored that other than the great ancient emperors, no one could figure out the true meaning. It was impossible to lay it down, and 1 corner might be the limit. It was very difficult to cross that barrier. The Black Emperor immersed himself in this Tao all year round. He didn't lose the people around him in vain, and in the end, he even lost himself. In the end, he really made a breakthrough. It was precisely because he laid down 2 corners of the wuxia killing formation that the formation patterns in front of him were in a mess, blocking the killing intent and not dying. Woof, damn long worm. Woof, mother asterisk cur. The Black Emperor was trapped in the formation, cursing non-stop. He was extremely furious. Although the quasi-emperor killing formation couldn't compare to the emperor formation, it was still more complete and could unleash great power. On the other hand, the formation of no beginning and no beginning only had 2 corners, which did not mean that it could unleash 20% of its power. Every additional corner would multiply or even multiply its power. Hence, it was hard to say how much power the 2 corners could unleash. Why is it trapped here? It seems like the old Xianxia isn't here, otherwise he would have used the quasi-emperor artifact to greet him. The sacred prince said. He understood that ruthless flying serpent the best. Black Emperor. Yi Fan roared, the surging sound waves transmitted in like the sea. The mountains trembled, and immediately, a group of golden flying serpents appeared, peeping in from afar. The monkey was furious. These snakes were controlling the formation patterns. He stood outside the formation and slapped out, causing the group of experts to cry out miserably. Of course, there were even more winged serpents hidden within the formation. In the Great Formation, the Black Emperor's cursing stopped and there was no movement. He straightened his pair of big ears and looked outside the formation suspiciously. Unfortunately, he couldn't see through the dense fog. Black Emperor, have you been killed? Yi Fan shouted. Damn long worm, you know quite a bit. You actually pretended to be that damn brat to deceive me. Your grandpa Black won't fall for it. The Black Emperor cursed. Yi Fan had a headache. He met it here and wanted to help, but he was scolded first. He immediately shouted, it's me, not some flying serpent. Black Emperor, I brought you a companion, a big wolfhound with a noble bloodline. It was silent for a long time before it let out a thunderous roar. Damn you. It's really you, you bastard. Hurry up and save this emperor. Don't you have an emperor formation? Just attack a few more times and you'll be out, said Yi Fan. There's no time. That damned old snake is coming back. Hurry up and make a move, the Black Emperor shouted anxiously. Yi Fan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince didn't dare to delay. In the old soaring serpent's Dao field, any carelessness could cause them to suffer losses. It was safer to save the big black dog first. The formation patterns in this area were already cracked by the Black Emperor's attack, and there were flaws. In addition to the attacks of the 3 Emperor weapons, they quickly disintegrated. They couldn't block this unparalleled divine might at all. A big dog was as strong as a bull. Its black fur was extremely glossy like silk. It had a square head, big ears, and big eyes. Its appearance was excellent. It bared its teeth, and when it saw the 3 of them, its eyeballs almost popped out. Especially when it saw the killing sword in Yi Fan's hand, it almost drooled. This emperor really missed you all to death. It turned into a black whirlwind and pounced over. In reality, it was like a vicious dog pouncing on its prey, pouncing towards Yi Fan. To put it nicely, it was a reunion with an old friend, and it was overjoyed. In reality, its nature couldn't be changed. It came for the killing sword, and after grabbing it with its big claws, it didn't let go. It called out shamelessly, let me see. Yi Fan naturally didn't agree. Letting it take a look was definitely like throwing a meat bun at a dog, and it wouldn't return. Just take a look. The Black Emperor persevered, hugging the killing sword with its claws. It had a square head and big ears, and a simple and honest look on its face. It was self-aware. Regardless of whether it was the Void Mirror or the Emperor fighting Celestial Iron Rod, they were all inherited from its bloodline. Even if it was stuffed into its hands, it wouldn't be able to control it. But this Emperor weapon was different. It clearly had nothing to do with Yi Fan, and it was snatched by him. We've just met, yet you don't even ask about our many years of experience, and you directly want to rob us. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Yi Fan pried off its large claws. F***ck, how can you say that? The Black Emperor was extremely angry, and said, am I that kind of person? Definitely not. Would I do that kind of thing? Definitely not. I've long heard of your reputation on the ancient road. Do you still need to ask? With a gulp, it opened its large mouth, and bit down on Yi Fan's palm. It didn't let go no matter what, and shouted. Just for a while. A leopard couldn't change its spots. Yi Fan had become the great sage, and now the strength of his flesh was rare in the universe, so he naturally wouldn't be injured by its bite. However, a strange expression appeared on his face. The large black dog actually wasn't injured by the emperor weapon, and could actually grab the killing sword without suffering any damage. One had to realize that he had nurtured it for many years before he could hold this sword in his hand. In this moment of shock, the killing sword had already been bitten and pulled into its large claws by the large black dog. Its large mouth stretched to its ears, and it couldn't stop laughing. How can you withstand the killing intent of a celestial sword? I've refined the killing formation for 100 to 200 years, and it's almost condensed into one with the source of the killing intent of heaven and earth. This sword is naturally fated with me, it boasted shamelessly. Obviously, it was running its mouth like a dragon, and it definitely had something on it that could calm the killing intent. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go to the outer realm to face the old snake. F***ck, he dares to trap me, I'll flay his skin and dig out his bones. The Black Emperor was extremely furious. It was unknown whether he was changing the topic, or whether he was truly angry. How did you come here? Yi Fan asked. Stop talking, let's hurry up and go out. I really want to kill this old snake. He ruined a heavenly fruit of my path. The Black Emperor's emotions were stirred up. What exactly happened? The Holy Prince also asked. The large black dog sighed, and said, I was traveling in the universe, and I discovered an emperor source left behind by an ancient emperor after he passed away. I was just about to obtain it, but F***ck, it flew away again. It finally told them the truth. It had seen an emperor source that illuminated the desolate border of the universe, and it was so excited that it almost fainted. It cautiously approached it, and it had just absorbed a small piece when the celestial treasure flew away again. The three of them were stunned. Just how heaven-defying was this good fortune? The corpse of an ancient emperor was rarely seen throughout the ages, and there was almost no one who had managed to obtain anything left behind after he passed away. The corpse of an emperor had become tribulation dust, so the things that could be left behind would definitely be heaven-defying. An emperor source really shouldn't exist in this world, yet a portion of it had been left behind in the desolate border of the universe. This was indeed shocking to the point of stupefaction. In an instant, they understood why the Black Emperor wasn't afraid of the killing sword. There was a small piece of emperor source smelted into its large claws, and it was naturally able to block its killing intent. I've almost used up all my strength, and I chased after it all the way here, yet King crashed into this star, and I was trapped by that old snake. He chased after it for me. The Black Emperor was so angry that he pounded the ground, and he was extremely resentful. You're done venting, right? Give me the killing sword. Yi Fan extended a hand toward it. What kind of relationship do we have? We've gone through thick and thin together, and we've gone through thick and thin together. These are just some worldly possessions. What's yours is mine, the large black dog said confidently. Then give me a piece of the emperor source. Yi Fan extended a hand. There's only one piece, and it's already stuck to my divine palm. I'll probably never be able to separate it in this lifetime. Its skin was as thick as a city wall. Then, it ran toward a large mountain in the distance. This was an important place for the soaring serpent bloodline, and there were some holy objects displayed there. The large black dog aimed at a snake skin that was coiled around the mountain, and it shone with a dazzling golden light. This was definitely a rare godly material. It was the skin shed by the old soaring serpent, and it was extremely sturdy. The Black Emperor didn't say anything. He used the killing sword to carefully cut it open, and quickly refined it into a pair of golden snakeskin underpants. He quickly put it on, and changed out of his original pair of flowery underpants. He stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and said, I'm just going to settle a small grudge first. F***ck, Yi Fan almost spat out this phrase that he had almost forgotten for 200 years. Even someone as taciturn as GZ was stunned. This was only a small grudge? If the old snake saw this, wouldn't he be infuriated to death? Using his skin as underpants? What kind of person was he? The sacred imperial prince was speechless. However, this made him feel quite satisfied. One mustn't be too virtuous, and a dog mustn't be too evil. Yi Fan said. The large black dog was wearing a pair of golden underpants, and he stood up, pacing around. He held the killing sword in his large paw, and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's quickly go to the outer realm and ambush the old snake. When he returns, we'll break his bones and snap his tendons." Everyone nodded. This was an extremely important matter. If the old soaring serpent obtained the remnant source power of an ancient great emperor, once he went into seclusion and refined it into his body, he might really break through to the quasi-emperor tier. At that time, it would be a great disaster. Although there were many soaring serpent elites on this planet, none of them dared to stop him. They were no match for him at all. With so many monarch tools in hand, once they smashed out, they would be enough to shatter this planet. They directly went to the outer realm, and silently waited for the old soaring serpent to return. They were going to kill him and consign him to eternal damnation. "AI, that's right, Brat Yi, where have you been all these years? Why haven't I heard from you all this time? Also, GZ, Sacred Imperial Prince, why haven't the two of you shown yourselves? I even wanted to go and find you." The three of them all wanted to beat him up, and look down on this damned dog together. "You despicable, shameless, and insatiably greedy damned dog. Didn't you just say that you've long since heard of our reputation on the ancient road? That's why you didn't ask when you saw us. In the end, you were still tempted by the treasures. The old snake has returned. Let's not talk about these useless things for now. Let's quickly kill this big one." The Black Emperor's spirit was shaken. Then, he gritted his teeth, and stood up straight. He held the killing sword, and hit himself. Yi Fan took out the green copper cauldron, while GZ and the Sacred Imperial Prince also made their preparations. They were going to kill the old soaring serpent. The universe was icy cold, and it was extremely silent. There was not the slightest bit of sound. Starlight streaked past in the distance, adding to the tranquility of the universe. Why hasn't he appeared? A look of confusion appeared on the Sacred Prince's face. They instantly disappeared into the void, preparing to launch an ambush. However, even after a long time had passed, there was still no movement. "I saw wrongly. It might have been a shooting star," the Black Emperor said calmly. "You guys believe his words? Would someone who could lose himself be reliable?" Yi Fan asked, looking as if he had already known this would happen. It was clear that the large black dog had intentionally made such a blunder in order to change the topic and distract them. He didn't want to be ridiculed by the three of them for being heartless. "That's fine too. There's plenty of time, and even the heavens are helping me. I'll set up a killing formation and give them a taste of their own medicine." The Black Emperor's eyes shone brightly, looking very excited. Yi Fan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince became his assistants, and were ordered around by the Black Emperor to help him set up the formation. He was the only one who could order around the three great sage-level imperial princes. They were speechless. Just how many treasures had this damned dog obtained in the galaxy? They were all rare materials, and even the foundation of the formation platform was a holy treasure. "Have you become a space pirate? Why do you have so many treasures?" the Sacred Prince asked. "Nonsense, am I that kind of person?" the large black dog said with a righteous expression. "Yes." GZ nodded. His reply was still concise and concise. "Honest people shouldn't be like this. How can you ruin my plan?" "I have always respected the Void Emperor," the large black dog said unhappily. "You have respected him, and you even urged Duanda to rob the G-clan's tomb. You even wanted to enter the Void Emperor's tomb," Yi Fan said. The large black dog was instantly embarrassed, and GZ looked at him with a murderous gaze. The Black Emperor immediately shouted, "That's just a rumor. I have always been a very particular person, and I have never done that kind of thing. One must have a conscience. Your conscience has been eaten by a dog." Woof, woof, woof. The large black dog chased after him, and said, "Brat Yi, you're always ruining my plans. Do you think that because you're the great sage, I can't do anything to you? Wherever it was, there would definitely be no peace, and there would be no lack of chaos. In Yifan's words, this dog was too outrageous. It swindled, and committed all sorts of crimes. Moreover, it specialized in killing familiar people. With it around, one would not be lonely. Huh? Where are the divine feathers of the phoenix that I obtained from the azure phoenix race? Also, the divine armor that I obtained from the black tortoise sea is nowhere to be found, the large black dog muttered. Yifan, GZ, and the sacred prince all had a look of understanding on their faces. This fellow had definitely swindled his way here. They felt sorry for those races. No, there are a few things that I need to find substitutes for. Otherwise, the killing array will not be strong enough. The Black Emperor said. Then, he glanced down at the planet below them. This was the ancestral land of the soaring serpent bloodline. The large black dog's eyes lit up, and he said, "We're guarding a treasure mountain, so why are we worrying here? Let's just go down and borrow some. If you want to rob us, just say so. Why bother talking about borrowing?" Yifan pursed his lips. Of course, he didn't think this suggestion was terrible. A scholar stealing a book isn't called stealing, and when I take materials to forge a formation, is that considered robbery? Of course not, it's just borrowing. The large black dog corrected him in a righteous manner. Although the sacred prince felt that the large black dog was very unreasonable sometimes, this suggestion was very much to his liking. He hated the old soaring serpent bitterly, so he was naturally very much in favor of this suggestion. They quickly descended towards the great planet below. Those damn ancestors had returned again, and they all had emperor tools. How were they supposed to fight them? How were they supposed to resist them? The elites of the soaring serpent all turned pale, and they fled for their lives in fear. In an important location of the soaring serpent bloodline, there was an incomplete quasi-emperor killing array set up. This was the location where the Black Emperor had been trapped just then. There were no quasi-emperor formation patterns in other locations, so they easily barged in. We're rich. The soaring serpent bloodline's treasure trove is so rich. How exciting! The large black dog laughed foolishly, drool dripping from his mouth. He did not hold back at all, sweeping through everything like a tornado. Everywhere he passed was extremely clean, and there was practically not even a single strand of hair left behind. Regardless of whether they were useful or not, he would take them first. What's the highest tier of killing enemies? It's not to surrender without fighting, but rather to let them kill themselves. Right now, I'm using this Tao, the large black dog said with a smug expression. Not only had he emptied out a few treasure troves, but he had also gathered the divine skin left behind by the old soaring serpent's several molts, preparing to set them up in a killing array. Such good leather is really hard to come by. Do you guys want some? How about a pair of soaring serpent skin battle boots? He asked eagerly. This dog was really invincible. Though the three of them were also looting, they were not as thorough. After emptying out the soaring serpent palace, the Black Emperor was still not satisfied, and he set his sights on the tribe's cemetery. Hey, don't cross over. Yifan pulled him back, and reminded him, everyone has their own specialties, and that's Duanda's domain. There's no time to dilly-dally now. If that long worm returns early, we won't even be able to set up the killing array properly. I've always been knowledgeable, and little disease skills can be understood with a single look. However, there really isn't enough time, and I won't be allowed to shine in this domain. Let's call it a day. He was reluctant to leave, and turned around. To leave. In the outer realm, it was dim and cold. One formation flag after another was forged from divine material, and they shot into the void. One formation platform after another took shape, and then disappeared into the darkness. The aura of this place was instantly different, and there was an aura that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. The Wushur's killing array was quickly taking shape, and its killing intent could split the universe. And now, as the Black Emperor's attainments deepened, the former Wushur's divine might could finally be revealed. Just looking at it from afar would cause one's heart to tremble. This naturally wouldn't do. The large black dog quickly set up the heaven-deceiving formation patterns again, and instantly concealed the killing intent. In reality, if he was truly proficient in killing arrays, he wouldn't be like this. Finally, everything was ready, and only the old snake was left to return. "The supreme formation is complete," the Black Emperor said shamelessly. In the current world, if he claimed to be second in terms of formations, no one would dare claim to be first. On the star, there were people rushing toward the outer realm. Obviously, they were going to deliver a message for the old soaring serpent. With such great fanfare, they naturally alarmed some people below. However, with the Black Emperor, a formation expert, here, it would be difficult for even one fish to escape. They had just passed through this void, and their true colors were revealed. As a result, the monkey stretched out a large hand, and all of them were grabbed over. Not a single person could pass through. Time passed very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The Black Emperor was restless. The imperial source was his good fortune, but in the end, the old snake had interfered and snatched one of his fruits of Tao. This made him extremely furious. Meanwhile, the sacred prince's expression was also grave. If the old snake entered the quasi-emperor realm because of this, that would truly be disastrous news, and the consequences would be unimaginable. On the 3rd day, the Black Emperor's spirit shook, and he said, he might be here. He set up a special formation that could detect the tiniest fluctuations. As long as an existence that was almost on par with the quasi-emperor appeared in a galaxy, the entire heaven and earth would definitely tremble, and a special kind of pressure would be formed. Yi Fan, GZ, and the others all hid in the dark, and used the heaven-deceiving formation patterns to conceal their auras. There was not the slightest fluctuation at all, and it was very well hidden. Almost in an instant, a blazing light exploded, and the great formation of the outer realm was activated. The formation platforms that were scattered in all directions seemed to have been summoned, and they immediately rushed over. This was because they didn't know which direction the old snake would return from. They had prepared many formation platforms, and they were definitely sufficient. Moreover, as long as one was activated, the rest would immediately tear through the void and ascend. They could drown this place, and realize a terrifying attack without discrimination. Roar, a loud roar shook the universe, as if a colossus from the creation of the world was about to destroy the world. With a flip of its body, it might be able to shatter many stars. This was a huge flying serpent, tens of thousands of miles long. He used a heaven and earth Dharma idol, sweeping through the vast starry sky. He wanted to leave the formation and return the way he came. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince's hearts trembled. The Black Emperor was also a little dazed, and the huge body of the flying serpent was still expanding, as if it was going to crush the sky. It's just a physical body Dharma idol. So what if it fills the universe? It's still a long worm. Kill him until he's in the 13th phase, and use all the Emperor weapons to suppress him and prevent him from entering the formation. The Black Emperor came to his senses and shouted. Of course, none of these people had stage fright. The monkey's father was the Emperor of fighting in the past. His aura could devour the stars, and he was many times more powerful than this old soaring serpent. He held the black iron rod in his hand. Immortal multicolored light shone brilliantly, and tens of thousands of streaks of auspicious light swept over. A terrifying aura overflowed into the heavens, shaking many small stars in the distance until they shattered. He was the incarnation of a battle saint, and his valiance was unstoppable. GZ's father was the Void Great Emperor, and he had exchanged blows with many supreme beings in the 7 great restricted regions. He was influenced by what he saw and heard, and his experience was even more extensive. A soaring serpent wasn't even the true quasi-emperor, and even if it was the real deal, he wouldn't be afraid. The void mirror in his hand turned, and dazzling light shone out. It turned into a resplendent beam of light and directly shot forward. The old soaring serpent's expression changed, and he quickly dodged. There was even less of a need to talk about the Black Emperor. He had followed Wuxia, and in his words, he had even accompanied the Great Emperor, so why would he be afraid of a soaring serpent? He stood upright, and with his killing sword in hand, he walked horizontally. The only one who hadn't accompanied the Great Emperor was Yi Fan. However, he had experienced too many battles, slaughtering his way through the human race's ancient path, so he didn't have stage fright at all. With a winglong sound, the green copper cauldron above his head shone, releasing Emperor might. Now, he was already the great sage, and could activate this immortal artifact. 4 great experts joined hands, and every one of them wielded emperor weapons. For anyone, this was a disaster, let alone when they were scheming against an unsuspecting opponent. Younger generation, you dare? The old snake was furious. He had long put away his 80,000 li magical projection, and turned into a demonic godlike figure. He avoided the attacks and stood in the void. His head of golden hair danced about, and his eyes were as cold as two ice houses. You killed my sworn brother, destroyed their ancestral land, and slaughtered the creatures of an entire small star. This blood feud is as deep as a sea, and even your life isn't enough to repay it. Monkey, you ruined my plans, and still dare to come here. I attacked to kill you. Come here and accept your death, the soaring serpent said, his killing intent thick. However, his heart was in great shock. 4 people had attacked, and all of them wielded emperor weapons. This caused half of his body to go cold, and he was filled with shock. However, he didn't show it on his face. Old snake, you destroyed my fruit of Tao, and stole my emperor's essence. I won't rest until you die, the Black Emperor shouted. The soaring serpent turned to look at the Black Emperor, and the more he looked, the darker his expression became. In the end, he couldn't help but let out an earth-shattering howl. This was because he saw the golden underpants that the large black dog was wearing. The old snake was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was trembling, and his golden hair was standing on end. His eyes were wide open in anger, and they were about to pop out. He roared, I'm going to kill you. Who's afraid of who? This emperor still wants to kill you. You destroyed my Tao fruit, so you will be struck by lightning. The Black Emperor opposed with equal harshness, and he shouted in an extremely shameless manner, your skin really isn't comfortable on your body. The soaring snake couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of old blood. After cultivating to such a level, he couldn't show his emotions, but he still couldn't stop spitting out saliva. Now that things had reached this point, there was naturally no room for negotiation. Both sides would inevitably fight to the death. The blood feud was too deep. The sacred prince's eyes were always red. Not only had his sworn brothers died, even their clans had been completely wiped out. This made him feel extremely sad. The immortal iron in his hand released millions and millions of strands of immortal light, suppressing the boundless cosmos until it trembled. Long worm, you're going too far. He took large steps forward with the immortal iron rod in hand. Monkey, if I didn't have the immortal iron rod, crushing you to death would be as easy as crushing an ant. The old snake's words were extremely harsh. At this moment, he knew that a bloody battle couldn't be avoided, so he was going all out. Unfortunately, there are no ifs, so you are destined to become a pile of bloody mud. Moreover, there really are ifs. If you were at the same cultivation realm as me, I would kill 10 of you with a single slap. When had the monkey ever been looked down upon by others? He had always been violent and had a fiery temper. With a wing sound, the great iron rod swept out. He charged forward to kill the great enemy. A wave of clear energy appeared above the old soaring snake's head. A formation diagram flew out, precisely the ancient diagram controlled by the golden snake race's 4th Lang Jun. It flew back and was now completely unsealed. This was a quasi-emperor artifact. At the same time, he opened his mouth and released a clear roar. Multicolored light shot out in all directions, and 2 little flying snakes flew out. They were all vivid and lifelike, and then they quickly enlarged, turning into flying snake swords. This was also a quasi-emperor artifact. Together with the formation diagram, they formed a terrifying killing formation with great power. The yin-yang flying snake flew out, and together with the emperor diagram, they swept out strands of immortal light that could suppress and kill gods and Buddhas. It was horrifying. Strands of cold air pressed over, making one's hair stand on end. The old soaring snake used a quasi-emperor artifact to fight against a true emperor artifact. It seemed a bit unrealistic, but when it truly clashed, it exceeded everyone's expectations and had the strength to contend. This was an ancestral artifact left behind by the soaring serpent ancestor, who was on the verge of stepping into the great emperor realm. After unsealing it, its true power was terrifying. Most importantly, the great emperor weapon was in hibernation, so it could only unleash a small portion of its power. On the other hand, the quasi-emperor armament had been revived to its peak state. One was attacking with all his might, while the other was hibernating. It was not impossible for the two of them to fight. This was the old nightmare snake's confidence. He wanted to use his absolute strength to control the quasi-emperor weapon and suddenly attack violently to kill the monkey and the others. Buzz. The void mirror's radiance burned fiercely, piercing through the cosmos. It directly fired out a terrifying streak of emperor radiance, flying forward. Meanwhile, the large black dog was also roaring. He brandished his killing sword and slashed furiously at the old soaring snake. As for Yi Fan, the green copper cauldron hanging above his head had long since awakened, and had directly pressed forward. Although the old soaring snake's plan was good, things would not develop according to his expectations. Even though the quasi-emperor armament had fully awakened, it was still no match for a true emperor weapon. It was innately fearful, trembling from the pressure. In the end, the formation diagram and the yin-yang flying serpent sword were both forced back. They were spasming slightly, actually uncontrollable, and wanted to escape. After all, there were 4 emperor weapons on this side. Even if they were not revived, just placing them here was enough to intimidate the quasi-emperor armament. The deity contained within them was like a small subject facing 4 lofty celestial emperors. With a rumble, the old soaring snake was sent flying. He had lost the ability to fight. With 4 emperor weapons closing in on him, this was a path of certain death. He had no choice. He was forced into the killing formation. Between heaven and earth, the sound of thunder rang out, and a rain of blood sprayed wildly. The Wuxia killing formation had awakened, suppressing in all directions. Shocking lightning struck one after another. Of course, this was only a damaged formation. It was not as powerful as imagined, but it was enough to shock the world. It shook heaven and earth, and many small stars were struck down. After the old soaring snake entered, ghosts wept and deities howled. A bloody rain and foul winds blew, making one's back go cold. Even space was crushed. Even the Black Emperor himself shivered. This great formation had been restored to this state. This was the first time it attacked an enemy like this after being set up, and the effects exceeded his expectations. In the end, a miserable cry rang out. Everything became quiet. "Is he dead?" GZ asked. "He should be about there," the Black Emperor said. Hong, suddenly, heaven and earth split apart. That region exploded, and a large golden snake's body broke into several dozen pieces. It rushed out, and there were many shattered formation platforms in its surroundings. "Stop it." Everyone chased after it. "He has the quasi-emperor formation on him." He destroyed the formation platforms and forcefully opened up a path of life, the Black Emperor said angrily. The Wuxia killing formation was badly damaged, and after a nearly perfect quasi-emperor formation exploded, it naturally opened up a path of escape. This place became a black hole, completely becoming a doomsday land. Chi. The old soaring snake had an array diagram above his head, and 2 flying serpent empress swords floated beside him. He directly tore open the void, entered the black hole, and disappeared. "Chase, don't let it escape," Yi Fan said. At the same time, he swiped his hand, and the huge snake body that was as thick as a mountain was stored into a few pieces. The Black Emperor's actions were even more agile, and he stored the remaining parts into his artifact. This was a divine material, and its value was immeasurable. It was almost equivalent to the quasi-emperor's body. It was an existence of this level, and it was many times stronger than the great Mahamayuri of Mount Meru. "It's fine. This emperor has set up a backup plan. Although he passed this trial, the array left a mark on his body, so we can chase him all the way." He Huang clamored and said, "Hunting down an existence of this level is unprecedented in this lifetime. It's worth remembering." In fact, he wasn't the only one who had a backup plan. GZ's immortal realm produced a series of images, reflecting the area where the old snake's true body was. Everyone drew in a breath of cold air. This mirror was truly mysterious and unfathomable. It actually had such a divine effect, directly illuminating the void, and the flying serpent had nowhere to hide. The group directly killed their way down, launching a great operation that shook the heavens. This battle lasted for half a month. The old soaring snake fled, and during this period, he even broke away from the group and returned to secretly attack. Only then did he almost launch a fatal attack, but he still failed in the end. This made the others even more apprehensive. He was on par with the quasi-emperor, and his sneak attacks were simply too difficult to defend against. He was too dangerous, and they had to eliminate him. In the end, they killed their way to the human race's ancient path, and then crossed the demon race's heavenly path, entering the Black Tortoise Sea, and then the Vermilion Bird heavenly domain. The affected area was too vast. After half a month, the Starry Sky ancient path was naturally alarmed, and the various races were shaken. The names of Yi Fan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince shook the cosmos, causing the experts of the Starry Sky to be endlessly shocked. Using 4 Emperor weapons to chase after the old soaring snake, a character who was almost on par with the quasi-emperor, was truly shocking. Yi Tong, is that your master? On an ancient path, a young lady softly asked. Yes. Yi Tong nodded. The effects of this battle were truly far-reaching. Many people paid attention to it, and the great sage-level characters wanted to kill a supreme being who was on par with the quasi-emperor. The Starry Sky was greatly shaken. Who would have thought that he was actually so powerful? On the human race's ancient path, many people were stunned, and then they began to tremble. After learning of Yi Fan's actions, it was difficult for them to calm down. Similarly, on the ancient path that GZ had walked on, and the star domain that the Sacred Prince had gone to train in, there were also people who sighed in admiration at the two's power. Only the Black Emperor attracted a wave of curses, and everyone was incomparably furious. It's that damnable black dog again. Why is it still alive? It tricked away our race's divine feathers. How could it have become so powerful? I want nothing more than to stew it. That damnable dog should be struck by lightning. I curse it #yen at #%, Yi Fan, GZ, the Sacred Prince, and the others all stared at it. What kind of things had this dog done to anger both men and gods for it to be cursed by everyone? The large black dog was also wiping away his sweat, and said, they're jealous of me. A mighty existence like me naturally won't be understood by the secular world. Prodigies are always lonely, just like the great emperors of ancient times. In their loneliness, they tasted the bitterness and torment of time. The final battle ended in a lunar ocean. Lunar chi pervaded the air, and the old soaring snake was trapped here. He had nowhere to go, and was directly killed in both body and spirit. One of the 2 winged serpent swords was also destroyed, and the formation diagram and the other sword tore through the void, fleeing into the depths of the universe, and disappeared from sight. What a pity, we let the formation diagram escape. The Black Emperor was very regretful. That was what he was most interested in. Blood rained down, and a battle that shocked all over the universe came to an end. Everyone was shocked. Without a doubt, they had reaped great rewards from this battle. In the end, they returned to the ancestral planet of the winged serpent bloodline, and stayed for a long time. They destroyed the quasi-emperor formation, and did not destroy the treasure trove inside. This was the accumulation of their race for generations. After so many years, their foundation was unimaginable, and it was dazzling. The Black Emperor directly lay down on the treasure trove, and his saliva flowed like a small river. He could not move at all. During this period of time, some accidents happened. The sealed winged serpent sage underneath this treasure trove came out, and there was even a great sage. Unfortunately, there was no suspense at all, and they could not do anything to these imperial princes and great sage. In the end, they returned with great rewards, and set out on their way back to the Big Dipper galaxy. Along the way, the large black dog could not stop smiling foolishly. He really could not use up all the materials to refine the formation. Doggy, you've returned? In the heavenly village, little Nan Nan ran to the entrance of the village, and saw the large black dog that was currently rushing over. This damned dog could find 10,000 reasons to go against anyone, and it especially liked to kill people it was familiar with, but it was special towards little Nan Nan. There were 10,000 reasons that could make it lower its stance. Its true feelings were revealed, and it let out a series of excited howls. It circled around little Nan Nan, and in the end, it even lowered its body, allowing the little girl to sit on its back. This was a treatment that no one could enjoy. Back then, Yi Fan had wanted to try sitting on its back, and in the end, he had been bitten by the dog for 3 months. His thigh was covered in bruises, and there were bite marks everywhere. In the past, when the Black Emperor's life was in danger, it was little Nan Nan who used her tears to save him. The Black Emperor returned, and the heavenly village was in an uproar. Everyone rushed out, surrounding him and scolding him for being too unreliable. Only the Silver Blood Emperors wanted to escape. This was their master in name, and they were truly afraid of him after being trained by him. "Hasn't the celestial path opened yet?" Yi Fan asked Qi Luo. At night, there was naturally a sumptuous feast. Everyone surrounded the bonfire, toasting each other. Not only did the sacred prince, Ji and the Black Emperor come, even Ji Ziyue, Dong Fengyi, Li Heishui, and the others received the notice and hurried over. It was very lively. Qi Luo shook his head, and said, "No, although the crack on the celestial path is still expanding, the trend is getting slower and slower." In the current Big Dipper star region, it was unknown how many sect ancestors had come. The atmosphere was even more tense than before, and there was a kind of suffocating pressure in the whole world. The Quasi-Emperor had arrived, and the supreme beings of the 7 great life-forbidden zones had revived. A great change that had never happened since ancient times, and it would shock the whole universe, was about to begin. However, under everyone's anxious weight, the celestial path had never truly opened. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed, and the crack had extended to a length of 1,500 meters. In the 20th year, Ji Haoyue returned. Not only did he return, but he also brought a 6 or 7-year-old child with him into the Big Dipper star region. This was his child. When everyone welcomed him back, they all sighed with emotion. The years passed by slowly, and the new generation was about to rise up. When would the celestial path open? "Not bad, Brother Haoyue. You didn't say a word and you even have a kid. You brought him back just like that. Aren't you making us anxious? Compared to you, we are too far behind," Li Heishui said. Compared to the past, Ji Haoyue was calmer. His face was still handsome and the unique pressure of a divine king was thicker. The aura between his brows was very terrifying. He really looked like a god that had descended. He was always very serious. He held his son's hand. Only when he looked at the child would he show a trace of love. It was very different from his usual temperament. This was already very rare. Why didn't the child's mother come back? Li Heishui asked. Ji Haoyue shook his head and didn't say much. He just let the child call him uncle and bowed to everyone. This was a very sensible child. His eyes were clear and his black hair fell on his shoulders. He was very handsome. Although he was young, he showed a kind of heroic spirit at an early age. He was very similar to Ji Haoyue. He saluted seriously and kept calling him uncle. His firm little face, clear and melodious voice, and meticulous etiquette made people like him very much. "Uncle has a big gift for you." Dong Fengyi walked forward and gave an ancient scripture. This was the secret of the barbarian race. It was a peerless book for tempering muscles and bones. It was only suitable for children. It wasn't the best in the world. How could the barbarian race dominate the world? This kind of secret book was the foundation. Many people wanted to get it, but it was impossible. It had always been used by the Supreme Elder to build the foundation for the children in the race. After seeing Ji Haoyue nod in agreement, the child took it and said, "Thank you, uncle. This is your aunt." When it was Ji Ziyue's turn to be introduced, Ji Haoyue held the child's hand and said seriously, "Aunt." His little face was filled with joy as he called out happily. Ji Ziyue really didn't expect her brother to bring a child back. Family was priceless and blood was thicker than water. After so many years, seeing her brother again made her so emotional that tears almost flowed out. At this time, she squatted down and held the little fellow's hand. No matter how she looked at it, she loved him. She took out many precious gifts and stuffed them into the little fellow's hand. She dotingly touched his head and said softly, "Tell Aunt, what is your name?" "Ji Qingdao." The little guy's voice was very clear. When everyone heard this, they were all stupefied. Then, they revealed looks of shock. This name was truly impressive, yet too special. It made everyone look at each other in dismay. I hope that one day, he will achieve something, Ji Haoyue said, looking a little lonely. Everyone knew that this was Ji Haoyue's feelings. He seemed to have placed all his hopes on his child. Something must have happened to him over the years. Ji Ziyue revealed a worried expression as she looked at her brother. He had failed to bring her sister-in-law back and even gave the child such a name. There must be something going on. I lost in the starry sky. It was a fair battle, but I lost miserably. There was no suspense at all. The difference in strength was huge. Ji Haoyue calmly said. However, everyone could see a desolate look in the depths of his eyes. Needless to say, there was definitely a great disparity in the results of that battle, or else he wouldn't be like this. He most likely encountered an unimaginably powerful expert. Ji Qingdao clenched his fist and said, I want to fight on the Emperor's road on behalf of my father. Who is that? The sacred prince said. He did not say that he would avenge Ji Haoyue, as that might hurt his dignity. However, it was clear that he was going to take action. Ji Haoyue shook his head and didn't want to say it out loud. At that moment, Ji Zi walked over. Ji Haoyue was stunned and then he bowed, Greetings, little ancestor. As time went on, he became more and more dignified. Moreover, he started to be serious in everything he did, unlike Ji Ziyue who called him little ancestor but only treated him like an elder brother. Ji Zi nodded his head and kept silent. He took out a jade talisman and placed it on Ji Qingdao's neck. This talisman was really simple and gave off an unfathomable aura. Everyone was shocked. They knew that this talisman was extraordinary. If they guessed correctly, it should have been left by the Void Emperor and given to Ji Zi. Now, he actually gave it to Ji Haoyue's son. If you have something to say, then say it. I will seek an explanation for you. The Ji family has never feared anyone. Ji Zi said. He didn't say much but his words were really forceful. It was obvious that he wanted to stand up for Ji Haoyue. At the side, Ji Qingdao's eyes turned red and he said, Little ancestor, I miss my mother. Ji Haoyue fell silent and didn't say anything. And when the little guy saw his father like this, he didn't continue to say anything. He pursed his lips. Obviously, they had some stories in the galaxy. Perhaps it was unbearable to recall, or perhaps it was heart-wrenching, but the divine King Ji Haoyue wasn't willing to say it. Little brother is so cute. Come, big sister will give you a present too. Little Kair walked up and giggled, breaking the silence. I say, little brother, follow big brother. In the future, I will make you a deputy sect leader and make you a supreme Buddha. Flower had a bald head, and he walked up. His forehead was shiny, and he was very different from the others. Unfortunately, everyone was guarding against him like he was a wolf, and he was basically the same as the Black Emperor and Duanda. How sad. Flower shook his head. Cough. The large black dog coughed lightly and walked up. He put on a very serious expression, and he stood upright with his hands behind his back. He had the bearing of an otherworldly expert, and he said, Give him to me as an in-name disciple. Go. Everyone objected in unison. It was as if they were guarding against thieves, wolves, and hooligans. They didn't let him get close, and they were really afraid that he would snatch a good child away. What do you all mean? If I were to teach him, he would at least become a sect ancestor in the future. Do you see Flower? I raised him. What do you think? His abilities aren't bad, right? He said proudly with his hands behind his back. Flower was such a good child in the past, but he was led astray by you and Duanda. Everyone scolded him together. Flower had a large bald head, and he put on an innocent expression. His expression and demeanor indicated that all of this had nothing to do with him. I've watched him grow up. This little baldy doesn't need me to teach him at all. He was born to be a bad person. You all have wronged me too much, the Black Emperor said angrily. Doggy, don't lead children astray. Little Nan Nan walked over, and her large eyes were very lively. She tugged at his tail, and raised her head to remind him. Everyone laughed, and the Black Emperor felt greatly ashamed. When Yifan was introduced, Ji Haoyue's expression wasn't very good. It was still the same as before, and he naturally didn't like him because he always felt that he had let down his younger sister. However, in front of the child, he didn't express anything. It was a routine introduction. Greetings, Uncle Yifan. I've heard of Uncle Ye's fame in the starry sky. It's spread among many races, and many experts on the ancient path are very afraid of you. The little fellow was very pure, and he expressed his thoughts on his face. He seemed to admire Yifan a lot, and his little face was filled with excitement as he clenched his little fists. Yifan smiled and rubbed his head. He directly handed over a set of great sage armor, which shocked everyone. Artifacts were easy to refine, but divine materials were hard to find. Many great sage couldn't find a completely compatible divine weapon in their entire lives. Meanwhile, as soon as Yifan took action, he immediately brought out such a precious gift. This was especially the case for a child, making others raise their eyebrows. This was obtained from the flying snake race, forged from stellar divine sand. It flowed with a dreamlike radiance. In the current world, this could already be considered a top-grade treasure. It was truly too wasteful to give it to a child. Even a clan that had produced a great emperor like the Ji family would definitely display such a weapon in their treasury. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be used or shown to others. Yifan used his great magic power to personally refine it, allowing this flying serpent divine clothes to change size at will. It flowed with 5-colored divine light. As for the deity inside, it had long been refined by him, and there wouldn't be any backlash. This made it even more precious. In the heavenly village, everyone toasted and exchanged toasts. All kinds of delicacies were served, and the last main dish was made by the old soaring serpent who had almost become the quasi-emperor. This kind of flesh was hard to find in this world. It was sparkling and translucent, and contained boundless multicolored light. It possessed great life energy. The Black Emperor stuck his tongue out and said angrily, "That damned old snake, his death isn't worth pitying. That's the origin of a great emperor, he interfered and ruined my plans." In the end, he didn't even get a single strand of hair after chasing after it. The only regrettable thing was that Longma and the others hadn't returned yet. No one knew where they had gone to train. Now that all living beings in the universe had appeared, they were moving around and trying to befriend each other. In the end, the cups and plates were in a mess. Sacred Prince, Ji, Dongfangyi, Li Heishui and the others were drinking to their heart's content. The Black Emperor was also very satisfied. His 2 disciples poured wine for him at the side. As for little Nan, she had already run off with the little fellows in the village. They were having a lot of fun. Only Ji Haoyue was like a black-faced god. He stared at Yifan without blinking. The dignified aura of a divine king pervaded the air like an undulating ocean. At the side, even Qi Luo, old Saber Honcho and the others felt uncomfortable, let alone the main character, Yifan. He could only drink and barely touched the food. Huahua was secretly happy. After eating, she wiped her mouth and ran away, ignoring her master. The straightforward Kaida kindly reminded Yifan that he had to eat the food when drinking, otherwise it would be tasteless. However, this made Yifan feel even more tasteless. He felt a headache coming on. Little Kair was very attentive. She picked up some food for Yifan and then retreated. With such a senior here, even if she wanted to say something, it was still not enough. When almost everyone had left, only Ji, Black Emperor, Sacred Prince, Li Heishui and a few others were left. Ji Haoyue put down his wine cup heavily and stared at Yifan, saying, "You're going to make my sister wait for so many years like this?" He stood up and strode towards Yifan. Sacred Prince, Li Heishui, and the others hurried to stand up and stop him. They were afraid that the 2 of them would start a fight. "I want an explanation," Ji Haoyue shouted. To stand up for his sister, he didn't hesitate to fight. "What explanation do you need? You're back. Let them enter the bridal chamber. You and I will attend a grand wedding." "How nice it is." Black Emperor drank the last mouthful of wine and threw away his cup. "Engagement," Ji said. His words were simple and forceful. "Not bad. I've always wanted to see my nephew's birth," Sacred Prince cheered and laughed. "Not bad. It's a good idea," Qi Luo clapped his hands. He thought it was a good idea. Instantly, the news was spread out. Li Heishui had inherited Tu Fei's big mouth. He shouted everywhere in the village. Soon, everybody knew that Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue were going to get engaged today. What? Master is getting married? I just left for a while. Why is it so fast? I thought that Master Uncle Haoyue would beat Master up, Huahua said unkindly. Pa, the sacred prince smacked his bald head. The sound was crisp and clear, and it traveled far. Master Uncle, you can't be like this. Every time we meet, you don't say anything and just give me a pot sticker. That's not right. Huahua protested angrily. It's because you weren't beaten up when you were young. That's why you look like this. The sacred prince said calmly. After saying that, he smacked him again. Huahua, #yen #%, however, he could only mutter to himself. He didn't dare to smile mischievously in front of the monkey. This master uncle was purely addicted to smacking him. It was a habit. Congratulations, congratulations. After so many years of fighting and bloodshed, it's time for you to have a family. Especially before the path of celestial ascension opens. In the future, both husband and wife will ascend to immortality. Li Heishui, the blabbermouth who had inherited Tu Fei's fine tradition, came to congratulate. The news had already spread in the village. Today, Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue were getting engaged. However, of the two involved, one offended his brother-in-law and was forced to do something beyond his abilities. The other just found out and was in a daze. Ji Ziyue was in a daze. This result had appeared in her mind before, but it had never appeared. Now that there was such news, she was in a daze. Big sister, what are you thinking about? Little Nan Nan came to her side and raised her head. She blinked her big bright eyes and used a small hand to tug at the corner of her clothes. No. Nothing. Ji Ziyue had never been as flustered as she was today. Even in front of a little girl, her pretty face was a little red. She was at a loss. Everything happened too suddenly. She wanted to reject because she wasn't ready. She didn't want to be in such a hurry. However, at this moment, a group of people came. Some of the aunties of the heavenly village were all here to congratulate her. At this time, Ji Haoyue also walked over. As if seeing the hesitation and indecision in her sister's heart, she grabbed her hand and led her away. She stood in front of Yi Fan and glared at him. A match made in heaven, a match bestowed by the heavens, a pair in the human world, a pair on earth. Everyone shouted loudly. Amidst the jeering, Ji Ziyue calmed down. Her eyes were clear as she looked at Yi Fan silently. Yi Fan had already thought about it for a long time. At this moment, he knew that he absolutely could not hesitate, and even more so, he could not hesitate. Otherwise, it might be very hurtful. At this moment, all the knots in his heart, the people and matters of the past were almost instantly put down. Yi Fan couldn't forget the time when he was about to leave the Big Dipper and head to the other side of the starry sky. Ji Ziyue sent him off with tears in her eyes. She whispered softly, I'm on this side of the starry sky. You're on the other side of the starry sky. We're very far apart. Brilliant eternity, endless distance. We can never meet again. Late at night, I looked up at the starry sky alone and silently blessed you. At that time, her eyes were filled with tears, wetting her fair face. How could he forget? How could he let her down? Yi Fan directly held Ji Ziyue's hand and said, Ziyue, marry me. This sentence might be a little late, but it was not that late. Ji Ziyue couldn't even pull her hand back as he held it firmly. Furthermore, at this time, Yi Fan pushed Ji Haoyue to the side, leaving only him and Ji Ziyue in the center. Everyone laughed together. What was rare was that Ji Haoyue wasn't angry, nor did she turn into a black face and stare at Yi Fan like in the past. Instead, she revealed a rare expression of warmth and gratification. She was very happy. Ji Ziyue couldn't escape even if she wanted to. Her slender hand was grabbed by Yi Fan. Everyone shouted, laughed and jeered non-stop. Uncle Yi, should I call you uncle? Ji Qingdao walked forward. He was still very young, but he already had a kind of determination and heroic spirit. But at this time, he was very excited. The name he heard the most in the starry sky was Yi Fan, the the sacred physique of the human race. Even the guy who made his father sad had mentioned the sacred physique of the human race. Naturally, he worshipped Yi Fan. Now, the great hero in his heart was going to become his relative. It was his uncle. Naturally, he was overwhelmed with emotions. He looked more excited than anyone else. From now on, he will be your uncle. You can call him that from now on. Li Heishui smiled. He was someone who had witnessed Yi Fan grow step by step from being weak to the great sage. He had a close relationship with Yi Fan. They had known each other too long ago, so he knew more about Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue than anyone else. Seeing this result today, he was sincerely happy for them. Haha, today is really a joyous occasion. Let's get engaged and then set the date of the wedding. We will invite all the friends and relatives in the world. It must be a grand event. The sacred prince laughed loudly. Heavenly Village was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone came up to offer their congratulations and blessings. Even little Nan Nan ran over in a charmingly naive manner and greeted them seriously, expressing her congratulations. She personally gave them a small gift and said, "Congratulations, big brother, congratulations, big sister." There was no need to talk about the others. All of them gave a great gift. On this day, everyone had a smile on their faces. Qi Luo wanted to hold a banquet in the Heavenly Village. Yi Fan stopped him and said, "Let's go to the Ji family." How could they not report such a big thing to Ji Ziyue's parents? They definitely had to let the two elders make the decision, no matter how Ji Haoyue tried to make the decision. On this day, everyone moved out majestically towards the Big Dipper and descended on the eastern wasteland. In the Heavenly Village, only little Kair had a sad expression. However, she still wiped away her tears and revealed a smile. "Senior sister, you have to be happy." Hua Hua moved closer to her bald head and said, "I know, I will pray for the divine son." Little Kair smiled and wiped away the last drop of tears on her face. "Senior sister, you only idolized Master when you were young. That isn't love at all. It's fine as long as you think things through." Hua Hua tried to persuade others. "Little Baldy, you don't need to care about my matters. Moreover, I am not your senior sister, you have to call me Martial Aunt." Little Kair knocked on his bald head and said fiercely. "Heavens, what is going on? Is it wrong to have a bald head? Why does everyone want to knock on it? If you hit me again, I will have a hedgehog's head and wear a helmet." Hua Hua said angrily. In front of the Ji family's gate, there was a large river flowing into the distance. Its name was Ji River. It had the same name as the river on Earth where the Yellow Emperor was born. This made Ji Fan puzzled no matter how he thought about it. He had asked before, but the Ji family's answer wasn't satisfactory. They said that this river had already flowed for 50,000 years and it didn't matter. However, Ji Zi had once said that he would go to the sealed mountains and rivers on Earth to take a look at Ji River. This was really puzzling. Today, the Ji family was in a festive mood. Yi Fan came to propose marriage and the people from the Heavenly Village followed him. The sacred prince and other important guests came to visit and the family opened their doors to welcome them. The foundation of the family had been moved to another part of the starry sky. However, many important people were still there and couldn't leave immediately. Ji Ziyue's parents saw their eldest son and then pulled their grandson over. They were so happy that tears almost fell from their eyes. When they heard about their daughter's matter, they couldn't be happier. On this day, the Ji family was overjoyed and sent out many invitations. For example, the Jiang family, Jade Pool, Feng Clan, Great Xia Empire, etc. Not to mention Ji Ziyue's parents, even the entire Ji family was very satisfied. The human race's saint physique had become the great sage. He was invincible on the ancient path of the human race. He was definitely a good match. Yi Fan's cultivation speed was very shocking. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never tasted defeat in his generation. If he continued to develop like this, it was inevitable that he would be able to reach the next level. At that time, he would truly be at large success. Who didn't know about the great completion saint physique? Who didn't know that it could challenge the great emperor? At that time, he could directly fight against the ancient supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone. What kind of combat strength was that? When one person succeeds, the world will be at peace. In the past, the great completion Saint Physique had such might. The great completion Saint Physique could live for at least 10,000 years. A person who dared to challenge the great emperor was the most precious treasure in this chaotic world. Even the forbidden zone of life wouldn't dare to provoke him. This could protect the Ji family for 10,000 years. If they fought for the path to immortality, they would have an unparalleled advantage. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to protect the son-in-law well. They couldn't let anything happen to him on his way to the great completion stage. But now, it seemed like the Ji family didn't need to protect him anymore. Everyone in the Ji family was very happy. Even the great sage, who had been sealed since the desolate antiquity era, came to talk with Yi Fan for a long time. He had a pleasant expression on his face. The interior of the Ji family was full of spiritual lands. There were many beautiful mountain peaks floating in the sky. They were surrounded by clouds and mist. Spiritual birds danced in the air. There were strange rocks on the cliffs and waterfalls. Lingji grew on the cliffs and under the cliffs. On this joyous day, only one person in the Ji family had a gloomy expression. He sighed. The 8 ancestors of the Ji family had a lot of unhappiness with Yi Fan. He had long been ignored by people like the great sage. He didn't even have the qualifications to reconcile with them. He couldn't even get close to them. The great sage Mo Ku of the Great Thunder Temple of Mount Meru ordered us to send a humble gift. Xia Yiming of the Central State's Xia dynasty has arrived. The Saint Master of the Jiang family of the North, Jiang Yifei, has arrived. The Western Queen Mother of the Jade Pool has arrived. Many important people rushed over. Even if they didn't come in person, they sent people to send gifts, such as Mount Meru and the Jiuli God dynasty. Even if they had some unhappiness in the past, they still sent gifts on this day, trying to resolve some old grudges. They didn't want to be hated by someone who dared to challenge the great emperor after reaching the great accomplishment. On this day, many people came in and out of the Ji family. Not only the heroes of the human race, but also people from the ancient race. Even some of the royal and imperial families who had fought fiercely in the past put down their statuses. In addition, the saints from the outer realm also appeared and descended, each expressing their feelings. This was like a grand event. Giants from all sides showed their faces. The divine king has arrived. With a loud shout, Yi Fan was shocked. He jumped to his feet and said, "Which divine king?" "Divine King Jiang Taishu." "What?" Yi Fan strode out and welcomed him personally. He didn't expect the peerless divine king in white to return from the outer realm on this day. The white-robed god king's return caused Yi Fan to be incomparably excited. He wasn't a master, but he was equivalent to a benefactor. He had taught him a divine technique and had given him a new lease of life. In the past, it was the God King who had used a source to baptize his Tao diagram, allowing him to survive that trial. Otherwise, he might have died at that time. "Welcome the God King." When Yi Fan moved out, everyone was naturally alarmed. The various leaders of the Ji family had already received the news. They opened the grandest gates, welcoming the God King with the highest of courtesy. Everyone watched attentively. As long as they were in Big Dipper, they naturally knew the origins of the God King. In the past, he was heroic and imposing, his name shaking the world and leaving behind too many legends. He had left for 100 or 200 years, but his glorious legend was still continuing. At the Jade Lake Grand Meeting, the white-robed God King was stained with blood. He fought alone against the ancient race ancestors, touching and admiring everyone to the point of tears. If one were to say who was the hero of Big Dipper, then without a doubt, the white-robed God King was fully deserving of this title. No matter from which aspect, he absolutely had the qualifications to be called a hero. Jiang Taishu was undoubtedly a proud son of heaven of his generation. He had that kind of talent and that kind of strength. Unfortunately, his life had been far too difficult. His life was long and full of misfortunes. In his twilight years, he had sent away a beauty, his life had withered, and he had left for the great desolate. He was a character that made others sigh. Of the few people that Yi Fan admired the most in his life, the God King and the 5th-generation ancestor Zhang Lin were undoubtedly ranked at the top. Now that he saw them again, his heart couldn't remain calm. Ancestor Zhang Lin had already passed away, turning into a rain of light on that glorious morning. But the God King was still here. He hoped that the God King would forever be peerless and look down upon the world. I pay my respects to the God King. Yi Fan bowed deeply, expressing the joy and excitement in his heart. Even though he was already the great sage, one of the top characters in the world, he still had a heart of reverence and gratitude. This would forever be the God King Jiang he respected the most. After so many years, the white-robed God King's appearance had not changed much. However, his snow-white hair had become even whiter. When Fairy Rosy Cloud passed away, his hair had turned white overnight, and it had never returned to normal. Time had left behind some traces on his body, but it wasn't hard to see that the Divine King was heroic when he was young. Even now, he was still as imposing as ever. His appearance was still young, only his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. After experiencing so many trials and tribulations, he possessed a unique type of maturity and profoundness that was hard to forget. Divine King Jiang helped Yi Fan up and carefully sized him up. He felt gratified but also deeply moved. As time flowed, the new generation replaced the old. He had a deep understanding of this. You've already grown up. The road ahead will be very difficult, but you have to press forward, the white-robed God King said gently. Yi Fan nodded. This was the Divine King's hope, and it was also the path that he himself had to walk. Naturally, it would run through him from beginning to end. Who is this? Does the so-called God King refer to the King of Gods? Who bestowed this title upon him? Who can believe this? At this moment, a discordant voice rang out. In the current situation, in such a festive environment, this kind of voice naturally seemed out of place. It clearly indicated that this person had not come purely to attend the engagement ceremony. He had come with ill intentions. In the current world, heroes rose up together, kings contended for supremacy. The great sage appeared, the ancestors of a region descended, and even the quasi-emperor appeared. Not to mention, the supreme beings in the forbidden regions all awakened. This was an unprecedented great world. It was destined to be very complicated. In this kind of environment, there were naturally all kinds of people. They came from the various regions, so there would definitely be people who targeted Yi Fan. This was something that could be predicted. However, he never thought that as soon as the wedding ceremony began, before it even touched upon Yi Fan himself, someone would jump out and actually pick on the Supreme Divine King. Yi Fan suddenly turned around. His gaze was frightening as he stared in that direction. No matter who it was that looked down on the Divine King, it would be an even more serious matter than targeting him. I'm just speaking the truth. I have questions in my heart, so I have to ask them. Perhaps the human race really is very proud, but the title of Divine King really can't be used carelessly. It was a man around 25 or 26 years old. He did not seem frivolous, and his voice was slow and forceful. It was rather forceful, and the light in his eyes burned like torches. Coupled with the black nether iron armor that flickered with a cold, crystalline, and special metallic luster, he seemed very frightening. This person was well built and had an extraordinary bearing. He was like an ancient war god who had walked over from the primordial times. His feet were not stained by dust, and the black crystalline armor wrapped around his feet. There was a divine halo around his entire body. He walked over from afar like a god, his long black hair draped over his shoulders and back. The only area that the nether iron armor did not cover was his head, so his appearance could be seen. His eyes were brilliant, and his face was very resolute. His two sword-like eyebrows were full of sharpness. In short, this person was outstanding and extraordinary. One could tell with a single glance that he was an impressive character. In the current world of Big Dipper, how many people had not heard of Divine King Jiang? And how many people would dare to oppose Yi Fan? There were truly too few of them. This person definitely had a great background. If he dared to cause trouble, he definitely had something to rely on. He definitely had the capital. You're even more arrogant to be able to say something like that in this kind of situation. If you want to target me, you can come at me. I'll accept it. Yi Fan looked at him. He was so straightforward. He did not want to say anything more and was about to directly attack. This was a joyous day, but he showed no signs of holding back at all. Everyone was shocked. This was just the beginning. The wedding had not even begun, and a battle was about to begin? Many people came, including the ancient races and saints from the outer realms. Not all of them were friendly. Many people were excited and wanted to see a fierce battle. Who was Yi Fan? He had the saint physique of the human race and was one of the strongest people of this generation. He was unrivaled on the ancient road of the human race and was said to be unrivaled in that part of the starry sky. If this person was not at the same level as him, how would he dare to do this? His identity must be incomparably illustrious. Otherwise, why would he dare to challenge him? Sure, you can come over then. I've long heard of your name and would like to see it for myself. The person said casually, as if he did not treat it as a big deal. It was as if he wanted to play an ordinary game and was not afraid to fight against the heaven-defying saint physique. The black armor on his body flickered with a black light and became even more crystalline. When he stepped forward, metal clanking sounds could be heard. It was like a demonic tune in the ears of the crowd, shocking their souls. He was too confident. In front of the gate of the Ji clan, facing divine King Jiang and the saint physique of the human race, he actually had such an attitude. It truly made everyone shiver. Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, Yao Yuekong, Wu Zhongtian, and the others were all angry. This person was too arrogant. Moreover, this kind of arrogance came from the bones. It was not intentional or pretentious. It was innate, causing people to doubt his identity and origin. Yi Fan walked forward. At this point, he was not afraid of a battle. His fame was built through battles. Since you are talking to me, let me do it, said the divine king calmly. The white-robed god king said calmly. He possessed an extraordinary bearing, just like before. He was graceful, dignified, and composed. The divine king was not old and had lived a second life. He only had a heart that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He had never been weaker than others in this life, so why would he be afraid of the provocation of a junior? No. Yi Fan firmly disagreed. What kind of identity did the divine king have? With him here, how could he let him do it himself? He said, "You can take a seat for now. There is no need to trouble you to deal with him. Let me do it. I have plenty of time. I can do it one by one." The male in the underworld iron armor spoke. His eyes were resplendent and his black hair was thick. The halo of light emitted from his body was even more astonishing. Everyone was shocked. These words were too arrogant. This truly made Dongfang Yi and the others furious. The sacred prince's expression immediately sank. He directly pointed at him. In this kind of situation, he didn't want Yi Fan to do it. He wanted to do it in his place. After all, this was a joyous occasion. I know you. Your father is indeed outstanding. I just don't know about you. Why don't you fight as well? The male in the underworld iron armor was like a divine warrior. He was enveloped in divine light and throbbed like flames. His aura was astonishing. Boom. Yi Fan directly took a step forward. Golden battle chi rushed into the heavens, engulfing heaven and earth. His aura engulfed 10,000 li. It was as if an ancient deity had descended, overlooking the myriad realms. Boundless golden blood chi and unmatched battle prowess transformed into a vast ocean that swept forward. There was nothing more to say. He directly moved, about to unleash a world-shattering attack. However, at this time, the sacred prince also couldn't help but take action. How violent and domineering was he? It was as if an archaic divine peak exploded, throwing the sky into chaos as he directly pressed forward. This was an earth-shattering battle. Meanwhile, at this time, two other auras erupted at the same time. One naturally came from the male in the black metal divine clothes. The other's complexion was pale, as if he never experienced sunlight all year round. There was a type of sickly gentleness to him. This person was precisely Pu, someone who came from Undying Mountain. He had appeared in the myriad spirit gathering before. He was extremely handsome, but his skin was so white that it was as if he had just recovered from a great illness. He lacked a type of heroic spirit. However, at this time, he erupted with an aura that shocked the experts of the myriad realms. It was too terrifying. These four great experts were clearly all at the Imperial Prince level. After their auras reached the peak, their auras engulfed the world, intimidating everyone's souls. Many experts almost directly collapsed here. Those who were close to them were either swept flying or collapsed on the ground. There was only a single white-clothed divine king here. Even though he was at the center, his expression was calm, not shocked at all. Even the corners of his clothes didn't move in the slightest, calmly watching everything. "Shenming, you have crossed the line a bit." Enpu spoke, just like before, his tone slow and gentle. Everyone trembled inwardly. Many years had passed since the myriad spirit gathering. Now, many people already guessed at where Enpu came from. When they saw him speak like this, it already proved how terrifying Shenming's origins were. They were definitely people of the same level, from a life-restricted region. Just now, everyone still felt like this person Enpu called Shenming was too arrogant, but now, there was only deep reverence left. This level and background definitely had this type of confidence and qualifications. "You know that I am always an extremely direct person, saying what is on my mind. I won't beat around the bush," Shenming said to Enpu, still having the same expression as before. "Of course, doing this during today's engagement ceremony is indeed quite disrespectful. However, I am eager to hunt, really want to fight, a bit unable to hold myself back." He didn't act out in the slightest, speaking extremely calmly and naturally. This was a type of confidence, as well as a type of natural domineeringness. He continued, "Even though I was disrespectful, I won't apologize, even more so won't take back my words just now. Those are my true thoughts. If you all are unconvinced, you can just come and fight. Then it will be as you wish." The aura Yifan erupted like a mountain flood, immediately making heaven and earth collapse. His voice was cold like the light shout of a death god. Yifan's right hand was like a monument, covered in golden symbols. This was his Tao, ancient and profound, a Tao law that had existed since time immemorial, eternally unchanging, releasing rumbling noises. Mountains collapsed and earth split apart, seas dried up and rocks decayed. Under this golden heavenly monument like palm and fingers, everything would be destroyed, everything no longer existing. The void turned into a black hole, chaotic light surging, as if heaven and earth were being opened. This place was about to be completely destroyed. If not for Ji family engraving emperor patterns, immediately extending outwards, the boundless great wastelands, as well as the sun, moon, heaven, and earth might have suffered great problems. Hazy mists spread. Yifan's golden palm and fingers turned into an ancient monument that was several tens of thousands of zhang in size. Patterns covered it densely, suppressing this side of the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains. Shenming's expression was grave, Long immediately taking action. Her divine clothes were sparkling and translucent, releasing radiance, making her look like an ancient deity who walked over from the great wastelands. Heaven overflowing might was released from his body. Hung Long, his palm slapped forward. Vermilion birds danced about, true dragons moved about, white tigers split the heavens, all types of immortal spirits appeared, terrifying beyond compare. It was as if an unmatched supreme being was furious, as if a heavenly emperor took action. Shenming's aura was too powerful, confident to the extreme, having the qualifications to speak these types of words. It was as if a supreme deity descended from the heavens. Everyone trembled. This type of great pressure made them feel as if doomsday had arrived, as if they were facing an unmatched ruler. They had to kneel down, carry out worship and servitude. Everyone had long prepared themselves for Yifan's power. Meanwhile, Shenming, this person's origins were mysterious, yet she was also this powerful. Today, she suddenly appeared, shocking the world, naturally making everyone tremble. With a dong sound, the two clashed intensely. Symbols flew about, quickly erased. The heavenly monument resisted all types of immortal spirits, releasing immortal light that engulfed all directions, energy devouring 100,000 li. This was an intense clash, terrifying to the extreme, as if the 9 great heavens were going to collapse. The heavens trembled, about to fall down. No one expected the two's first exchange to be this powerful. This was a confrontation between young supreme being heavenly geniuses. How many years had it been since something like this had happened? Inside the Ji family, void runes spread out one after another, stabilizing the earth, fire, wind, and water, protecting the world of mountains and rivers, stabilizing heaven and earth. Otherwise, the southern region might really suffer a catastrophe. After all, this was a battle between great sage-level imperial princes, and they could easily destroy heaven and earth. Even destroying an ancient planet with life was nothing. The only reassuring thing was that the Big Dipper was too different from the rest. It would be very difficult to damage its foundation. Pop, Yifan forcefully pressed his palm down in the air. Although it was a casual strike, there was an endless amount of palm force smashing down. In the end, it actually turned into endless sword light, densely covering every corner of the world. Some rose from the ground, some fell from the 9 heavens, and some were born in the void. Numerous thick and large sword lights were like numerous pillars that held up the heavens. They were boundlessly enormous, boundless, and filled with ghastly killing intent, and it shocked all the living beings in the myriad of regions in the universe to the point of trembling. This was an extremely terrifying secret method. A single speck of dust could fill up the sea, a stalk of grass could shatter the stars in the heavens. It was exceptionally sharp, shaking the heavens with zing-zing sounds, suppressing the world. Everyone was horrified. Even though they had long moved far enough, they were still horrified to the point where they felt their blood run cold, their entire bodies going cold, inwardly fearful. Shenming's expression was serious, not showing the slightest bit of carelessness. Even though he was extremely arrogant and domineering just now, when he truly fought, he was extremely serious, confident, but not arrogant. His body shook. An expanse of ancient imprints appeared on his back, looking like a divine figure, but also like a type of irregular scene. Perhaps it was a Tao diagram condensed from a type of special natural laws. A fiery red vermilion bird rushed into the heavens, crossing 3,000 realms, shattering large amounts of the void. It carried a savage aura and endless immortal flames, burning down heaven and earth. It was too terrifying. He used this to resist the sword energy that was everywhere, stopping Yifan's exceptional attack. Moreover, there was offense within defense. Between his brows, blazing radiance flickered, condensing a terrifying symbol. It turned into an ancient character that was hard for the world to distinguish, suppressing over. This character quickly became larger, every single stroke as if cast from immortal gold, resplendent and dazzling, sparkling and translucent. It was full of an ice-cold metallic feeling, its weight exceeding millions and millions of kilograms. This was a type of Tao, heaven-reaching immortal text. As soon as it appeared, there were some who recognized it, all of them shocked. It was rumored that this was the killing Tao natural laws the ancient supreme beings used to open up the path of immortality, slaughter their way into immortal domain. This type of character's offensive power was exceptionally powerful, or else how could it break through the barrier of immortal and immortal realms? It was the most terrifying. Dang, Yifan's palm and fingers moved downwards, using his flesh to move. His golden fingers continuously flicked out, symbols appearing one after another, all of them landing on this character. Under the resplendent immortal light, this place exploded. It was universally shocking the world. Just how powerful was the human race's sacred body? He actually dared take action like this, directly using his palm and fingers. It was just too terrifying. If it was any other great sage, just this contact alone, forget about his fingers, even his entire arm and half his body would have directly rotted, turning into a bloody paste and bone dregs. A tremendous honglong sounded. The two passed each other, the first clash thus ending. In reality, there were only 2 strikes, and they both happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. It was too fast, quite a few people unable to react in time, to the extent where they didn't even see clearly. Even though the offensive power was enough to shock the world, it still couldn't be considered a life-and-death confrontation. These were probing attacks, both of them holding back, not using their most powerful trump cards. An even greater confrontation was about to begin. It was definitely a life-and-death battle, a world-shocking battle. However, right at this time, Sacred Prince and Anpu both suddenly moved, moving forward, blocking at the same time. Sacred Prince was going to fight in Yifan's place, not wishing for him to take action again. It was because today was his great day. The monkey was going to take action in his place, fight a life-and-death battle against Shenming. Meanwhile, Anpu also moved between them, temporarily separating the two, not wishing for this battle to continue. Almost at the same time, the void was silently torn apart. Jizi appeared, silently arriving at the center of the battlefield. It was clear that he had to interfere. Forget about his relationship with Yi Fan, just based on the fact that this was Ji family's territory, he couldn't just sit by and watch. However, when he appeared, Enpu's body shook, erupting with a wave of incomparable aura that was even more terrifying than before, sweeping through heaven and earth. Void Emperor! He cried out in alarm, losing composure for the first time. When these words sounded, everyone became stunned. This name was too ancient, how could it be spoken in this type of situation? Even if it was in front of Ji family's gates, it still shouldn't be like this. Everyone's expressions were greatly shaken, looking forward. At this time, Enpu's pale and slightly sickly face revealed an expression of incomprehensible shock. He stared rigidly at GZ, his eyes unblinking, as if he saw the most inconceivable thing. Everyone was stupefied. What was going on? Are you talking about my father? GZ calmly said. You aren't him? Too similar. After saying this, Enpu shook his head. If it was the true void, how could there be no emperor might? Even if it was restrained, it was still enough to make all life tremble, let alone when facing their undying mountain bloodline, it would be even more so. At this moment, everyone understood that GZ and Void Emperor were exactly the same, all of them revealing strange expressions. It really was rare for father and son to be like this. Emperor Fighting's descendant, what is your intention? Do you want to fight against me? You can just stand to the side first, wait for my battle with him to end, and then come back. No matter how many people come today, I will take them all on. Shenming spoke, still as arrogant as before, hating Li Heishui and the others until the roots of their teeth were itching. However, they had to admit that he definitely had great strength. I'll just send you on your way with a single strike of my staff, save you the trouble of being noisy here. The monkey said fiercely, too lazy to say anything else. He even more so took the initiative, standing in front of Yi Fan, wishing to face Shenming. When Sacred Prince and Shenming met, there was definitely going to be a life and death battle. Both of them were incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, when Enpu snapped back to reality, he continued to take a step forward, stopping Shenming in the middle. If we are talking about urgency, I am even more so than you. My undying mountain and Ji family's grudge is something the entire world knows about. The past agreement is even more so about to come to an end, but there is no rush. Fighting a decisive battle during this engagement ceremony is a bit too much. If you say things like this, it seems like I am being too petty. Shenming retracted that foot that took a step forward, saying, I already said that I am an extremely direct person. What I think in my heart, what I say, is not empty words. This is precisely what I truly think, which is that I want to fight. The divine clothes and armor covering his body flowed with dark light. The raging flames were restrained, but there was still a layer of radiance, not much different from a divine warrior. Forget it, if I miss out on today, then I'll have to ask for guidance one by one. His eyes were extremely brilliant. I won't see blood today, let's just celebrate a bit more. If you say it's over, then it's over? Sacred Prince sneered, not willing to let him go. Meanwhile, Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, and the others were furious as well. This type of occasion could come and go as they pleased, could they just leave after stirring up trouble? It was hard for them to quell their anger. Dao friend Hunchuo, it is time for you to take action. In the distant horizon, there were experts with terrifying statuses who teased. Correct, please ask Senior Hunchuo to take action, carry out some persuasion, it will definitely make them quickly fight a bloody battle. There were some who were even more direct, wishing for the god of misfortune to step up, make the battle even more intense. If an imperial prince really died in the life-restricted region, then it would likely sweep through Big Dipper, a supreme being appearing. Dao friends must be joking. This old one's body is unwell today, so I won't get involved. Hunchuo said. How can Dao brother be left out? This is a struggle between heavenly geniuses, it should be advising them to leave. We need Dao friend to take action. The heavens are benevolent, today, this old one doesn't need to persuade them. They won't suffer a bloody disaster either, the heavens cannot bear to see this happen. All things emphasize on the word peace, within 10 years, they will be the most important. Hunchuo said extremely seriously. Everyone was speechless. Even Hunchuo shrunk back, scared of kicking a metal board, scared of smashing a golden signboard. Of course, the so-called golden signboard should be looked at the other way around. In front of Ji family's gates, the sacred prince wanted to fight. Shenming's attitude was indecisive, fighting was exactly what he wanted. However, since he already said those words just now, it wasn't just empty words, he couldn't go back on his words. The engagement is important, let's end things here today. Jizi and Anpu both spoke up, speaking like this. Yi Fan's expression was cold as he stared at Shenming. He really wanted to send a fist smashing over, but today really wasn't suitable for him to take action, nor did he want the monkey to take action in his place. The more I speak, the more it seems like I am bullying others with my power. How about this? Today's life and death struggle will be avoided. I would rather kill 100,000 people than break up a marriage. Then today, we'll just have a civil battle, leave it for the younger generation, let them compete against each other. Just treat it as me adding to the excitement of this engagement. Shenming said. Let's just leave it like this. Divine King Jiang Taishu said. When Yi Fan heard this, he nodded in agreement. Since the white-clothed Divine King already spoke like this, he didn't want to go against him. Everything could be discussed today. In reality, if this confrontation continued, it might be extremely terrifying. There would be imperial princes who would fall, blood splashing across the southern region, to the extent where it might even provoke the ancient supreme beings of the restricted regions. Shenming waved her hand. Several little things appeared in the distance, all of them looking around, all of them swirling with chaotic energy, every single one of them extraordinary. Mingren, come over. He called over a child who was only 6 or 7 years old. His head was outstanding, the space between his brows extraordinary, chaotic light restrained, making one feel alarm. This is my child. As long as you all can find someone of similar age in this world and defeat him, then it will be considered my loss. Shenming said. What kind of expression will you have if you lose? The Black Emperor who hadn't spoken up all this time asked. Expression? Shenming's eyes shone with brilliance. If I lose, I will slap my own mouth, take back my words just now, apologize to you all. Moreover, within 10 years, if I meet you all, I will stay far away. If not, then I will still apologize even after meeting you all. This was a boy around 6 years old. Chaotic energy curled about his waist, eyes like gemstones, black hair naturally scattered down his shoulders, extremely beautiful, possessing a wave of rare spiritual essence. Everyone was shocked. Just how old was this child? Yet, he already possessed primal chaos. It was just too shocking, making all of the older generation figures feel a wave of powerlessness. He was already like this at the age of 6 or 7. What would he become when he grew up? In this world, how many people of the same age could keep him in check? It really made one sigh. The people who walked out of the life-forbidden zone truly made one feel despair. Heaven-warping talent, rarely seen since ancient times. Brother Shenming has given birth to a good child. Your bloodline has been strong for 3 eras, your inheritance will become more and more stable. Anpu sighed, a trace of envy appearing on his pale face. It's nothing. It's not like you haven't heard of stronger children in ancient times. Shenming said. However, she was extremely satisfied with her own child. After a generation, the emperor bloodline didn't weaken, instead becoming even more outstanding, talent reaching the extreme. He brought 3 children out to gain experience and gain experience. They weren't all his heirs, but they all came from life-restricted regions. Existences like them, able to be chosen and sealed here, were naturally the most powerful. It was the same for the children. Obviously, restrictions and brands had been placed on these children, causing others to be unable to pry into their cultivations, let alone harm them in secret. However, with just a single look, one could tell that not a single child was ordinary. All of them were too heaven-defying. Natural law fragments appeared in their blood, releasing chaotic energy. This is your child? Do you really think you're invincible? The Black Emperor came forward with a proud look on his face and said, you should remember that the great emperor who entered your forbidden land back then was too powerful after he was born, so some of his foundation was directly destroyed. He was afraid that he would lack tempering in the future. That is truly heaven-defying. A big dog wearing a pair of golden leather pants and looking down on people was really irritating. One has to understand that it was looking down on a life-restricted region. It made one wonder where its courage came from, making them feel indignant. The child at Shenming's side was naturally furious, glaring at it, clenching his little fists, really wishing to give it a beating. However, Shenming herself was shocked. She stared at it for a long time, saying, "I've met you before? You're that man's dog, and you've lived until now." Yes, with his methods, it's naturally too easy for him to do so. And Pooh's expression was also grave. He stared at the Black Emperor for a long time and said, "Back then, that person was already in his later years. He had once passed through our undying mountain, and there was once a huge black dog following him." Everyone was shocked. Although there had always been rumors that this dog, which angered both humans and gods, had followed the great emperor and had a frightening background, there had never been any conclusive evidence. At this moment, the existence from the life-restricted region spoke like this. Everything was verified, everything was true. One child is not enough. It's not enough. It's best to call a few more people to attack together. The Black Emperor said. His words were rather infuriating. Everyone became stupefied. Right now, the most powerful ones were none other than the 7 great life-restricted regions, yet now, a dog actually began to look down on them. It truly made everyone feel as if time and space were in chaos. "Doggy, don't brag." A little girl around 3 years old was trying her best to pull on the big black dog's tail. She was doing her best to drag it backwards, and she looked very adorable. In the end, the big black dog was dragged away. He didn't behave atrociously or say anything else, making everyone's eyes go blank. Shenming revealed a strange expression, saying, "In that case, since you are this confident, I'll invite another child to take the stage. If they are all defeated, then we'll naturally do as you say." The way things developed was outside of everyone's expectations. Yifan's expression was calm, not saying anything. He directly tore open the void, producing a shining object from the all-life source energy cauldron. That was a large piece of immortal spring, something most people in this world wouldn't have seen before. Meanwhile, Pooh and Shenming's eyes revealed strange light, staring at this immortal spring that was extremely rare and precious even for them. Sealed inside was a fair and clean chubby baby. His dreams were disturbed, seemingly extremely vexed, glaring furiously at Yifan. When he saw him raise his hand, he hurriedly covered his buttocks. There was space inside the immortal spring that allowed him to move about. This type of action was extremely childish, making everyone want to laugh. The little fatty understood the current situation, recognizing that this was Ji family. It was because he had come here before, because of a single sentence he said. Many elders in this family were so shocked they almost flipped over tables. When he saw Yifan glare at him, Divine Child submitted, saying rather angrily, "Last time, I was wrong, he isn't my father." Everyone was stunned. No one had expected this little fatty to say such a thing. Why did he say that? No matter how they listened, it sounded a bit like he was trying to hide something. Many people revealed strange expressions, all of them looking towards Yifan. This child is too much. Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, and the others couldn't help but curse. It wasn't just Ji family that felt dizzy, even Shenming and Pooh were a bit stunned, continuously staring at him. In the horizon, there was only great sage Hunchuo, his heart pounding continuously. He was the only one who chased after him to personally understand him, almost recognizing him as a relative. In the end, he was scared until he ran without a trace, running. "I'll give you a mission, defeat that child on the other side," Yifan said with a dark face. When faced with Divine Child, he raised his hand several times, almost smacking his little bottom. This little fatty really was too much. Divine Child rubbed his large eyes, completely waking up. He cried out with pleasant surprise, "What? You want me to beat him up? You finally sent me someone to vent my anger on." Everyone felt a bit dizzy. This little fatty really was a bit of a scammer, saying that he was going to beat up the supreme being descendant of a life-restricted region the moment he opened his mouth. This was just too casual. At this age, this type of tone was even more infuriating than the Black Emperor's. "I want you to seriously beat him up," Yifan corrected. "Isn't that the same meaning? You want me to beat him up, to bully that child?" the little fatty said. No matter how he listened, it didn't sound right, as if it was Yifan who was going to bully the child. However, I really like it too much, finally sending me someone to vent my anger on. I'm going to treat him like that bastardly Tian, smack his bottom until it blossomed. The little fatty already began to delightfully fantasize. On the other side, that 6-or-so-year-old child had long widened his eyes, so angry his little fists were clenched so tightly they released cracking sounds. Who was he? Even though he was young, he already knew that he came from a life-restricted region, no one in the outside world daring to provoke him. They were truly heaven's pride, no one in the 9 heavens 10 earths daring to look down on them like this. Little fatty, you are too childish, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Mingren said angrily. He asked Shenming for instructions, about to immediately beat down divine child. Come, I'm so excited I'm about to tremble. The little fatty put on an extremely arrogant look, his eyes truly full of excitement. He shouted, "Brat, come over, let me properly deal with you." Everyone felt a bit dizzy. Who did this child learn this from? How old was he? How could he speak like this? Everyone couldn't help but look towards Yifan. Even Jizi and Ji Haoyue were confused, looking at him. Yifan rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. He said quietly, "Don't look at me." After he came back, he was always talking back, so I had Black Emperor and Flower discipline him for a few days, but in the end, he became like this. The immortal spring swayed as it flew out, as if it was a baby who had just learned how to walk, staggering about. The little fatty shouted excitedly from inside, "Brat, just bring it on. I'm going to beat you up until even your father can't recognize you." Everyone felt even more dizzy. Then, they really couldn't help but laugh again. Meanwhile, Shenming's face darkened for the first time. What kind of shameful words were these? To speak like this in front of her face, it really was fucking outrageous. However, what kind of status did he have? No matter how powerful he was, there was no way he would argue with a child, or else he would only make others laugh at him. The child at Shenming's side was angered to the extreme. With his background, how could he be taught these words? He was furious to the extreme, turning into a streak of light, rushing over, raising his fist and smashing over, wishing to directly shatter the immortal spring, drag the little fatty out and beat him up. Everyone was shocked, because they actually saw the power of natural laws on that child's fist. This was just too shocking. Just how old was he? You came just in time. Watch how Big Bro is going to deal with you. The little fatty cried out happily, as if he discovered the best present. The immortal spring swayed about, twisting and turning, avoiding this fist. The one inside the immortal spring seemed a bit unreliable. His legs weren't that nimble, yet he could still fight. After all, it really was too small. Of course, everyone was shocked as well. Ever since the divine child came out, everyone had already discussed this. Those who were sealed inside the immortal spring definitely couldn't be ordinary. Just come out. Minren released a light shout. He rose into the air, his feet stepping towards the immortal spring, wishing to blast it apart, trample the hateful fatty out. Unfortunately, the immortal spring shook. Even though it was swaying back and forth, it directly released a wave of holy might, directly making the 6-year-old child in midair unable to endure it, falling onto the ground. Brat, you are still too tender. If you want to fight against me, you'll have to cultivate for another 1,000 or 800 years. The little fatty cried out excitedly, stirring on the immortal spring, smashing it over. With a pung noise, it smashed into Minren's forehead, making him dizzy and disoriented. Everyone didn't know what to say. This little fatty only looked like he was 2 or 3 years old, chubby, white and chubby, moreover still completely naked, yet he said others were tender. This type of tone really was too strange for others to endure. Of course, there were a few experts who were horrified. Even though they were far away, they still sensed the holy might just now. It really was shocking to the extreme. This was just like a legend. It was just a child, yet he actually became a saint. No one would believe this. Was this the child of an immortal? Pung, the little fatty moved about in the immortal spring, clumsily flipping Minren over, using his will to beat him up. Moreover, he shouted noisily, "Brat, fighting against me, your teeth haven't even grown out yet." Today, I'll beat you until even your father can't recognize you. On the side, Shenming already turned into a black-faced deity, strand after strand of green energy on her forehead, black lines crisscrossing about. Dark lines appeared on Shenming's face again and again. When she heard the little fatty's nonsense, she couldn't retort a single word. She couldn't really bicker with a 2 or 3-year-old child, right? I'm going to step on your lungs. Brat, even your mom wouldn't be able to recognize you when you return home, calling you a fat pig head. Fighting with me, not even the God of heaven would be enough. Even this type of little brat wants to compete with this great one? You are too far off. The little fatty continuously muttered while suppressing his opponent, muttering to himself, acting like an elder, not even looking at how old he was. Everyone really was speechless. This was originally going to be a battle between giants, possibly provoking the ancient supreme beings of the 7 great restricted regions, but they never expected things to develop to this extent. Many people wanted to laugh. This little fatty really was too much. He was only that old, yet who did he learn these types of words and habits from? They really couldn't help but laugh. I'm going to step on your lungs, I'm going to hit your stomach, I'm going to reward you with 2 fried dumplings. Even though the little fatty was in the immortal spring, he had quite a few tricks up his sleeve, none of them repeated. What? You still aren't convinced? Youngsters really are stubborn, watch how this elder deals with you. Divine Child shouted excitedly, using all of the methods Li Tian, Black Emperor, Yi Fan and the others used to deal with him, not getting tired of it, extremely happy. After being suppressed for so many years, he finally found a punching bag, moreover. Casually squeezing him, completely beating him up, making him so happy that bubbles were popping out, happy to the point of stamping his feet. Devilish brat, who told you to be stubborn, who told you not to admit defeat, I'll beat you until you swear allegiance when you see me. When she heard Divine Child's voice become more and more arrogant, Shenming's expression became worse and worse. This was beating up her family's child right in front of her, this unrestrained, this arrogant, it really was the first time she experienced something like this in her life. I'm going to step on you until you become a pig head. The little fatty struggled in the immortal spring, smashing into Min Ren's face with pung pung sounds, immediately making his nose and face swell, as if he had been hugged by a bear. Shenming still endured, not saying a word, quietly watching as her son was beaten, viewing this as a type of sharpening. Things went too smoothly after Mingren was born. He felt like suffering some setbacks when he was young wasn't bad either. Little thing, do you submit or not? If not, not only will I beat you up so badly that even your father can't take it anymore, I'll beat you up so badly that you won't even recognize your grandfather. Little fatty said arrogantly. Little bean, I can't accept this. Minran had long become anxious. What kind of status did he have? He was the descendant of a supreme being, so when had he ever suffered this type of pressure? He was about to faint from anger. Bang, bang, there was another round of beating. Meanwhile, Shenming was still enduring it, not saying a word. However, she really didn't feel good inside. A supreme being's grandson was bullied and humiliated like this, even if it wasn't the first time since ancient times, it was pretty much the same. You're too weak. You can't even take a beating. It looks like you won't be able to last more than a few hits, right? The little fatty said enthusiastically and hopefully, why don't you take me as your master? I'm sure I'm better than your father. F***ck. What are you talking about? Shenming's face became even darker. She almost couldn't take it anymore, but she still endured it. Little bean, damn fatty, this isn't over yet. I won't rest until one of us is dead. Minren roared out angrily. However, he was crushed to the ground, unable to budge an inch. Brat, you really are going too far. This one gave you a chance, yet you don't know what's good for you. If you still don't take me as your master, then I'll wipe you out. Godly Child threatened fiercely. It was a pity that he was too young, and lacked that kind of aura. But he still shouted, if you join my sect, don't talk about taking care of your father, you can even beat up your grandfather. The little fatty was so excited that he began to spit out saliva from his mouth. Shenming's expression could already be described as black as the bottom of a pot. Previously, she still thought that her son was outstanding among supreme being descendants, rarely seen in this world, yet in the end, he was trampled on like this. What was more important was that this little fatty was still this arrogant, beating up her son while also ridiculing her, the old man. What was even more infuriating was that even Shenming's old man was implicated. This really was a bit frustrating, unable to vent her anger. This brat was a bit too young. If he was an adult, Shenming would have long smacked him, smashing him into mush. Shenming had never felt as wronged as she did today. Just how arrogant of a person was she? She was confident that she was unmatched in her generation, yet she never expected to be in such an awkward situation right now, having her son beaten up in front of her. Good, this one's guidance wasn't in vain, you finally improved a bit. In the distance, that large black dog appeared again, immediately speaking words of encouragement. The little fatty didn't pay the Black Emperor any attention, because he was inwardly resentful towards it. He had been bullied by it before, but he couldn't suppress his current excitement, still acting happily, continuing his great cause of beating people up. Enough, this battle is Min Ren's loss. Shenming really couldn't endure it any longer. She felt like rather than saying that this was sharpening her son's nature, it was better to say that this was a test of his endurance. This little fatty's mouth didn't hold back. At all. If this continued, not only would he curse father and son's mothers, he might even disrespect his supreme being old man. The consequences of this were extremely severe. A supreme being couldn't be humiliated, not even a child could speak like this. When Min Ren was received by him with a wave of his hand, he immediately fainted. This was completely out of anger. There were restrictions on his body, normally speaking, no one could harm him, but this type of humiliation and resentment made him feel even more flustered. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Even though they were enjoying themselves, the shock they felt inside was still extremely powerful. This was especially the case now that they calmed down. The more they thought about it, the more terrifying they felt. That was but the descendant of a supreme being, yet he was easily subdued just like that, not a match at all. What kind of background did this little fatty have? It was just too terrifying. At this time, there were naturally quite a few people who recognized the immortal source, moreover spreading the news, making it known to everyone. Everyone became even more shaken. This was but a heaven-defying immortal object, most likely not even a restricted region able to produce it in large amounts. And Pooh became silent. He was thinking about the ancient supreme beings. This child was definitely one of these people's descendant, or else there was no way he could be this freakish, exceeding normal reasoning. Being born a saint, this type of thing existed in theory, but if this type of person really did exist, then it was just too horrifying. How about it? Do you admit defeat? Then just slap your own mouth first, and then apologize. The Black Emperor said arrogantly, this type of attitude leaving everyone stupefied. This was but an existence from a restricted region, many people immediately understood, feeling like Divine Child's display just now was definitely related to this large black dog, their style similar, a bit similar. Don't tell me he was Wusher's son? When everyone thought of this possibility, all of their fine hair stood on end. What a good child, yet he was destroyed just like that. Everyone sighed with regret. However, when the large black dog bared his teeth, everyone closed their mouths. This dog was too different and ferocious. Shenming's face was expressionless, not admitting defeat. Didn't I already say that there is another child? Now, was there still a child in this world who could defeat Divine Child? Everyone almost didn't believe this, all of them revealing strange expressions, thinking that he was forcefully holding on. Perhaps he might fly into a rage out of humiliation, directly unleash a great slaughter. However, Shenming's face was instead extremely calm. She beckoned behind her. The two children walked over together, one of them extremely special. Apart from having chaotic energy swirling about him, there was also a type of desolate beast aura that was released. This was especially the case when Shenming rubbed his head. This child's aura flourished even more, as if he had killed countless creatures, terrifying to the extreme. Mingren and the other child were completely ignored, only having him in their eyes. All of their eyes gathered over, because he made everyone shiver inwardly. This child also looked to be 6 or 7 years old, lips red, teeth white, eyes like gemstones. His appearance was extremely handsome, a little fella that drew everyone's attention. Everyone just couldn't understand why there was this type of heaven-overflowing killing intent released from his body. It didn't match his bearing and temperament at all, as if he had two souls. "This is my older brother." Xianming was extremely frank, not hiding anything. However, when these words sounded, everyone immediately erupted into commotion, feeling that this was inconceivable, leaving everyone shocked. This was a child, so how did he become the older brother of a great sage-level imperial prince? In the past, he experienced a heaven-collapsing earth-splitting great battle, which is also the darkness chaos you humans speak of. He was injured by someone, becoming like this, no different from a child. Xianming said honestly. He directly stated that divine child's origins were strange, already couldn't be called a child. Him inviting a different child to appear wasn't a violation of the agreement. This was a true imperial prince, moreover someone who previously rebuked heaven and earth, dominating the world. Now, he appeared in this type of state, just how much divine might was left. Everyone was extremely nervous, but also full of anticipation. Yifan waved his hand, restraining the little fatty, not letting him who was itching to give it a try take action. Based on his intuition, he knew that the special imperial prince on the other side definitely wasn't someone to provoke. Even though that person turned into a child, his source and other parts probably didn't weaken too much, still remaining. Who knows, he might make divine child suffer a loss. Just let him come, we'll switch out someone on our side as well. The Black Emperor said. He stood up, a pair of large claws on his back, a look of arrogance on his face. However, no matter how one looked at it, it was asking for a beating, giving others the urge to give it a vicious beating. This little boy named Xianxia walked over, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. He looked pure, eyes clear, but that type of aura made many older generation figures tremble. The large black dog invited the little Nan, having her go up. Nan doesn't know how to fight. The little girl was a bit embarrassed, not knowing what to do. Her large eyes blinked, looking towards Yifan for help. Yifan smiled, and said, "Just go up, just treat him like a playmate, there's no need to do anything." The little Nan walked up. She only looked to be 2 or 3 years old, like a porcelain doll, her large eyes clearly black and white. Xianxu's terrifying aura was completely ineffective against her. "Attack!" Xianming shouted with a low voice. A streak of coldness flashed past Xianxu's eyes, as if he had awakened. His entire body immediately released ocean-like killing intent, simply about to instantly split apart heaven and earth. However, when he raised his small hand, rushing towards the little Nan, he instead trembled, his eyes revealing a look of alarm. At this time, many people saw that behind the little Nan was a terrifying scene. There were countless corpses, emperors and emperors falling on the ancient battlefield, even more so the dazzling radiance of ascension erupting. It was as if she slaughtered through the 9 heavens 10 earths, ruling over the endless ages, and then ascended to immortality. Everyone was stupefied, the pores on their bodies turning cold, as if cold air was pouring in. They immediately felt a chill from head to toe. This was this type of scene? Blood flowed across the great earth, countless corpses lying everywhere, fighting until mountains and rivers collapsed, the sun, moon, and stars fell one after another, the great emperor's formation patterns destroyed. Meanwhile, at the center, there was only a hazy figure left, no one able to see him. He released blazing light, as if he was ascending to immortality. It was suspected that there were ancient holy emperors who participated in the battle, but in the end, they all fell into pools of blood, only a single person ascending to immortality on that ancient battlefield, shocking the world. What was going on? Who exactly was that? Forget about everyone, even Enpu and Xianming's eyes widened, revealing looks of disbelief. This was just too toppling, making them all tremble. There were countless corpses lying on the ground. Even if those who had fallen were not ancient emperors, they were still the strongest quasi-emperors who were on the verge of reaching the supreme venerable level. However, all of them had fallen in a pool of blood. This made that person's power even more apparent. He was the sole sovereign, looking down on endless generations, accompanied by immortal light. The eyes with which everyone looked at little Nan all changed, carrying horror, respect, and hope. She was just too extraordinary. She was just a little girl, so why did this type of scene appear behind her, at the center of the battlefield, Xianxia clutched his head and cried out. Just now, his body erupted with killing intent that could suppress the 9 heavens, making even the sect ancestors of a region shiver inwardly. That was his true foundational aura. However, when this type of tremendous pressure surged forward, little Nan Nan's body released auspicious light, producing this type of irregular scene. It exceeded everyone's expectations. Xianxia seemed to be in extreme pain, especially after facing little Nan Nan's ascension light. He began to tremble even more. His most powerful source was enough to look down on the world, but compared to this, it was ridiculously weak. His entire body was shaking, backing up step by step. Then, he actually held his head and roared out, shaking the heavens until even the heavens collapsed. All of the clouds within a range of several hundred li were scattered. This scene left everyone even more horrified. This child was an imperial prince after all, worthy of being Shenming's older brother. Even though there was a problem, he was still this terrifying. In the end, Xianxia went crazy, backing up while crying loudly. This was fear that originated from the bottom of his heart, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in all of eternity. I admit defeat. Shenming shouted loudly. This was his older brother, so he couldn't treat him like his own child. He didn't need to be tempered. He was filled with respect and regret, and quickly brought him back. However, at this time, Shenming still didn't make contact with little Nan Nan's auspicious radiance. Just by getting a bit closer, he already felt as if he was crushed by an endless great mountain, almost unable to breathe. Shenming was shocked, simply not daring to believe all of this. Who was this little girl? How could she be like this? This type of power shouldn't appear on her body. Without saying a word, he quickly flew away with his older brother. Only when they were far away from the auspicious light did he let out a sigh of relief. Just now, he actually couldn't take it anymore. It was too shocking. Shenming had never felt as horrified as she did today. One divine child was one thing, already heaven-defying. Now, another little girl appeared, this type of display almost making one unable to comprehend what was going on. Everyone shivered inwardly, all of them shocked. Only the little Nan Nan on the battlefield was at a loss, not seeing the terrifying scene behind her. She looked at the roaring Xianxia in confusion. The little girl was extremely innocent. When faced with everyone's gazes and everyone's fear, she didn't know anything. Her large eyes were like black gemstones as she looked towards Yifan for help. It's fine. Even though Yifan was inwardly shaken, he still had a smile on his face, comforting the little girl, not letting her feel at a loss because of this. The radiance behind little Nan Nan receded, all types of scenes disappearing, no longer appearing. The more powerful one is, the more one cannot injure her. The Black Emperor stared at the scene that became dim, saying quietly to himself, extremely confident in his own deduction. Only now did Yifan walk over, holding the little girl's hand as they walked out from the center of the battlefield, having her gradually calm down. Don't come over, I admit defeat. Divine Child cried out loudly, crying out. He didn't admit defeat to anyone, not only arguing with Yifan, even when he was disciplined by the Black Emperor, he also challenged it. He only felt apprehension towards a little Nan Nan. Everyone became even more shocked. Why were these children so heaven-defying? They were born as saints, beating down the descendant of a restricted region supreme being, and then they were almost scared to tears by a little girl. Was there still any justice left in this world? The most excessive thing was that the little girl herself was at a loss. This made everyone tremble, but at the same time, they were also speechless, not having the slightest temper. If you admit defeat, then accept defeat. Your brother was scared to tears. The Black Emperor said. These words weren't pleasant to hear, but they were the truth. Xianxia cried loudly, still not recovering even now, even his mind a bit deranged. To make an imperial prince who had previously looked down on the world, a tyrant of the world act like this, it really was shocking, rarely seen since ancient times. And Pu released a long sigh and said, in this world, there will always be some existences and powers we cannot understand. Regardless of whether it is in the past or the past, they are always like this, making one feel reverence. His words made everyone think deeply. Could it be that similar incomprehensible miraculous events happened in the past as well? This type of existence, is it reminding the 9 heavens 10 earths supreme? beings that they still have enemies? Shenming also said to herself. Today, she was completely convinced. It wasn't because of Divine Child, but rather because of the little Nan-Nan's performance. No one expected a little girl to actually have this type of hidden power. Even the white-clothed Divine King, Sacred Prince, GZ, and others revealed looks of contemplation. Pa, a sharp and clear sound interrupted everyone's contemplation. Shenming gave herself a slap, extremely direct, not becoming angry out of humiliation or becoming hostile. This sound left many people stupefied. I take back my previous words, apologize to Divine King Jian here, apologize to you, and congratulate you on your great joy. He spoke in a straightforward manner, not beating around the bush at all. Within 10 years, I will stay far away from all of you. Wherever you all are, I will automatically move out of the way. Everyone erupted into commotion, not expecting him to really fulfill his promise like this. This type of arrogant person actually lowered himself to this type of attitude, leaving everyone shocked. Then, Shenming brought the 3 children with her, turning around to leave, not stopping for even a moment, not feeling dejected at all, still tall and straight and intimidating, powerful without changing. Wherever her eyes passed, everyone moved out of the way. While he was leaving, someone secretly sneered and said, "What life-restricted region? Nothing more than a joke." He wasn't even able to enter Ji family's gates, yet he was stopped outside, slapped in the face. If he was strong enough, he should have slaughtered his way in, slaughtered until blood flowed like rivers, corpses endless, only then would he be worthy of being a supreme being's heir. This voice was just that abrupt, shocking everyone. He actually dared speak like this. Was he tired of living? However, when everyone looked around, not a single person could find the source of the voice, unable to discern the direction. This person had wondrous techniques, moreover used a secret treasure, and that was why he could do this. His intentions were sinister, clearly not an upright person. Maliciously attacking Shenming was nothing more than to increase his sense of shame, to get revenge on Yifan, Ji family, and others in the future. "Get out here!" the big black dog shouted. At the same time, Yifan, Sacred Prince, GZ, Dongfangyi, and the others were also searching, wishing to uncover the person hiding in the dark. Meanwhile, Shenming's eyes were even more so cold, sweeping over every single person. "What, did I say something wrong? As the descendant of an ancient supreme being, if you don't dare slaughter endless corpses, how can you call yourself a supreme being?" A light ding sound rang out. The white-clothed Divine King flicked his finger. There was no zither in his hands, but the divine overture's sublimation sound was released, stirring up the world, tracing back to the source, directly extending towards a group of people. Pung, a magic tool exploded there. A great saint tool that was used to protect oneself was turned into ashes. Another secret treasure that was used to conceal one's divine sense and whereabouts also exploded and turned into fragments. That person was exposed. Clown jumping around. Shenming laughed coldly, directly reaching out a large black hand. It descended like a dark cloud, grabbing this person. Then, his bones were broken and his tendons snapped, immediately turning into a bloody mist. He didn't even ask anything, directly killing this initial stage great sage, a sect ancestor level figure with extremely terrifying strength, extremely direct. If you have the strength, then just step out and be as direct as me. You don't have the strength, yet you still want to cause trouble in the dark, make irresponsible remarks, you are purely courting death. Shenming said extremely coldly. Then, she turned around and left, thus disappearing. A sect ancestor level figure from outside this region died, yet the imperial prince from a restricted region didn't treat this as a big deal at all, showing it beneath contempt, too lazy to even ask about it. "Brother Yi, congratulations, I wish you two a long life together." And Pu spoke up, his handsome face extremely pale, carrying a bit of a sickly appearance. However, no one dared look down on him. Just now, he had previously erupted with an aura that made the sun, moon, and stars tremble. And Pu carried a gentle smile. After congratulating him, he said seriously, "We will now turn around and part ways. From today on, if we meet again, we will be enemies, not resting until one of us is dead." Everyone was stunned. A moment ago, he was still congratulating him, yet the next instant, he was this serious, the complete opposite, making everyone's hearts tremble. This was definitely a powerful figure, a supreme being, heaven's pride of a generation. Yi Fan cupped his hands. His impression of Anpu wasn't bad. Just now, if it wasn't for him stopping him, he would have definitely fought a life-and-death battle with Shenming, a bloody battle definitely taking place. If that was the case, on this great day, it really would be a bit of a wet blanket. Anpu didn't stop, turning around and leaving. The engagement ceremony continued. Everyone invited the white-clothed divine king into Ji family. Many guests arrived, all of them passing through that grand entrance. Wavering Light Holy Lord Weiwei has arrived. Wind Clan Holy Lord Feng Huang has arrived. Emperor Guhua's imperial throne has arrived. Following loud shouts, the sect masters of Holy Lands arrived one after another, participating in this engagement ceremony. The commotion was great, extremely shocking. Later on, it was unknown just how many foreign saints also entered Ji family. The Void bloodline didn't feel any fear. There were great emperor patterns here, so there was no need to worry no matter how many people came. As long as they dared enter and wanted to cause trouble, they would naturally be suppressed. This was the confidence of a family that had produced a great emperor before. However, it was precisely under this type of background that someone entered Ji family, still extremely arrogant, lacking respect, let alone fear. A great sage stepped out, actually only coming to deliver a letter, his voice ice cold. Yi Fan, come out, personally open this letter. This letter released sparkling precious splendor, actually flowing with a strand of emperor might, leaving everyone shocked. Who was this? The letter that was written had this type of terrifying aura, strand after strand of emperor might released. Even though it was auspicious and amiable, not carrying any killing intent, it was still intimidating. It was just a letter, yet it shone brilliantly, releasing the dignity of a great emperor. It was as if an unmatched supreme being had appeared, overlooking the world, making the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers lose color. Sparkling radiance swirled about this letter, extremely gentle, containing an aura that made one feel reverence. Many people almost knelt down. It wasn't all that overbearing, but it left behind an imprint of this level. In the myriad worlds, all creatures, from the great sages to the common folk, would feel great fear in their hearts. They would tremble in fear, as if they were facing the ruler of the age when the heavens and the earth were split apart. They would feel fear from their souls, and they would want to prostrate themselves in worship. Who wouldn't be shocked? Even the saints and sect ancestors from outside this region felt fear. Who exactly was this? Yi Fan, come out and receive the great emperor's decree. This great sage said coldly, not showing much expression, not giving others the slightest bit of goodwill. Who are you? Acting so arrogant, do you want to be spanked? The divine child cried out. Because he displayed a valiant performance in the battle against Shenming family's child, as a reward, Yi Fan didn't immediately put him away, allowing him to freely play around. Even though the little fatty tried his best to look mature, his entire body was smooth and slippery, his little birdie exposed, his body white and clean. Together with the phrase spanking, his childishness was exposed. In the past, as long as he wasn't honest, he would be spanked by Li Tian. In his eyes, this was the most detestable punishment, something he loathed bitterly. That was why it also became a great move to intimidate others. This was a great sage who seemed to be in his prime, blood energy exuberant. It could be said that he had immeasurable prospects. If he fought with everything he had, he might have a chance of breaking through the quasi-emperor trial. His brown hair was thick and dense, and his body was well built. His skin was a bronze color, and his eyes were like golden lanterns. They were extremely intimidating, and when he coldly swept his gaze over, Godchild immediately broke out into a cold shiver. When everyone saw his attitude and how he didn't fear the resources of Yi Fan and the others, and how he didn't respect or fear them in the Ji clan, they all understood that he was a tough character. He definitely had an extraordinary background, and was clearly fearless. Naturally, he would not lower himself to the level of a child. However, he still released a wisp of the might of the great sage as a warning. His eyes were quite sharp. Melonbrad is right. What are you being so arrogant for? I once fought with great Emperor Wuxi, but I wasn't as arrogant as you. You want to be arrogant even after coming here? The Black Emperor came out. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and he revealed a mouthful of snow-white fangs. Everyone shivered inwardly. This large black dog was different from before. He rarely took the initiative to admit that he had followed Wuxia before, clearly stating this. Of course, it was definitely bragging. When Wuxia was conquering the world, there was no need for it to do anything. In some unofficial history and ancient records, it was a wandering cub that was picked up by Great Emperor Wuxia in his later years and raised. It was impossible for it to have experienced the various divine battles that suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The conquest of the Great Emperor had nothing to do with it. It had only witnessed a period of extraordinary times, as well as the end of the glory of a great emperor that looked down on all ages. "You're the melon brat," the little fatty said angrily. It was obvious that he was extremely dissatisfied with this form of address from the Black Emperor. "There's nothing for me to be arrogant about. I'm only responsible for delivering a letter. Whether you accept it or not is entirely up to you," the brown-haired great sage said coldly. His eyes were very cold. Although he was concealing it, there was still a hint of hostility. When he spoke, his face was expressionless, as if he was an ice sculpture. "If you want to seek death, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll take you to the sea-suppressing eye," the large black dog said coldly. In the past, he had often clamored about taking in holy sons and holy daughters as human pets. Even though people hated him so much that the roots of their teeth itched, not many people took him seriously. They didn't think he could do it. But now, things were very different. This dog was becoming more and more terrifying. It was only natural that he would be so domineering. "I can't be bothered to say anything more to you," the brown-haired great sage said coldly. "I've already said what I wanted to say, and I've already delivered the letter. Whether you accept or reject it is your choice. However, if you really want to rebel against a great emperor, I also admire you. You can do as you please without fear of your race being exterminated." Quang Dang, in this instant, dozens of formation platforms appeared out of thin air, trapping the great sage within. The Black Emperor was very direct. He was about to make a move and capture him. Wang, a brilliance flashed between the brown-haired great sage's brows, and a pagoda flew out. It was as tall as 33 levels, flowing with mysterious yellow qi and curling with chaotic light. It suppressed above his head, protecting him within. The aura of a great emperor pervaded the air, terrifying to the heavens. It turned this place into an unshakable divine ground. No one could move it, and it blocked the pressure emitted by the formation platforms. This was a great emperor weapon? Everyone was stunned, feeling that this was inconceivable. However, there was no such thing in all the ancient supreme celestial tools. There had never been one in the past. Could it be that it was recently forged by someone? This was too shocking. Could someone have become an unmatched great emperor? This was too shocking. If this was the case, then wouldn't it make the current younger generation's heavenly geniuses feel despair? This pagoda was 33 levels tall, forged from eternal blue gold. This was a true immortal material, a material exclusive to ancient great emperors. Right now, it suppressed the void, a dazzling blue, sparkling and resplendent, blinding everyone's eyes. It was boundless, the atmosphere majestic, as if it represented the 33 layers of heavens, suppressing this place. It was extremely shocking. Moreover, there was actually all life source energy pouring down from every level, as if a magnificent waterfall was pouring down from the 33 heavens. It actually had a bit of source energy mixed within. Even though it wasn't as good as Yifan's source energy root, not the essence of mysterious yellow, it was still extremely rare, enough to shock the world. This pagoda was formidable, actually made from 2 types of immortal materials. It was too rarely seen and world-shocking. Who was this? Who exactly became a great emperor? If this was the case, then it was the same as cutting off all of the young prides of heaven's paths, making everyone feel great fear. Silently doing this, heaven-defying and world-shocking, no wonder the brown-haired great sage dared to do this. Even when facing the 7 great life-restricted regions, he still had enough confidence, not feeling any fear. Han Long, the Black Emperor took action. Another 20 or so formation cores appeared, surrounding this person and unleashing a world-shocking attack. There was emperor might that pervaded the air, erupting, shocking everyone. Streak after streak of auspicious light surged, streak after streak of immortal splendor exploding in the void. Divine chains of order interweaved. This was the power of the damaged Wuxia killing formation. Everyone trembled, all of them backing up. No one expected that after arriving at the Ji family that had produced a great emperor before, there would be this type of confrontation that happened. It left everyone alarmed. This involved supreme beings, making everyone feel incomparably nervous. Killing light burst forth, a Kuan-Pung spread its wings, all of the clouds in the sky exploding, tearing apart the 9 heavens. Emperor might spread, the heavens above and the earth below, everything trembled, as if it was going to collapse. Then, beautiful flower petals drifted down, every single flower sparkling and translucent, reflecting a living great world, extremely majestic, grand, and terrifying. One flower, one world, this was a great collision between the two. The Black Emperor used the great killing formation to attack, while the Emperor's pagoda was defending, displaying such a grand scene, intimidating the mortal realm. Within the dazzling natural laws, it was as if someone was ascending with multicolored light, especially dazzling. In the end, when all of the brilliance faded, the large black dog revealed a serious expression. He had encountered an extraordinary person. That sparkling and translucent blue Emperor's pagoda was not only not broken, it didn't even move in the slightest. Natural laws interweaved there, chaotic aura rising, creating a hazy scene. Of course, this was only a probing attack, not a true life and death battle. The Black Emperor still hadn't used all of his formation patterns, and there were still many formation cores that hadn't been set up. It wasn't like last time when he faced the old winged snake, where he used all of his trump cards. Honglong, the Black Emperor moved again, about to attack. Moreover, this time, the brown-haired great sage also took the initiative to attack. There was a hint of coldness at the corner of his lips, and even in the Ji clan, he was not afraid. Clang, 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 thick sword chi soared into the sky, as if a celestial tool was trembling from the highest heavens. Boundless sword rays rained down, all of which originated from the void. This was the Ji clan's great formation awakening, and they had made their move. In their ancestral grounds, there was no need to make any decisions. Even if their opponent's background was astonishing, they still had to protect Yifan's dignity. After all, they could be considered a family from now on, so there was no need for them to think too much. Gods and Buddhas were slain, and immortal sounds rang out endlessly. The immortal pagoda above the brown-haired great sage's head swayed, shaking off layers of light, releasing boundless auspicious light. It was all Emperor's might, blocking this attack. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. He hasn't truly become a monarch yet, and he hasn't passed that barrier, someone from the Ji clan said coldly. The Great Formation's attack became even more terrifying. Although it wasn't the core Great Emperor formation, and only the outer layer of the killing Tao was used, it was still enough to shock the world. Not far. The white-clothed God King stared at the pagoda, revealing an incomparably serious expression. At the same time, the Black Emperor also brought out formation platforms one after another, surrounding this place, wanting to attack the brown-haired great sage again. The outer layer of the Ji clan's Great Emperor formation was activated, and the Black Emperor's incomplete formation runes were brought out, wanting to suppress this person at the same time. However, the brown-haired great sage didn't feel any fear. On his head, the Emperor's pagoda's light became even more resplendent, strands of Emperor Dao laws spread out, like the feathers of a phoenix, extremely dazzling. When these runes appeared, everyone was shocked. Just now, the Ji clan's great sage said that this person hadn't achieved the Tao, but this kind of performance made everyone confused. This 30-floor pagoda was practically no different from a great emperor weapon. He was just one step away, about to cross that barrier and become the current world's supreme great emperor. From his weapon, one could see that he wasn't even afraid of losing this weapon. There was basically no one who could block his path. This was shocking. To be more precise, this person could fight against the unparalleled existences of the 7 great life-restricted zones, because those ancient supreme beings had all paid the most disastrous price to live until now. As such, it could be said that in the present world, this person already had nothing to fear. Even if he didn't say that he was number 1 in the universe, he was close to being unrivaled under the heavens. He had achieved the highest fruit of Tao. He was only one step away from crossing that barrier and becoming another supreme great emperor since the beginning of time. This was shocking. The people who were still holding on to a sliver of hope just now all felt a wave of fear. Someone was really going to become a great emperor, and there was no way to stop it. There seemed to be no suspense, not even the existences of the life-restricted zones could do anything about it. At the very least, this person's vitality was definitely more vigorous than the ancient supreme beings, and he was currently at the peak of his life, about to break through the shackles, rule over the 9 heavens, and suppress this world. No wonder, everyone finally knew why the brown-haired great sage dared to do this. The person behind him was about to achieve the Tao. This was a supreme being with even more confidence than the life-restricted zones. He might rule over the heavens and 10,000 realms. An old era was about to come to an end, and a new era was about to begin. Since the ancient times, another great emperor dynasty would be created, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths would all be revered. The pressure was immense and boundless. Everyone felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on their hearts. They were almost suffocating and their primordial spirits were about to collapse. In particular, those who had aspirations of becoming emperors were all silent. This was like an unshakable mountain that blocked their path forward. No one could see any hope. Whether it was the sacred prince or the Prince of G, they were both shocked. They had never thought that someone in this generation could reach this step. They were the children of ancient emperors and great emperors, so no one knew better than them how difficult it was to reach this step. It was not something that could be achieved through the accumulation of time. Without unparalleled talent and outstanding talent, it was impossible to even think about touching the steps of that realm. Not to mention stepping on the steps and truly opening that door, it was simply too difficult. Since ancient times until now, almost none of the descendants of great emperors had achieved the Tao. None of them could cross this hurdle, no matter where this person came from, whether he was an imperial prince or a mortal. He could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. There was no need to think too much about it. He had surpassed all the heroes of the present age. If this person became an emperor, there would be no hope for the world. Was it possible for 2 great emperors to appear in one era? When Yifan was still weak, he had thought that changing the starry sky and changing the ancient land of life would give rise to the possibility of several emperors coexisting. But as he became stronger and stronger, his heart wavered. All signs indicated that it was very difficult. It was possible to achieve the Tao in different places, but it would be the quasi-emperor instead of the true supreme great emperor realm. In the end, the strongest of the 10,000 worlds would cross a single wooden bridge and fight for the sole qualification, unless there was an exception, unless it was a strange legendary era like the Venerable Emperor era. It might be possible to break the shackles of heaven and earth and have the possibility of several emperors coexisting. Of course, this was only a guess and might not necessarily be true. Until now, there was no direct evidence to prove that there were several great emperors in the Venerable Emperor era. The brown-haired great sage had a cold expression on his face. He didn't say a word, but his aura said it all. He stood proudly, and behind him was an emperor who would rule over the entire universe. Even if he stood in the forbidden zone, he wouldn't be in danger of dying, and wouldn't do anything to him. It was because right now, he represented a supreme being, an emperor envoy. No one dared to touch him. Yifan, are you going to accept the decree or not? This time, it isn't a bad thing. The emperor admires you greatly, entrusting you with an important task. The brown-haired great sage spoke again. Just how powerful did he have to be to dare to come here and recruit the holy physique of the human race? One had to know that he was a great sage, and his future achievements were limitless. Who could order him around? But now, such a person had really appeared. He directly said that he wanted to entrust an important task to him, but in reality, he wanted to take him in as his subordinate. He wasn't afraid of any backlash at all. This represented a type of supreme confidence and conceit. What Emperor Lord? Is he stronger than this celestial emperor? Divine Child shouted angrily. Although this little fatty was young, his confidence was bursting. Yifan walked over step by step, his expression incomparably cold. Someone wanted to take him in as a subordinate. Even if that person was going to become an emperor, it was still difficult for him to accept. You think too highly of yourself. Don't forget that he still hasn't passed that trial. Please remember, as long as he doesn't truly become an emperor, there will be many variables. In this world, there might be someone who can take him in. The Black Emperor said coldly. However, right now, his expression was already extremely serious. A creature who had followed Great Emperor Wuxia before spoke like this, naturally leaving everyone's expression shaken. Is there someone like this? I truly don't know who else in this world can take in an Emperor Lord. At this point, no one can do anything. The brown-haired great sage was extremely confident. He pointed at the 33-story blue immortal gold pagoda above his head, a hint of a cold smile appearing at the corners of his lips. He said, even if someone can temporarily take away this pagoda, it's useless. A supreme being can reach the heavens and earth in an instant, no one can suppress even a strand of his hair. Perhaps the so-called Emperor Lord wanted to recruit Yi Fan and had a certain amount of sincerity, but this person definitely had selfish motives and enmity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen this special day to deliver the decree letter. The sacred prince sneered and said, "You are overconfident. Back then, even after my father achieved the Tao, he didn't act like the person behind you, making such a grand display. You want someone who can challenge a great emperor in the future to become a subordinate with a decree? I think he's just worried and wants to forcefully stay by his side to watch over him." Regardless of whether it was him or GZ, they both had the qualifications to say these types of words. Their fathers were true great emperors, so they had the final say. The Emperor Lord of the Divine Court thinks highly of you and wishes to confer you the title of the Lord of a domain in the Big Dipper Star region. I hope you don't refuse and don't make a mistake. The brown-haired great sage stared at Yi Fan and spoke like this. The Divine Court, this was the first time news of the Big Dipper Star region spread out. This caused all the saints who came from the myriad heavens to feel a wave of astonishment. Then, they began to discuss. The Divine Court Lord's cultivation is profound and his magical power is at the peak of the current era. If he truly moved out, he would be invincible under the heavens. Some of the great sages in the depths of the cosmos even took the initiative to worship him as their master, opening up territories for him. This is an incomparably great power that will sweep through the 8 desolates. They have the great ambition of unifying the heavens and earth. Some people had heard of the Divine Court before because their influence was too great. They had already ruled some ancient regions and their might shook the cosmos. Yi Fan's heart trembled as he suddenly understood. This wasn't the first time he heard of this. He had once fought against them. When he went to the Ziwei Star region to search for the little girl, he almost uprooted the Divine Court organization there. In the past, the Ziwei Divine Dynasty was destroyed by this organization from the outer realms. They replaced it and became the ruler of that region. The Divine Court Lord imitated the ancients and wanted to rebuild the ancient heaven of the mythological era. He wanted to recreate the glory of the autarch era. Back in the Ziwei Star region, Yi Fan had already guessed that there must be a powerful quasi-emperor behind the Divine Court. But he didn't expect it to be even more powerful than he had imagined. Is it the so-called sovereign lord that you speak of who asked you to deliver the letter today? Asked Yi Fan coldly. After that, he said, I don't think so. If I'm not wrong, you have a close relationship with the great sage that I destroyed in the Ziwei Star region, right? Today, you purposely did this to anger me so that the sovereign lord behind you would make a move. You also know that you once killed that great sage? The brown-haired great sage finally erupted. He no longer concealed the hatred in his heart. His eyes were filled with endless coldness. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. He only has himself to blame, said Yi Fan. The 33-level pagoda hung high in the sky, sending down strands of source Qi. The eternal blue and gold light flickered, illuminating the universe. The brown-haired great sage stood below, his expression becoming increasingly gloomy. He had the backing of someone who was about to become a sovereign lord, so he wasn't afraid of anything here. He wasn't even afraid that the Ji clan, which had once produced a sovereign lord, would be able to do anything to him. In that case, accept the decree, said the great sage coldly. Things had already reached this step, forcing him to take things step by step to the extreme. At this time, letting Yi Fan accept the letter was equivalent to forcing him to lower his head, forcing him to submit. This was clearly bullying. He wanted to use this opportunity to anger Yi Fan, wanting to kill him with a borrowed knife. He wanted the Divine Court Lord to eliminate the greatest enemy in his eyes. The sacred prince, Dongfang Yi, the Dark Emperor and the others were all furious. Even GZ, who was a man of few words, had a cold expression on his face. He wanted to attack. This was going too far. The Divine Court Lord had the intention to recruit Yi Fan, but he wouldn't be so rude. This was going too far. The Divine Court Lord had the intention to recruit Yi Fan, but he wouldn't do this. This was going too far. This was going too far. The Divine Court Lord had the intention to recruit Yi Fan, but it was impossible for him to be so rude. The brown-haired great sage's heart skipped a beat. He activated the pagoda above his head and said, "I'm just a messenger. If you want to go against the Divine Court Lord, you can naturally do so." The brown-haired great sage's heart skipped a beat. He then activated the pagoda above his head and said, "I'm just a messenger. If you want to go against the Divine Court Lord, of course, you can." With a rumbling sound, Yi Fan directly took out the green copper cauldron. A wave of Divine Court Lord's pressure erupted and pressed forward. He directly attacked. Everyone cried out in alarm. This was an Emperor Lord's weapon. It contained the secret of becoming an immortal and was nurtured by Kunlun. It had once caused heaven and earth to tremble, causing all kinds of changes. Everyone wanted to obtain it. Everyone looked at the green cauldron with incomparable desire. At this moment, it was shining with a lustrous radiance. Tens of thousands of spirits appeared on its surface, and the primordial chi surged. "What do you want to do? Do you want to go against the Divine Court Lord? Are you not afraid of the calamity of having your entire clan wiped out?" The brown-haired great sage shouted. The 33-layered pagoda above his head flickered with a brilliant blue and gold radiance. There were tens of thousands of strands, causing people to be unable to open their eyes. It was the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. "You are just a messenger. I naturally won't lower myself to the level of an errand boy like you," Yi Fan calmly said. When the brown-haired great sage heard this, he became furious. What kind of status did he have? He was the sect ancestor of a region, yet the other party truly treated him like a messenger. His tone was filled with not the slightest bit of concern, truly treating him like an odd job servant, disdainful and full of contempt. However, the messenger still needs to understand etiquette. Offending me like this, even though I won't kill you, the offense you committed cannot be easily forgiven," Yi Fan coldly said. Everyone was in an uproar. Yi Fan personally said this. This meant that he truly treated this great sage as a servant, not treating him as someone of the same level or an expert of the same level. The brown-haired great sage was furious. His eyes became increasingly cold. Today, he wanted to borrow the power of the Divine Court Lord to trample on Yi Fan's dignity, but he never expected the other party to be so much more powerful than he had imagined. Even though the Emperor Lord was destined to achieve the Tao, the other party still wasn't willing to yield. "Didn't you come to deliver a letter? I do want to hear the Emperor Lord's good intentions. Kneel over and read the letter." Yi Fan's expression was calm, speaking as if it was a matter of course. Everyone was shocked, and then they all revealed looks of shock. Yi Fan was using a domineering method to resolve the crisis, not leaving behind any traces. He didn't lower his head, but he didn't offend the Emperor Lord either. Li Heishui, Dong Fangyi, and the others all revealed smiles. They all looked forward, staring at the brown-haired great sage. The brown-haired great sage's heart jumped, and then his body went cold. He felt that the situation wasn't good. Yi Fan's actions were extremely sinister, making him kneel and read the letter, completely destroying his previous plans. By doing this, Yi Fan definitely wouldn't lose his dignity, nor would he immediately break off relations with the Emperor Lord. It was just that this brown-haired great sage had to bear all of the humiliation on his shoulders. In reality, this matter was also caused by the brown-haired great sage himself. He wanted to borrow power to pressure Yi Fan, forcing him to walk down a path of no return. Now that Yi Fan was doing this, even if the Emperor Lord heard about it, he wouldn't be able to say anything. The brown-haired great sage would suffer humiliation for nothing. Perhaps, the Emperor Lord would appreciate the human race's saint physique more. The brown-haired great sage's expression immediately turned cold. He couldn't tolerate this kind of thing happening. It was better to leave this place first. Unfortunately, it was easy to come, but difficult to leave. Yi Fan's green copper cauldron pressed down. At the same time, the monkey waved the black immortal iron rod and directly smashed over. Emperor's might surged. He had long since found Yi Fan an eyesore. Meanwhile, Jizi attacked with the void mirror. Not to mention his relationship with Yi Fan, this was his home, so he had to pay respects to the owner. The blue gold emperor's pagoda shook, and the source chi burst forth. It was extremely extraordinary, almost equivalent to an emperor weapon. Moreover, because its owner was still alive, he existed in this world, which would increase its boundless power. This was because this weapon was still alive. However, under the pressure of 3 emperor weapons, it still couldn't do anything. It was forcefully suppressed, and in the end, this item directly tore the void apart, wanting to rush out. Kneel over and read the letter. Yi Fan pressed forward. The emperor's pagoda flew away. It possessed a boundless might and majestic aura, resonating with the heavenly Tao. Yi Fan and the others did not stop it, and the Ji family did not use the great emperor's formation to stop it either, allowing it to leave. Now was not the time to break off relations with the emperor lord. Leaving behind a pagoda was useless, and it could not stop him from achieving the Tao. What would come would come. What they lacked the most now was time. Whether it was Yi Fan, the sacred prince, or Ji Zichuan, they all had the qualifications to become future supreme beings. As long as they grew up, they might have the strength to fight. And this period of time did not necessarily need to be too far away. For those who truly wanted to step on that path, time would not be an obstacle or a stumbling block in their path. In the air above Yi Fan's head, the bronze cauldron floated up and down, the origin energy of all things descending. The emperor's might was displayed to its fullest, vast and boundless. Now that he had become the great sage, he was just like the old man demon from back then. He could activate this damaged immortal artifact, allowing it to release a peerless pressure. As for the brown-haired great sage, his knees had long cracked from the pressure, unable to endure this kind of pressure. He knelt down, unable to block the emperor's might at all. If he dared to forcibly resist, he would definitely become dust. Read the letter. Yi Fan said coldly and emotionlessly. This person wanted to borrow the power to oppress him, to humiliate him, to force him into a dead end. He naturally would not have any good temper, and would do as he should, directly targeting him. The letter was still emitting a precious radiance, emitting strands of auspicious colors. It was imprinted with the Tao laws of a person who was about to achieve the Tao. There was no killing intent, but it was still terrifying. Without the protection of the emperor's pagoda and the emperor's artifact on his body, even as a messenger, the brown-haired great sage was trembling as he held the letter, his body feeling like it was going to split apart. Don't go too far. He spoke with difficulty, raising his head with great difficulty to meet Yi Fan's gaze. However, the bronze cauldron in front of him directly swept out a strand of pressure, causing him to immediately tremble. His face paled, unable to say a single word. Who's the one who's going too far? Acting so presumptuously at my engagement ceremony and wanting to take advantage of the situation to humiliate me? You're not qualified. Yi Fan said coldly. With a rumbling sound, Emperor's might spread out. Yi Fan's voice was accompanied by the rumbling of the bronze cauldron. His voice was boundlessly vast, like a great emperor berating a prisoner beneath his feet. There were only 2 paths in front of the brown-haired great sage. He could either submit or be smashed to pieces. Moreover, he was trembling involuntarily. This was the great emperor's might that made him lose control of his body. As for his primordial spirit, it couldn't hold on any longer either. It was as if it was facing a primordial beast that wanted to devour him. At this moment, his instincts betrayed his consciousness. The deepest part of his soul was trembling. Facing the fluctuations of the treasures left behind by the ancient emperors, he felt extreme fear. The brown-haired great sage knelt there. He stretched out his trembling hands and opened the letter. At this moment, even more blazing light flowed out, almost making him collapse. The aura of someone who was about to achieve the Tao covered the sky and earth, making his situation even worse. His body was like a sieve as he softly fell there, swaying back and forth. It was extremely unbearable. This was a great sage. But under the emperor's weapon, in front of the imprint of someone who achieved the Tao, he was nothing. He didn't have the slightest chance of resisting. The brown-haired great sage instinctively opened the letter. With a trembling voice, he began to read the letter intermittently. Just as he said, the content of the letter was to recruit Yi Fan, but it could still be considered respectful. Everyone held their breaths. This place was extremely quiet. This was actually the result. Earlier, the brown-haired great sage wanted to borrow power to suppress others. He stood there arrogantly, ordering Yi Fan to receive the decree, but in the end, he himself knelt here and read the letter for the human race's divine physique. It was truly lamentable. Such a thing actually happened here. A great sage knelt on the ground, submitting to the feet of the human race's divine physique. He held the letter with both hands and read it word by word. This appearance left everyone shocked and speechless. This person wasn't worthy of sympathy. He was overbearing in the front and had a high and mighty attitude. Now that he was suppressed, he had only himself to blame. However, the contrast between before and after was too great. It made people feel as if time had changed and space was in disorder. The appearance of a sect ancestor was truly a bit pitiful. Who told you to be arrogant? Now, you're going to be spanked, right? Not far away, the divine child muttered. His chubby little face seemed to say that he already knew this would happen. He said, "Don't you know that evil Yi Fan is very bad? Under normal circumstances, this heavenly emperor would dare to provoke him. You alone are far from enough." Everyone was truly speechless. They almost laughed out loud. The little fatty was clearly only knee-high, but he still tried his best to act like an experienced Taoist. It was truly laughable. Yi Fan put away the broken myriad origin cauldron. He didn't even look at the brown-haired great sage who was prostrating on the ground. It was as if he didn't exist, completely ignoring him. This was a kind of undisguised contempt. Yi Fan treated him as if he didn't exist. He truly treated him as a messenger servant, not a powerful sect ancestor who could rule over a region. The sacred prince also put away the black immortal iron rod. The auspicious clouds and immortal light all retracted into his body. Jizi also put away the void mirror, restoring peace to this place. Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, and the others all laughed. Why did he have to do this? If the brown-haired great sage hadn't harbored evil intentions and been so overbearing, this wouldn't have been the result at all. All the guests who came to attend the engagement ceremony had personally witnessed Yi Fan's strength. Those who had evil intentions were all extremely fearful. Forcing a great sage to kneel and read a letter was truly shocking. The ancient race heroes all shivered. They had already experienced Yi Fan's methods 200 years ago. At that time, he hadn't even become a saint yet, but he had already stirred up a storm in the world. Not to mention now, he was already the great sage, rampaging through the world and looking down on all races. The more they understood the past, the more their hearts trembled, making them even more fearful. The saints of the outer realms were very self-aware. In this kind of situation, no one would speak carelessly, and it was even more impossible for them to have any improper actions. The brown-haired great sage trembled as he stood up from the ground. He placed the letter on the table. His face was incomparably pale. He had suffered such humiliation today, and his heart was stifled to the extreme. A trace of incomparable resentment was hidden in his eyes. He trembled until he was far away from the letter. Only then did he straighten his back. His face alternated between green and white. He wanted nothing more than to smash his head into the ground and end his own life. However, even ants were greedy for life, let alone the sect ancestor of a region. He was naturally unwilling. He slowly calmed down and expressionlessly said, "Can I leave now?" "Yes." Yi Fan waved his hand, wanting to send him away. The brown-haired great sage took a deep look at him. There was anger in his heart, but he knew that he was no match at all. Once the other party had the green copper cauldron, he would never have the slightest chance of revenge. Finally, he swept his gaze over Xianxia, little Nan Nan, Li Heishui, little K'er, Hua Hua, and the others. In the depths of his eyes, there was a cruel and cold-killing intent. No matter how well he concealed it, how could he escape the sacred prince's fiery eyes of truth, let alone Yi Fan's heaven's eye? Immediately, the two's faces darkened. How dare you, thief? How dare you not give up? I've already spared your life, but you don't repent and still harbor evil intentions, the sacred prince scolded. Yi Fan acted first. He did not want the sacred prince to have any karma with the bloodline of the emperor of the divine court. The green copper cauldron in his body glowed, causing his palm to burst forth with an emperor's might. In an instant, he flicked his finger, and a thin ray of light rushed out, directly striking the brown-haired great sage's body. Ah! He screamed. His whole body spasmed, and his face was covered in sweat. It was as if he was in extreme pain. You destroyed my Tao foundation, the brown-haired great sage screamed in pain. His face was ashen, and it was extremely ugly. It's fine if you have hatred in your heart, but you should hide it well. If I find out that you want to harm my disciples and friends, if I still let you continue to cause trouble, then the heavens will not forgive me. You are so cruel, the brown-haired great sage was close to despair. I didn't completely destroy your foundation, but you can forget about being the great sage for the rest of your life. Yi Fan said it casually, but in the brown-haired great sage's ears, it was like thunder. His face was snow-white, and his body staggered into the distance. The accident had come to an end, but it was difficult for the crowd to calm down. The emperor of the divine court was about to achieve Tao, and he would become another supreme great emperor. The letter was placed on the table. It was still shining, dazzling, and resplendent. Strand after strand of emperor energy surrounded it. Almost no one dared to approach. At this time, the white-clothed divine king walked up, and with his long and slender fingers, he picked it up and read it word by word. Then, he asked Yi Fan if he wanted to reply. Yi Fan nodded. King Chong sounds rang through the air. Dazzling brilliance erupted. Characters appeared one after another at the tip of the divine king's fingers, engraving themselves into the letter. He gave it to Yi Fan to read through. Many thanks to Senior. Yi Fan expressed his thanks. Only the divine king had this kind of skill, carving imprints beside emperor patterns. This displayed the power to seize the natural luck of heaven and earth. If it was anyone else, they would definitely have to borrow the power of emperor artifacts. With a light chi sound, the letter flew out, entering the body of the distant brown-haired great sage. He was immediately shaken, and then he fled into the horizon without even turning his head back. The engagement ceremony continued. This time, it was extremely harmonious. It was impossible for anyone to stir up trouble again. 2 incidents happened in succession, one from the forbidden region of life, and the other from the sect of a future great emperor. Both of them left dejectedly, and naturally, no one dared to provoke them again. The world is about to collapse, and the immortal gate is about to appear. There must be a great change in this world. In this chaotic world, before the greatest change since the ancient times begins, I think it's better to directly change the engagement ceremony into a grand wedding. Divine King Jiang Taishu suggested. He was stunning in this world, and he was completely qualified to be Yi Fan's guardian. After putting forward this suggestion, the Ji family agreed after some thought. The world was about to completely change. In this terrifying great era, there were many unpredictable changes. Anything could happen, and it was better to call it a wedding earlier. Although the decision was a bit quick, the white-clothed divine king and the elders of the Ji family made the decision. Everyone was happy and expressed their agreement. The Ji family immediately became lively. All kinds of delicacies were brought out, and there were even more jars of divine wine. The fragrance wafted for several li, making people salivate just from smelling it. The atmosphere immediately became lively. People exchanged toasts and chatted merrily. Regardless of whether it was the saints from the outer realms or the experts from the northern Dipper Star region, they were all gathered together. Almost all the Holy Lands had arrived, and many important figures from the immortal inheritances had come to express their congratulations. Brother Yi, congratulations! A beautiful girl stepped forward. She was ethereal and otherworldly. She was naturally beautiful, and there was a kind of moving radiance about her. She was the light-shaking realm's new divine lord, Vivian. Yi Fan expressed his gratitude, and his heart was filled with endless emotions. When they first came to the northern Dipper Star region, the first person they met was Vivian. She brought them from the forest outside the ancient Forbidden Lands to a place with people, and then they entered the spirit ruins paradise. At that time, Vivian was also chosen to enter the light-shaking realm, and now she was the master of that place. Rumor had it that she had practically plowed through the entire light-shaking realm, uprooting all the old order and becoming a supreme woman. She was extremely bold. There was a mysterious aura around her. Haha. Brother Yi, congratulations. The Xia Emperor, Xia Yiming, stepped forward, and behind him followed his sister, Xia Yilin. I also congratulate you. I heard that you are pregnant with Lin Er, and I was just about to go congratulate you. Yi Fan smiled. Then, he teased the white-clothed little nun of the past, asking her when she was getting married. The pure and innocent Xia Yilin glared at him and waved her little fist at him. Behind her was the Wind Clan's divine lord, Feng Huang. She also walked forward and said, "Congratulations." The two of them had a past together, and when they looked back, it seemed like it was just yesterday. The Yi Fan of that era and the current human race's divine physique seemed to be the same, and it felt like they were separated by time and space. When they met again, they were still the same, but their moods had long since changed. At this point, the past had long since faded away. There was simply no gratitude or grudges to speak of. That was merely a small interlude in the past. Yi Fan expressed his gratitude and invited her inside. The Wind Phoenix had already taken off her multicolored mask, revealing a peerlessly elegant and beautiful face. She inwardly sighed and walked into the grand palace hall. After so many years, she could only sigh ruefully that Quasi-Emperor and achieving the Tao were too difficult. In this lifetime, it was difficult to meet a single person who could do it. This world was too vast, and extraordinary people came forth in large numbers. However, if one truly wanted to achieve the Tao, there could only be one person who could do it if there were no accidents or strange events like the legendary era. The heroic words of youth seemed to be a type of excessive ambition now, and it was almost impossible for them to come true. However, life was like this. Many things could be thought of well in one's youth, but when the day actually came, it would be a completely different scene. Life continuously discounted us and sent us depression. This was the real life. No matter how beautiful one's longing was, it couldn't be true. One had to face it in the end. Congratulations, little sister Purple Moon, hee hee. Huolin Er had also arrived. Her blue hair was exceptionally beautiful, and her figure was tall and slender. She was radiant and could be considered exceptionally charming. On this day, all kinds of characters arrived to participate in this grand wedding. It gave people the illusion that a distinguished meeting of the 10,000 races was being held in the universe. There were all kinds of races here. The ancient race sighed with emotion the most. In the past, when Yi Fan was in the northern Dipper Star region, it could be said that he was chased by the saints to the point where he had nowhere to go. He had no choice but to go to the outer realms, and he had been gone for more than 100 years. When he returned, everything was different. Everything had been rewritten. He was already on equal footing with the number one ancient ancestor of each race, and no one dared to chase after him. Now, he was already an influential great character in the northern Dipper Star region. Not many people dared to provoke him. The most important thing was that everyone could see a glimmer of the future from his body. His brilliance was boundless, and the great completion of the saint body was inevitable. At that time, he could challenge the great emperor. In this world, while others were still struggling to find a path, Yi Fan already had a unique advantage. He was different from everyone else. No matter who achieved the Tao, he would have the ability to compete with others when he cultivated to the extreme realm. This was also the main reason why the Divine Court Emperor thought highly of him and had personally written a letter to rope him in. It was unknown how many tables had been set up for the banquet. Even the saints couldn't make it all. There were simply too many experts present, from the northern Dipper to the outer realms. There were countless races and experts. Ji family was bustling with noise and joy. Firecrackers couldn't help but explode, and all kinds of divine music played. There were also fairy-like young ladies soaring through the sky, green lawns, lightning phoenixes, and other auspicious birds dancing in the air. White clouds lingered around, and a large number of palaces hung high up in the sky. It was as if they had arrived in the heavenly realm. The atmosphere here was warm and peaceful. Everyone drank cup after cup of wine, allowing the wedding to maintain a high level of enthusiasm. Some children ran around as if it was the most joyous festival. The little girl was very lively, jumping and playing with other children of the same age. She weaved in and out of the crowd, and her rosy little face was filled with a happy smile. Her every movement was watched by many people, because she was just too extraordinary. Even the imperial prince was scared to the point of going crazy, crying loudly. The flying immortal field that appeared behind her was especially shocking. There were even some people who wanted to capture the little girl and thoroughly study her to see what kind of background she had. Of course, this was just a thought. Who would dare to be rough in Ji family? Moreover, the imperial prince was scared to that extent, so no one was willing to risk their lives. Qingdao, call me big brother in the future. I'll teach you exceptional divine abilities and guarantee that you'll be unrivaled under the heavens. Of course, apart from me. The divine child boasted and said a bunch of things to Qingdao. In reality, he looked much younger than Qingdao. Qingdao was already 6 years old. He was very valiant and promising, unlike him who was still completely naked. Qingdao curled his lips and ignored the little fatty. Hey, didn't you see me beat up that grandson of the ancient immortal Tomb Emperor? You still don't believe in my strength? The divine child was dissatisfied. Nearby, everyone was sweating profusely. How could these words have such a great meaning? If this really spread into the immortal tomb, it would probably provoke the ancient supreme being's son into a great rage and directly kill his way over. Cough. The Black Emperor coughed and stood up straight. He was truly like a dog. With a pair of large claws on his back, he slowly walked over. He tried his best to put on a benevolent expression and grinned. At the side, the children of Ji family were so scared that they started crying. They ran away while shouting loudly. The big black wolf is here, it's going to eat people. The worst big evil wolf. The Black Emperor was depressed. Who was the one teaching children randomly? How could they slander him like this? He was extremely indignant. Achieving Dao. The large black dog smiled, truly like a big-tailed wolf. He thought he was very benevolent, but after he revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth, all the saints at the side felt their hair stand on end. Uncle Big Black Wolf, do you need something? Qingdao's large eyes blinked, and he looked at him in confusion. Who taught you this? The large black dog was infuriated. He had actually been identified as a wolf. But in reality, he really did look like one. Grandmother Wolf, why are you looking for someone who has achieved Dao? Do you want to bully him? You have to get past me first. He's my little brother, the divine child called out. Silly boy, go play in the corner. The Black Emperor pushed him to the side with a slap, and said to Qingdao with a smile, I see that your aptitude is extraordinary, and there seems to be a kind of divine and holy blood flowing in your body. Why don't I teach you for a few years and take you in as a registered disciple? A troubled expression appeared on Qingdao's small face. He looked left and right, but did not express his opinion. What's wrong? Do you still have concerns? The Black Emperor asked. When my father was in the outer realm, he instructed me to be on guard against Duanda and the large black wolf, the little guy answered truthfully. F***CK. The large black dog was even more indignant. Then, he said righteously, if you come with me, you'll definitely be fine. Right at this moment, an astonishing killing intent surged over. Ji Haoyue appeared nearby, his expression dark, and there was a murderous look in his eyes as he stared at the large black dog. The Black Emperor coughed dryly, and said, I said, the divine body of the Ji clan, I did not kidnap your child. I am seriously saying that I want to teach him for a few days. No way. Ji Haoyue refused decisively and straightforwardly. No matter who it was, they would not be at ease. The divine child was only the size of a fart, and he had already become like this after being taught by him for a few days. It would be terrible if he taught him Dao that had achieved Dao. The child that I have taught is cute and lively, and he even has his own personality. Silly boy, right? The Black Emperor asked the little fatty beside him. The divine child directly stuck out his little butt, turned around, and showed him the back of his head, ignoring him. The children that I have taught are all prodigies. This silly boy, divine child, has already displayed his brilliance, and you still don't believe in my abilities? Together with the previous Hua Hua, this is irrefutable proof, the large black dog said shamelessly. Who is calling me? Hua Hua ran over, and after understanding the truth, he said, Senior Uncle Ji, don't worry. If you feel that it is not safe, you can leave Dao Attainment little brother to me. I guarantee that he will be invincible in the future. Pa. Ji Haoyue directly and lightly slapped his shiny head, and said, go away. It was not good to make a move on the Black Emperor, but there was no need to be wary of a junior. Hua Hua was extremely aggrieved and indignant. He walked to the side, and said, who did I offend? Why does everyone like to slap my head? In the future, I will renounce asceticism. Long Ma and the others finally appeared in time to participate in this grand wedding. However, they were still strictly guarded by Ji Haoyue. His expression was dark, and he did not allow them to approach Dao Attainment. First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to your parents, husband and wife bow to each other. Inside the Ji clan, Ji Xiang's voice was loud. At the final moment, it was filled with cheers and laughter. Little sister Ziyue, you have to control your man, okay? Huolin joked, and sent a voice transmission softly. On the other side, many familiar people were raising their cups. Zhang Wencheng, Louis, the Jade Lake Saint, Jiang Yifei, and the others had all come, and they all came forward to give their blessings. Candlelight flickered, and Yifan walked into the bridal room. This was a brilliant starry night, and the room was filled with warmth. A graceful and moving woman sat there, her head covered with a red veil. Lifting the red veil meant a lifetime. Yifan walked forward, and gently lifted the veil, revealing a face that could outshine the moon and shame the flowers. In the candlelight, those long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her large eyes were filled with intelligence. When she smiled lightly, small dimples appeared, and her shiny little canine teeth stood out from the masses. This was naturally the most beautiful moment for a woman, and it was also one of the most moving moments in her life. Ji Ziyue had a mischievous and lively personality. She stood up, and her dress fluttered. Her small waist was slender, and her beautiful figure was on full display. She walked to the table and said, I smelled something delicious, and it is so boring to just sit here. Her white cheeks flickered with a sparkling luster. Her fine black hair was soft and smooth. She was not nervous at all. She cheerfully poured a cup of wine for Yifan and smiled brightly. Ziyue, it is getting late. I know. I am hungry, and I want to eat. You can't drink too much. It is just a small jug. That year, I drank 5, and in the end, my skills were unparalleled, and I suppressed my brother. She was bragging, and it was really amusing. If I drank 10, I would definitely be able to suppress you. She giggled and said. In the end, the night was over, and Yifan said, it is time to rest. I still haven't drunk enough. Ji Ziyue stretched her small waist, and she hiccuped. Her small face was red, and she looked like she was ripe. This night was warm and brilliant, and it was hard to forget. No matter how many years passed, no matter when it was, Yifan would never forget it. It was forever engraved in his heart, and it became his most precious memory. Boom, the heavens fell, and a soul-shaking sound rang out. The entire southern region was shaking, and most of the eastern wasteland was shaking. Resplendent light rushed into the heavens, shaking the world. The entire Big Dipper was shaking, and all the cultivators were shocked. The path to immortality is collapsing, and the path to immortality is about to open. The immortal domain is about to be opened, and the two realms are connected. Immortality is no longer an illusion, and it is about to become a reality. Someone can take that step. The immortal gate has exploded, and it really is connected to the immortal domain. Immortal spirits are falling from within. The entire world was shocked, and the saints of all races shouted. At the same time, light tore through the 7 great life-forbidden zones, and pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, shaking the human world. The ancient supreme beings in the life-forbidden zones were all revived. The 7 great life-restricted regions' radiance rushed into the heavens, supreme being aura pervading the air, vaguely seeping out. It was just a strand, yet it made everyone shiver inwardly, feeling great fear, almost laying down on the ground. Was the endless past's great changes going to start from here? All of the cultivators were shocked, all of them trembling. This day was finally about to arrive. No one dared to act recklessly, all of them paying attention to the 7 great life-restricted regions. If they took action, then that would undoubtedly prove it. In reality, roars sounded from the life-restricted regions. There were ancient beasts that were asleep that awakened, as if they were going to bring supreme beings out. There really were creatures that came out, overlooking the southern region. It's coming, it really is appearing in this world. Heavens, the immortal path has opened, another rarely seen flourishing age has arrived. We might be able to see great emperor-level figures, moreover not just one. What flourishing age? A great calamity is about to appear. This is clearly a chaotic world where blood will flow like rivers. From the snowy mountain peaks to the great underground abyss, the great wastelands, the endless great deserts, as long as there were people, they would all feel their blood surging. The great curtains were about to be pulled back, the world of mortals about to undergo immortal ascension changes. This day was like the end of the world. Everyone was incomparably nervous, feeling uneasy. This type of atmosphere was too stifling, making one feel like they were suffocating. A creature came out from the divine ruins, a silver-backed scarlet-horned great Qilin, its might vast and mighty. It already restrained a portion of its aura, but it was still just this intimidating. The entire world was shaken. This type of aura spread, filling the road ahead, making heaven and earth tremble. Because of this, it rumbled, terrifying to the heavens, shocking all life until they trembled. Is this the ancient supreme being of the divine ruins? It actually really appeared. No, this should only be his mount, not the main one yet. Only long after that matchless Qilin left did the saints discuss among themselves, blood surging within their bodies, their hearts shaken and stirred up to the extreme. It was just too shocking. If nothing unexpected happened, that seemed to be an ancient mount that surpassed the great sage. There was a terrifying creature that appeared in the restricted regions, even though it was just a mount. This beast looked a bit hazy, its entire body surrounded by immortal light. All heavenly eyes were useless, unable to see through it. In reality, no one had the courage to offend it. Only when the primal chaos chi was blown away would one be able to see that the scales of this silver-backed red-horned Qilin were actually made of stone. It was extremely shocking. However, along the way, the people of the world only saw a silhouette. It disappeared in a flash and appeared in front of the crack on the path of immortality outside the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. There were already people here, and there were many of them. Tens of thousands of people were crouching on the ground, and there were only 2 people standing in front of them, looking at the immortal gate. That was the true quasi-emperor, the one who had truly surpassed the great sage. After so many years, the person who was stained with the word emperor finally appeared. He stood there, and no one could approach him, nor did anyone dare to offend him. After divine ruin's silver-backed scarlet-horned great Qilin arrived, the 2 individuals' eyes became even deeper. Their entire bodies shone, making themselves invisible and impossible to see through. Something really fell out, the silver-backed scarlet-horned great Qilin muttered to itself, speaking in divine language. It was extremely ancient, and almost no one could understand it. However, the fluctuations of the divine will were common. Now, even the great sage avoided this place. As for the other saints who didn't leave in time, they all submitted from the depths of their souls. Many people couldn't endure the pressure and laid down on the ground. The 2 quasi-emperors' eyes were deep. Mists of light rose, and they couldn't see clearly. They didn't say anything. Meanwhile, this great Qilin with some of its stone scales also began to watch silently. It was someone who came out from the divine ruins, and it represented the attitude of a restricted area. No one dared to touch it in the slightest. On the lofty mountain peak, the great crack had already expanded to 2,000 zhang in length. It increased explosively in a single night, as if it had exploded. It was extremely shocking. From time to time, a strand of substance similar to the northern immortal light would fly out, making the group of saints' eyes burn with desire. Unfortunately, there were 2 quasi-emperors standing here, as well as a desolate beast. No one dared to move in the slightest. Chaotic energy surged, auspicious multicolored light blossoming. Previously, there were objects that fell out, but no one dared pick them up. They were wrapped in immortal flames, burning fiercely on the ground. Apart from this, there were terrifying lightning tribulation remnants that were spreading. It was extremely shocking. What is going on? A quasi-emperor asked, finally speaking. It was clear that the two quasi-emperors didn't arrive much earlier than the great Qilin. They still didn't understand the situation, still observing. He brought over a holy king, calmly asking him, having him inform him. Just now, the immortal path collapsed, and this kind of thing fell out. It was as if lightning tribulation split this place apart. He spoke intermittently, his voice trembling. It was because he really couldn't endure the pressure of the quasi-emperor. Even though the other party restrained a portion of his power, he still felt like an ant facing the heavens. The immortal path collapsed. There were shocking thunderous explosions, moreover erupting from within. The tremendous noise was one of the main reasons why the eastern wastelands were alarmed. A heavenly tribulation that came from immortal domain? How is this possible? The completely hazy, godlike quasi-emperor said to himself. Meanwhile, at this time, his mind even more so trembled. He looked towards the ancient desolate forbidden area, vaguely seeing a figure. He hurriedly turned around, not looking over. Yes, it really exploded from within. It might be an immortal tribulation, or perhaps, someone entered a step ahead of us, it's hard to say. This pitiful holy king was imprisoned like this. He couldn't help but tremble as he spoke. He was greatly suppressed under the emperor's might, his body instinctively betraying his will. Someone entered the immortal path ahead of us? This wasn't impossible. At this time, the two quasi-emperors and the Qilin from the divine ruins both opened their heavenly eyes, seriously observing the artifact wrapped in primal chaos and immortal light. At first, everyone thought that it was a celestial spirit that fell out. A celestial spirit? No, it seems to be a damaged body, a portion of its torso missing. The two quasi-emperors' expressions changed greatly. That Qilin was also shocked. If that wasn't an immortal, then it was a great emperor. There was definitely no difference, because there was an unrivaled and terrifying aura. Its body was destroyed, dying inside. It truly is shocking. Bo, a light sound rang out. That expanse of primal chaos was broken apart. Immortal light also surged, revealing the damaged corpse inside. It was badly mangled, but it made all creatures feel a pressure, unable to help but bow down. It was unknown just how many experts were kowtowing on the ground. Even the saints were like this. They could sense it even more deeply, feeling as if the end of the world had arrived. Was this an immortal corpse? This was what everyone was puzzled about. It was too powerful, terrifying beyond compare. That type of blood was incomparably red, exceptionally shocking. The aura released by any single drop of blood could shock endless generations. Moreover, the more one looked at it, the more they felt an aura of great changes. It was as if it had existed for an extremely long time, traversing endless eras. What kind of person was this? Was he really an immortal? Did he fall out from the immortal domain? No, he is an ancient emperor. The silver-backed scarlet-horned great Qilin spoke, saying this. It made everyone feel even more terrified. How could this be? An ancient emperor fell out from the immortal domain. What happened? Could it be that he was chased out by an immortal? Was there someone who entered the immortal domain after becoming an immortal? Everyone stared at the great crack, feeling that it was more and more unfathomable. They felt that behind that crack was an extremely mysterious and unknown world. They didn't even have the courage to explore it. It wasn't a supreme being who fought his way in, and it wasn't an immortal either. It was a past quasi-emperor who fell at the end of the immortal path, lying in a pool of blood, stopping at the doorstep. A quasi-emperor sighed, speaking the truth. It made everyone feel even more terrified. It was actually so cruel. This was an ancient emperor-level character. For the sake of achieving immortality, he killed his way in and broke through the barrier, stepping on the immortal path. But in the end, he still fell. And now, the immortal path was broken. He fell out from the barrier and appeared in this world. Is it the demon emperor Xianxia? After so many years, as the saints from the outer realms continuously descended, news of what happened on the immortal path finally reached them. Now, everyone knew that the previous Tian Xianxia had walked extremely far on the immortal path. If it wasn't for his old age and weak body, he might have already fought his way in. No, it seems to be very ancient. Maybe it was the celestial being from the legendary era. This was a shocking speculation. How many people's hopes were buried on this path? Even supreme geniuses fell, buried in a pool of blood. It was too cruel. They were buried inside for so long, only falling out now. This was truly a type of sorrow. It was one thing to die in battle on this path, but now, they could see the light of day again, being sealed for 10,000 years. Why was there the sound of tribulation lightning not long ago, and why was it so powerful, breaking open this path? The second quasi-emperor frowned. The supreme beings of the ancient era had already died, so why could they still undergo tribulation? Was it to help the people of the world open up the immortal path? At the same time, people were also very hopeful, hoping to find an emperor weapon. Even if it was a weapon fragment left behind by the celestial being, it would still be possible. It could definitely be considered a type of immortal burial. Very soon, everyone had an answer. The laws of this place interweaved, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. It seemed like it was about to spread to the entire ancient planet and charge into the vast universe. This power was too majestic. It was a grand emperor-level character transforming into the Tao. Every drop of blood from the fallen corpse was glowing. Even the bones were burning, not to mention the flesh and blood. All of it was returned to the Tao laws of the universe. The broken body transformed into the Tao, thus triggering the tribulation lightning. It wasn't some heavenly punishment, but a natural reaction after the corpse of an expert was exposed and blended with the laws of this world. Perhaps this was the wish of the ancient supreme being before he died. He wanted to return to the world where he was born, ashes to ashes. Thus, after returning, he transformed into the Tao. Rumble. For some reason, the power of transforming into the Tao was completely retracted. It didn't destroy the great wilderness, didn't rush towards the pale-faced saints, and didn't rush towards the starry river. Instead, it directly retracted into the broken corpse. In the end, a resplendent immortal flame erupted. The broken corpse turned into dust, and a rain of light danced about. It was as if he had ascended to immortality. Only the ashes of the tribulation were left, and no blood or corpse could be seen. It disappeared just like that. How lamentable. The Grand Emperor was unrivaled throughout his life, peerless in the heavens and earth. He was unrivaled for an entire lifetime, but in the end, this was the result. The immortal path left even supreme beings in sorrow. The two quasi-emperors left one after the other. That big Qilin also returned to report. Only then did the saints let out a sigh of relief. However, within the great life-restricted regions, the light rushed into the heavens. It didn't disappear, but there was no longer any pressure engulfing the world. They had indeed revived, perhaps in the next few days, or perhaps in the next few months, the immortal path was destined to open. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a terrifying scene. The supreme beings of the ancient era had already made their preparations for the ultimate immortal battle. During the wedding, the path to immortality collapsed. In the morning, Yi Fan naturally came as well. With such a huge thing happening, no one could sit still. No major power could remain calm. Now, with a single glance, the light beams from the forbidden regions shot into the sky, piercing through the 9 heavens, shocking everyone. That seemed to be the immortal light that shot out from the skulls of ancient supreme beings, representing the purity of their immortal platforms. Even now, it was undying, causing people to tremble just from looking at it. The road ahead is going to be difficult. Yi Fan thought back to the words of the white-robed God King when he bid farewell. At this moment, he felt the same way. Being born in such a great era, although it was said to be a golden era, there were also all kinds of sorrowful things. Ancient supreme beings awakened one after another, directly suppressing everyone until they felt suffocated. If a conflict really broke out, slaughtering the 3,000 worlds and splitting the 9 heavens wouldn't be a problem at all. From today onwards, immortal light rushed into the heavens. Just looking at the direction of the forbidden regions was enough to make people feel fear and sigh. When Yi Fan saw this even larger crack, his heart rose and fell, feeling extremely uneasy. The path to immortality was going to open in the end, but the timing wasn't so hopeful. At this time, so what if he, the sacred prince, GZ, and the others were heaven-defying? They definitely wouldn't be able to compete against the true quasi-emperor and the ancient supreme beings. If that was the case, If they really wanted to become an immortal, they could only smash their heads and bleed, their bodies and souls destroyed. There was no hope at all. Unless everyone in the world becomes an immortal and the gate to the celestial realms is opened without any restrictions, allowing everyone to enter. Otherwise, it will be too difficult. The Black Emperor also sighed. War immortal. War immortal. The sacred prince muttered to himself, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at the huge crack. He wanted to imitate his father, waiting for the future to turn into a war immortal and fight his way in with his own strength. Leave it for the future. If we participate now, we will only die. Jizi nodded, very rationally recognizing this reality. Father, is it like this? Ji Qingdao raised his head and asked. Ji Haoyue brought a 6-year-old child here just to increase his knowledge and experience. He had great hopes for him in the future, so he seriously explained to him. Kacha, it could be clearly heard that this huge crack was expanding, becoming larger and larger. It really made people wonder whether it would one day tear apart the Big Dipper or even split the universe into two. The sound of water falling could be heard, and cries of alarm could be heard from the lofty mountain peak. All the saints retreated as if they were avoiding the plague, causing great chaos. There was something else that fell from the great crack of the immortal path. When everyone saw it with their own eyes, they were immediately alarmed. It was actually bright red blood that flowed with terrifying emperor might. He had lost his intact fleshly body, and his broken body had lost almost all of its essence energy. However, this kind of blood was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Even the great sage could injure him. Yi Fan, Sacred Prince, and Jizi stepped forward. The three of them walked side by side. Everyone else was in awe, opening up a path for them. Naturally, the news of what happened in the Ji family had already spread out. Forcing the crown prince of the Forbidden Zone to retreat, forcing the great sage sent by the godly court emperor to kneel, how could this not be shocking? The great crack was like a dark cosmos void. It was incomparably deep, and the immortal light that occasionally flickered was like a galaxy in the cosmos, brilliant and beautiful. That place seemed incomparably mysterious. The unknown always made one feel both hope and fear. Drops of blood flowed down, falling drop by drop. They were wrapped in primal chaos as they fell onto the mountain peak. It was a ghastly sight. A familiar aura. Yi Fan revealed a look of shock. He couldn't help but say this to himself. Who is it? Where have you seen him before? The Black Emperor impatiently asked. Jizi and Sacred Prince were both astonished. This was an ancient supreme being that fell on the path of immortality. When did Yi Fan come into contact with him? Could it be that he obtained an emperor weapon that was left behind? The human emperor. Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. When he fought against the overlord on the human race's ancient path, he had previously seen the human emperor's divine will. It was precisely this type of aura. He definitely wouldn't be mistaken. It was a pity that even the human emperor of a generation was a step short. Correct. There are records in the world that the human emperor was about to succeed, but something unexpected happened on the path of immortality. In the end, he failed at the last moment. Jizi said. This was the same as what Yi Fan heard on the human race's ancient path. It truly was too pitiful. He didn't know what kind of accident it was. It truly was lamentable for the human emperor. The sovereign of the 9 heavens 10 earths, the most powerful of his life. He saw the light of dawn, yet he died at the final moment, leaving behind a great regret for endless generations. Pung, an intense tremor sounded. A great crack extended, and then another large piece directly exploded. It didn't become longer, but rather incomparably wide, as if it was a black hole. Within that hole, chaotic energy swirled about. Light flourished. Something else fell down. The human emperor. Yi Fan's mind trembled. This type of feeling couldn't be more clear. That was half a body. Even though he couldn't see it clearly, he could feel that type of majestic and imposing aura. It was as if a great emperor was overlooking the world below, watching all life. Even though he died, even though millions of years had passed, he still had that type of mountain and river devouring might. There was no sound or aura, no shocking thunder erupting. However, this corpse transformed into the Tao. Large amounts of immortal flame suddenly erupted, submerging him and burning him endlessly. Within the final fiery light, a handsome face appeared. It made one's heart tremble. This was the human emperor of a generation. He looked like a young man, only his hair was white. With a single look, one would feel that this was an unrivaled great hero. When they thought back to the scene of the human emperor's divine will reviving on the human race's ancient path, they felt that he was even more imposing. What a pity, the heavens are jealous of heroes. Yi Fan sighed. He felt sorrow for the human emperor. The final immortal flame flickered, leaving behind a bit of ashes. The Tao transformation still didn't affect the great wastelands and the various heroes. Yi Fan walked up, using a jar to collect the ashes. He was going to choose a place with verdant hills and limpid waters to bury the corpse. What exactly happened? Jizi said to himself. When the human emperor encountered an accident in the past, a portion of his body landed in the human realm, already buried. Meanwhile, the other portion didn't make it out. The path of immortality was too mysterious. This was especially true for those individuals who almost entered it. It was even more unfathomable. Big brother, that big sister is looking at me again. Little Nan Nan also came. She sat on the large black dog's back, tugging at the corner of Yi Fan's clothes. She looked towards the depths of the ancient forbidden land, her large eyes filled with a strange radiance. Desolate, it was desolate again, Yi Fan's heart trembled. The sacred prince, Ji Haoyue, and the others all revealed serious expressions. They all looked towards that direction, but unfortunately, even the powerful sacred prince's fiery eyes couldn't see through it. Let's go, let's leave this place first. The large black dog was a bit flustered. It was completely different from its usual appearance, no longer possessing its majestic and deceitful image. They really couldn't stay in this place for long. Yi Fan and the others could all sense that there was a tall and slender figure standing above the ancient Forbidden Land's abyss. Through the mist, a pair of clear eyes looked over. They naturally had many guesses, and they might be close to the truth. However, they didn't dare to tarry, fearing that if they stayed too long, the peace would be broken and some unforeseen event would occur. Let's go, let's leave Big Dipper first. The Black Emperor suggested, his expression solemn. The path of immortal ascension was indeed about to open. Everyone could sense it, but so what? They had to be alive to fight for it. In the current Big Dipper star region, only those above the Quasi-Emperor were qualified to fight for it. Everyone made a decision. Yi Fan, the Sacred Prince, the Black Emperor, Qi Luo, Huahua, Kaida, and the others would all return to the outer realms. They would return to the heavenly village, and they would move even further away. On this day, they weren't the only ones who made such a decision. After a deeper understanding, many of the major forces of Big Dipper also made the decision to temporarily leave, and there were also many people like the Ji clan who had already started to retreat many years ago. Now, this had formed a consensus. The various heroes were truly stunned by the terrifying Great Chasm and the soaring celestial light from the 7 great forbidden zones for life. From this day onwards, the Great Xia Empire, the Jiuli Divine Dynasty, the Feng clan, the Jiang clan, and the others all began a strategic shift. They would leave this star region and search for a way out. Inheritances like these all had deep roots and boundless resources. Now, they were finally no longer hidden. Ancient sages and sages appeared and brought their clansmen to the outer realms. Some even had their own ancestral planets, and they could still clearly remember where they were. In the end, even the Jade Pool also left, taking the divine fetus stone with her and leaving. This was a great retreat. Everyone was clearly aware of the danger. The so-called Golden Age, the so-called greatest change since ancient times, wasn't a feast for them. If they stayed, not even their blood and bones would be left. But would there be any use in retreating? Not necessarily. Many saints from the outer realms came. During this period of time, the people of the Big Dipper star region were shocked to learn that some glorious ancient stars had also experienced dark turmoil from the so-called outer space. The more they understood, the more solemn their hearts became. The opening of the path to immortality and the appearance of ancient supreme beings would not only be the most intense immortal war, but it might also be the most terrifying dark turmoil in history. But no matter what, it was most important to leave first. They left without any reluctance. The various great inheritances resolutely made their choices and rushed to the outer realms. Of course, there were also many people who stayed behind, and there were even quite a few. The ordinary inheritances had no choice, and the saints who were at the end of their lifespans didn't care about life and death. Even if there was no hope, they still had to fight. In reality, the foundation that had escorted the various inheritances away almost all had to return in the end. Many of them were already emitting an aura of decay and didn't have much time left. They were about to die in meditation and didn't have long to live. Could there be anything worse than this? So what if they stayed in the Big Dipper? No matter how bad it was just death. Other than them, there were even more saints from the outer realms. Many people had arrived. I'll leave my sister to you. Before leaving, Xianxia solemnly said to Yi Fan. As long as I'm still alive, I won't let her suffer. Yi Fan nodded. Xianxia was unhappy and rolled her eyes at the two closest people. Why did they have to say that? It wasn't like they were going to be separated by life and death. Ziyue, return to the Heaven Village first. I need to confirm if some old friends have left safely. Yi Fan let Ziyue, Little Nan Nan, Hua Hua, and the others go first. He had to bring up the rear. I want to leave with you. Ziyue insisted. No, you must leave first. I, Sacred Prince, GZ, and Black Emperor will only take one last look. We'll follow after you after a few places. Yi Fan didn't agree. This world really wasn't safe anymore. Especially when people from the Undying Mountain were about to come out. To the Ji family, it was the greatest threat. It might be a disaster. The path to immortality would open at any time. This world might collapse in an instant. He didn't want Ziyue, Little Nan Nan, and the others to be delayed. He had to leave immediately. Although Ziyue protested and was unwilling, she was still persuaded to leave. Yi Fan went to many places. Dongfengye's branch of the Southern Mountains barbarian race finally retreated. The survivors of the 13 bandits also set off. In the North Pole, Tu Fei and the old woman disappeared. Li Ruoyu finally returned from the Taishan Noble Peak. He had already taken Zhang Wenchang with him. This great sect had almost relocated. Wushi, you're so cruel. Do you really not want to let me go? On this day, when Yi Fan and the others passed by the central region and passed by the holy cliff, they saw a bright light inside. The god investiture board left by Great Emperor Wushi was loosening. However, it released the most resplendent light that tore the sky apart. It was incomparably terrifying. The god investiture board on the holy cliff had loosened. However, the undying Taoist inside the mountain let out a despairing roar. It was as if he had a premonition that the end of the world was coming. Yi Fan, Sacred Prince, GZ, and the others looked at each other in dismay. They were extremely shocked. The Black Emperor, on the other hand, was extremely excited. With a trembling voice, he said, Emperor, are you still alive? Then, like a madman, he ran towards the purple mountain of the north. The Black Emperor sprinted madly towards the northern region. It was close to going crazy, and its expression was incomparably excited. Large beads of tears fell from its eyes. They had never seen such a sincere expression before. Yi Fan, the Sacred Prince, GZ, and the others looked at each other in dismay, but they didn't immediately follow. They wanted to give it enough time to adjust itself. They were also shocked as they stared at the sacred cliff speechlessly. The majestic mountains were completely black in color. They were all tall and majestic. They were all kings of the mountains, emperors of the mountains. Just looking at them would make people feel reverence. This was a patch of black mountain peaks that had been cut off by the undying mountain when the divine physique had quelled the chaos of the darkness. It had formed a unique terrain. On the sacred cliff, the bloodstains left behind by the great completion divine physique hadn't dried yet. At this moment, they were glowing like a scarlet waterfall. Why was the investiture of the gods loosening? Could it be that there was still someone controlling it? Was Great Emperor Wushi's divine imprint still alive? This made people puzzled no matter how much they thought about it. A loud roar came from within the sacred cliff. It was extremely oppressive, as if a great desolate beast was about to break free. It made people feel fear. That was the undying Taoist roar of despair. Why was it like this? Great Emperor Wushu's investiture of the gods had loosened. Did this mean that he was still alive? Yi Fan and the others watched for a long time but couldn't find any mysteries. That's not right. If the investiture of the gods had really loosened, then this undying Taoist should be happy. Why is he acting like this? They were puzzled. The Black Emperor had said that Great Emperor Wushu suppressed the undying Taoist and didn't kill him immediately because he needed him. Could it be that the time had come for him to be used? Let's go. It's best if we don't go in. The undying Taoist isn't someone easy to deal with. Don't let him take advantage of us, said Yi Fan. The great completion divine physique's blood and chi had withered in his later years. He was killed by the undying Taoist. This was definitely an extremely terrifying character, a great supreme being of the ancient times. There were even rumors that this undying Taoist might be related to the undying heavenly emperor. The northern region became even more desolate. The path of immortal ascension was about to open, and a great crack had appeared in the southern region of the eastern wasteland. All the clans were moving. That place would definitely become the battlefield of the ultimate battle. The northern region, which was already desolate in the first place, became even more deathly silent. There were no signs of human habitation for millions of miles, and it was a barren land. Hell, cries and howls could be heard from this desolate land. At the end of the horizon, there was a purple mountain that towered into the sky. It stood out from the masses as it pierced through the clouds with a majestic aura. The Black Emperor was crying here. It did not sense the aura of the Great Emperor Wushu, and the Wushu bell did not move at all. It was still lifeless without any fluctuations. Yi Fan and the others had arrived. Now that they had entered the Purple Mountain, they would no longer have a slim chance of survival. However, it would still be difficult to move anything inside. The Wushu bell hung there, unowned, but no one could take it away. So many years had passed, but the great bell was still the same, and the even more mysterious scripture did not move in the slightest. No one could open the imperial tomb here. The various ancient tribes, whether it was the ancient imperial family or the various royal families, all bordered this place, but no one could move a single blade of grass or tree. They could do nothing about it. The great emperor did not appear. He did not return. The large black dog was dazed. No matter how much of a bastard he was still sad at this moment. His true feelings were revealed, and he was loyal to Wushu. Let's go in and take a look. Let's take that immortal phoenix medicine away. Otherwise, if the supreme beings of the forbidden region come out, I think this place will be razed to the ground, the sacred prince suggested. The large black dog said solemnly, it will not leave. It is willing to guard this place, and will not leave for the rest of its life. It will accompany the Tao platform left behind by the great Emperor Wushu, and will not leave or abandon it. And the Black Emperor also believed that even if the most terrifying darkness chaos erupted, the Wushu bell would be able to guard everything here, and no one could break through it with force. 80,000 years ago, whether the great Emperor Wushu had passed away in meditation, or whether he had truly ascended to become a celestial was still unclear. Only the Black Emperor firmly believed that the great Emperor Wushu was the number one since ancient times, and there was nothing in this world that could stop his footsteps. Even the celestial realm would not be able to do so. He would definitely be able to forcefully fight his way in, and would not pass away in meditation. In reality, the great Emperor Wushu was indeed majestic and unrivaled, and when mentioning the other great emperors, people might discover that they had experienced bloody battles, encountered powerful enemies, and their lives had also been threatened. Only Wushu, no matter who made an enemy of him, no one would ever worry for him. When they heard about his past and observed his experiences, they would truly feel that he was unstoppable, sweeping through everything, and domineering all the way to the end. No matter who he encountered, the great Emperor Wushu would defeat them all in a single battle. There was not the slightest bit of suspense, and he would suppress them all to the end. In the end, when the name Wushu was mentioned, it was a synonym for invincible, supreme above the heavens and earth, sweeping through the 9 heavens 10 earths. When he was alive, no one dared to face him head-on. Even the supreme beings of the life-restricted regions would silently and dutifully defend their own places of seclusion. This was precisely the Wushu, an unmatched human race great emperor who had overlooked past and present. He climbed to the absolute peak, his aura devouring the world, looking down on all things, supreme above all. The great emperor definitely fought his way into the celestial realm alive, and I believe that he will appear in this era. He will come back from the celestial realm to take a look, because this world needs him. The Black Emperor's tears rolled down as he roared loudly. However, Yi Fan remained silent. He had previously entered the Purple Mountains with Duanda and the old blind man, climbing up that grand Dao platform, picking medicine kings, truly understanding that place. At the very center of that Dao platform, there was previously an unrivaled male with his back towards them. When they got closer, they discovered that there was only a lump of ashes left. Although this result was sad, it was the most realistic, the closest to the truth. Turning into ashes, perhaps this was the final conclusion. You didn't bring that scripture out either? Yi Fan asked. I can't move it, I can't open it. Apart from needing all of the Emperor Jades, I also need someone with the same bloodline as him to pour their blood over it before it can be opened. The Black Emperor shook his head, speaking the truth. There was a hint of sadness in his bell-like eyes. He insisted that Great Emperor Wuxia was still alive, but there was a different kind of fear in his heart. He faintly felt that the truth might be different, that this was most likely a tragedy. The divine seal decree was still loosening. It released endless light and in the end, it seemed to be sensed by the Purple Mountains. Suddenly, with a loud ringing sound, the Wuxia bell rang out, shaking the entire northern region. This was too sudden, shocking all the ancient races. The supreme beings in the life-restricted regions all felt their hearts jump. Everyone felt that this was inconceivable. The Black Emperor who was howling in grief just now immediately widened his eyes. He immediately jumped in and roared, "Enter the mountain." At this moment, forget about him, the entire eastern wastelands was in chaos. The great sect ancestors, the supreme experts of a region, as well as the unmatched existences in the life-restricted regions were all restless. This was too strange. Great Emperor Wuxia had disappeared for 80,000 years. His death in meditation obtained the recognition of a few life-restricted regions, believing that it was real and not fake. Meanwhile, at this time, there were bell waves that spread through the world, shaking the entire eastern wastelands. These were clearly emperor-level fluctuations. How is this possible? He is still alive, 80,000 years have passed. Did he achieve immortality? How could he reappear in this world? There must be someone striking the bell, purposely creating this type of illusion. The world was shocked. Everyone revealed looks of disbelief, not daring to believe what they were seeing. This exceeded everyone's expectations. Yi Fan grabbed the Black Emperor and said, "If we go in like this, we will undoubtedly die. Let's wait a bit longer." The Wuxia bell was ringing. Even though the bell waves were gentle and did not contain any killing intent, this was only the outer layer. Presumably, no matter how gentle the inside of the Purple Mountain was, it was still not something an ordinary person could endure. Alright, let's wait a bit. The large black dog restrained his impulse. The bell sounds were long and drawn out. Every time it shook, it would resonate with the godly investiture list of the holy cliff, shining together. On this day, the main peak that had previously made the great and desolate Saint Physique flourish with celestial light. Meanwhile, the undying Taoist's despairing cry even shook the central region, leaving everyone shocked. After an unknown amount of time, the bell wave stopped. The surroundings became quiet. The Black Emperor was the first to rush out, searching for a secret path to enter the Purple Mountain, opening up an ancient path that had been sealed. Now, he had this kind of ability because he was familiar with everything here. After his attainments and formations reached the transformation level, he could pass through. In the depths of the Purple Mountain, a massive Dao platform was shining. Great Dao symbols flickered one after another, engraving themselves into the void like suns. And on that Dao platform, there was a snow-white skull that was surrounded by these Dao patterns. There was a pendant hanging from it that resonated with these laws. This was the skull that Yi Fan had brought back from the starry sky, and he had sent it here. Now, a weak spiritual imprint was transmitted out, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. What kind of emotion was this? The truth was transmitted into everyone's hearts. She used her heart to pursue the path of the female saintess alone, all for the sake of finding Wusher's footsteps. She continuously searched, entering the path that he had walked, using her entire life to search. This was definitely a prodigy goddess of a generation. She had also been surrounded by a divine halo, had also been the center of attention, and had once looked down on the world. However, she chose to give up everything and set out on her own, facing the cold and dark universe, searching and looking up. All for the sake of finding that person of the past, continuously searching behind his emperor's path. The endless years were the lonely path of the female saintess. In the end, she turned into a skeleton, passing away in meditation in a corner of the lonely universe. Just like that, she grew old alone, and no one knew her final feelings. This made people sigh. The Black Emperor couldn't help but roar. The only consolation was that in the end, her skull was sent here by Yi Fan, and she was buried on Wusher's Dao platform. Dillies. Suddenly, a clear male voice rang out, causing the entire purple mountain to shake, causing the Dao platform to almost collapse, and the great Dao runes became even more resplendent. Great Emperor! The Black Emperor shouted, tears of excitement brimming in his eyes. He was sure that this was the voice of Great Emperor Wusher. Dillies. It was still the same voice, but it was much softer, with a kind of magnetism. This man's voice made people involuntarily think of the image of an unparalleled hero. Great Emperor! Great Emperor, where are you? The Black Emperor shouted crazily. On the Dao platform, a majestic figure appeared, surrounded by primal chaos. He was majestic, and his black hair was like a waterfall. It was a pity that one couldn't see clearly. He walked to the snow-white skull, lifted it up, and called out softly, Dillies. This was actually the name of the female saintess. The figure of Great Emperor Wusher appeared, and he was calling out. His voice was filled with sadness, and he used his hand to caress the crystalline face of the skull. He had fought for his entire life, pressing forward with indomitable will, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, breaking the eternal legend, standing at the peak of humanity, respected by the whole world. However, such a powerful great emperor also had such a soft side. This kind of sadness was completely different from his strength. This scene was both shocking and touching. At the end of the Path of Immortals, who was the peak, seeing Wusher's Dao become empty, the divine ranking that suppressed the holy cliff loosened, the bell of Wusher rang, and the appearance of this great emperor was shocking and puzzling. Is it really Great Emperor Wusher? Even Yi Fan was shocked. Could it be that this powerful man was still alive? This was just too shocking. 80,000 years had passed. This was an extremely long period of time. Under normal circumstances, a true great emperor wouldn't be able to live for so long, not to mention that Great Emperor Wusher was already in his final years. His blood energy was withered, so how could he endure that kind of dusk? Great Emperor, I've waited for you for many years. Have you finally returned? The Black Emperor cried, completely different from his usual appearance. He was filled with emotions and incomparable sorrow. Little Black. After a light sigh, the imposing figure surrounded by primal chaos turned around and looked at the Black Emperor. He only said these 2 words. This nickname wasn't all that pleasant to hear, but Yi Fan, the sacred prince, and Jizi didn't have the slightest bit of a smile on their faces. They were all shaken to the point that their bodies were trembling as they looked at the high platform in shock. Did this man really have a consciousness? He could actually sense everything and talk to the Black Emperor. Great Emperor, bring me away. Whether it's to kill immortals or to barge into the immortal domain, you have to bring me along. Little Black might not be able to help, but he can help you relieve your boredom. The Black Emperor was shocked. The great sage cried out, no longer having the arrogance he had in the past. Instead, he was terrified, afraid that this was just a dream. The figure that was submerged in primal chaos had thick black hair. Just from his figure alone, one couldn't see a trace of old age. However, his true appearance couldn't be seen. He held the sparkling and translucent skull and walked step by step towards the depths of the high platform. Great Emperor, wait for me. The Black Emperor shouted and was about to pounce over. However, he was firmly held back by Yi Fan and the sacred prince. There were great Dao symbols densely covering that place, so he definitely couldn't barge in. Even the Black Emperor couldn't do it. They looked into the distance, and in the end, they discovered that the tall and straight figure carried the skull. After arriving at the depths of the Tao platform, he suddenly turned into a rain of light, dazzling and incomparably resplendent. Then, the rain of light slowly scattered. There was only a skull quietly floating there. Then, it slowly fell, landing on the ground. With a light ding sound, a translucent pendant flickered. "Great Emperor!" The Black Emperor went crazy and cried out loudly. He found this result hard to accept. Everything seemed clear, but it was hard to accept. This result was very cruel, and it was hard to face. The Black Emperor couldn't accept it the most, and his sorrowful roar shook the heavens. There was nothing he could do about it. Even great emperors had their later years. Their qi and blood would deteriorate. No matter how strong a man was, there would be a day when his flame of life would be extinguished. Although great Emperor Wuxia was unparalleled and powerful, it was unavoidable. A great emperor who had his back to all living beings had too many mysteries in his past. However, it was precisely because of this that this powerful man would make people feel even more sorrowful. No matter how shocking he would eventually step into his twilight years, and in the end, he would choose to leave the world alone. In such a great world, if we can't see great Emperor Wuxia, if we can't see him face the ancient supreme beings of the 7 great life-restricted areas, then it would truly be a pity. Yi Fan sighed softly. It could also be considered a form of consolation for the Black Emperor. Yes, the great emperor will definitely appear. I believe that he is still alive and in the celestial realm. Just now, he was talking to me through space and time. The large black dog seemed to be grasping at straws, and he roared with all his might. There was a light wing. Something in the distance was trembling slightly, and it released a peaceful light. Without a doubt, that was the Emperor's aura, and it was being released strand after strand. "What is that?" the sacred prince asked in surprise. "It's an Emperor scripture." Yi Fan had come here more than once, so he naturally knew what was hidden in that region. "Let's go." They pulled the sorrowful Black Emperor and walked forward, leaving this divine land that was worthy of respect and admiration. A massive scripture lay in front of them, and behind it, vines covered the ground. They were plants that grew in the mines of the Purple Mountain, and they exuded a demonic power. The thick stone scripture was currently releasing a gentle light, and the dust left behind by the passage of time was swept away. 3 large words could be seen on it: Wuxia scripture. The stone scripture was more than 10 meters long, and it was also 1 or 2 meters thick. This kind of scripture had never been seen in this world before, and it was extremely special. The Black Emperor was also stunned. They hadn't brought any Emperor jades, nor had they been watered by the blood of the natural Saint Physique, so why was this scripture releasing such a peaceful aura, and its radiance made one feel close to it? Kacha. A trembling sound traveled over, as if a dusty door had been pushed open. The massive scripture trembled and buzzed, and the Emperor's aura split apart strand after strand. This scripture actually opened on its own, and it moved slowly. Auspicious light shot out in tens of thousands of streaks, and there was a misty aura within the brilliance, revealing the true scripture inside. This is... Everyone was stunned. Why was it like this? Wasn't it said that it could only be opened when the conditions were met? But now, the pages turned on their own, making everyone confused. Even the Black Emperor was stupefied. No one understood this place better than he did, because he had lived here for many years, but now, he couldn't understand. The things that happened today were too strange. First, it was the God decree that loosened, and then the Emperor's bell rumbled. Now, the scripture also opened, auspicious light swirling around it. Page after page of scripture were flipped. It wasn't a crashing sound, but rather a type of trembling sound that made the heavenly Tao wail. A grand scripture chanting sound rang out. It was even louder than the sound of the 3,000 great Buddhas and 80,000 gods and devils chanting together. It illuminated the mountains and rivers, as if a book had been completed, and there was no scripture in this world. Symbols flew out one after another. The Wuxia Emperor scripture was being read, the sound deafening, making everyone's mouths and tongues go dry. It was truly hard to believe everything. They obtained the Wuxia scripture just like that? Since ancient times, how many people had dreamed of this, yet not a single one had been able to realize it. And now, it had become a reality, placed before their eyes, waiting for them to comprehend it. Yi Fan, GZ, and the others walked up together, looking at this enormous stone book. There were Tao symbols engraved on it one after another, complex and unfathomable. It wasn't a scripture full of words, but rather Tao patterns. They had to be understood and comprehended on their own, and this was extremely difficult and complicated. Everyone's comprehension abilities were different, so there would definitely be some differences in the results. It's not the first page, Sacred Prince said. He wanted to use his hand to flip through the scripture, but he couldn't move it at all. The stone page was as heavy as millions and millions of kilograms, not something ordinary power could move. This was a broken piece that didn't match up, only a single paragraph. It actually talked about the great Tao of time, just too shocking. Just this page alone tugged at everyone's heartstrings. It touched upon the domain of time. This was enough to make the entire world go crazy. Unfortunately, when they flipped to this page, it was too damaged, only able to see this paragraph. It couldn't be connected, impossible to understand. If they tried to forcefully comprehend it, there would definitely be huge problems. What is going on? It opened on its own. Why is it this kind of page? The Black Emperor forcefully shook his head, feeling like this wasn't real. He reached out his large claws to flip through the book, but he still couldn't move it. GZ walked up, using the Void Great Emperor's natural laws, trying to flip it open, but the result was the same, not changing at all. One had to understand that they were already the great sage, moreover imperial sons. Just how powerful were they? However, they couldn't even flip through a single page. No one would believe them if they said this out loud. Something's not right. Since the Wuxia scripture was opened, there is definitely a reason for it. There's no way it would just be a random page like this, right? Sacred Prince said. Yi Fan was the only one left who hadn't moved yet. When he saw them look over, he directly flipped through the scripture. With a honglong sound, as soon as he touched it, this scripture immediately seemed to have ignited, radiance resplendent. Emperor energy surged, splitting into two sides. Fortunately, it didn't rush towards them, or else the consequences would be too horrible to contemplate. Wung sounds rang out again. The scripture was flipped again, striking towards a new page, and then it stopped there. Light gathered within, scripture rumbling, as if a divine drum was shaking the heavens. Everyone revealed looks of shock. Yi Fan actually flipped through it. Let's try again, see if we can flip to the first page. Everyone was filled with anticipation. This was the most mysterious ancient scripture, and today, it was finally going to appear, making everyone excited. When Yi Fan heard this, he flipped through the scripture again, but this time, it was useless. It was firm and unshakable, flowing with light. Fixed there. Don't forcefully move, this is the only way, the Black Emperor said. This is a forbidden secret technique. GZ said, extremely shocked. The few of them moved closer, observing the symbols and comprehending the great Tao, their minds drawn in. Yi Fan suddenly raised his head, looking at the Black Emperor. This technique was too familiar. This was because before his battle with Yuan Gu, the large black dog had once taught him this technique. This technique was called Wuxia, and it was the most terrifying, able to return everything to its original state. You guys are really lucky to actually have this kind of scripture, quickly comprehend it, and obtain as many points as you can, the Black Emperor said. In the past, he had seen Great Emperor Wuxia display this technique, but he had comprehended it on the wrong path, and the one he taught to Yi Fan could not be considered the authentic one. This was a shocking piece of luck, and the three of them naturally calmed their hearts and concentrated, doing everything possible to comprehend the technique. Meanwhile, the Black Emperor also began to ponder, restudying this scripture. After an unknown amount of time, they all opened their eyes, revealing a look of shock. It was really difficult, actually going astray, and even they themselves knew that the technique they comprehended could not be considered authentic. Do you know why now? This is the technique of the innate saint physique, and if you want to cultivate it, the requirements are too high, and you have to fulfill all kinds of conditions, the Black Emperor said. First of all, they had to first cultivate the most basic Tao building technique of this scripture, but it was a pity that no one could open those chapters. Moreover, even if they could open it, cultivating the early stages of the scripture would definitely be very troublesome, because this was prepared for the innate saint physique. Comparatively speaking, Yi Fan still had some accomplishments, grasping the core of the matter. It was because he had the two words holy physique, so he barely met the requirements. Without the Wuxia scripture, it's not like you can't cultivate the foundational piece of Tao building. This kind of forbidden secret technique requires you all to reach the quasi-emperor domain, and if you all walk far enough in this realm, you can slowly cultivate it. The Black Emperor added. This was also the reason why it didn't focus on comprehending it back then, and instead comprehended the demon race's inheritance. This was also the reason why even the only creature that had followed Great Emperor Wuxia couldn't recite this scripture. Memorize this secret technique and imprint it into your mind. It will definitely be of great use in the future. Once it was imprinted in the mind, it was impossible to erase it. At the same time, the Wuxia scripture closed with a rumbling sound. The emperor energy was restrained, and it could no longer be opened. Dang. The Wuxia bell rang out, shaking everyone. It was unknown why it was ringing. At the same time, strand after strand of Tao patterns interweaved and spread over, but there was not a trace of killing intent. In that instant, the few of them actually felt as if they had been enlightened, as if they had seen through the source of this place. The barrier when they were comprehending the Tao just now was shattered by the bell wave. The bell wave forcefully broke through the shackles, allowing them to see the light. This was especially true for Yi Fan, who seemed to have returned from the wrong path in an instant. Why was this? They were bewildered. This is a gift from the Great Emperor. After entering the quasi-emperor realm, even if you all don't cultivate the Tao text, you can still successfully cultivate this technique. The Black Emperor guessed that it should be because Yi Fan had sent over the skull. When the divine list loosened and the emperor's bell trembled, everything was sensed and something was stirred up. You're all wrong. Suddenly, a mysterious voice sounded from within the Purple Mountain. There were only these 3 words, but they caused their minds to tremble. They simply couldn't believe all of this. This was especially true for Yi Fan. This wasn't the first time he had heard these 3 words. Back then, in the ancient desolate forbidden area, the slender figure standing above the abyss had also sighed and said similar words. After so many years, he actually heard these 3 words again in this place. Was this a denial of eternity? At this moment, not only the Black Emperor, but even Yi Fan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince were also suspicious. Was there really a Great Emperor alive in this Purple Mountain? Otherwise, why would there be this voice and all the abnormal things just now? Is Great Emperor Wuxia still alive? Yi Fan said to himself, his expression serious. If this was true, then many of the past's common sense would be overturned, and it would definitely shock the human world. The Black Emperor had long since begun to tremble, excited to the point where he was worried about personal gains and losses. He was full of worry, and if this was all for naught, it would be difficult for him to endure. His hopes were shattered time and time again, truly giving him a mental blow. Perhaps there really is a heaven-defying method. GZ, who had always been a man of few words, spoke, his eyes revealing a strange luster. Great Emperor, I beg of you, please come out and meet me. The large black dog howled, shaking up the many minds within the Purple Mountain, his voice deafening. Sacred Prince's golden eyes shot out streaks of fiery light, sweeping through this place, wanting to find out what was going on. Too many things had happened today, all of them incomprehensible. It was extremely strange. Great Emperor, please come out and meet Little Black. The Black Emperor shouted loudly, starting to run through the ancient caves of the Purple Mountain, wanting to get to the bottom of it. However, no one replied to him. The spacious Purple Mountain was filled with his howls, resounding like thunder. There were no other sounds. Great Emperor, I beg of you, Little Black really wants to see you. The Black Emperor wept. He seemed to have gone mad, searching everywhere, his footprints covering every corner. During this process, he discovered an altar set up by the 8 divine generals, consecrating the undying Heavenly Emperor's supreme deity. It was extremely strange, the 2 words Immortal Ascension were written on that deity, however, it was shattered by a single palm strike. That palm imprint was so clear, even after endless years had passed. It was done by the Great Emperor, destroyed with Emperor-level power back then. The Black Emperor said. Yi Fan and GZ were both shocked. That was the ancestral tablet left behind by the undying Heavenly Emperor. What was he going to do? In that distant era, this was the ancient Emperor Mountain, the most sacred land that all the ancient races had to pay respect to. The undying heavenly emperor was buried here. Later on, it was taken over by great Emperor Wuxia, and the people of the world had long forgotten the original name of this place. For the various ancient races, this was a land that was close to deities, connected to the heavens, able to connect with immortals. The large black dog's entire body was powerless, laying there, continuously growling, not willing to get up. Stop searching. That voice rang out again, resounding through the entire Purple Mountain. All of them shuddered, and the large black dog suddenly raised his head to look at the majestic Emperor Bell in the distance. Right now, the Wuxia Bell had already been petrified, and its entire body had turned into rock. It was impossible to see its original appearance, and it hung in the air above the Purple Mountain like a massive palace. Clang, the sound of a bell spread out, deafening, chilly, and peaceful. It didn't possess the slightest murderous aura of an emperor weapon, nor was it oppressive. On the contrary, it was like someone was filled with wisdom, and it allowed others to instantly attain enlightenment. However, it was as if the large black dog's spine had been pulled out. His entire body was powerless, and he lay limp in this place. Just like Yi Fan and the others, he clearly knew where the sound had come from. He was in complete despair. It was a god born from the Wuxia Bell, not the return of great Emperor Wuxia. Woo, woo, woo. The large black dog let out a heart-wrenching howl. His entire body trembled, and his heart was filled with grief. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, which dyed the rocks on the ground red. The Emperor Bell had been startled by the investiture of the gods, and it had awakened. Was it the one controlling everything? Was everything done by him? As the sound of the bell continued, a stone wall in front of them was shaken until it cracked. Large pieces of stone fell off, and a Dao wall was revealed. It was obvious that someone often stopped here. Wrong. These two large words were engraved on that wide Dao wall. They were majestic, and it was as if they could crush the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, as well as shatter the universe. Wisps of great emperor's chi were restrained, and they were faintly discernible. It was engraved by the great emperor. The black emperor's gaze could no longer shift away, and he became even more powerless. The sound of the bell stopped, and everything quieted down. Moreover, there was nothing left. The Dao wall was covered in dust, and the two words on it were covered by the dust of time. They could no longer be seen. Since things had already come to this, there was no longer any meaning in staying. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred imperial prince moved together, pulling the black emperor up and forcefully bringing him out of the Purple Mountain. Thus, he left the Dao ground where the supreme great emperor of the human race had resided in his later years. Awu. Waves of desolate sorrowful howls came from this desolate land, like a lone wolf howling at the moon, causing one's expression to change. For an entire half a month, the northern region was not peaceful. This kind of mournful howl that sounded like a wolf's cry could be heard from time to time, causing one's heart to tremble. There were also cultivators who went over and discovered a large black dog pacing back and forth outside the Purple Mountain, bringing with it boundless sorrow. Think about it a little more. Yi Fan consoled, saying, in the future, there might be a miracle. After all, great Emperor Wuxia is not an ordinary person. Whether he is dead or alive is not certain. Perhaps, there is still that little bit of hope. At this point, the sacred imperial prince shook his head, unable to continue. It had to be said that the Black Emperor's ability to adjust was still very strong. After grieving for half a month, in the end, he retracted all of his sorrow and said, I firmly believe that the great emperor has fought his way into the celestial realm. If that is not the case, I will follow his path and inherit his will. I will continue to walk on this life, fulfill his wish, and find a final result on the celestial path. Only with a goal would there be motivation, and only when one was alive would there be vigor. The large black dog's spirit was much better. Yi Fan believed that with this bastard's thick nerves, as long as he thought things through, he would definitely be full of vigor in another 2 months. In reality, the three of them had all underestimated him. Only after just over 20 days had passed, he had already recovered. When he understood that a celestial burial diagram had appeared in the northern region, he was instantly full of vigor. A divine diagram that might be a product of the legendary era actually appeared in this life. What does this mean? This is definitely a great celestial fate. The ancient celestial being is unwilling to accept this, and has entrusted his hopes to the later generations. A few pieces of heavenly connection ancient jade put together to form a celestial Tao diagram. This is really astonishing. It is rumored that only the last corner is missing. Recently, a rumor had appeared in the northern region, and undercurrents were surging. Many people were searching, hoping to find the scripture depository of the ancient celestial being. Seeing the large black dog's excited and spirited appearance, Yi Fan was a bit speechless. His original words of consolation should have been used to feed the cat. There was really no need to pay too much attention to him. In the past month, the great cracks on the celestial path had intensified, and several great life-forbidden zones shone with light into the sky. Meanwhile, the undying Taoist's roar had weakened. No one knew what the result was, and no one dared to approach. This emperor has finally found out that the map is about to be completely gathered by an expert from the foreign realm, and there's still a corner in the hands of an ancient race expert from the northern region. There will be a big move in the next few days. The Black Emperor's eyes shone brightly, and it was as if he had been rejuvenated. You should go and cry. You shouldn't be so excited, Yi Fan reminded. Mother of *Ker, how can you say that? The Black Emperor was indignant. Go and cry for a while, the sacred prince also said unkindly. Monkey, don't provoke me, the large black dog threatened. If he continued to tease him like this, he wouldn't bring them along when the celestial tomb opened. In reality, they really didn't have such thoughts. The celestial path was about to open, and they didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Right now, they were quietly observing everything in this world. Regardless of whether it was emperor tools, ancient scriptures, or celestial treasures, to them, none of them were as attractive as the celestial path. On this day, the large black dog was incredibly excited, and solemnly invited them to explore the ancient celestial being's celestial tomb. In the end, the three of them all shook their heads and refused. That was because people from the ancient origin mine and the undying mountain had come out. They were paying attention, and wanted to see whether it was an ancient supreme being or an imperial prince. You'd better not regret this. The large black dog dashed away. However, he left quickly, and returned quickly as well. In less than 4 hours, he reappeared in front of the three of them, cursing and swearing. His square head and large ears were full of anger. What's wrong? You've been beaten back, and you want us to go and support you? Yi Fan was astonished. Upon hearing this, the Black Emperor's expression became even more unsightly. His large black face was filled with resentment, and he bared his teeth, revealing a mouthful of sharp white teeth. His expression was eerily cold, and he wanted nothing more than to bite down. Strange expressions appeared on their faces. Something had definitely happened. Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince both asked. Could it be that this large black dog had stirred up some trouble again? After asking a few more questions, the large black dog's large head drooped, and he said with a wretched expression, F***ck, I was the one who buried this treasure trove. The three of them looked at each other, and then couldn't help but laugh loudly. His own treasure trove had been stolen by someone else, so it was no wonder that he had such an expression. It's not what you think. The large black dog's large face was about to be flushed with blood, and his eyelids twitched madly. He stared at Yi Fan, and said, You buried it with me. Yi Fan was astonished, and his expression was filled with confusion. He rebuked, When did we bury a treasure trove? Damned dog, you couldn't have hidden something good behind my back, right? Did someone take that imperial sword that you didn't want to return to me? Upon hearing this, the large black dog became even more furious, and there was even a hint of shame and anger. In the end, veins bulged on his forehead, and he looked as strange as he could be. What exactly did you lose? The Sacred Prince asked. Nothing, I just dug up a manure pit. The large black dog gritted his teeth, and pinched his nose as he spoke the truth. Then, he became even more gloomy and furious. This time, the three of them burst into laughter, and they rocked back and forth. The large black dog had left a long time ago, and he was extremely excited. After so much trouble, he had actually dug up such a pit. He was really about to lose his teeth. Yi Fan finally thought of something, and said, It's Xianxia? that's right, it's him. The large black dog's face darkened, and he bared his teeth. His face was full of wrinkles, and he was extremely resentful. F*ck, that piece of jade was made by me, and it actually deceived the people of the outer realm. In the end, F*ck, I was forced to go and join in the fun myself. In the past, Jiang Yifei's younger brother, Jiang Yichen, was arrogant and domineering, and he acted without restraint. There were several times when he wanted to kill Yifan. In the end, Yifan and the black dog found an opportunity to suppress him, and they buried him and his uncle in a latrine pit, and sealed them up. After about 200 years, he had long since forgotten about it. He never thought that this treasure trove would be dug up by someone today. This was really going to be a big joke. Especially when the large black dog himself actually went to step on the mine in high spirits. This was really enough to make people pound the ground and laugh endlessly. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, even an honest person like GZ patted the Black Emperor's shoulder, and didn't know what to say. Needless to say, the sacred prince was laughing very unkindly without end, which made the Black Emperor even more annoyed. He wanted to use his large claws to scratch his face until it bloomed. Of course, the Black Emperor didn't dig the burial cave himself, because when he approached that area, he felt that it was slightly familiar. After that, it didn't take much effort to open the seal, and when a creature that was all skin and bones was unearthed, he immediately remembered everything. On this day, the Outer Realm cultivators cursed endlessly, cursing the people of Big Dipper for actually making these things. They even made the immortal burial treasure map old and forged it. To make such a scene, it was really immoral. This farce made many people laugh endlessly, and it became a joke after a meal. Not long after, Jiang Yichen, who had long been suppressed and confused, finally woke up. He roared endlessly, and swore that he would fight a decisive battle with Yifan and kill his entire family. Being suppressed in a latrine pit for 200 years was really a great shame and humiliation. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a life-saving magic tool in his soul, and it hadn't been found back then, he would definitely have died. Not long after, his uncle was also dug up, and another latrine pit saw the light of day. The Outer Realm cultivators and aboriginals were so infuriated that they started cursing endlessly without regard for their image. One was fine, but there were actually 2 manure pits. Before the great battle on the road of immortalization, this kind of thing that made people not know whether to laugh or cry happened. It really made everyone speechless, and they became a joke. The Outer Realm experts all pulled long faces. They were truly furious, and the participants were all incredibly ashamed. Especially the Black Emperor himself. He wanted nothing more than to smash his head against the ground. Many people had discovered that he had gone to the scene, and now, the outside world was discussing why he had followed, treating it as a mystery. "Let me guess, there might be something else underground," the sacred prince said with a smile. "Damned monkey, I'm going to kill you." The Black Emperor bared his teeth. He was humiliated and angry, clamoring to use force. The muddled account left behind by Yifan and the Black Emperor 200 years ago had now become a pit. This result really made everyone's eyeballs pop out, and the people searching for the immortal burial ground were so angry that they couldn't speak. "This emperor's craftsmanship is too good. I made it so old that it looked like the real thing. None of those idiots could see through the ancient jade." In the end, the large black dog, who was covered in dirt and had lost all face, could only find a trace of comfort like this. The north region was desolate. When they passed by the Jiang clan, only a few elders were left to guard the gate. The jade pool was the same. They had migrated en masse into the Outer Realm, and the original location was very desolate. There was also a large river near the Jiang clan called Jiang River. It was the same name as the river that had once existed on Earth, and the owner of the 2 rivers also had the same surname. When they passed here, an indescribable brilliance flickered in the depths of GZ's eyes. This kind of anticipation was something Yifan had seen before when GZ mentioned that he wanted to go to Earth to see what was going on and understand that G river. It was very similar. The path of immortal ascension was about to open. During these days, Yifan and the others had gone to the inside of the Sun Star, but they discovered that Duanda was already gone, his whereabouts unknown. Everyone's hearts jumped. Duanda's physical origins were too great. Although it had already been destroyed and was now being rebuilt, it still caused many thoughts to run through their minds. He had once said that he definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity in this life. He was going to enter the celestial realm, and he wouldn't leave the Big Dipper. But now, facing the supreme beings of the restricted areas, what did he have to compete with? Where was he now? Of course, they weren't worried for Master Duan. This fatty was more cunning than anyone else, and no matter how they looked at it, he didn't seem like someone who wanted to throw his life away. Afterwards, they went to the Western Desert, where they discovered something shocking. Tens of thousands of temples in the Western Desert were uprooted from the ground, landing on Mount Meru. This mountain towered into the sky, and it was the first peak of the Big Dipper. It was boundlessly grand and magnificent, and it was surrounded by numerous small stars. According to legend, this strange terrain was created by a single thought of the Buddha after he moved to this mountain, and it caused the main star river to descend. It was also on this day that the Western Desert Buddhists began their trek to Mount Meru. It was as if they had received the most important Buddhist decree. And Miaoi didn't come out of her seclusion. She descended on Mount Meru together with Lantua Temple and was protected by the Amitabha Buddha's Great Formation. Billions of Buddhists moved together, crossing the realm gate left behind by the Buddhists and heading towards Mount Meru. It was as if they were carrying out an unprecedented grand Buddha sacrifice. With so many people and so much Buddhist light, the entire Western Earth seemed to have recovered. It was as if a giant Buddha had come from the ancient times, and was approaching the present world step by step, about to appear in this world. Moreover, Yi Fan, the sacred prince, and the others also discovered that there were countless specks of light flying over from the outer realms, entering Mount Meru. That was the power of faith from the various Buddhist inheritances in the cosmos, and now, all of them were supporting this place. The fruits of the Buddhists are truly profound, making one unable to see through them. Boom! Outside the forbidden ancient desolate land, a great crack split open, and it became increasingly large. It made people's hearts jump. The saints who had escorted the great sage all returned one after another. The saints from the outer realms also arrived one after another. The Big Dipper was extremely nervous, and it was as if this was the last moment before a violent storm. The voices within the holy cliff were becoming more and more hysterical. The undying Taoist had completely gone mad. I wonder how much this vast mountain and river will be destroyed. The ancient supreme beings have taken action, and the emperor weapons have been completely revived. Even the ancient great emperor's formation protecting this star won't be enough. The multitude of living beings, the beautiful world of mortals, will perhaps blossom like fireworks and disappear. Yi Fan, GZ, and the others sighed softly, but they were powerless to stop it. The only thing they could do was to use their great magic power to collect a large number of mortals and temporarily send them to the outer realms. These days, they had always been doing this. The stars on the human ancient road, as well as the habitable space in the heavens, were almost full. And a place of life like Purple Star was also their target. A large number of living beings were transported over to temporarily occupy it. But there were too many people, so how could they arrange everything? There were all sorts of restrictions on food, clothing, housing, and other miscellaneous matters. The resistance of the local natives made them badly battered. Moreover, these rescued people didn't know the truth, and they weren't willing to leave their homes. The mortals had grievances, moreover, because the number of people was too vast, it formed an indescribable mysterious energy that affected the bodies of Yi Fan and the others, leading to extremely bad consequences. The living beings can't be bullied. If we go against their wishes, even if they have good intentions, there will be calamity. They knew that they could only stop. Otherwise, not only would they not be able to continue, but they might also be bound by mysterious shackles and be consigned to eternal damnation. What should be done has been done. Let's be on our way. After one last glance at the Big Dipper star domain, they entered the starry sky, heading to the heavenly village to meet up with their old friends. In these days, they had returned more than once, because they had also transported a large number of people here. When they left, it was very peaceful, but when they returned, they felt that something was wrong. What happened? Yi Fan asked. In the depths of the starry sky, the Emperor of the Divine Court has issued another decree. He wants you to meet him. Jizue revealed a trace of worry. After all, that was a person who was about to achieve Tao. His aura could swallow the primordial universe, and he could look down on all races. He could really command the starry sky. He issued another decree? Yi Fan also felt a trace of anger. But that person was indeed powerful, and he still couldn't shake him. The person who issued the decree didn't find you. It was announced on the human ancient road, summoning you to have an audience, Qi Luo added. An audience? Does he really think of himself as the human emperor? How can he summon the human race's sacred physique so casually? Li Heishui also followed here, feeling indignant and dissatisfied. There are also rumors that it wasn't the emperor of the divine court who issued the decree. Instead, it was a deputy sect master who found out that the brown-haired great sage's cultivation had been severed. He was furious and had people draft a decree, ordering you to go. Otherwise, he would slaughter you for millions of miles, Dongfeng Yi said. The southern mountains barbarian race had moved, and they also entered the depths of the starry sky. Dongfeng Yi stepped onto the ancient road, and he was the first to learn of the situation. Then, he came back to deliver the letter. What a big tone. What an arrogant divine court. The sacred prince sneered. Back then, his father was a true sacred emperor, but he didn't act like this. A divine court established by a person who was about to achieve Tao actually dared to do this. Did they really think they were the rulers of the 9 heavens? The people of the heavenly village were all incomparably angry, but they also had a deep sense of worry. After all, that was an unrivaled character. If he really acted ruthlessly, Yi Fan would definitely be in big trouble. Wait for me to lay down the great Emperor Wusher's heaven-deceiving formation and hide it between heaven and earth. We will come out 500 years later and kill him. The Black Emperor completely broke away from his disappointment and let out heroic words. The urgent matter at hand was that the heavenly village had to move. Changing the coordinates of the starry sky again was the best choice. In this chaotic world, staying away from disputes and whirlpools was the only way to protect themselves. Let's go, leave this place. The so-called Golden Age, the so-called eternal changes, let's leave it to the ancient supreme beings. Let those above the quasi-emperor realm fight to the death. We will quietly watch the Golden Age flourish. On this day, the Black Emperor carved the supreme formation. With his current attainments, creating a great formation to cross the dark universe was no longer a problem. We won't get lost, right? The Black Emperor isn't that reliable. Let's get ready. Who in the world doesn't know how unreliable the Black Emperor is? Last time, he even lost himself. Everyone began to laugh loudly. The large black dog had lost himself in the universe last time, and after he returned, he had always been the butt of everyone's jokes. However, this caused him to lose his temper, and he indeed couldn't refute this. Endless galaxies receded, and a desolate scene appeared. They headed straight for the desolate border of the universe, arriving at the most desolate and bitter land. They flew past one galaxy after another, but they didn't discover a single life star. Would they be able to jump out of the whirlpool if they reached the extreme bitter land? Would they be able to avoid this great era if they distanced themselves from this eternal change? No one could say for sure. On this day, auspicious aura surged in the eastern wastelands, and the sound of iron chains in the ancient desolate forbidden lands shook the southern region. The sound traveled millions of kilometers, shocking the world. It was as if a colossus was moving. At the same time, abnormal changes also occurred in the 7 great life forbidden lands. The streaks of light that soared into the heavens became even more dazzling, tearing apart the boundless universe. The path of celestial ascension is about to appear. The people of the world were astonished, and the blood of the saints that came from the outer realms surged. However, they were also extremely nervous. Perhaps death was unavoidable, and everyone had long since anticipated the worst outcome. However, they had no choice but to fight. Countless elites, tens of thousands of races, and many sages didn't have much lifespan left. If they didn't fight, how could they be worthy of themselves and this great era? There were even some people who were still at the peak of their lives, and they also came. They stood in space, looking down, and didn't approach. They were waiting for an opportunity. If they didn't fight, how could they know that there wouldn't be an opportunity? Celestial ascension was the dream of all cultivators since ancient times, and it had never come true. All the ancient emperors and great emperors had speculated that the only path of celestial ascension would appear in this era. This might be the only opportunity. The people of the Big Dipper Alliance were almost suffocating, and the restlessness in the hearts of the elites became more and more intense. At this moment, there was no need for the ancient supreme beings in the life-forbidden lands to express anything. Everyone had already sensed it. The celestial gate was definitely about to open. The first place that changed was the ancient desolate forbidden land. That day, the 9 majestic sacred mountains began to shake intensely. Terrifying cracks appeared one after another. The sacred mountains in the forbidden lands were actually going to collapse. This wasn't caused by the immortal path, but rather by the people inside. Mist pervaded the air, spreading outwards. A tall and slender figure stood there, exceptional and proud. Her beautiful hair draped over her shoulders, and her eyes were as clear as water. The mist was like muslin, making her look hazy and impossible to see through. However, everyone could see that the one standing within the indistinct mist was a woman, arrogant and independent. Her body was tall and slender, her appearance exceptional. Was she Huang? She was going to take action, making the forbidden lands collapse? Immortal tears green gold, phoenix blood scarlet gold, divine marks purple gold, dragon marked black gold, several chains released xing noises, releasing heaven-reaching radiance, rushing up from the abyss. They wrapped around that woman's body, binding her, restricting her movements. There were some who said that she sealed herself, fearing that her flesh would become too powerful and cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to cave in, using this to seal herself. In reality, she really was too powerful. Endless years ago, there was a quasi-emperor who observed from the distance, believing that it was useless even if he used a revived emperor artifact to fight her. Hung Long, the 9 grand sacred mountains trembled, great cracks appearing one after another. The black cracks seemed to be connected to the underworld, dark and sinister. A type of indescribable power flowed outwards, devouring the Tao source of heaven and earth. In the distance, the experts outside the restricted region all felt their blood run cold. Even those as powerful as them felt their vital energy flowing out, turning into streaks of flowing light, entering the great black cracks. Everyone was horrified, especially the saints from outside this region. This was the first time they saw Huang's power, and there wasn't a single one of them who wasn't terrified to the extreme. They all flew out, staying far away from the great cracks in the immortal paths. The 9 sacred mountains were splitting apart, great cracks extending from the mountaintop to the foot of the mountain. This was but a life-restricted region. When had something like this ever happened before? It had never happened before, making everyone's souls tremble. There was a type of mysterious mist there that condensed together with time, stripping away everything. As long as there were creatures that approached, they would inevitably die of old age, turn into withered bones, and ultimately turn into dust. What exactly was that woman trying to do? This was a restricted region that made one feel great reverence. They didn't know the owner's origins, didn't know what was below. It was the most mysterious place. Chi, heaven-reaching radiance flew up, entering the heavens, extremely dazzling. It was as if 9 silver streams fell from the heavens, separately connecting to the 9 sacred mountain peaks. Earth and stone flew outwards, radiance exploding. An unforeseen event happened on the mountain peaks. The 9 stalks of divine medicines were all uprooted, turning into blazing spheres of light, leaving the surface. Heavens, are the divine medicines going to fly away? Are they the ones that caused the 9 sacred mountains to crack apart? In the distance, everyone was shaken, all of their eyes staring straight at the auspicious light above the abyss. All of them were overwhelmed with emotions. That was divine medicine, who wouldn't want to obtain it, if they could fly out of the forbidden zone? The eyes of the saints were burning with passion. Their mouths were agape, and their hearts were beating rapidly. The undying medicine stalks shone brilliantly, leaves sparkling and translucent, different from how they normally looked. They released their own undying radiance and power, dazzling to the point where one couldn't open their eyes. Why is it like this? What kind of chaos is going to happen exactly? Everyone was confused, full of shock and confusion. At first, those who still had some thoughts in their hearts gradually became cold. There was absolutely no hope. That woman was standing on the peak of the mountain. How could she let ants like them succeed? That's right, even the sage was probably just an ant-like existence in front of that woman. If they were to really fight, she might be able to annihilate all the races in the world with a snap of her fingers. The mist became even greater. That mysterious power was still swirling about. Fortunately, it didn't surge out, all of it revolving around the abyss entrance. Otherwise, it might have been a world-destroying disaster, all life being stripped away. Meanwhile, the 9 stalks of divine medicines that were uprooted from the ground became even more resplendent. It was as if they were going to melt, becoming things of light substance, no longer possessing true forms. Did she want to destroy the immortal elixir? Everyone's minds were greatly shaken. She is refining medicine. It is rumored that this is the method of an ancient great emperor, refining a great medicine in the void, able to extend one's life. An old saint sighed in admiration. The more he understood, the more he felt fear towards that woman. She didn't move, only focusing her gaze, paying close attention to the process of this medicine turning into light. The path of immortality seemed to truly be about to open. Otherwise, why would she make such a move? Perhaps it was to extend her life, wishing to fight an ancient supreme being at her peak state. This was the speculation of many old saints. They all held their breaths, nervously paying close attention. They couldn't see it in the past, and they wouldn't be able to see it again in the future. An existence of this level made everyone revere it to their bones. Unfortunately, everyone guessed incorrectly. The great medicine wasn't consumed, nor was it destroyed. They were like 9 suns, suspended there, and then quickly rotated. Winglong, following the rumbling of the great Tao, countless great Tao fragments flew out, separating from the light, arranging themselves in the void, reassembling into a flying immortal-like rain of light. It was extremely brilliant. Everyone was stupefied, truly wishing they could immediately rush over, let that rain of light pour down, collect the endless great Tao fragments into their bodies. This process continued for a long time. Then, the 9 spheres of light rushed together, colliding, releasing the most dazzling radiance. Meanwhile, those great Tao fragments also began to refine together. At the center, they condensed into a sphere of light. It was incomparably large, resplendent and dazzling, crushing the void until it almost collapsed. In the end, under everyone's shocked eyes, an undying medicine took form, transforming into one. The 9 stalks merged into one, becoming a complete immortal medicine. It had 9 branches in total, every single one of them having different leaves, a total of 9 colors. It was sparkling and translucent, the entire stalk less than a meter tall. Its skin was like dragon scales, branches like flying phoenixes, extremely mysterious. This was its true appearance, its name the 9 Wonders Undying. Medicine, back then, the entire stalk was divided into 9 parts, separately planted on the 9 sacred mountains. Now, it finally became one, allowing the people of the world to see its true form, appearing in this world. At the same time, the 9 sacred mountains collapsed, rumbling with destruction within smoke and dust. The 9 divine springs dried up, no longer flowing, all of the divine water disappearing. This was a heaven-shocking great change, enormous cracks extended outwards, reaching who knew how many li. The 9 sacred mountains ultimately collapsed. Meanwhile, during this process, the immortal gold on that woman's body released noises, all types of light flying about. It was as if there was heaven-reaching sword energy sweeping out, jing-jing sounds rang through the air. Those immortal iron chains were all broken, and she completely broke free. She stood proudly in the world of mortals, overlooking the 10,000 regions of the heavens. With a honglong sound, the great earth caved in, several hundred li around the abyss collapsing. There was actually an enormous expanse of ruins below. There was even an enormous monument within, towering majestically. 3 large characters were carved on it, Immortal Ascension Road. Those characters were extremely ancient, not many people among the saints able to recognize them. Some said that it was heaven-reaching immortal text, while others said that it was characters from the legendary era. How could there be this type of monument? Everyone was stupefied. Could it be that the immortal gate really was going to open here? It was because there were rumors many years ago that the immortal path would appear in the ancient desolate Forbidden Lands abyss. This woman occupied this place, becoming the lord of a life-restricted region. Wasn't this just too heaven-defying? We can finally confirm that heavenly jade holy land went crazy back then, all for the sake of charging into the immortal path. Everyone in Big Dipper sighed. In that era, an intense fluctuation had appeared in the eastern wastelands. There was a great void crack that split open, definitely an omen that the immortal path was about to open. In that era, the most glorious Holy Land in history constructed a heaven-reaching great formation, slaughtering their way inside with Emperor artifacts in hand, hoping to immediately charge into the immortal gate and ascend into immortality at the correct time. Unfortunately, they were wrong, the immortal gate didn't open. After the flourishing heavenly jade rushed in, the heaven-reaching great formation collapsed, so they couldn't immediately withdraw. Even with Emperor artifacts in hand, they couldn't protect their safety. The power of the ancient desolate abyss completely wiped out their bloodline, only a few people escaping while on the verge of death. There is another monument. Everyone was shocked. Who was the one that moved all of these over? It was rumored that in the beginning, the owner of this place wasn't a woman, but rather someone who took over later on. That was an enormous ancient monument. Symbols flickered on its surface, great Tao swirling about, turning into strand after strand of unmatched fist intent, erupting from that place. 6 Tao Reincarnation's fist. Someone cried out in alarm, seeing these large characters. As for the concrete cultivation method, they couldn't see it. It left everyone shaken, at the same time stirred up, wishing they could immediately throw themselves over. The unmatched fist method recorded on the path of immortality, this saying, is true after all, it is right here. Everyone sighed with astonishment, thinking back to those legends. The 6 Tao Reincarnation's fist was recorded on the path of immortality, and later on, it was brought out by the old lunatic, passed on to Yifan. Everything was true after all, not the slightest bit of falsehood, matching up perfectly. Enormous ruins, collapsed palaces, what kind of place was this? No matter how one looked at it, it was like an immortal realm's heavenly watchtower, suspected to have fallen from immortal domain. That type of aura left everyone horrified. What was that woman trying to do? Everyone was incredibly bewildered. The 9 sacred mountains collapsed, revealing the true scene below the abyss, making the people of the world speculate about the secret land finally see the light of day, also allowing everyone to see the truth. However, everything that happened today was too strange. On the ruins, a 5-colored altar floated, not falling. That woman descended with clouds and mist, 9 wonder divine medicine following behind her, arriving before the giant monument with the 3 words Path of Immortality engraved on it. There were more than 10 people who welcomed them. There were actually people in the ruins. Right, they are all desolate slaves. One of them was a white-clothed woman who looked like a modern person, her clothes no different from those of the present era. The other woman was recognized, most likely the number 1 beauty of the eastern wastelands from 6,000 years ago, Heavenly Jade Holy Lady. It was because that type of clothing was precisely her sex, Holy Lady Xianxia. Apart from this, there was another person who was recognized, ancient sage Xianxia from 10,000 years ago, someone who had previously had an audience with Green Emperor several times. As for the others, it was hard to recognize them. Their clothes were shockingly ancient, their origins impossible to discern. Clouds swirled about, not even the heavenly eye able to see through them, difficult to see their true appearances. The space between the brows of the restricted region lord that ruled over the mortal realm flickered with brilliance. With a hong sound, it was as if heaven and earth were hacked apart. There was actually an enormous gate of light that appeared out of nowhere, and then she entered with a single step. Everyone was flabbergasted by what they saw. Meanwhile, what was even more shocking was that the heavenly monument with the 3 words Path of Immortality and the ancient monument with the 6 Tao Reincarnation's fist actually turned into a pair of enormous gates, blocking that place, sealing off that path. This woman brought more than 10 desolate slaves with her, entering that path just like that, disappearing from sight. A mysterious world was cut off, everyone was stupefied. Heavens, is that the Path of Immortality? Everyone was in an uproar. The giant monument's contents were extremely clear. All cultivators in the world wanted to step on the Path of Immortality, yet she entered just like that? Could it be that this woman waited until the most correct time? Was she going to become an immortal? The southern region erupted into commotion, a great earthquake happening in the eastern wastelands. It was unknown just how many people were shaken. This was simply unbelievable. However, not a single person dared approach, not daring to step on that path. It was because large amounts of mist rose from the ruins, submerging that place. This was a power that could deprive one of time. Meanwhile, almost at the same time, the great restricted regions all erupted with deity-like auras. Heaven and earth were thrown into chaos, vast and mighty, engulfing millions and millions of li. The great restricted regions all moved. The ancient supreme beings moved. Someone was going to appear in this world, immortal tomb, a mysterious ancient land. It was rumored that immortals were buried here. Since the ancient times, many heroes entered, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea, always entering but never coming out. There were great mounds here, stone monuments, all of them incomparably large, suspected to be ancient tombs. It was one of the most dangerous danger spots in the eastern wastelands. Normally, this place was completely desolate, almost no activity heard. The enormous tombs were deathly still, not a single creature in sight. However now, there was heaven-reaching radiance in the central region, stirring up the 33 layers of heaven. There was a creature about to come out, the path of immortality about to appear. The ancient supreme beings finally couldn't sit still any longer, all of them displaying reactions one after another. A creature walked out from a mortal tomb, surrounded by clear splendor, his true appearance impossible to see. Blood energy was at the peak of this generation, just a strand that leaked out already making the nearby great wastelands collapse. This wasn't like someone who paid a tremendous price at all, an existence that was already on the verge of decaying. He was still matchless and powerful, possessing unmatched might in this world. This was a violent storm. It wasn't a pathfinding servant, nor was it an imperial prince-level figure, but rather an ancient supreme being. He really did come out. In that instant, he restrained the strand of aura that leaked out. Only, his skull continued to release heaven-reaching radiance, linking up the heavens. This was impossible to hide. It seemed to be related to their current states. In that instant, ghosts wept and deities howled, heaven and earth trembled. Even deities seemed to be in fear. Blood rain poured down one moment, and then divine flowers bloomed angrily the next. Within the bloody radiance, sparkling flower petals fluttered about, strange to the extreme. Within a range of several million li, all creatures and cultivators couldn't help but tremble. A supreme being appeared. Even though his aura was concealed, everything restrained, it still made one feel as if a supreme deity had returned, an instinctive fear. The existence in a mortal tomb had his hands behind his back. He raised his head towards the sky, as if he was recalling the glorious years of the past. Seeing the light of day again made him feel as if a lifetime had passed. In reality, it really was thousands of lifetimes. His every movement made the 9 heavens 10 earths tremble. He took a step forward, and a great path of immortal light appeared beneath his feet. It connected to the south, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived outside the ancient desolate forbidden land. It had only been a single step, and he had arrived here. It was no different from the resurrection of an ancient emperor. Although the emperor's aura was restrained and not released, it still caused all living beings in the southern domain to be filled with terror. Everyone in the area couldn't help but kowtow. When an ancient supreme being came into being, the great Tao of heaven and earth wailed. All spirits respected him, and all races in the heavens had to submit. The supreme being in the immortal mausoleum arrived outside the ancient desolate forbidden land. He gazed into the depths of the forbidden land. His eyes were deep, as if they were condensed from a vast ocean, deep and immeasurable. Upon closer inspection, the universe and galaxy were destroyed, the heavens collapsed, and the heavens and earth were split apart as all living beings were born. That kind of gaze made people palpitate. It was as if they were facing the founder of a new era. Even their souls were trembling. The Supreme in the immortal mausoleum stared at the ruins at the bottom of the ancient desolate abyss, as well as the pair of huge stone doors. He took a step forward, actually feeling the urge to enter. What a pity, an old friend has been suppressed. This place has changed owners just like that. I wonder if he is still here or not. The supreme being in the immortal mausoleum said to himself. When these words were spoken, all of the saints kneeling on the ground felt their fine hairs stand on end. It was rumored that the original owner of the ancient desolate forbidden land wasn't a woman, but rather changed owners later on. This was actually true. He obtained confirmation from the mouth of an ancient supreme being. He continued forward, wishing to enter the ancient desolate forbidden land. It was unknown if he was going to demand an explanation for his old friend, or if he was going to enter the path of immortality. Roar! Right at this time an imposing figure appeared in front of the enormous stone doors. Its entire body was covered in golden fur, and it looked terrifying to the extreme. It was wrapped within a thick mist, and it was extremely shocking. Everyone shivered inwardly. This type of roar was too terrifying, and the cultivators of the southern domain all felt that it was a bit familiar. They were all shocked. Everyone was stupefied. They suddenly remembered that occasionally, the Forbidden Land would erupt with demonic roars. It was precisely this voice. There was another unmatched existence in the Forbidden Land? Apart from that woman, there was another supreme being that was as enormous as a matchless demonic lord. You are still here, but you are no longer as magnificent as before. Not good enough. The supreme being from Immortal Mausoleum released a light sigh, as if he was a bit shocked. This was a massive creature that was 10 zhang in height. It actually appeared out of thin air. Its golden fur was intimidating, and blood energy overflowed into the heavens. It didn't seem to match the ancient supreme being's words at all. There were shackles on his body that released walala sounds. They were incomparably heavy, forged from divine gold. The saint's scalps went numb. If nothing unexpected happened, then this should be the original owner of the ancient desolate Forbidden Land. This was the true Huang. Who was that woman? Everyone's fine hairs fell down, shaved off by a wave of cold energy. They were all trembling inwardly. This was just too shocking. If she didn't come, I would have passed away in meditation, unable to hold on any longer. It was her who allowed me to live. The true Huang released a low voice. Within the golden fur and chaotic energy, a pair of blood-red eyes could be seen. It left everyone horrified. The supreme being from Immortal Mausoleum stopped, not entering. It was because one could vaguely see that golden-haired robust figure releasing a strand of might, opposing him with equal harshness. Back then, you didn't leave with me, establishing yourself here. It was a wrong decision. The supreme being from Immortal Mausoleum said coldly. There will be a battle between you and me, but it won't be today. The golden-haired male's eyes became even more blood-red, revealing an unmatched domineering aura. It immediately engulfed the entire eastern wastelands. Then, with a flash of light, he disappeared. I will wait for you. I am looking forward to facing the only survivor, a battle. The supreme being from Immortal Mausoleum said coldly, as if he didn't feel the slightest bit of misgivings or worry. Everyone was shocked. Who was this golden-haired male with blood energy that rushed into the heavens? He seemed to have an extremely great background, a matchless figure from ancient history. His background could be found. Shua, the supreme being from Immortal Mausoleum turned around, directly walking towards the great crack in the immortal path, leaving the ancient desolate Forbidden Land. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the several thousand zhang long giant crack alone. Only after a long time had passed did the radiance in his original location explode. He immediately disappeared. From that day forth, Big Dipper Star region became chaotic. Several great life-restricted regions all produced even more terrifying fluctuations, streak after streak of light rushing into the heavens. It was rumored that this represented the number of ancient supreme beings, each streak of light a person, representing the glory of an era. That was their Tao, something that would never wither away. Every single life-restricted region had at least one streak of light that rushed into the heavens, while Origin Ancient Mind might have 3, or even 4, perhaps even the most. However, when the beams of light appeared together, the saints couldn't tell them apart at all, unable to see through them at all. Everyone comprehended the Tao of many great emperors, approaching the true bodies of several ancient emperors, becoming real in this world. There had never been a world like today, not a single supreme being appearing, but rather all of them moving. From that day forth, the experts of the cosmos all hurried over like moths flying into a flame. There were more and more people, boundless and limitless, groups of stars shining resplendently. This was a great world, so many experts appearing at the same time. The Quasi-Emperor didn't only have the 2 that appeared at the very beginning, there were more. Heaven and earth were vast and mighty, the star domain shaking chaotically. Big Dipper Star region underwent extremely terrifying changes. 5 great continents, Eastern Wasteland, Northern Plains, Central Continent, Southern Ridge, and Western Desert all began to shine. What is that? Everyone was shocked to the point where their souls were about to fly out. The 5 great continents were like 5 colored altars, releasing different types of light, as if they were going to revive. This type of giant formation was truly unprecedented, shocking the world. Where were they going to cross? Could it be that this was the immortal path, Hunlong? Everyone discovered with shock that when the 5 great continents surged with hazy radiance, outside the ancient desolate restricted region, the great void cracks became even larger, continuously exploding. One could vaguely hear the roars of true dragons, immortal phoenixes crying into the 9 heavens, ringing through Big Dipper. The immortal path really was about to open, getting closer and closer. Everyone seemed to have sensed immortal domain's aura, the immortal spirits of that realm roaring, descending all types of auras and great power. Weng, a divine spear tore through the sky, millions and millions of strands of auspicious light flying over from the depths of the cosmos, tearing apart the void, directly descending upon Big Dipper. Quasi-Emperor, this was definitely a powerful Quasi-Emperor. In this world, apart from Gai Joyo, there was no Quasi-Emperor in Big Dipper, yet someone from outside this region succeeded. Chong. At the same time, in outer space outside Big Dipper, there was a small metal boat that was less than 2 zhang in length, its aura suddenly flourishing. The person inside actually directly ascended from the Great Sage state to the Quasi-Emperor state. After suppressing it for so many years, it's finally time to return my Dao fruit. I look forward to the opening of the immortal path. A voice sounded from within the small golden boat. If Yifan was here, he would definitely be shocked, because this was precisely the person who had done something to his body in the past. The old monk from the western desert saw through it before passing away, using the power of the Tao to help him get rid of it. After these 2 quasi-emperors appeared, they kept a low profile, quickly restraining their auras, because they sensed the immortal light within the life-restricted region and wanted to avoid it. Weng, with another loud sound, a blue golden pagoda appeared. It was 33 layers high, representing the supreme 33 layers of heaven. Moreover, each layer had source energy descending like a heavenly river. It directly flew into this great star. Moreover, it didn't stop, nor did it restrain its light. From the western desert to the northern plains, then to the central plains, then to the southern mountains, and finally to the eastern wasteland, it circled in front of many magnificent mountains and rivers as if it was sizing them up. What a great star, leaving behind so many great emperors' footprints. This pagoda emitted this kind of voice, as if it was filled with endless emotions. With a rumble, when he passed by the undying mountain, he stopped for a short moment and gazed into the distance. The ancient supreme beings in the mountain were still dignified and didn't express anything. And when he sent a strand of his divine will towards the Tao understanding tree, and then aimed at the black tortoise divine medicine, a cold snort was immediately heard, causing the entire pagoda to tremble. Rumble, at the same time, a terrifying aura erupted. A headless horseman soared into the sky, sitting on a stone beast. Its bull-sized hooves shattered the void. Endless emperor energy erupted, engulfing the heaven and earth, crazily rushing forward. Scram! Even though he was headless, his voice was like a thunderclap, shaking the boundless sky and making it tremble. You are merely a servant, yet you dare to act like a supreme being and shout at me? A cold voice rang out from the emperor's pagoda made of eternal blue gold. It was extremely displeased. As someone who was about to achieve the Tao, in this world, he would display the most resplendent brilliance. Apart from the supreme beings of the ancient times, he could command the entire universe. Now, even the true supreme beings of the ancient times couldn't look down on him like this and would give him a certain amount of respect. However, this headless horseman was berating him like this, treating him like he was nothing. This made him feel like he was going too far. Stop putting on your status as the Lord of the Divine Court in front of the Forbidden Region. Not to mention that you have yet to achieve the Tao, even if a true great emperor came here, so what? Who do you think you are? The headless horseman's words were extremely sharp, not giving him any face at all, even a bit harsh. However, he spoke very naturally and seriously, not purposely trying to humiliate him. Because in his eyes, this was the truth. Humph. A cold snort rang out from the emperor's pagoda, causing the entire world to tremble. A wave of pressure surged forward. Immediately, people shouted and horses neighed. That headless corpse roared loudly, slaughtering his way forward. Emperor energy overflowed into the heavens. The headless horseman was dressed in black iron clothes. He was tall and valiant, holding a black and cold spear in his hand. He had a bearing that could intimidate the world. Unfortunately, he didn't have a head, so his neck was stained with quite a bit of blood. Beneath him was a tall stone horse. It shook its head and tail, raising its head and neighing. It was terrifyingly powerful, and each time its large stone hooves descended, it would shatter the void. This horseman charged forward, shaking the entire eastern wasteland. Even though the killing intent was blocked by the undying mountain, there was still a type of aura that covered heaven and earth. It couldn't destroy all things, but it could still sweep through the world. An emperor battle, everyone was stunned. They all looked towards that region, not daring to believe all of this. The entire world was shocked, even though most people had never seen an emperor before, nor had they felt that kind of fluctuation. In just this instant, they knew that this was an emperor. They were different from the masses, possessing a type of power that surpassed reincarnation. It awakened their subconscious, allowing them to realize this level. What happened? Did an emperor-level battle truly erupt? Everyone was horrified, all of them watching with disbelief. If not for Undying Mountain stopping the murderous intent, this world would have definitely been flooded with blood, the corpses of 10,000 creatures piled up into mountains. It was just too terrifying. These were emperors that couldn't be contended against. This should be the true battle of the quasi-emperor. There was a great sage who came to this conclusion, feeling greatly alarmed. With the word emperor attached to it, it really could be described as a war between emperors, far surpassing them, not even on the same order of magnitude. And if Yifan was here, he would definitely be shocked. How could the real quasi-emperor be compared to the old magical snake? Saying that it had that kind of strength was too much of an exaggeration. The quasi-emperor was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was a brand new world that couldn't be surpassed. Rumble. On Undying Mountain's side, the headless horseman took action alone, like a great army galloping forward. The great wastelands nearby were unaffected, but the heavens had long been torn apart, striking into outer space, blasting many small planets to pieces. Many parts of the stone horse he sat on turned into flesh, terrifying to the heavens, incomparable. It was also releasing strand after strand of terrifying aura. This battle, if it was the great sage here, he would definitely be completely wiped out. No matter how many came, they would all die, not enough to kill at all. Meanwhile, this was still just the quasi-emperor, not a true great emperor. With a winglong sound, the emperor pagoda forged from eternal blue gold descended, continuously enlarging, crushing the headless horseman and that warhorse until they trembled endlessly, the void exploding. This was an unendurable emperor might, a type of boundless might. Divine Court's emperor took the initiative to become angry, no longer having any misgivings about Undying Mountain's life-restricted region, starting to take action powerfully. The headless horseman wasn't a supreme being, just a servant that was sealed, guarding the gateway at the center of Undying Mountain. Even though he was extremely powerful, able to sweep through all enemies in the world, the emperor clearly exceeded this category. This type of power didn't belong to the world of mortals, almost close to the supreme being level. It wasn't something he could eliminate. Winglong, the emperor pagoda forged from eternal blue gold swayed intensely. The 33-layered pagoda body and the 33 layers of heaven seemed to have merged together, possessing the power to destroy the stars in the sky. Moreover, the source energy was like a river of stars, a total of 33 strands, a boundless expanse. When they smashed down, every strand was as heavy as millions and millions, not something a human could endure. Roar! The headless quasi-emperor roared. The holy horse he sat on also released divine might, resisting together with him. Unfortunately, it was still a bit lacking, unable to resist. It was actually crushed until its entire body cracked apart, even that black armor about to collapse. That war spear was also wailing endlessly. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded, coming from the center of Undying Mountain's mysterious ancient earth. The entire emperor pagoda seemed to have been struck by lightning, shaking intensely. Eternal blue gold radiance flourished, flying out diagonally. The headless horseman struggled free, his entire body burning with blood energy, recovering in an instant. He was about to rush over again. However, a divine will from within the forbidden region stopped him, and there was a grand fluctuation that personally came out, pressing towards the Emperor Pagoda, making this place rumble. The Divine Court's Lord was immediately alarmed, shouting loudly, "I have no intention of offending you, nor do I want to incur enmity with you all. I am merely passing by, why do you need to be so overbearing? Whether or not there is, you know it yourself. You even want to covet Undying Mountain's divine medicine, do you still place the ancient supreme beings in your eyes?" The Headless Horseman's cold voice transmitted over. Now, the ancient supreme beings had already awakened, and things were no longer the past. The divine medicine had a new owner, and they could not tolerate anyone coming here to blaspheme and display their might. From the Headless Horseman's point of view, the Emperor was displaying his strength to the many experts in the cosmos, paving the way for him to unify the cosmos in the future. He had to suppress them back. Winglong, the great Tao fluctuations were terrifying, engulfing the stars in the sky. Many stars in the outer realms trembled, yet this great earth was frozen, not swaying in the slightest. Mortals didn't know, but the saints could clearly feel it. They felt a chill run down their spine. This type of power was too terrifying, exceeding their understanding. What could they use to fight against it? There was no hope for them in this world. If the immortal path was opened, they wouldn't even be able to fish in troubled waters. They could only wait for the ancient supreme beings to enter before they could take action. The difference was too great, like the difference between clouds and mud, the Emperor Pagoda wailed, trembling with rustling sounds. Cracks appeared on its surface, and the Emperor within couldn't stop it either, about to be dragged out. Pung, a streak of light was directly pulled out. The existence from Undying Mountain didn't even appear. There was already such matchless divine might in the distant ancient land, leaving everyone shocked. This figure was extremely hazy, to the extent where it was a bit faint, not real. This was the Emperor Lord, not his true body, but just a divine will. The great sage in this region was shocked again. This Emperor Lord was truly formidable. His true body came, yet his divine will already possessed such matchless power, able to fight against the Headless Horseman. It was too shocking, no wonder the Lord of the Divine Court was so confident. He really was strong. If his true body came, could it be that he really could fight against the ancient supreme beings? The supreme being from Undying Mountain didn't immediately take action to kill him, instead watching from the sidelines. As if he sensed something, the fluctuations didn't immediately rush over, instead sweeping into the distance. "Senior Supreme Being, I didn't mean to offend you. All of this is just a misunderstanding." At this moment, the Emperor Lord's attitude was extremely low, seriously explaining. However, the Headless Horseman was extremely disgusted. He had protected this place for generations, so he hated this type of person the most. The Supreme Being from Undying Mountain didn't say a single word, as if he was confident in his status. In the end, he took action. A strand of fluctuation swept over, heaven and earth, great Tao fragments directly forming a large hand, grabbing the Emperor Lord's divine will, about to shatter it. Everyone was horrified. This restricted region Lord didn't appear from start to finish, about to wipe out the divine will that had quasi-emperor level strength. It was too terrifying, the disparity too great. "I call you Senior Supreme Being, but I don't fear you. Do you really think that you are still the one who achieved the Tao from the past?" The Lord of the Divine Court shouted with a divine voice, unexpectedly extremely domineering. Everyone became stupefied. There was actually this type of person, daring to berate an ancient supreme being. It was just too shocking. "Are you challenging the dignity of a supreme being?" The Headless Horseman shouted. "What supreme being? The true great emperors and ancient emperors have all died." The Lord of the Divine Court roared, his voice shaking up the entire northern Dipper Star region, leaving everyone stupefied. What was the meaning of this? Was he denying all life in the restricted region? That large hand formed from heaven and earth, great Tao fragments didn't immediately clench down, instead allowing him to speak without any fluctuations, extremely patient. "I admit that when the restricted region Lord goes all out, they can return to their previous supreme state, still be unmatched under the heavens. However, do they dare? Can they have that type of opportunity once or twice? As for what will happen afterwards, they themselves are clear on their own." The Lord of the Divine Court shouted. This was undoubtedly shocking information. How could normal people understand these things? They didn't know at all. Who would have thought that this type of individual who achieved the Tao would speak about these secrets? Normally, even if they are stronger than my true body, the difference wouldn't be as great as heaven and earth. Even if they return to the peak of their past glory, they would only dare to squander their power at the start of the immortal path. Before that, would they really dare to kill my true body like that? They wouldn't dare. I mind my own business with you all, not wishing to become enemies. If you force my hand, I won't feel any fear either. The Lord of the Divine Court spoke fiercely, completely throwing caution to the wind. In this world, perhaps only someone like him who was about to corroborate the Tao would dare speak like this. Pooh. Undying Mountain's Lord used action to give his reply. That temporary great Tao palm closed, directly crushing his divine consciousness into fragments, turning it into scattered ashes. It was too powerful, matchless, and unmatched. The Lord of the restricted region couldn't contend against it at all. Even a powerful Emperor Lord like this didn't make him budge in the slightest, directly erased by the Tao law fragments between heaven and earth. The Headless Horseman was about to walk up, seize that Emperor Pagoda cast from eternal blue gold, and then store it in Undying Mountain. However, right at this moment, there were several powerful divine wills that probed over, as if they were primordial gods and devils, as if they were immortal world supreme beings, leaving him so shaken he couldn't help but tremble. It wasn't just a single supreme being that took action, wishing to seize the Emperor Pagoda cast from eternal blue gold. They undoubtedly came from the various great restricted regions. This was immortal material, something that would even move the hearts of ancient great emperor-level individuals, Hong. However, it was unknown who it was that moved, but this pagoda was blasted flying. Moreover, it wasn't just a single wave of power that directly smashed into the southern region from the central region. This pagoda released dazzling blue light, everlasting and inextinguishable, resplendent and dazzling. It was as if it was burning, actually smashing into the ancient desolate restricted region. It was clear that there were supreme beings that wanted to size up the restricted region's strength after changing owners. What was unexpected was that the woman in the ancient desolate restricted region didn't care at all. She didn't want to seize the pagoda, didn't want to get involved in the muddy waters, instead sending out a slap, the sound sharp and clear. Then, an explosion sounded. The Emperor Pagoda cast from eternal blue gold shattered, turning into a large expanse of blue light that rushed into outer space, blasting many stars into pieces, disappearing into the depths of the cosmos. A blue rain of light danced about, brilliant and beautiful. These were immortal gold fragments that rushed into the depths of the cosmos. Many great stars were blasted into smithereens like fireworks. It was majestic and world-shocking. Roar, in the depths of the boundless heavens, within a grand palace floating within primal chaos, an angry roar sounded. He picked up a sparkling fragment and pinched it between his fingers. Endless coldness appeared within the depths of his eyes. The sun is setting over the western mountains. I'm already old. I'll let you all flaunt your might for now. When the day comes when I rule over the cosmos, I will rewrite the old order. The Emperor Pagoda was destroyed. This majestic figure covered in primal chaos mist sat on the highest throne. His expression was cold and his voice was low. However, he was still powerful and confident, domineering beyond compare. Big Dipper Star region was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. This was too powerful. With just a single palm, the eternal blue gold 33-layered heaven pagoda was smashed into pieces. It turned into a beautiful rain of light that disappeared into the depths of the cosmos. How domineering and mighty was this? The Lord of the ancient desolate forbidden land didn't care about this immortal material at all, shattering it with a single palm. Within the various great life-restricted regions, several ancient supreme beings were indifferent. Just now, there was clearly someone who wanted to stir up trouble and size up the existence of the ancient desolate abyss. They never expected things to end up like this. The ancient desolate forbidden land's 9 sacred mountains collapsed. There was a large expanse of ruins that was shrouded in mist. However, it didn't seem dispirited and instead made this place even more immeasurable. Outside, the great crack in the immortal path became larger and larger. Meanwhile, the 5 great continents also released a weak light. The enormous 5-colored altar seemed to be reviving and was about to open up an enormous gate. Big Dipper, even the quasi-emperor, was incomparably cautious, not daring to act unbridled anymore. Everyone could see what happened before them. The divine senses of those who achieved the Tao were destroyed and Tao artifacts were destroyed. How could they not be alarmed? Despite this being the case, there were more and more saints. Tens of thousands of realms, great life ancient lands, as long as they had a certain level of accomplishment, they all hurried over. Those who didn't have much lifespan left as the main force were the most fearless. For them, death wasn't that big of a deal. Either way, they were going to face that moment. If they could fight their way through, then it would be a different world, allowing them to live forever. As for the other supreme beings, they were naturally even more conceited. Could it be that they couldn't compare to some old fellas? A few flourishing great sage and sect ancestors were all buried near the Emperor Star. Of course, they wouldn't compete with the ancient supreme beings. They understood their own status as well. Even if they were the supreme of a region, known as the most powerful expert of a main star, in this place, even if they were a dragon, they still had to coil up, and even if they were a tiger, they still had to lie down, not daring to be arrogant. Most of these people stood guard in outer space, waiting for an opportunity. After the Supreme Being expedition, it would be their turn to appear. They understood their own statuses and qualifications well. The situation in the Big Dipper sector was getting more and more intense. In the end, the entire ancient planet was glowing. Everyone was waiting for the path of immortalization to open. This type of atmosphere made. As days passed, the saints, and the, it, and, one, and, and. Saint intent. All the atmosphere was suffocating. As the days passed, even the sage's taut nerves were about to snap. Everyone was restless and trembling. Endless years of waiting, if it wasn't activated in that instant, it would produce the greatest change that would topple the human realm. Charging into the immortal domain, achieving the Tao and ascending to immortality, this was the dream of every single cultivator. Immortals could not be seen, and it seemed like no one had ever succeeded in killing their way into the immortal realm. All the problems had accumulated in this era. The hope of the ancient celestial being from the legendary era, the hope of the ancient emperors, the hope of the desolate era's human race great emperor, all of them were about to come to an end. There was going to be a conclusion. This was the calm before the storm. At this time, no one was stirring up trouble, no one was fighting, and even the creatures that walked out from the forbidden region were keeping a low profile. For a time, the entire world seemed to have become silent. Are we going to the Big Dipper? That place has become the most powerful battlefield since ancient times. Even if there is no hope of becoming an immortal, we should still go and experience it. Of course, the trials on the ancient road have already reached their peak. No one knows when the ultimate battle of the Emperor's Road will begin. We should go to the Emperor Burial Star. How can we miss it? The supreme beings from the ancient times have appeared. Maybe the ancient emperors and great emperors of the past will also appear. No matter what, we should see supreme existences of this level. That's right, maybe the ancient celestial being from the legendary era will appear. The most inconceivable era has arrived. How can we miss it? Even if we can't participate, we should still witness it. On the human race's ancient road, some of the younger sages were all discussing. Recently, the Big Dipper was stirring, and all experts had heard of it. They were all discussing and paying close attention to it. It wasn't just limited to this road. The ancient road of the sacred spirits, the ancient road of the god race, the ancient road of the ancient emperor race. Everyone on these supreme roads was looking at the Big Dipper star region, waiting for that moment to arrive. It was unknown how many people had set off, rushing to the Emperor Burial Star. Even if they couldn't participate, they still wanted to witness it. They wanted to see the most flourishing era and listen to the most intense and powerful war song of the immortal path. Hong! An enormous sound rang out. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. A Tao figure streaked across the sky, causing many stars to tremble and the vast sea of stars to tremble. Who is this powerful and domineering? On the side, within a holy city on an ancient road, many people cried out in alarm. When they saw the figure that traversed through the starry river, they all revealed astonished expressions. It's the absolute beginning. He's the first person to carve his name on the ultimate ancient road's crystal monument. There were actually people who recognized him. They had previously met by fate and watched from afar. At this time, they spoke of his origins, immediately drawing many cries of alarm. In the cosmos, there were many ancient roads. Only the most powerful could break through the shackles and take the ultimate leap. Only then could they enter the final heavenly pass and leave their names behind. The first person to arrive would leave a deep impression no matter what. Right now, he was soaring through the sky, heading towards an unknown star region. Naturally, this stirred up people's hearts. Hung, another intense tremor rang out. Many figures soared through the sky, each of their magical power overflowing into the heavens. The holy city below was shaken to the point where it almost collapsed. These people could all rely on their own strength to cross the cosmos. They're all people who left their names on the crystal monument. They're all the supreme experts of the various ancient roads. Who would have thought that they would all move? Are they all heading towards the Big Dipper star region to bear witness? Without a doubt, the Big Dipper star region had become the center of the cosmos. All eyes were on it, and all races were gathered there. Under the resplendent starry sky, a tall and slender figure appeared. He was surrounded by 108 divine rings. He was otherworldly, and his entire being was incomparably holy. Even his hair was dyed in a layer of golden radiance. His entire being was incomparably brilliant, as if he was the descendant of the sun god. This was precisely the Yao Guan who had disappeared for many years. He appeared on the ancient road. He was auspicious and calm, and his entire body emitted a sparkling radiance. His eyes were deep as he muttered to himself, "Is it finally going to open? I should also return. The bone of the quasi-emperor, the blood of an ancient supreme being. This is going to be an unprecedented feast." In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Hong Long, another loud sound rang out. A terrifying figure appeared. He walked out step by step, and many stars retreated beneath his feet. He possessed an aura that could devour mountains and rivers. Who is this person? Why is he so special? It's as if he can dominate the entire cosmos, and only he can become an emperor. That kind of bearing seems to come from his bones. Everyone was shaken. They felt a supreme pressure, as if he was the supreme ruler of the heavens and earth, looking down on all domains. This was precisely the aura of that person. Every movement he made was as if a human lord had descended into this world. He's an emperor. What? A great emperor or ancient emperor? Those who didn't understand cried out in alarm. Their faces were filled with shock. No, his name is the emperor. He had once placed his name in front of the impregnable pass of the only true path and was ranked 50th. His name alone was enough to show how terrifying and powerful he was. During the archaic years, this name had once shocked immortals and caused a great disturbance. He alone killed all of the contenders who had rushed to the impregnable pass of the Emperor's path. However, in the end, he released a light sigh in front of that impregnable pass. He didn't enter, turning around and leaving just like that. When someone spoke of this secret, everyone on the star domain ancient path was shocked. Just how powerful was this? If one person killed all of them, wouldn't that be the most powerful under the heavens, stunning and unmatched? However, he still chose to leave. He chose to seal the source and wait until he appeared in this world. Now that he appeared again, it was truly unknown just what kind of storm he would stir up. Only, the waters of Emperor Burial Star are too deep. Even if he went there with such power, when he saw the ancient supreme beings, he would most likely only be able to lie down, unable to resist them. Great figures headed towards Big Dipper one after another, leaving the people on the ancient path speechless. Meanwhile, this also drew even more people over, all of them wishing to see what was going on. Everyone was extremely clear-headed. They couldn't compete against the ancient supreme beings, nor could they fight over that immortal gate. Otherwise, even if their strength increased by 10,000 times, they would still be killed. Now, they were all here to watch a golden occasion unfold. Affected by this, more and more people gathered. A storm formed on the ancient path, all of them gathering at the coordinates. All the saints were on their way. The seal on the flying celestial star has loosened. Those crusaders are on their way again. An earth-shattering attack has begun again. On this day, someone spread the news that in a distant star domain, many ancient great clans had gathered there. Among them, there was no lack of supreme experts that had been sealed since ancient times. They are reorganizing their army. Do they want to find the celestial bell, control the ancient desolate tower, or attack Emperor Burial Star in hopes of becoming immortals? These should all be their goals. It wasn't just them. Ziwei Star Domain, Gaochen Star Domain, Tongtian Star Domain, Amitba Star Domain, Huasong Star Domain, Yuhua Star Domain, Everlasting Star Domain, and many other places with life were all moving. 100,000 gods and devils were riding across the cosmos, millions of experts were crossing Big Dipper. This was a crazy era. After enduring for tens of thousands of years, all the cultivators and experts could no longer sit still. Those with the ability were all rushing towards Emperor Burial Star. The sky was about to collapse. The earth was about to collapse. Even if nothing happened, something would happen. The cosmos was too vast and boundless. Not to mention the weak races, just the powerful races that could cross the cosmos numbered in the tens of thousands. All of them were gathered in one region. This was a terrifying storm. In the starry sky, a middle-aged monk with a compassionate expression sat cross-legged on a praying mat. It seemed as if he hadn't moved for thousands of years. His body was almost covered in dust. At this time, he stood up and stepped into the starry sky. Golden Cicada followed behind him. In another star domain, an old man looked extremely simple and natural. He was riding on a green ox and had already set off towards the ancient region of the starry sky. Boom! 10 days later, an earth-shattering sound rang out in the Big Dipper star domain. An unparalleled divine power rushed out from the center of the planet and quickly spread into the cosmos. Many stars exploded. It was as if a great explosion took place in the northern Dipper star domain, erupting from an extreme point, making many stars fall, turning them into powder. Dazzling light shone, resplendent radiance dancing about. This cosmos was incomparably terrifying, all types of saint auras surging, angry roars, and cries of alarm rising and falling. Shocking changes took place in the northern Dipper star domain. Outside the ancient desolate restricted land, that great crack collapsed, immediately expanding to over 10,000 zhang in length, directly entering the restricted region. A wave of terrifying light rushed into the heavens, unmatched divine force originating precisely from this place. It was extremely resplendent, the immortal path about to appear, this place collapsing. The immortal path is about to appear, it really is going to appear in this world. The heavenly gates are opening, immortal domain is about to appear, the ultimate ancient path that has been anticipated for millions of years is about to connect the two realms. This was like an ancient incantation, ringing through heaven and earth, but also like the sound of a sacrificial ceremony, shaking up the 9 heavens 10 earths, grand and majestic, the divine sound deafening. The entire star domain was about to collapse. The only consolation was that the northern Dipper star domain was incomparably sturdy, protected by the great emperor's formation, suppressed by many ancient supreme beings, unable to collapse. Otherwise, without these formations and the restricted region lord, it would definitely shatter like many stars in outer space, turning into cosmos dust. Even though there was light that rushed into the heavens here, it itself didn't move in the slightest, not showing any signs of destruction. Pung, the immortal path exploded, a corpse falling, making everyone's minds tremble. If it wasn't an ancient emperor, then it was the ancient celestial being. That type of clothing was too ancient, but immediately afterwards, he transformed into the Tao, becoming one of the streaks of light that rushed into the heavens. This was a great heaven and earth tribulation. There were saints who rushed to the northern Dipper star domain, accidentally swept through by the unmatched divine force, immediately turning into a bloody paste, unable to stop it at all. It won't be long before it explodes. The immortal path is about to appear, the ancient supreme beings are about to return. Perhaps it will happen in the next few days. Everyone's predictions were over, because then, there was another great collapse. All types of immortal light danced about, half of a scorched black body falling, turning into thick blood and ashes. The Emperor Corpse's appearance also ignited the primal chaos, making the great crack become vast to the extreme. Waves of roars sounded from within, as if there were creatures roaring. It's a true dragon, it's a true dragon. I think I saw a dragon flying across the sky. No, that's Shui Wuqing, the former demon emperor. He almost fought his way in, but he fell in the end. This is his remnant will. On this day, the entire Beidou star region was shocked. Many cultivators made their final preparations. Everyone didn't rush towards the ancient desolate restricted land, but rather rushed into the sky, fleeing towards outer space. It was because they knew that the ancient supreme beings might be moving out, that they had to make way for them. A portion of those whose lifespans were nearing the end of their lifespans remained in the Big Dipper. It was because they didn't have much lifespans left. They had truly reached their limits and couldn't endure any more torment. They might even transform into the Tao while flying towards outer space. The others all rushed to the nearby star fields and stayed as far away as possible, waiting for that moment to arrive. Boom, the path to immortality was collapsing. Clouds and mist surged, pure white like fine muslin, and extremely peaceful. Just taking a breath would cause one's mind to feel refreshed and quickly fall into a state of Tao comprehension. This is true immortal energy. It can nourish one's primordial spirit and flesh, and it will most likely be useful even for those of the quasi-emperor realm. Everyone was shaken. Many old cultivators dragged their decaying bodies forward and absorbed it. They unexpectedly had a trace of essence energy, and their conditions were much better than before. This naturally triggered a commotion. A portion of those who were fleeing rushed back. They were truly unwilling to accept this. This was world-defying immortal energy. Just taking a breath could improve one's state by quite a bit. A honglong sounded, groups of stars trembled and northern immortal light danced about. It was like a flourishing fireworks, and it was unknown just how many people were nourished. This was an omen that the immortal gate was about to open. Within the cautious sounds, a faintly discernible void figure appeared. It towered in the darkness of the great crack, imperishable in the primal chaos, majestic and tall. Was that a building from the immortal realm? It was too grand. It was reflected through the world barrier, and one could see a blurry outline. With a wing-long sound, the great crack collapsed. There was actually debris that flew out, wrapped around immortal energy, carrying undying power. Everyone could vaguely hear the cries of immortal phoenixes. Through a crack, they saw the great desolation immortal world flourishing with plants. However, the dark clouds moved, covering everything again. Everything was blocked on the other side. It has appeared, today is the day. There was an ancient supreme being in the life-restricted region who roared out, shaking up the stars in outer space. A few small stars directly fell. It was just too terrifying and exceptional. Hung, heaven fell and earth split apart. Immortal Domain's great crack released dazzling radiance. Rubble, withered trees, debris, and other things flew outwards, and then they turned into ashes. In the depths of that place, the chaotic energy was scattered, revealing a giant impregnable pass. That wasn't made of stone, but completely condensed from natural laws. Many great sage and sect ancestors stood before the crack, all of them trembling, unable to stand still at all. Apart from the old cultivators who couldn't move at all, everyone else fled. The path of immortality appeared. The correct time, the correct place, everyone waited for it. After waiting for endless time, it has finally appeared. This was the voice of an ancient supreme being, carrying endless bitterness and helplessness. After waiting for an endless amount of time, paying a price that was difficult to recover, they finally saw this era. Oho! The roar of a creature sounded from the immortal path, shaking up the eastern wastelands. At the same time, a small red bird flew out from that impregnable pass, pacing back and forth, blazing flames overflowing into the heavens. It's a vermilion bird, a creature that belongs to immortal domain. The cultivators who were too old to move cried out, their eyes full of tears. After seeing the immortal spirit, they felt like even if they died, they wouldn't have any regrets. Ho! Another great roar sounded. An enormous snow-white tiger appeared, as if it was carved from white jade. It released heaven overflowing might, shaking up this eastern wastelands. Another immortal spirit, another creature from the immortal realm has descended into the lower realm. There were old cultivators who already couldn't wait any longer. Their eyes were brimming with hot tears, turning into a rain of light, flying towards that great crack. Even if I die immediately, I don't have any regrets. I witnessed the opening of the immortal path. Two immortal spirits appeared, making many of these elders who didn't have much life left directly turn into a rain of light, becoming a part of heaven and earth Tao laws, returning to the natural great Tao. These aren't immortal spirits. Suddenly, someone cried out loudly. These are just immortal domain's natural laws. The immortal gate is tightly shut, not opening yet. These are natural laws interweaving, protecting this enormous gate, not letting others approach. It was a pity for those old cultivators just now. Even in death, they thought that they saw creatures from a mortal domain. However, this was also good, freeing them from this feeling of satisfaction. Dang! When a great bell sounded in a drawn-out manner, heaven and earth trembled. This was actually transmitted from the depths of the cosmos. A streak of immortal laws tore through, piercing through the great crack in the immortal path. At the same time, below the eastern wastelands, an ancient pagoda flew out, suppressing downwards, making this place collapse. Meanwhile, it itself quickly disappeared. Right at this moment, the correct time, the correct place, has already appeared. The immortal path is about to be opened, slaughter your way in. There was an ancient supreme being who roared, making the stellar rivers of the heavens tremble. Many great stars collapsed. At this moment, the great life-restricted regions all erupted with radiance. Ancient Emperor and Great Emperor energy pervaded the air, erupting, the world's shocking changes began. This world's flourishing began here, under rumbling sounds, natural laws danced about. Heaven and earth trembled, immortal sounds continuously sounding from the great restricted regions. All types of magical projections shook up the world of mortals, enormous figures extending into outer space. Every single figure was an expanse of great wastelands, all of them a type of unmatched great Tao. Ancient supreme beings appeared. They were restoring their Tao fruits, restoring their strength to the peak. They were going to carry out the ultimate battle, fight their way into immortal domain. To recover to their past glorious peak, one had to pay a disastrous price. They might die at every turn, the number of times they could do this was limited. Moreover, once this type of state was activated, it would be extremely difficult to seal themselves off. This also meant that if they successfully entered immortal domain in this era, then that was that, but if they unfortunately failed, then they would all die in meditation, unable to resist the power of time anymore. Immortal Tomb's supreme being was the first to move. An ancient war chariot rushed out. This time, he sat on the ancient war chariot, using the chariot instead of walking. Primal chaos was endless, drowning out that place. One could vaguely see that he was a humanoid creature, but as for what race it was hard to say. He wore a purple gold crown on his head, Taoist robes covering his body, his true appearance impossible to see. Ashy brown hair scattered down his chest and back, within his eyes scenes of the destruction of the sun, moon, and stars. This seemed to be a Taoist, making one suspect that he might be the ancient celestial being from the legendary era. He sat on the ancient war chariot, an immortal sword resting on his knees. There was an exceptional aura that shook up the 9 heavens. Almost in an instant, the war chariot arrived in front of the immortal path. Perhaps they didn't need a war chariot, but this was the dignity of a great emperor-level expert. Perhaps they would fail, perhaps they would die in battle, but they were going to fall in glory. On the other side, within Undying Mountain, energy surged. A supreme expert covered in black armor appeared. Mist surrounded his body, terrifying to the heavens. He sat on an enormous divine tiger. This tiger's entire body was covered in scales, not fur. It flickered with terrifying metallic luster, vicious flames overflowing into the heavens. In the hands of Undying Mountain's supreme being was a great halberd. It was dark and dense, able to split apart the heavens, shatter millions and millions of stars. This was a great halberd forged from black dragon pattern gold, the edge of the blade snow white, terrifying and world-shaking. This was definitely an emperor weapon. This supreme being also came out, in his hands a great halberd, seated on the enormous divine tiger. Immortal light erupted, directly arriving in front of the southern region's ancient desolate forbidden land. In that instant, 2 ancient supreme beings appeared. It was just too shocking. Even though they were in outer space, borrowing all types of ancient formation platforms to watch, many great sage and sect ancestor-level figures felt a chill run down their spines. They were just too powerful. If they were compared to those 2 emperors, they wouldn't even be comparable to ants. These are true great emperors and ancient emperors. Everyone trembled. Alho, northern region, within Origin ancient mine, immortal light danced about, stellar streams falling, vast and boundless. It made that place have a myriad of scenes, shocking endless generations. A Qilin appeared, incomparably massive. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of li long it was. It moved between heaven and earth, crushing all things between heaven and earth. Its entire body was covered in dense scales, as if cast from immortal gold, flickering with blue-purple radiance. It directly stepped out from Origin ancient mine, overlooking the cosmos, its might suppressing the 9 heavens 10 earths, as if it could instantly make 3,000 great worlds collapse. This was a supreme creature, not much different from immortal domain's Qilin. Light rushed into the heavens from its skull, proving that it was previously an imperial Tao supreme being. An enormous Qilin that was several tens of thousands of li long rushed out from Origin ancient mine, towering in the northern region's heavens. It was absolutely shocking. It had an ancestral dragon head, and its body was covered in blue-purple scales that flickered with an ice-cold metallic luster. A symbol appeared on its skull. Beams of light shot into the heavens, tearing apart the cosmos. After millions of years, an imperial Tao supreme being once again descended upon this world. "Staff, come." These 2 words sounded from his mouth, shaking everyone. The entire eastern wastelands trembled 3 times. His might suppressed the 3 realms and 6 Tao, his aura surging like a bull. He was the sole sovereign of this world. With a honglong sound, a resplendent streak of blue light flew over from outer space. It streaked across the dark cosmos, passing through the boundless ice-cold star domain and directly descending towards the northern Dipper star domain. "What is that?" Everyone was shocked. With just a light shout, an extremely powerful weapon was summoned. At this moment, it completely revived, and the supreme might of the archaic emperor was released. It was dazzling blue, sparkling and resplendent. It released eternal radiance, illuminating the entire eastern wastelands. It quickly descended towards the northern region, its divine might surging for millions and millions of li. This was a true revived emperor-level weapon. Every strand of pressure made the great sage tremble. No matter how far away they were, the ancestors of a region couldn't help but kneel down. It was too terrifying. Strand after strand of blue light erupted, making the sun, moon, stars, and others all dim. They couldn't compare to this weapon at all, not having the slightest bit of radiance to speak of before it. "It's the Qilin staff." Someone spat out these words in shock, his body even shaking. "That's the Fire Qilin Cave's ancient imperial weapon. Who would have thought that it would fly back?" Everyone revealed expressions of disbelief. The Qilin staff was the supreme divine weapon of an archaic great imperial clan. The entire world knew about it. It had previously disappeared for a period of time, suppressed by the Dao Yen bloodline's immortal clothes and ancient imperial formation when they attacked the eternal star domain, not having the time to revive. As a result, Fire Qilin Cave's great sage Yan Qilin fell. The ancient Prince Hu Qilin left for the desolate border of the cosmos, his whereabouts unknown even now. However, the Qilin staff had already returned many years ago. No one dared to suppress it for a long time, not even the Dao Yen immortal clothes of the same level. It was because once the Qilin staff, this supreme divine artifact, revived on its own, it would produce the most terrifying battle between emperor artifacts. One of them would definitely shatter, and that was an unbearable result. Many years ago, it already returned to Fire Qilin Cave. However, the path of immortality was about to open, so it was brought away by that clan, heading to outer space. Now, it was summoned back by Origin Ancient Mind's power. At this point, it was clear that the ancient supreme being in the purplish-blue light mass that was tens of thousands of kilometers long was the ancient Qilin Emperor. Everyone was shaken, none of them daring to believe this reality. This exceeded everyone's understanding. How is that possible? The ancient Qilin Emperor is still alive? Millions of years have passed. Even if he became an emperor-level master, he wouldn't be able to live until now. How did he do it? Didn't the ancient emperors all die in meditation? He actually lived for millions of years, breaking common sense. The entire world was shocked. It was unknown just how many people were paying close attention. Their mouths were wide open, and then cries of alarm sounded. It was too unreal, making many people's scalps go numb. Of course, this was only limited to ordinary cultivators. Figures at the level of the great sage, the patriarchs of A region, and the others were all mentally prepared. Up to now, all signs indicated that there must be people of this level or even this level in the life-forbidden zone. The ancient Qilin Emperor had appeared, and he was still alive. This news shook the Big Dipper and spread throughout the world. Then, it quickly spread to the depths of the universe. This result made all the heavens tremble. The former supreme being of a generation suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, ruled the 8 wastelands of the universe, and all living beings submitted wherever he passed. After a long period of time, he had defied the heavens and returned. His appearance was different from the appearance of the 2 ancient supreme beings. This was the first time that it truly proved to the world that there were people among the former ancient emperors who were still alive. The significance of this was too great, and it would overturn the inherent understanding in many people's minds. With a rumble, the purplish blue light erupted, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, drowning the northern region. At this moment, the giant Xilan transformed into a middle-aged man with a head of thick blue hair that draped over his shoulders. His purple pupils were as sharp as heavenly blades as he looked disdainfully at the human world. He was majestic and imposing, and immortal chi surrounded his body. He stood in the air, and with a wave of his hand, the Xilan staff made of eternal blue gold flew forward. "Father!" A trembling, sobbing voice that was mixed with sadness, joy, and bitterness was heard. She held onto the Xilan staff tightly and followed him from the outer region all the way here. This was a peerless beauty. She had long blue hair, a slender jade-like body, and a fair and pretty face with tear stains. She was crying tears of joy and was extremely excited. She rushed over as if she had gone mad, and it did not match her peerless temperament. It was Hualin. She did not expect that there would be a day when they would meet again, and her whole body was trembling. Back then, her father was already in his old age and sealed the 2 of them. That was truly a separation of life and death, and it was heartbreaking. Because they knew that it was an eternal farewell. They would fall into a deep sleep, and their father would pass away not long after. Even if they revived after millions of years, they would never see each other again. That was a type of pain. Even now, when they thought back to it, it still tore their hearts and lungs apart. Who would have thought that after millions of years passed, they would actually meet again, and that there would be this type of scene? Hualin couldn't hold it in any longer. She cried loudly and threw herself over, rushing into the embrace of this majestic and intimidating male. She wept until the sky darkened, and it was completely different from how she normally was. When this middle-aged man was young, he was definitely incomparably handsome. Now, his temperament was even more outstanding, and his divine might was astonishing. He possessed a matchless divine appearance. Great waves appeared within his deep eyes, and a warm expression appeared on his face. He gently patted Hualin's shoulder and said, "Don't cry. Wait for your father to slaughter out an undying world, and then I'll bring you along with me into immortality." His words were extremely gentle, but there was a matchless domineeringness to them. The Tao of this world were all wailing, and under his pressure, there was no one who didn't bow down and tremble. This was the archaic emperor, every word and action a natural law. He was unmatched in this world, and no one dared to contend against him. "Father. I'm scared. I don't want to separate from you." Hualin, who had always been very strong, rarely revealed such a look of fear as she was a princess of the imperial family. "Don't be afraid, I'll be fine. Wait for my return," the ancient Xilan emperor said firmly, his eyes filled with astonishing brilliance. "Father, please, take me with you. Don't let me leave alone, even if it's just for a while," Hualin cried. "You can't be with me, or else you'll be suppressed by my Tao for the rest of your life. I can only control you for a while now, but as time passes, it will definitely affect you greatly." The ancient Xilan emperor gently pushed her away, not allowing her to say anything more. He caressed her cheek with his hand, and then his eyes suddenly blazed. A ball of bright light erupted from his palm, enveloping Hualin. It tore open the starry sky and sent her directly into the depths of the distant universe. "Father." On a huge planet in the ancestral land of the Fire Xilan cave, Hualin was sorrowful. Her tears blurred her eyes, and she was extremely terrified. She knelt on the ground powerlessly. Perhaps this would really be the last time they saw each other. The father and daughter didn't speak much, and although they seemed calm, their words were full of emotions. The ancient emperor was protecting her and not letting her get hurt at all. There was too much reluctance in his heart. Her father had gone to fight a bloody battle on the immortal ascension path, and he might even have to face the threat of other ancient emperors and great emperors. This might be a path of no return. The hero was gone, never to return. She had heard these words when she was very young, that he wanted to take her with him to immortal ascension so that they wouldn't be apart anymore. Now that the day had really come, what would the outcome be? Huolin-er's heart trembled. She had never felt so helpless before. The ancient Qilin emperor took one last look at the depths of the universe, holding the divine staff made of eternal blue gold in his hand. He took a step forward and directly arrived in front of the big crack of the southern domain immortal path. "You're here, we can start now," said the Taoist from the immortal mausoleum. He was still sitting cross-legged on the ancient chariot with an immortal sword across his knees. His entire body was shrouded in chaos. On the other side, the owner of the immortal mountain was riding on a huge divine tiger, holding a large halberd made of black gold with dragon patterns in his hand. It could collapse the sky and swallow thousands of miles. He also nodded. And not far away, there were 4 other people. Several ancient supreme beings from the major life-forbidden zones had come into being. They came here and were about to launch an earth-shattering attack. This place seemed to be on the verge of shattering, and the heavens and earth turned into ashes. A terrifying aura spread out, piercing through the past, present, and future. There had never been a generation like today, where 7 ancient emperors gathered together and appeared in the same generation. This was a miracle that had never happened since ancient times. They retracted their god powers. Just by standing there, they were able to destroy the vast world. The entire universe seemed like it was going to be destroyed. The entire universe seemed like it was going to be destroyed. Even the deepest parts of the universe could feel this terrifying aura. This generation was heaven-defying, and it would only appear once in this generation. It would never be replicated again in this generation. Endless years of waiting and endless expectations erupted in this generation. The final and most bitter battle was about to begin. They would rush into the immortal domain and truly become immortals. The right time and the right place have all appeared. Slaughter your way in. The Qilin emperor raised the brilliant blue divine staff and was the first to move. He slaughtered his way into the enormous crack and smashed into the tightly shut majestic city gate. He launched the most powerful attack. At this moment, the true fluctuations of an ancient emperor appeared, suppressing the endless blue skies and shattering the past, present, and future. This type of power was too terrifying. In this instant, even the depths of the universe could feel a terrifying aura. However, the Qilin emperor wasn't trying to destroy the world. Not a single strand of his matchless murderous attack swept towards the stars in outer space or the eastern wastelands. Instead, it all rushed towards that immortal gate. The most brilliant light was released, and the most dazzling radiance shone. The archaic emperor took action, and the world's most powerful attack finally appeared again. Slaughter your way into the clear world, slaughter your way into immortality. The ancient supreme beings roared together. Everyone moved and attacked together. At this moment, the fluctuations of emperor weapons shook the heavens. Immortal light blossomed, and the ancient emperors descended upon the world. The most powerful people in this world from ancient times, until now, attacked together. They were going to fight their way into the immortal domain. The 7 figures were like 7 immortal monuments that stood before the path of immortality. They used their hot blood and lives to charge forward. War songs resounded through the 9 heavens, transforming into the most stunning splendor since ancient times. In this generation, only success was allowed, and failure was not allowed. The southern region was vast, and the laws of great emperors surged. All of them entered the path of immortality. The 7 great supreme beings took action, starting an unprecedented grand event. It was destined to become the most resplendent chapter, regardless of whether they succeeded or failed. They were destined to be recorded in the annals of history. They would become the most glorious and brilliant stroke of history, forever remembered. This was an exploration of the path of immortality. No matter what, they would walk the furthest, become the greatest heroes, and no one would be able to cover up their brilliance. With a rumble, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. They slaughtered their way in. There had never been so many great emperor-level figures erupting at the same time. The 7 great supreme beings moved together, shocking the universe and suppressing the ages. In that great crack, all types of laws interweaved, able to crush the quasi-emperor, able to contend against great emperors. The true path of immortality had appeared. It was not a smooth path, but an exceptional murderous intent. If one wanted to enter, they had to rely on strength. Eternal eternity, stars fall from the west. A supreme being shouted. His words were laws, cutting apart the ancient immortal paths, shattering the foundation of 10,000 Tao. Only his Tao was still erupting, turning into a great desolate star. It linked up ahead, striking towards that majestic giant city. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. A giant red divine bird flew over. That was the vermilion bird, which was previously believed to be an immortal spirit of the immortal world. This understanding was not wrong, because even though it was formed from natural laws, it was truly too powerful, with ancient emperor-level fluctuations. How was it formed? Now was not the time to investigate. The supreme beings were fighting, the stars in the heavens falling, and all regions were trembling. The red divine bird's feathers were smashed flying, and with a mournful cry, it once again turned into a rain of light, connecting the path ahead. However, this was only the beginning. An even more terrifying disaster was yet to come. Immortal energy surged, and demonic figures appeared one after another, each of them wearing armor, terrifying to the heavens, blocking the path ahead. An even greater danger appeared, surging over from the path of immortality. There were endless great enemies, all of them formed from natural laws, and not their true bodies. Tao severs two realms, roared the Qilin Emperor. He held the blue-gold divine staff, his entire body resplendent, suppressing the universe alone. He waved the emperor weapon in his hand, immediately splitting the path of immortality into two. The god-fiends in front of him were extremely powerful, and they were all transformed from the supreme nomological laws of the great Tao. In theory, they could compete with any living creature or supreme expert, but unfortunately, they were all cut in half by the ancient Qilin Emperor. Blood splashed outwards, the corpses of 1,000,000 gods and devils lying on the ground. This battlefield was extremely bloody and incomparably terrifying. Even the Tao laws seemed so real, as if their flesh and blood were truly suffering a calamity. The scene here was transmitted into outer space through a few formations. It was extremely shocking. What kind of power was this? With a single move, 1,000,000 fiend gods were annihilated. This was the majesty of the archaic emperors that could shake the past, present, and future. No matter when, as long as they appeared in the world, they would be number one under the heavens. Now that the 7 great supreme beings were together, it really was heaven-defying. The Tao that couldn't coexist squeezed together, a great explosion erupting between them. Every one of them was standing in a starry sky, surrounded by stars. Every one of them was the ruler of the universe, and they were using great magic power to separate themselves from others. One of them was comparable to a true great universe, but even so, chaos surged between them, and a great explosion occurred. All of them used emperor weapons to send the fluctuations here into the path of immortals. Ancient emperors had never joined forces to fight a great battle before. Everything was for the sake of becoming immortals. At this moment, they didn't hold anything back and fiercely fought forward. Thousands of soldiers and horses galloped forward. In the great void crack, a world of longevity was glowing in the distance. It was floating in front of them, and they quickly approached. And at this time, hundreds of thousands of immortal shadows appeared, as if they were ascending to become immortals. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth to stop them. It was a dazzling rain of light that turned into eternity, destroying everything. If the great sage was here, even if there were millions of him, he would immediately turn into pus and blood here. As long as he was touched by the rain of light, his body and spirit would be destroyed. This was a law that was specially created to stop ancient emperors. One sword to level the universe. The old Taoist from the immortal tomb shouted loudly, his voice ringing through the clouds. His entire body shone, the chaotic energy scattered, revealing a bronze-colored face. His voice was like a golden bell, his hair ash-colored, Tao robes old-fashioned. It was actually ancient clothes from the legendary era. With a wing sound, the immortal sword that was resting on his knees flew up. When the sword was released, the starry rivers in the cosmos lost color. Heaven and earth were opened, even the path of immortals collapsed. With a pu sound, the immortal sword swept past, flesh and blood flying everywhere. All of the immortal shadows before it were hacked to pieces, becoming nameless corpses and bloody mists in the great calamity. These might not necessarily be fake. These vermilion birds, gods, devils, and immortal shadows might have existed before, and now, they have become Tao laws. He released a light shout. The ancient war chariot rumbled. He sat down on it again, heading forward. If God stood in his way, he would kill gods, and if immortals stood in his way, he would kill immortals. There were many great formations in the northern Dipper Star region that illuminated everything around the path of immortals. It was unknown just how many people outside this region were paying close attention, all of them watching closely. At this time, someone cried out in alarm, full of shock. That kind of clothing, it really is from the legendary era. It's so far away, how did he survive? There were endless inheritances in the endless heavens and tens of thousands of races. Some were extremely ancient, leaving behind splendid inheritances. There were also ruins from the legendary era that had been excavated before, and they understood many great mysteries. Now, almost all of the experts in the cosmos had come, so there were naturally people who sensed something. That immortal sword is extremely similar to the longevity sword from the legends. Could it be that the ancient celestial being survived? An old sect ancestor said in shock. Correct, it's him, the longevity celestial being who created the secret character. He actually didn't die. After such a long period of time, he is still in this world. People were completely shocked. This was so shocking. The legendary era was really too far away from the present. It was even more incomprehensible than the resurrection of the immemorial emperor. The longevity celestial being must have crossed the legendary era, the immemorial era, and the desolate era. He had lived through the eras of venerable emperor, the undying heavenly emperor, the divine emperor, the ruthless great emperor, and the great emperor Wuxi. He had never truly perished. This made many people's hair stand on end. What kind of existences were there in the 7 great life-forbidden areas? They were too terrifying and exceeded people's understanding. That's right. Only he, the creator of the secret character of swordsman and the person who has a profound understanding of the secret technique of immortality, could cross such a long period of time and pay a heavy price to be sealed from that distant era to today. The longevity celestial being had come into being as the creator of one of the 9 secrets. He still existed and hadn't completely perished. This shocked the human world. Of course, it could be predicted that he was about to decay. Using the forbidden secret technique to live to this era would also lose its effect. If there is no path to immortality in this world, we will slaughter our way to the boundless immortal world. The light was in sight. There seemed to be a boundless immortal world in front of him. There was a type of immortality power that attracted the 7 great supreme beings. We will use our lives and hot blood to verify the method to become an immortal. Even if we fail, we will clear the fog for later generations. There will always be someone who will ascend to immortality. Someone shouted passionately. At this moment, they really wanted to stake their lives on the line because some of them had already reached their final moments. They had been sealed for too long and didn't have much time left. They didn't have a single bit of time to waste. In outer space, people were shocked once again. The great sage on the human race's ancient path revealed an expression of disbelief. He opened his mouth and said with a trembling voice, "Among them, there is an ancient great emperor." They felt the unique blood energy of the human bloodline. It pierced through the heavens and suppressed the universe. There was no mistake. The great emperor of the human race had been revived to the peak of glory. The origins of the 7 great supreme beings were too shocking. From the legendary era to the archaic era, and then to the desolate era, they were all present. The emperor, sovereign, and celestial being had all appeared. Gasping for breath until now isn't cowardice, but rather unwillingness. We only need a single look to see how to achieve immortality. Someone said in a dismal manner. He pressed forward, slaughtering his way forward. Even if we slaughter our way into immortal domain, we will never be able to become true emperors and sovereigns. Paying such a heavy price, all for the sake of verifying the immortal ascension method, is it worth it? Another person roared out. At this moment, endless immortal spirits appeared. Azure dragon's sword, immortal phoenixes spread their wings, surrounding them. The most terrifying battle unfolded, blood splashing everywhere. The ancient great emperor was going all out, roaring with all of his strength. He killed millions and millions of powerful immortal spirits. Were these natural laws, or were they creatures that had previously existed? No one knew. Paying such a heavy price, gasping for breath in this world, was it worth it? No one knew. Later generations would be grateful. They were leaving behind an immortal ascension method for later generations, using their own lives to verify it. 1,000,000 gods and devils, 10 million immortal spirits, they were all killed. They couldn't stop the 7 supreme beings at all. They were too powerful. Their soldiers pressed down on the city, facing the impregnable pass formed from natural laws. What gasping for breath, what leaving behind an immortal ascension method for later generations? I only sacrificed myself for the sake of immortality. So what if blood overflows into the heavens? Undying Mountain's Lord said coldly, not showing the slightest fluctuation. Celestial being, ancient emperor, great emperor, all of them. Even though they were all unmatched existences, the 7 great supreme beings' beliefs might not be the same, so their performance would be different as well. Hong, his right arm was raised high, holding that black great halberd, pointing forward. It was immediately as if a great wasteland ferocious beast appeared. A wave of terrifying aura surged forward, the real world outside the immortal path almost collapsing. There were great emperor patterns that quickly blocked it. Meanwhile, in outer space, there were many small stars that directly exploded, turning into powder, all of them destroyed under this wave of fluctuations. Everyone was incomparably horrified, rejoicing that they moved far enough. This supreme being was too violent, not caring about anything else at all. There was only a single goal in his eyes, and that was to slaughter his way into immortal domain. Who cared about the heaven overflowing flood after his death? That great halberd has appeared before, belonging to a holy spirit. He broke free from the shackles of the stone core, truly advancing to the extreme, ultimately achieving the Tao, turning into an emperor-level expert. He is Stone Emperor. In outer space, there were people who trembled. They recalled the ancient records, understanding the true identity of Undying Mountain's Lord. That great halberd accompanied him when he emerged from the stone core. Its name was Heaven Desolation, also known as Stone Emperor Halberd. Everyone understood his origins from this halberd. The Holy Spirit that had previously ruled over the world Stone Emperor, he still hadn't died. It was he who entered Undying Mountain, turning that place into a life-restricted region. Kill. In Stone Emperor's hands, the Heaven Desolation halberd brandished, forcefully smashing forward, heavily hacking down on that imposing impregnable pass, sweeping through that enormous gate. A heaven collapsing and earth-splitting sound rang out, shaking up all directions. If not for the other supreme being stopping it, this type of fluctuation would have definitely destroyed the eastern wastelands, erased Big Dipper, this ancient land of life, Kacha. That city gate was hacked by him, directly producing an enormous crack. Then, with a quang-dang sound, it was about to collapse. Stone Emperor's power was world-shattering. At the same time, the other supreme beings also took action. All of them had previously achieved the Tao, all of them previously ruling over the great wastelands of the cosmos, all of them previously the sole ruler. Who would be inferior to who? Hung Long, a loud noise sounded. The heavens exploded, the great crack in the immortal path exploding. That imposing city gate was directly blasted apart by the 7 great supreme beings. Smoke and dust surged. They slaughtered their way inside. The impregnable pass collapsed, forcibly blasted apart by the 7 great supreme beings. Immortal light rushed into the heavens, tearing apart the 9 heavens 10 earths, shaking up the world of mortals. The entire world was shocked. The ancient city in front of the path of immortality was broken through. Celestial being, the ancient emperor, the great emperor, and the Holy Spirit exerted force together, directly slaughtering their way in, entering the city. A rain of light danced about, covering the sky. That great crack and the path of immortality were both brilliant and sparkling, but it was also terrifying. A single speck of this type of light was enough to blast through the great sage and the others. It would be difficult for them to survive. This was the power of natural laws specially made to stop the ancient great emperors. This type of fluctuation couldn't be seen anywhere else. It was the most dangerous. They slaughtered their way in. They really are going to achieve immortality. Everyone was shaken, all of them crying out in alarm. This might change history, completely overturn the records of immortality from the past until now. This was going to be a new era. Immortality was no longer something vague, the 7 great supreme beings succeeding together. However, when they thought about it carefully, it made sense. With the 7 of them working together, what could stop them? They were all the most powerful individuals from past until now, a single one of them able to suppress the great cosmos and rule over 10,000 realms, let alone when 7 of them took action together. This was a miracle, but after thinking about it carefully, it was only natural. This was how it should be. Many people in outer space were thinking this, at the same time feeling excited to the extreme. They really achieved immortality. The 7 great supreme beings struck out with hope, using their bodies to become immortals, forcibly slaughtering their way in, establishing a new era. There were some old cultivators whose entire bodies were trembling, witnessing everything. It was as if they were rushing into the immortal domain themselves, their lifespans running out, about to pass away in meditation. The world beyond this region erupted into commotion, many roars sounding. All of the cultivators were shouting loudly. Even though the ones achieving immortality weren't them, they were still excited. This was a type of hope. Achieving immortality wasn't an empty dream, giving them a goal. It's still too early to be happy. This is just an immortal pass, and there were people who fought their way in before. Perhaps the true path of ascension to immortality is what awaits them. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded, extinguishing many people's excitement and enthusiasm, quickly making the passionate atmosphere cool down. Everyone became stupefied. There was a quasi-emperor who spoke, coming to this conclusion. There might be more unforeseen events on the path of ascension to immortality. Who knew what the path ahead would be like? Who knew what the immortal path's result would be like? Everything would depend on the immortal path's battle. Boom! Under the most terrifying streak of radiance, the entire massive divine city shattered, torn apart by the 7 great supreme beings inside. Endless immortal light surged. In the end, the radiance was cut off by all types of emperor artifacts, not wreaking havoc. 7 figures stood there, the pure and holy golden radiance carrying a bit of scarlet color, as if it was a sunset glow, scattering down on their bodies. It looked extremely magnificent, yet a bit sad. "Where is the road?" someone roared. The impregnable pass was crushed by them, the giant city flattened by them. This was formed from immortal Tao laws, no longer existing. Meanwhile, there was already no path ahead, the path of immortality severed, everyone was silent. In the end, it was all for naught. With the 7 supremes working together, logically speaking, there shouldn't be anything that they couldn't break through. All obstacles should be swept away. However, now that there were no more obstructions, there was only an expanse of nothingness in front of them. Nothing existed anymore. Even if they wanted to destroy it, they couldn't. He had an unrivaled cultivation, but there was no place for him to use it. The path to immortality disappeared, just like that. Why is this happening? Was it all for naught after waiting for endless time? The so-called immortal ascension was in the end the greatest scam? How could it be like this? We cannot accept this. No one could accept this result. All of the waiting, all of the painstaking efforts, paid the most disastrous price. In the end, it was all for naught. How could they not feel grief and indignation? Dang! There was a bell ringing, extremely clear and cold, ringing through the path of immortality, resounding through the cosmos. All creatures heard it, every single one of them feeling different. The 7 great supreme beings' bodies shook intensely. Was this the death knell for them? They were outstanding, unmatched, ruling over the heavens above and earth below, yet it was going to end just like this? They couldn't accept this. Suddenly, a streak of multicolored light flew out. In the limits of the boundless void, there was suddenly light. The grand world that had previously disappeared was faintly discernible. There was a wave of long life force that attracted everyone, but it was as if they were separated by a world sea. The 7 great supreme beings' eyes immediately lit up, as if they were resplendent fiery light, illuminating the endless ages. The saints outside this region all closed their eyes, not daring to look. It is still there, just that there is no path left, rising and falling in the darkness. There is already no path ahead. We will carve out a path ourselves, continue the immortal path. The 7 great supreme beings took action again. Emperor artifacts flew out one after another, piercing through the path ahead, directly slaughtering their way over. They were determining the coordinates of the void, confirming where exactly immortal domain was. Kill. This battle moved everyone's hearts, making them forget about everything else. Most people were looking forward to their success, because this was a type of hope, proving that immortality was possible, that it wasn't just empty talk, that it could establish a true goal for later generations. A resplendent great Tao formed. The 7 great supreme beings took action, great Tao symbols forming an unmatched great Tao, directly leading into the distance, piercing into that world. The 7 of them moved together, and almost instantly accurately calculated where the immortal domain was. That was a world sea. If one crossed it, they might become immortals. What is in that sea? Right at this moment, many people cried out in alarm. They were fortunate enough to see this scene. That sea was the world of mortals, the past, the future, every single person's experiences. It was too strange. When they looked at that world sea, many thoughts and endless distracting thoughts surged in their minds. Is the world of mortals refining the Tao, or is it refining the heart? This is just a small Tao. What does the past count for? All things in this world, every blade of grass and every tree are in my heart, those that have passed, they are all beneath my feet. So what if it is the future? Even if the heavens and 10,000 realms suppress me, I won't fear them. The 7 great supreme beings all spoke, every single one of them unmatched, possessing a type of aura of supremacy, as if nothing could stop them from taking half a step forward. These were the ancient supreme beings. Those Tao, those scenes, in the eyes of the great sage and the others, they might not be able to break free from them for the rest of their lives, needing to use their lives to comprehend, to experience, to comprehend. Meanwhile, they pressed forward courageously, directly crossing over. The legendary era's celestial being, archaic emperor, ancient wasteland great emperor, every single one of them shockingly talented. The 10,000 Tao of the heavens, all types of trials and tribulations, for them, were like clay chickens and pottery dogs. The true danger was only that immortal domain. The other 10,000 Tao scenes couldn't sway their hearts, difficult to stop them for even a moment. They slaughtered their way forward. In the end, specks of light scattered about. They stood on a boundless ancient path that looked like it was made from stone. However, they had already seen all types of immortal spirits, so how could they say if they were real, or if they were produced from immortal Tao laws? The 7 great supreme beings didn't care about these things at all. Regardless of whether they were real or fake, in their eyes, there was only the massive immortal domain before them. The sky was covered in a rain of light, sparkling flower petals fluttering about, a fragrance wafting through the air. When they arrived here, they saw a monument that towered into the heavens, standing at the side of the path up ahead. The ancient monument was heaven-shocking, only a single symbol carved on it. The people of this world didn't know about it, no one able to recognize it. Meanwhile, the eyes of the 7 great supreme beings were intimidating. This was an immortal symbol only they could come into contact with and comprehend. It could also be called immortal Tao. Immortal, it was simple and direct. The ancient monument only had this word. We believe that it is right, so we have come. Those people believe that it is wrong, so they are still hiding. The final result will be revealed. There was an ancient supreme being who spoke these words, leaving everyone shocked. This clearly showed that there were still people who didn't arrive, that there was still a unique supreme being who didn't appear. In this world, let's see the final result. Following a great roar, the Qilin staff forged from eternal blue gold was the first to strike out, slaughtering its way forward, connecting this ancient path. Countless gods, devils, and immortal spirits fell, all types of light erupting. At the end of the ancient path was a pair of gates, on them large bloody characters. That was definitely Emperor blood, still flowing, as if it had just been written. On one of the gates was written, past, on the other gate was written, future, at the very top was a horizontal inscribed board, on it were also 2 words, present. Worldly toil is locked away, enlightened Tao sees immortals. An ancient imprint appeared. After too much time had passed, not even the powerful ancient supreme beings could sense this information that was about to be erased. In the end, they only vaguely sensed something. In the surroundings, mist surged, everything hazy. Chaotic energy spread, making this place more and more mysterious. The bloody characters were a ghastly sight. Meanwhile, behind this gate, immortal domain seemed to be within reach. One could vaguely hear the roars of true dragons, the cries of immortal phoenixes, as if there was a boundless immortal world. The 7 great supreme beings rushed inside. If they made it through, they might become immortals. With a long noise, a wave of berserk power sent all 7 of them flying. They couldn't pass through. Immortal Tao laws interweaved, preventing this gate from shaking. The 7 great supreme beings all took action, but something terrifying happened. All of the attacks were blocked back, attacking every single one of them. Working together was useless, raising multicolored light to ascend, becoming immortals, they had to rely on themselves, not the combined attacks of the 7 great supreme beings. A world-shaking attack took place here, radiance illuminating endless time. If not for them intentionally controlling it, Big Dipper star region would have definitely been turned to ashes. Their attacks were all concentrated on that gate, attacking at it individually, proving their own immortal Tao, wishing to ascend to immortality. How could they give up? This was the final trial. If they made it through, they might be able to achieve immortality, establishing a precedent never before seen since the ancient times, creating a miracle. All of the supreme beings took action, fighting crazily, turning this place into a place where imperial Tao laws interweaved, resisting the immortal light and natural laws, fiercely attacking. Activate the formation, merge the 10,000 Tao into one, attack this gate. Long life celestial being shouted. The other 6 ancient supreme beings all nodded, their roars shaking mountains and rivers. Even the distant desolate border of the cosmos sensed their auras, the entire starry sky trembling. Central continent, northern plains, southern mountains, western desert, eastern wastelands, these 5 great continents all shone, turning into 5 colored altars. Then, they transformed into an enormous formation, drawing in the power of the endless worlds, condensing the resplendent wisps of light. Everyone was horrified. How was this Big Dipper star region formed? Was it arranged by someone only existing in this era? At this moment, the endless worlds were trembling, the various regions of the cosmos all shaking. At the same time, the holy cliff also shone, the Wuxia bell also rumbling. Moreover, at the same time, Western Desert's great thunderclap temple also shone with Buddha light, illuminating the past, present, and future, illuminating reincarnation. The 5 great continents shone, condensing the power of the cosmos, absorbing great Tao fragments and spiritual essence from all directions, constructing a boundless immortal formation. Then, it erupted with heaven overflowing light, blasting towards the path of immortality, attacking that Tao gate. This was a terrifying great attack, vast and powerful, enough to shock the world. This type of divine force could threaten even great emperors. This was an incomparable formation. There were people who had previously speculated that this was a formation that could raise a world and ascend to immortality. Yifan had also suspected that it had something to do with immortality, and today, it revived, erupting with power for the first time, actually displaying its offensive side. With a honglong sound, that enormous streak of light smashed into the primal chaos submerged gate, producing the most dazzling rain of light. This place collapsed, spreading into the distance. Everyone was horrified. The southern region's cracks extended all the way into outer space, tearing apart many stars, devouring many great stars. It was just too terrifying. Meanwhile, Big Dipper's ancient land of life still hadn't been destroyed, because there was a great emperor's formation protecting it. Streak after streak of light surged, protecting all directions. Kill! The 7 great supreme beings roared. At this time, they also brandished their emperor weapons, carrying out attacks, striking towards that gate. They wanted to see the final result. It was about time for this era to come to an end. All types of Emperor Tao weapons danced about, shattering the world, smashing towards that stone gate. All types of scripture sounds rang out, deafening. Hong, heaven and earth trembled, cracks appearing on that gate. It instantly opened, but in the end, it tightly closed again, still not collapsing, not collapsing. Worldly labors are sealed, enlightened Tao sees immortality. These words turned into imprints again, resounding through this place. Even though they were extremely weak, on the verge of being erased. They truly existed. Do we need you to lecture us? Stone Emperor shouted loudly. He held the great black halberd in hand, hacking down, using his unmatched divine force. Dang, the great halberd flew outwards, erupting with strings of sparks. Every single spark rushed into outer space, extinguishing several dozen stars. It was terrifying to the extreme. Feeling pity for all living things? That had nothing to do with him. He was previously one of the greatest instigators behind the darkness chaos, blood purging the heavens, all for the sake of better waiting for the arrival of this era. This door couldn't be opened. Even someone as powerful as the ancient celestial being, the Emperor, and the Emperor would find it extremely strenuous. They wouldn't be able to move it within a short period of time. The 5 continents were still shining, but the light that rushed over this time was a bit different. The 5 elements of light reversed and turned into a field of primal chaos. All kinds of great Tao fragments were fused into one. Moreover, at this moment, the 7 great supreme beings' great Taos moved side by side, showing signs of becoming one, truly joining forces to attack that gate. Previously, they couldn't attack together and could only attack one by one. It was because they repelled each other and were incompatible. Only now could they be considered to have truly joined hands to destroy this gate. Boom! This was an earth-shattering battle. The blue Qilin staff, the resplendent longevity sword, and the eerie black sky desolation halberd were all unleashed. The 7 emperors attacked, and the universe trembled. Boom! In this world, if the 7 supreme martial artists really joined hands, there would be no road that they couldn't clear, no obstacle that they couldn't eradicate. The 5 great continents condensed a special radiance, realizing the fusion of all great Tao. Their Tao seemed to have merged together. Back then, the various clans invested quite a bit of effort into this great formation. After the true primal chaos body fell, it was refined by the immeasurable celestial being, and then supported by the people of the world. The long-life celestial being said. At this moment, the 7 great supreme beings' beams of light condensed together, immediately blasting through this stone gate, making it shatter. What past, what present, what future? All of it was crushed into powder. Great Emperor-level experts were unsurpassed, not needing the teachings of others, nor was there anyone who could be their teacher. They directly slaughtered their way in, wishing to break into immortal domain. In outer space, everyone was shaken, all of them almost speechless. They actually needed 7 great supreme beings to open that gate. No wonder the supreme beings in the past all fell in the end, their blood splashing across the immortal path. This was just too difficult, they couldn't open it. The results of this era were already clear. They succeeded, slaughtering their way in. Could it be that they were right, and I was wrong? In Origin Ancient Mine, someone said quietly. There were still people who didn't appear in this world. Kill. The 7 great supreme beings borrowed the formation to destroy the immortal gate, directly slaughtering their way in. When they arrived here, a massive immortal realm seemed to already be in sight. They could vaguely see an expanse of exuberant life force. There was a type of aura that spread, as if it could slow down the decay of their body's innermost depths, allow them to prolong their lives. For people at this level, what was this? There was only something related to immortals left. At the end of the immortal path is a primal chaos cave. Finally, they arrived at the final end, no more paths left to walk. Everything was going to end here. Blood energy swirled about, the ancient cave blocking their way. Primal chaos mist spread out, mysterious and unfathomable. Should they go in or not? They already didn't have a choice, in this world they could only succeed, failure not allowed. Everyone, do you all still have things on your minds? Jumping in will be the difference between life and death. You might become immortals, but you might also become nothing, everything coming to an end here. The longevity celestial being said. Among those present, he had existed for the longest time. His bronze-colored face was full of indifference, without any expression to speak of. His long gray hair was scattered over the ancient robe. Haha. The Stone Emperor laughed loudly, his face full of coldness. He said, in this life, I came to become an immortal. Death has nothing to do with me. No matter what, I have to live. Charge in. Another ancient supreme only said these 3 words. His attitude was firm, and without any hesitation, he was the first to move, striding to the front of the primal chaos cave. The ancient Qilin emperor was majestic and imposing. His thick hair was scattered, and his eyes were incomparably deep. He was even more direct. Without saying a word, he directly leaped in, holding the blue-gold divine staff in his hand, and pounced into the cave. When the others saw this, they naturally refused to fall behind. Existences of this level appeared together, and until now, all of them were upright and fearless. There was only one goal, and there was no need to worry. One after another, in the end, the Stone Emperor and the Longevity Celestial being also leaped in, submerging into the primal chaos mist, disappearing from the path ahead. At this point, no one in the outside world could sense their aura anymore. Even the existences in the Origin Ancient Mine, and even the golden-haired giants in the ancient desolate Forbidden Land, couldn't detect them anymore. This cave was too mysterious. It isolated everything, and couldn't be probed. It was separated from heaven and earth, as if it was in another world. The 7 great supreme beings disappeared, and there was no more sound. In the outer realm, it was silent for a long time. They waited for a long time and no one spoke. Everyone was nervous to the extreme, waiting for the result. However, as time passed, there was still no movement. Everything was the same as before, but the great crack of the immortal path extended into the outer realm, and it became even more terrifying. Did they succeed? Did the 7 resurrected ancient supreme beings ascend to immortality? The outer realm was in an uproar. People couldn't hold it in anymore. Was there finally a result after 10,000 years of waiting? These people all successfully fought their way in, and it ended just like that. Succeeded? Many people believed that this was definitely a success. The most difficult hurdle, before the 7 great supreme beings, was like clay chickens and pottery dogs, unable to stop their footsteps at all. However, this type of success always made one feel as if something was missing. It was too peaceful, not the slightest bit of the grandeur and majesty of achieving immortality. In the eyes of the people of this world, ascending with multicolored light, sprouting wings and ascending to immortality, this was true immortality. Only that type of auspicious scene could shock the world, make one yearn for and revere it. Perhaps, this is what achieving immortality is like, ordinary and unremarkable, ascending to immortality in the ordinary. No one has ever seen an immortal before, let alone know how to ascend to heaven's gate. This might be the truth, the final result. There was a quasi-emperor who said this to himself, his thoughts wandering. However, he was also hesitating as to whether or not he should follow them in. After all, that immortal gate had been blasted open, not closing yet. This might be the last chance. However, they still felt uneasy inside, a bit hesitant. As for a few elders, those who didn't have much life left, they already didn't have much choice. With supreme beings before them, what was there for them to worry about? They tried their best to rush in, following behind them. This time, a group of old cultivators turned into an expanse of divine rainbows, rushing over. However, before they even got close, they released miserable cries. Up ahead were endless void figures of gods and devils, immortal spiritual laws appearing. This was a type of tragedy, a sad scene. A single speck of light pierced through a large group of people, not even the great sage enough, only able to die in vain. There was even less of a sky-covering rain of light. There were no weaklings on the path of immortality. Regardless of whether it was in the past or present, if one didn't reach that level, they didn't have the qualifications to approach at all. Did they succeed? Could it be that we were wrong? This is precisely this era? Someone in Origin Ancient Mind said to himself, his breathing heavy. This was a sign of a revival reaching the peak. Apart from this, there was someone in the divine ruins who released a low roar, shaking up the world. As time went on, immortal domain's great crack slowly closed, actually starting to disappear. The correct time, the correct place, was about to pass. This era was actually going to end, it was actually this fast, exceeding everyone's expectations. It is precisely this moment. Someone released a great roar. Those from the life-restricted region who never moved out. At this moment, 4 figures came from different directions, turning into the most dazzling streaks of light, rushing into the heavens, slaughtering their way into the immortal path, breaking down the ancient path, stopping it from closing. In the end, they still appeared. The life-restricted region's lord didn't wish to miss out on the path of immortality in this era. These people previously believed that this era was wrong, that it wasn't time yet, but in the end, they wavered, changing their minds. 4 figures tore through everything, unstoppable. They killed millions of gods and devils, hacking apart endless immortal spirits, shattering all immortal Tao laws. They endured the immortal-like rain of light, rushing into the shattered immortal gate. With a leap, they also entered the chaotic ancient cave. Suddenly, right at this moment, the entire great wasteland universe trembled. Strand after strand of immortal energy seeped out, mysterious and indescribable, making everyone's minds tremble. What is going on? Is the world going to ascend to immortality? Look, that cave is shining, a rain of ascension light is rushing out. I have a premonition that this universe is going to undergo the greatest changes since ancient times. My entire body is trembling involuntarily. An old great sage who didn't have many days left to live, vaguely saw a corner of the future before his death. What is going on with this world? I don't know why, but it is making me feel alarmed. All of the fine hairs on my body stand on end. What is going to happen? A quasi-emperor was suddenly horrified. Could it be that the greatest changes since the ancient times are right now? The legendary era's celestial being, archaic emperor, desolate era's great emperor, what did they do after entering? I feel like this cosmos is full of an indescribable aura. End of chapter 1576. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.